Chapter 1. The Fusion of Memories. Darren Ilya lay sprawled on the ground, his complexion ghastly, as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his countenance was marred by an expression of sheer terror yet. Intermittently, his visage would transform into an expression of indifference or a state of bewildered ignorance, akin to a magician's trick. A searing pain throbbed within his mind, as though countless needles were relentlessly piercing through his consciousness. At one moment, he was Darren Ilya from the world of One Piece. At another, he embodied the supreme and magnificent entity of the dragon clan Nidhogg. Then, in a fleeting instant, he was merely an ordinary individual named Li Yun from a mundane world. The three strands of memory intertwined within his mind to the brink of explosion. Ultimately, the memories began to collide and merge incessantly, resulting in the gradual obliteration of recollections. The three distinct personas faded away, replaced by the emergence of an entirely new identity. At this moment, the black dragon scales that adorned Darren Ilya had vanished, leaving him lying quietly on the ground, unconscious. His face, illuminated by the sun's rays, resembled that of a slumbering beauty, serene and tranquil. After an indeterminate passage of time, Darren Ilya finally stirred from his slumber. The newly formed persona bore the essence of Nidhogg, characterized by a sense of detachment, yet infused with the fury of Darren Ilya and the unyielding spirit of Li Yun. However, fragments of his memories had dissipated, for the overwhelming influx during the fusion had compelled him to involuntarily erase certain recollections. Darren Ilya gazed at his hands, then lifted his gaze to survey this world. A dull ache throbbed in his head. He muttered to himself, "Am I Nidhogg? Am I Darren Ilya? Am I Li Yun?" Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head as he questioned, "Why do I refer to myself as Nidhogg? Why do I utter such words?" Darren felt a wave of confusion wash over him, yet he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it. Within his memories lay a portion of his life as Darren Ilya in the world of One Piece, another segment belonging to Li Yun from the ordinary realm, and the final part derived from the memories of Nidhogg. However, due to the sheer magnitude of Nidhogg's memories, his mind had instinctively purged the majority of them. What remained was the seething blood of the dragon coursing through his veins, the name Nidhogg, and a repertoire of combat skills. Yet he had completely forgotten why he was called Nidhogg. Darren Ilya regarded this world with a mixture of fear, anticipation, and resentment. Finally, he touched his head and declared solemnly, "From this day forth, I am Darren Ilya, a wholly new Darren Ilya." A semblance of a smile flickered across his face as he lowered his head, initially chuckling softly, which soon erupted into boisterous laughter. It was as though he were celebrating his rebirth. This scene resembled a painting. A child stood amidst the ruins, arms outstretched, laughing joyously towards the heavens. Darren Ilya felt somewhat feeble, having wept excessively and traveled a considerable distance before succumbing to unconsciousness. Were it not for the fervent dragon blood surging within him, he might have faltered long ago. Darren Ilya sat there, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the lifeless form of his mother in the nearby pit. At this moment, Darren Ilya possessed the intellect of an adult. He understood that his father was likely in grave danger, and now, with his mother in such a state, he attributed all the malevolence to Kaido, the figure he had overheard the night before. With determination, Darren Ilya wiped away his tears, bowed thrice in reverence, and began to fill the pit, designating it as his mother's grave. After several hours of diligent labor, he finally laid his mother to rest, and sitting before the large grave, he spoke, "Mother, rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. I will carry on your legacy. I will seek out my father. I must see him alive or dead. I shall ensure that Kaido pays for his blood debts." His fervent emotions ignited his golden eyes, which burned with a heat akin to flowing magma. Without hesitation, Darren Ilya set forth in the direction his mother had taken him. Yesterday, his father had ventured that way. Upon reaching the site of the village guard's battle, the last flicker of hope within Darren Ilya extinguished. The ground was strewn with corpses, not a single soul remained alive. The most prominent figure among them was his father, Fego Ilya, standing at an imposing height of 4 meters. His father lay lifeless, yet retained the posture of a warrior. His body bore the scars of battle, a testament to his valor. Darren Ilya clenched his teeth, uttering, "Kaido." They had previously lived in harmony, but Kaido's arrival shattered their tranquility. Though he had awakened, he felt no gratitude towards Kaido, for the cost was far too steep. Ultimately, Darren Ilya interred his father beside his mother. Gazing at the two graves, his heart ached as if it were being cleaved by a knife. Darren could not afford to wallow in despair. He sought vengeance against Kaido and needed to strengthen himself. This was a world where a single individual's might could alter the course of everything. In his memories, Kaido of decades hence was an immortal monstrosity. With unparalleled talent and the mightiest Zoan fruit, he had forged his illustrious legacy. Yet, Darren Ilya refused to relent. He did not believe he would be vanquished by Kaido. All he required was time. Time returned to the present, where Darren Ilya sat upon his bed. He had just experienced that dream once more, a dream so vivid and real. It felt as though he were the exalted, magnificent, and formidable being depicted within the canvas of that dream. Darren Ilya whispered slowly, "Nidhogg." He began to speculate that the dragon blood coursing through him might indeed belong to this black dragon. It was even possible that he was, in fact, this very dragon. The ordinary youth, Ilya, from his memories had read the book Dragon Clan. He knew that Nidhogg was the black dragon, the progenitor of the dragon clan. Thus, he deduced that he must share some connection with Nidhogg. However, he currently lacked the means to verify this. He resolved to join the Navy. Only by enlisting in the Navy could he achieve the swiftest advancement within the Navy. Exceptional performance would garner the mentorship of influential figures. Though he was merely 6 years old, his physical prowess was undeniably monstrous, and in 2 days, a merchant ship would arrive. He planned to board that merchant vessel and depart. In preparation for this, he had already unearthed a measure of golden belly and other valuables. After all, should others deny him passage as a mere child, he could barter these treasures for the opportunity to board. Of course, if anyone sought to harm him for these possessions, they would come to regret their decision. For he was no ordinary child. All his plans hinged upon the arrival of that ship. Chapter 2. Boarding the ship. The sun cast its gentle rays upon the ocean, causing the sapphire blue waters to shimmer with a radiant glow, while a soft breeze caressed the surface, stirring gentle waves across the vast expanse of the sea. From the azure sea, echoes of laughter and merriment arose as a colossal merchant vessel sailed towards the island. Upon the ship, a man clad in a black headscarf, his muscular physique rendering even loose training attire insufficient to conceal his strength, peered through a telescope at the approaching island. Turning with a grave expression, he addressed a burly, dark-skinned man beside him. "Quillen, go instruct Fisksie to halt the ship and refrain from approaching the island." The stout Quillen, looking earnestly at the imposing figure of the man in the black headscarf, nodded solemnly. "Trier, do exercise caution." With that, he dashed toward the cabin, trusting Trier's instincts without further inquiry, and promptly obeyed his orders. Trier smiled as he watched Quillen's retreating figure. Remaining silent, he tightened the muscles in his legs and leaped from the lookout tower onto the deck. Boom! The guards, drawn by the commotion, greeted him with hearty laughter. "Kyle, Sulu, gather a few men and accompany me to the island for a look." Kyle and Sulu were seasoned hands on the ship, having navigated the Grand Line for over a decade, and were battle-hardened men of the sea. Upon hearing Trier's command, they understood that something extraordinary had transpired on the island. It was likely that pirates had raided the place in light of the uncertainty regarding the pirates' departure. They chose to send a few men to investigate the situation. Kyle scratched his golden-haired head, turning away with a disappointed murmur. "I was hoping to relax upon reaching Kequin Island." Sulu, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, replied with a grin. "You can rest on the island. Just be cautious not to have your head severed by the gang. After all, we might not be able to save you in time this time." Kyle merely pouted, refraining from further debate, and waved his hand in acknowledgement. On the shores of Kequin Island, 7 or 8 robust men cautiously disembarked, weapons in hand. Trier gestured to a lean, middle-aged man remaining on the ship. and a small boat silently glided toward the rocky outcropping not far from the coast. Trier firmly clasped the dark iron gauntlets with both hands and addressed the robust men behind him, saying, "Be cautious, this island harbors an unsettling stillness, which may indicate the presence of pirates." The muscular men behind him remained silent, each gripping their weapons tightly as they followed Trier towards the village. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of sharp eagle eyes watched them from above. Inside a dilapidated wooden cabin, Darren Ilya, with an expression of indifference, uttered, "They have finally arrived." His aloof demeanor soon transformed into the resolute determination of a child who had weathered hardships, as if the earlier indifference had never existed. Darren stepped out of the ramshackle cabin, making his way towards the cluster of graves in the village. At that moment, Trier and his companions were gritting their teeth, gazing at the ravaged and dilapidated village. The once warm and inviting village was no more. The bustling life that filled its streets had been replaced by an oppressive silence. The carefully arranged, cozy cottages lay in disarray, smoke and dust enveloping the air, while the once pristine streets bore the scars of the fierce flames that had scorched them. Trier observed this scene in silence, a sense of helplessness washing over him. With a heavy sigh, he moved forward, his deep voice resonating. "There is no time for lamentation. This is the nature of our era. Let us see if there are any survivors." The towering figure, standing at 4.5 meters, scratched his head and muttered curses through gritted teeth. "These locust-like pirates are truly repugnant. If I encounter them, I shall crush them without hesitation." Sulu's cheerful demeanor faded, replaced by an icy aura as he coldly remarked, "A wretched world, filled with detritus of the sea." Kyle remained silent, following Darren as they advanced. A burly middle-aged man in the group waved expressionlessly at the others, stepping in line with Darren's pace. "Rather than wallowing in sorrow here, let us see if there are still survivors." The once prosperous area of the village lay in ruins, reduced to mere mounds of earth marking the graves. The giant, standing at 4.5 meters, gazed at the cluster of graves in the center and called out to his companions, "Trier, Kyle, there are people by the graves over there." Upon hearing Squet's words, Trier and his group hastened towards the graveyard. The warm sunlight bathed the earth, the sky a brilliant blue reflecting the beauty of nature. Yet on the ground sat a small child, alone before the graves, sorrowfully gazing at the tombstones. Trier approached, but the forlorn figure paid him no heed, remaining motionless as it stared at the graves. Trier stood by, arms crossed, silently accompanying the child. Sulu turned to beckon the others to search elsewhere. As the gentle sun transformed into a blazing orb scorching the land, two figures, one large and one small, remained silent before the graves. Trier understood that the child, having endured such suffering, needed a moment of tranquility. The small figure turned to face the towering figure before him, gratitude etched on his face. "Thank you, Uncle, for keeping me company." Trier patted the child's shoulder with his cold gauntlet, offering words of encouragement. Life is akin to the boundless sea. At times it is tumultuous, and at others it is serene. Carry the hope of this village and live well. The small figure gazed earnestly into Trier's eyes, speaking each word with conviction. "Rest assured, I, Darren Ilya, shall bear their hopes and live on one day. My name shall resonate across the seas, and my father, mother, uncle, and aunt shall take pride in me from above." Trier chuckled heartily, ruffling the child's hair. "Ha ha ha. Then Ilya, you must strive hard. Come, let us go together." Darren Ilya nodded affirmatively. Trier made his way towards the coast, followed closely by Sulu, who cradled a little girl. Kyle scratched his head, remaining silent as he trailed behind. The giant, clutching a child in one arm, followed closely, while several others carried children as well. After ensuring the safety of the children, Trier turned to the exceptional Darren Ilya and inquired about his destination. "Ilya, where do you plan to go next? If you have no place to head, come along with us." Ilya declined Trier's kind offer. "Thank you, Uncle Trier, but I wish to go to the naval base." Trier gazed at Ilya with concern. "Ilya, you are still too young to join the Navy. Perhaps wait until you're older." Ilya shook his head, explaining his reasoning. "Uncle Trier, Do not worry, I have an uncle in the Navy there. I am not seeking revenge. I would not venture into danger recklessly. Chapter 3. Growth. At the bustling dock, a group of children wave farewell to a burly man aboard a massive wooden merchant ship. Thank you for taking care of me these days, Uncle Trier. Brother Salu, I will miss you. Brother Squet, remember to come find me if you join the Navy. Goodbye, Brother Kyle. Make sure you remember me. Shamira, take care of yourself. Among the group of children, aside from a few who chose the safety of following Trier to an orphanage on another island, all others were preparing to accompany Darren Ilya to the naval base, where they would receive systematic training with the future goal of avenging themselves against pirates. The silhouettes of the group of children ventured deeper into the island. As Trier stood at the bow of the ship, watching the dock grow smaller, he let out a sigh of relief. Kyle inquired with confusion, "Boss, are you not afraid that these children might encounter danger?" Solo, his eyes glimmering with the sunlight, disdainfully replied, "The questions you ponder have long been considered by the boss. He has already contacted the warrant officer at the naval base to come and escort them. If anyone dares to act, the Navy will conveniently earn a little extra pocket money." Kyle, realizing the situation, enthusiastically patted Solo on the back. "I didn't expect it to be this way. You are indeed quite clever. You are the one who is rather foolish. That truly hurts my feelings. Then go die." Darren, Ilya, and the group of children had not ventured far when they encountered a few Navy personnel approaching them. The burly middle-aged man leading the group could not conceal the hatred in his gaze and sighed inwardly, forcing a smile onto his fierce countenance. "Children, come with me. I am Warrant Officer Cook. You may call me Uncle Cook. Uncle Cook, we appreciate your assistance." Uncle Cook appeared quite imposing, certainly capable of vanquishing those scoundrels of the sea. The little ones of Ilya chattered animatedly, expressing their gratitude to Lieutenant Cook. With a hearty laugh, Lieutenant Cook led the way forward. "Come along. You shall rest here for a few days until the warships arrive to take us to Leonte Island." The waves danced freely on the sea's surface until they were disrupted by the formidable horn of a massive vessel. On the deck of the warship, a group of children, drenched in sweat, began their rigorous training. Among them, two stood out prominently. One was a pale, sorrowful little boy with resplendent golden hair, while the other was Ilya, clad in black, expressionless, and burdened with immense weights. Their training intensity starkly contrasted with that of the other children nearby. How terrifying! It was astonishing to witness Ilya's monstrous recuperative abilities. Since boarding, he had dedicated himself solely to eating, sleeping, and exercising. Costa, having consumed the ancient Zoan-type emperor crocodile fruit, possessed a physique that was truly remarkable for his age. The sheer persistence of these children left me feeling inadequate, as if I were outshone by their youthful vigor. Indeed, this gathering of promising talent augured well for the future strength of the Navy. A group of naval personnel gathered to discuss these children, recognizing them as the very foundation of the Navy's might, noble souls united in justice, destined to endure through the ages, standing resolute against the tides of piracy. This was the warship of the Leonte Island Naval Base, carrying Ilya and other children eager to join the Navy for various reasons. In the coming time, they would undergo foundational training at the base, where those with exceptional talent would be selected and sent to the Navy headquarters for advanced training, while others would remain at the Leonte Island base, breathing new life into its ranks. Amidst the tumultuous sea, a naval warship clashed with two pirate ships. Boom. Smash those pirates. Show them our might. Die, Navy. Do not underestimate me, pirates. A robust figure with hair gleaming like the sun loosened the collar of his naval uniform, expressing disdain for the loathsome sea locusts. Ilya challenged to see who could defeat them first, standing beside Costa, whose rolled-up sleeves revealed muscles as solid as rock. "Costa, hurry. Allowing them to linger even a moment is an affront to our beautiful world," he urged. Costa smiled, his eyes transforming into golden slits, his body adorned with thick scales, becoming even more formidable, while a crocodile tail swayed behind him like a battering ram, exuding an air of lethal intent. "I'll take the lead." With a swift motion, Costa seized the blade of a pirate's ambush, revealing a menacing grin as he covered the pirate's head with his massive hand. The pirate's body slumped, lifeless and breathless. "Be cautious, Haig. This is the battlefield," Costa warned, charging at the pirates with a roar that echoed across their ship. "Ha ha ha, come at me, you worthless scum." As a few pirates attempted to ambush him, Costa's crocodile tail swung like a battering ram, sending them crashing into their captain. Boom. The pirate captain had just dispatched a fellow pirate when Costa vanished from view, enveloped in a dark shadow. A low voice, as chilling as a scythe, asked, Are you searching for me? The pirate captain's eyes widened in terror as he tensed to leap forward, but Costa's claw was faster, piercing his abdomen with 5 gaping wounds. With a flick of his wrist, Costa discarded the blood and corpse into the sea. At that moment, the battle aboard the pirate ship concluded. A figure, radiating heat, sat atop a pile of pirate corpses, golden eyes glowing like molten lava, grinned at Costa. You lost again, Costa. Costa's expression fell as he transformed back into the man with hair shining like the sun. Your speed is truly remarkable. Elijah chuckled softly, casting his gaze towards the distant ominous clouds, as if alluding to something profound. Prepare yourselves, for the tide of the era is approaching. This is our finest opportunity. Costa, momentarily taken aback, soon recollected a certain matter and fixed his eyes intently on Elijah, inquiring, is it because of that incident? Ilya nodded in agreement. Chapter 4. To kill or not to kill. In March of the year 1490 of the Ocean Era, a momentous event shook the seas. The youngest admiral in history, Zephyr, renowned for his principle of non-killing, suffered the tragic loss of his family at the hands of pirates. This led to wild celebrations among countless pirates. While the populace trembled in fear, the Navy and the world government acted swiftly, employing stringent measures to eradicate a significant number of ambitious pirates and those seeking to exploit the chaos. In a distant corner of the world, pirates, having heard of Zephyr's family being slain, surged toward peaceful villages. Boom! The pirates rampaged through the formerly tranquil settlement, laughing heartily at the destruction before them. With Zephyr's family dead, what is there left to fear? You pirates will meet a terrible fate, shouted a simple man wielding a kitchen knife, charging at the marauders in fury. Bam! The man fell in a pool of blood, his eyes fixed on the pirates, powerless to change his fate. A pirate, gun in hand, scoffed, kicking the man's lifeless body aside with disdain. Whether I meet a bad end or not remains uncertain, but you will surely not escape yours. Ha ha ha, Zephyr, you are truly ruthless, one pirate mocked. TCH, who are you to judge? You are the most cruel of all. I am merely setting him free. Noticing the silence from his companion, Zephyr turned around, suddenly feeling powerless. Brigadier General Stephen, this must be a joke. In the distance, a warship approached the pirate vessel, a figure soaring through the air toward the island. Swish! A tremendous sword aura cleaved the pirate ship in two. The roar of anger came first. Die, pirates! Run! Who would dare face such a monster? My life cannot be lost here. Captain, what shall we do? Where is the captain? Charge! What is there to fear? He is just a man. The man can slice a pirate ship in half. Panic ensued among the pirates. Some fled, others brandished weapons to confront the brigadier general, while a few surrendered, choosing to indulge in their final revelry. In a dimly lit basement, a refined figure in a suit questioned a cloaked swordsman. Why? Do not presume that the world government is unaware of your little schemes. The elegant figure forced a bitter smile, drew a gun to shoot, only to be severed in two by the swordsman. In the immediate aftermath of the assassination of Zephyr's family, a commanding order was issued from the majestic Red Earth continent. Atop the sacred site of Mariehua, conduct a thorough investigation. This decree led to the purging of countless government officials, pirates, and nobles who had crossed paths with Zephyr. Within a mere month, the events surrounding the tragedy were presented to Zephyr, with the world government dealing mercilessly with the perpetrators. However, this incident caused Zephyr to waver in his belief in non-killing, leading him to resign. Yet, persuaded by Fleet Admiral Kong and his friends, Admiral Sengoku and the heroic garb, he chose to retain his admiral rank to cultivate the next generation of naval talent. This initiative aimed to establish an elite naval training camp, uniting the finest prospects within the Navy to maximize their potential through unprecedented resources. The world government offered its utmost support, eager to retain Zephyr, one of the Navy's most formidable forces. In June, naval vessels from the Four Seas and the Grand Line sailed toward Marine Headquarters, Marineford, akin to birds returning to their nest. These ships carried promising recruits destined for training under Admiral Zephyr's guidance, with the Navy placing immense importance on this operation. To thwart any malicious intentions from fierce pirates, every major route of the Grand Line was accompanied by rear admirals, prepared to strike down any who dared to surface. In a vast expanse of the New World, a confrontation unfolded between a golden Buddha and a man with a crescent-shaped white beard. Sengoku, rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in such trivial pursuits. Whitebeard, one can never be too certain. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, do you take me for a fool? I am Whitebeard. With glimmering hands, Whitebeard swung a mighty punch forward. Crack! The golden Buddha's palm surged forward, colliding with a massive shockwave. Boom. In another oceanic region, Garp hurled a colossal cannonball forward. Bone fist, meteor, swish. The explosive was cleaved by several sword strikes. Bang. Ha ha ha, Roger, do not run. Garp is here. Everyone, scatter. Roger, you cannot escape. I will catch you. Do not even think about it, Garp. Simultaneously, formidable pirates such as Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, red-haired Shanks, and others were kept in check to prevent them from targeting the Navy's new generation. As a warship reached Marine headquarters, Marineford, Ilya gazed at the imposing military fortress before him, contemplating, this is my first step toward the era. Sakazuki, Borsellino, Doberman, Spider, Weasel, and Fire Fist. I shall strive to develop them into like-minded companions. There is no need to cultivate Akiji. His values are entirely incompatible with mine. Mercy does not belong in the hands of a soldier. He has ventured too far in pursuit of ideals while neglecting to enact them. Moreover, a navy that shares divergent principles cannot be a good navy. Now that Zephyr has begun to transition among the older generation, Sengoku's words and Garp's lifelong friendship offer no possibility of persuasion. I must focus on nurturing the new generation of the Navy and observe the behaviors of the elder commanders from the original narrative. With the combined talents of Costa and myself, we shall soon shine within the Navy. Therefore, preparations for the next phase must commence. All elite naval candidates gathered in the vast training grounds of Marineford. Time passed slowly, from the rising sun to the ascent of the moon. Some began forging friendships to expand their networks. Others silently trained, while some surveyed potential noteworthy individuals for the coming years. Elijah harnessed the power of his spoken word. King's authority to augment his own burdens, wholly indifferent to the happenings around him. A deep voice emerged from before him, inquiring, forgive my intrusion. But is this your ability? Ilya paused in his push-ups, straightened his body, and gazed at the figure before him. Adorned with a white naval cap and clad in a red short-sleeved shirt, he showcased his robust muscles and a rose pattern etched upon his chest, while a distinguished sword rested upon his back. Ilya, with a gentle smile, extended his hand toward the imposing figure before him. Greetings, I am Darren Ilya. Indeed. This is my ability. It allows me to enhance the gravitational force acting on my body for superior training results. Would you care to give it a try? The muscular figure hesitated for a moment before accepting Darren Ilya's handshake. Hello, I am Sakazuki. If you don't mind, I would like to give it a shot. Chapter 5, Elite Training Camp. Sakazuki, one of the future admirals of the Navy headquarters, is a man dedicated to absolute justice, merciless against pirates. He aspired to cultivate a partnership with Darren Ilya at the Elite Training Camp. Darren nodded and explained, be cautious. My royal power affects every cell in your body, including your internal organs, which may feel discomfort if they are untrained. I will initiate it at double strength for you to experience. Sakazuki acknowledged with a nod. Darren's eyes shimmered with a golden hue as he invoked his ability, word spirit, royal power. A heavy pressure descended, causing Sakazuki to stagger momentarily. He steadied himself, drawing his sword and swinging it a few times, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The enhancement of his physical form had slowed his progression, requiring considerable time to break through limits, but the word spirit, royal power could expedite this process and strengthen his underdeveloped organs, accelerating his growth and strength. Having witnessed Darren Ilya performing simple push-ups while drenched in sweat, Sakazuki speculated that this ability facilitated his training. Eager to gain greater strength to eradicate pirates, he sought Darren's guidance, pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of this training method. Recognizing Sakazuki's astonished demeanor, Darren Ilya beamed a sunlit smile. What do you think? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? A hint of a smile graced Sakazuki's typically cold visage as he nodded. Your ability is quite convenient. May we train together in the future? Of course, Darren replied. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Darren Ilya from the Navy base on Ryan Island in the Grand Line. My ambition is to become an admiral and eradicate the loathsome pirates. I am Sakazuki, hailing from Cote d'Ivoire Island in the North Sea. My goal is to obliterate all pirates. A flicker of brightness appeared in Sakazuki's eyes, and his previously somber tone lightened. Having suffered at the hands of pirates, losing family to their cruelty, he believed that the misfortunes of the world stemmed from their existence. To prevent others from enduring similar fates, he resolved to annihilate all pirates. A resigned voice interjected from the side. And I, too, am here. I am Costa, from the Navy base on Ryan Island in the Grand Line. My aspiration is to become the next steel-bone admiral. Darren Ilya sheepishly scratched his head. Haha, My apologies, Costa. This is my dear friend, Costa. Sakazuki nodded in acknowledgement at Costa. Suddenly, figures clad in justice cloaks descended from the sky, led by a middle-aged man with thick purple hair, dressed in a purple suit. The man glared at the vibrant figures before him, his expression unreadable as he bellowed, "Some of you have disappointed me greatly. The elite training camp is designed to nurture the mightiest navy to eradicate wicked pirates, not for idle chatter, as if at a noble gala. Some of you stand idly, meditating. I cannot decide if I should commend your calmness or criticize your sluggishness. You must learn to adapt to circumstances independently, rather than relying on guidance. You are the Navy, tasked with annihilating pirates and safeguarding the tranquility of the seas. To protect this peace, you must possess formidable strength. You ought to learn from your peers who diligently train their bodies. A robust physique does not come without effort. It is earned through blood and sweat. Now, everyone, run laps around Marineford for half the night." A towering figure, 3 meters tall, with flowing hair and donning a white hat emblazoned with the Navy insignia, exuded an intense radiance as he prepared to vanish in a golden flash. "How terrifying," someone murmured. With a swift motion, Admiral Zifa appeared before the golden light, his fists enveloped in dark armor, striking with tremendous force. Boom! The figure of Borsellino materialized in the square, albeit looking somewhat disheveled. Admiral Zifa stood before Borsellino, arms crossed, and proclaimed loudly, "You are forbidden from using your devil fruit powers. Rely solely on your physical strength to run. Do not think of slacking off in battle. No one will grant you the luxury of idleness." Darren Ilya observed the future Admiral Borsellino, understanding why Zifa held animosity towards him. Zifa aimed for them to reflect on their actions while running, but Borsellino's antics undermined Zifa's authority, swiftly corrected by Zifa's reprimand, setting an example for all. Sakazuki, silent, began to run, with Darren Ilya and Costa trailing closely behind. One lap after another, they maintained a brisk pace, drenched in sweat despite their robust physiques. Nearby, Borsellino leisurely remarked, "How frightening. So many monsters about." "I am Borsellino. What are your names?" Sakazuki remained stoic, gazing ahead in silence. Costa flashed a bold smile and replied, "I am Costa. Don't jest. You, who call others monsters, are the greatest monster of all." Borsellino scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Oh, come now, you flatter me. I am quite weak." Darren Ilya, witnessing Borsellino's unwavering expression despite Zifa's punch, couldn't he help but smile. "Hello, I am Darren Ilya." Borsellino responded slowly, "How terrifying. Each and every one of you." Sakazuki's voice was icy as he interjected, "Borsellino, you are ever so verbose." Borsellino, looking at Sakazuki, raised his hands in a placating manner, saying, "Oh, Sakazuki, you are quite cold. After all, we hail from the same place." Silence. Sakazuki growled, teeth clenched. "How terrifying indeed. Just be quiet." Borsellino gestured with his hand before his mouth, signaling his silence. Sakazuki observed Borsellino, who remained silent, and quickened his pace to run ahead. Chapter 6. Elite Training Camp 2. Zifa, with arms crossed, gazed at the most prominent figures, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Costa, and Ilya, and quietly nodded in acknowledgement. "Zifa, it seems your reputation precedes you. Upon hearing of your establishment of the Navy Elite Training Camp and your role as the chief instructor, the rare monsters of your have promptly emerged," teased a lieutenant general clad in a traditional Chinese outfit and draped in a naval coat. "Hongfan, please refrain from jesting. This merely indicates their fervent desire to safeguard the seas, which is precisely why we, the Navy, have united," Zifa replied. "Indeed. Although I noticed numerous promising talents within the Navy, I harbored concerns about whether anyone from our generation could inherit the legacy of you, Garp, and Sengoku a century hence. Yet, upon your ascension as the chief instructor and the founding of the elite training camp, for remarkable individuals have already emerged. I suspect even more will follow, Zifa. You truly are a boon to our Navy." Observing the two, I envisioned a future where the Navy flourished, steel-boned Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, alongside you old comrades in the new generation. At that time, we could better deter pirates and protect the populace. Yes, we can strive to ensure a happier, more prosperous existence for the people. Zifa, you must not be secretive. Educate them well. Rest assured, I will ensure they receive a thorough education, providing them with unforgettable memories, Zifa replied with a meaningful smile. Ilya's abilities appear commendable, capable of aiding in physical training, Hongfan remarked, observing the young recruits drenched in sweat, as if they had just emerged from the sea. Indeed, a remarkable fruit ability, Zifa acknowledged. While he believed physical strength to be paramount, he did not dismiss the advantages a powerful devil fruit could confer. Currently, a significant portion of the pirates wreaking havoc upon the seas are devil fruit users, their abilities complementing one another. Take the infamous Shiki, for example. His float fruit grants him the capacity for extensive, prolonged movement, rendering him elusive to the Navy. Even if he cannot win, he can certainly escape. Much to the Navy's chagrin. As all returned to the training camp dormitories to rest, their names were affixed at the entrance. Ilya, follow me. A major called out to the exhausted young sailors. Upon hearing this, the drenched recruits sighed in relief, as if they had heard divine music. The sun hung partially obscured between the sea and clouds, while several individuals had already commenced their training on the field. 1, 2, 3, for counting silently. Ilya executed the most basic push-ups, his sweat pooling beneath him, his muscles trembling, yet he continued with impeccable form. Meanwhile, Sakazuki faced the sea, swinging his sword with all his might, sweat soaking through his attire. Costa relentlessly struck the air, his ferocious sounds contained within their trio, as the sound-binding ability enveloped them in a vacuum of silence. Upon first encountering such an ability, I cannot help but admire it. Ilya, your power is extraordinary, Sakazuki exclaimed. As several Navy personnel approached the training ground, they exchanged glances at the fervently training Ilya and his companions. Isn't it a bit too early for them to be here? One burly sailor mused, resembling a pirate more than a sailor. A refined Navy officer with long black hair tied in a ponytail replied, "Look at the sweat beneath them. They must have been training for quite some time. Moreover, only those with devil fruit abilities could train silently." "Devil fruit users," exclaimed a pair of twin sailors in astonishment. "The treasures of the sea. The most affordable devil fruits cost at least 100 million berries," remarked a red-haired sailor, cigar in mouth. "Those are indeed the monsters from yesterday," said a diminutive sailor in a white baseball cap and naval uniform. With their formidable physiques, mysterious devil fruits, resilient will, and extreme discipline, they are truly fearsome beings, reflected a Navy colonel observing Ilya and the others from a distance. The fates of individuals in the world of pirates are drastically different. Those exceptional beings flourish within a short span, while ordinary individuals toil tirelessly without hope of comparison. Take Charlotte Lin, for instance. She epitomizes the pinnacle of pirate talent, capable of obliterating entire villages by the age of 6. Such exaggerated prowess is lauded as a potential future admiral or the strongest shield or spear of CP0 with minimal guidance. Countless individuals labor for decades, yet cannot match her. The colonel felt fortunate that these monsters chose to become Navy personnel rather than pirates. Otherwise, they would become a significant threat to the Navy. Each Navy soldier arriving at the training ground expressed their awe. It's truly astounding how early they rise to train. Borsellino, adorned with sunglasses and clad in a yellow top, leisurely remarked, "I merely exert a bit more effort and possess a commendable devil fruit. Hardly qualifies me as a monster." Elijah rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and gently explained. Borsellino curled his lips in disbelief, yet refrained from further comment. "Is this truly achievable merely through exertion and sweat?" exclaimed the Navy officer, whose visage resembled that of a burly pirate more than that of a naval officer, astonished. Ilya turned to him and explained, "Hello, I am Darren Ilya, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability to transform into a black dragon. My powers allow me to train my entire body, which is why my growth rate is rather swift. Would you care to give it a try?" The naval officer, whose appearance bore more resemblance to a burly pirate than a sailor, scratched his head in surprise at Ilya's unexpected gentleness. "Greetings, I am Mike. I would like to experience your abilities." Ilya nodded, signaling Mike to prepare. As he closed and opened his eyes, his dark irises transformed into golden orbs that seemed to flow with molten lava. A sense of authority radiated outward from Ilya. "Is it possible that his mastery over the devil fruit has reached such an extent?" remarked a seasoned Navy officer. "This overwhelming pressure dissuades me from making a move against him," muttered a swordsman, gritting his teeth in resistance. "Truly terrifying, indeed." Borsellino responded with the calmness of a gentle breeze, his languid tone unwavering. "He is undeniably a formidable adversary," Sakazuki contemplated inwardly. "No matter how many times I witness it. This fruit appears excessively domineering," Costa lamented. Chapter 7. Elite Training Camp 3. Carmen felt as if the Ilya before him had transformed into an ineffable dragon, its spine protruding, covered in glossy black scales, with wings vast enough to blot out the sun, fixating its gaze upon him. The golden eyes exuded an authority that struck like a hammer upon his very soul. A weighty force descended from above, permeating every inch of his being. Even the slightest touch of this royal power made his insides feel disconcertingly out of sorts. Carmen waved his hands a few times, acutely aware that even the simplest of movements required more energy than usual under the burden of this authority. A sinister smile crept across his fleshy visage as he embraced the oppressive sensation. "I have discovered an astonishingly rapid method to grow stronger," Carmen exclaimed in disbelief. "This surpasses the speed at which I would normally push my limits by a tenth, and it even serves to train my internal organs." Elijah nodded in agreement with Carmen's assertion. "Indeed, our physical training to transcend limits only grows increasingly arduous with each endeavor. My abilities can specifically assist others in swiftly surpassing their limits and enhancing their internal organs." Upon hearing Elijah's remarks, the elite training camp erupted in excitement. Even those who arrived at the elite camp, though unable to rival Elijah, possessed a physique that could be deemed monstrous compared to many others on the island. They dedicated considerable time daily to fundamental training solely to push their boundaries. Yet each breakthrough proved more challenging than the last, demanding greater time and effort. This reality rendered the act of transcending limits increasingly daunting. After reaching a certain age, the possibility of breaking through diminishes. Thus, the more limits one can surpass in youth, the brighter their future may shine. However, this is not an absolute truth. Akin to the many roads leading to Rome, some individuals are already stationed in Rome. Figures like Aunt Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, Garp, Kong, and Rayleigh, these extraordinary beings achieve enhancements from their breakthroughs that may require countless attempts for others to attain. This exceptional capacity is the very reason they are dubbed monsters. Their formidable physiques and the terrifying augmentations from their training instilling a sense of despair in those who witness their prowess. Elijah's extraordinary abilities can facilitate their rapid transcendence of limits while simultaneously fortifying their internal organs, a rare dual benefit. After all, each individual's physique is distinct. Only through targeted exertion under appropriate pressure can one achieve optimal results. The capacity for recovery varies among individuals. Some may inadvertently accumulate hidden injuries through training in the sea, which could eventually manifest catastrophically. Inappropriate training can lead to one's downfall. The strengthening of internal organs is nearly unattainable, with only a handful of fruits capable of assisting in such endeavors. Robust internal organs can significantly enhance their stamina, an awe-inspiring capability indeed. This power is remarkably convenient. Thankfully, he is part of the Navy. This presents an opportunity for me to grow stronger and avenge my family. In the future, I shall possess the strength to eradicate pirates. Elijah is truly a gentle soul. Joining the Navy's elite training camp has proven to be a wise decision. This is the place that will aid my ascension. Suddenly, Zephyr appeared before the throng, flanked by naval officers clad in justice cloaks. Observing the bustling crowd, Zephyr expressed understanding. His visit to Elijah the previous day was motivated by the desire to harness his abilities for the betterment of the Navy's training. "Silence!" bellowed a naval major with a slick-back hairstyle. The naval personnel on the training ground ceased their chatter. For only the most foolhardy would dare act recklessly before a Marine admiral. Those present were far from foolish. Zephyr cast a commanding gaze over them, his resonant voice echoing throughout the training area. The Navy's elite training camp is designed to cultivate the most exceptional Marines. Here, your physical attributes and innate talents meet stringent standards, yet do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. While you may have ranked among the best in your previous base, that is not necessarily the case here. I hope you will encourage one another and grow collectively. The elite training camp is divided into two categories based on learning progress: the 6 forms of the Navy and hockey training. Hockey is further subdivided into armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. The latter is innate. Therefore, our focus will be on mastering armament and observation hockey. Hockey resides within everyone, requiring the right methods for guidance. Armament hockey enables one to physically strike against natural devil fruit users, while observation hockey sharpens one's senses, allowing perception of surrounding beings' presence and emotional fluctuations, as well as facilitating the prediction and evasion of danger. Some of you may have awakened observation or armament hockey, but the strength of your body directly correlates with the potency of your hockey, and the same applies to observation. The specifics of its application will be imparted once you have mastered the 6 forms. For now, focus on your studies of the Navy's 6 forms. We shall commence the study of the 6 forms, a foundational martial art forged through rigorous training within the Navy. Mastery of the 6 forms will equip you with the capability to confront ordinary devil fruit users. Once proficient, You can adapt and develop your skills based on your combat style or devil fruit abilities. The ultimate skill, Life Return, allows one to store energy for explosive release when needed, even enabling a transformation of one's form, an exceedingly practical martial art. The 6 forms include Shaved, which enables rapid movement by executing a series of high-speed steps on the ground within a mere fraction of a second, creating explosive reactive force that propels one forward, rendering the user nearly invisible to the enemy's eyes. Allow me to demonstrate. In an instant, Zephyr vanished from the front of the training ground, his voice resonating from the rear. Of course, observation hockey can detect the shave technique, but this does not render it ineffective, as long as one's physique is sufficiently robust. Even if the opponent perceives the movement, they will be unable to counter, as their body cannot keep pace with their awareness. Next is Iron Body, which imbues the body with the hardness of iron through rigorous training, rendering one impervious to bullets and blades. Come, Elijah, Akainu, Kizaru, and Costa, attack me. Without hesitation, Ilya clenched his fist, radiating an aura of destruction akin to a magnificent sun, and charged towards Zephyr. Sakazuki unsheathed his famed sword, gripping it with both hands, and unleashed a merciless strike aimed directly at Zephyr's chest. Borsalino smirked, his legs emanating a dazzling golden light, and executed a lightning-fast kick towards Zephyr's back without hesitation. Costa raised his hands above his head, preparing to strike down upon Zephyr with a force akin to a cataclysmic collapse. The convergence of their formidable assaults enveloped the training ground in a thick cloud of smoke. Chapter 8. Instruction. As the dust settled, Zephyr stood unscathed, absorbing the combined onslaught of the 4, and continued imparting his teachings. Iron blocks can assist you in defending against others' attacks. However, they are not infallible. You must discern whether you can withstand the impending damage. I do not recommend such actions without certainty, especially against fruit users, as their devil fruit abilities remain unknown and could lead to unforeseen consequences. He explained that an iron block, when one cannot freely control their own body, may lead to immobility. Yet, when one has full command over their movements, an iron block can be employed while in motion, and can be combined with hockey to form layered defenses. The elite training camp erupted in astonishment at Zephyr's unblemished form. What a terrifying technique! That technique is incredibly cool. Although they were familiar with the Marine 6 styles, the visceral experience was far more impactful. I must master the Marine 6 styles. How can I integrate my devil fruit abilities? How can swordsmanship and physical techniques be combined? Each elite Navy member pondered their individual thoughts as they listened to Admiral Zephyr's continued explanations and demonstrations. Paper drawing, he instructed. By relinquishing all bodily strength and attuning to the airflow generated by your opponent's movements, you can render your body as light as paper, enabling you to evade incoming attacks with remarkable agility. This technique can be paired with observation hockey and life return. Sakazuki launched an assault towards me. His dual-wielded blades seemed lethal with every swing. Yet, amidst the ferocity of his strikes, Zephyr evaded with the grace of a butterfly dancing on a gentle breeze, appearing serene while remaining completely unharmed. This is paper drawing, a vital survival technique against ambushes. Relying solely on iron blocks can lead to peril, as one cannot grasp the opponent's tactics. However, paper drawing allows for swift evasion and counterattacks. All right, Sakazuki, that's enough. Moonwalk, he continued, demonstrating how to exert powerful leg strength against the air, creating a formidable levitation force that allows one to traverse the sky as if walking upstairs. Although one cannot remain airborne for too long, by employing this aerial maneuver, one can launch attacks from the enemy's blind spots. This is a rare physical technique suitable for spatial combat. As long as your physique is strong enough, you can remain airborne for extended engagements. In this vast era of the sea, it will enhance our combat capabilities, especially when paired with Gale Foot to exert pressure on pirates. With a powerful kick, Zephyr stood poised in the air, his calves taut with muscle as he propelled a massive vacuum skyward. This resembles the strikes of a swordsman, does it not? Truly, Admiral Zephyr is remarkable. This era's physical techniques are indeed impressive. Wow, that's incredibly powerful. This is the combination of Gale Foot and Moonwalk, he elaborated. Gale Foot generates a vacuum through high-speed, powerful kicks, allowing one to cleave through opponents with ease. Lastly, he introduced a technique reputed to possess bullet-like force, finger gun. By concentrating all his strength in his index finger, he released a strike with hardened digits at lightning speed. The fingertip bore the power of a bullet, capable of piercing a human body with ease. Ilya, you should try this technique and witness its might. Ilya observed Zephyr, who stood before him with his arms slightly bent and extended outward, pressed closely against his abdomen, palms facing upward. Simultaneously, he positioned his bent arms, palms upright, firmly against his chest in a defensive posture. With the speed of a fleeting shadow, Zephyr's finger darted toward Ilya, leaving him barely able to discern its form. Elijah attempted to swat away Zephyr's fingers with his left hand, but was instantly repelled as if struck by a cannonball, his hand trembling slightly. Ilya was acutely aware that Zephyr's thrust, if unleashed fully, could have pierced him with a gaping hole. This was the nature of the 6 styles of the Navy. However, the potency exhibited varied significantly among individuals, largely dependent on one's physical prowess. Allow me to elucidate the training techniques for the 6 styles, particularly the skill of Saru, which hinges on the judicious assessment of leg power and forward momentum. 3 months later, with a resounding clang, a dragon's claw, shrouded in darkness akin to a black hole, obstructed Sakazuki's Izumi no Kami Kanasada. Indeed, Sakazuki, your execution of Sara nearly caught me off guard. Your progress this month has been commendable. Give it your all, Sakazuki. Hold nothing back. The utmost dedication displayed by both Ilya and Sakazuki is the greatest tribute they can offer one another. The training ground transforms into a battleground, reminiscent of the epic clashes sung by poets of yore, pitting beasts against valiant warriors, with horns that spiral like those of a dragon, and golden eyes that blaze like molten gold, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The black scales of Ilya symbolize death and despair. His colossal wings cast a formidable shadow, while his towering 6-meter frame is enveloped in a searing mist. This is the dragon-human form of Daring Ilya, wielding the powers of the black dragon fruit. Clad in a crimson jacket and donning a naval cap, Sakazuki grips his sword, Kanemitsu Kizuna, with unwavering resolve, embodying the indomitable spirit of the heroic figures chronicled in epic tales. In an instant, both combatants vanish from the spectator's view, only to reappear above the training arena, their claws and blades unhesitatingly striking at each other's vulnerabilities. This is not merely a sparring session, it is a life-and-death struggle. Ilya transformed into a relentless killing machine, his dragon horns, wings, claws, and tail relentlessly targeting the vulnerable areas of Sakazuki, his head, heart, and abdomen. Sakazuki's facial expressions grew increasingly fierce with each swing of his Izumi Kanasada, unleashing a continuous barrage of lethal and ferocious strikes towards Ilya. Your monstrous strength has only increased, he remarked. Sakazuki, you have truly made significant progress. The Navy's 6 styles have enhanced your maneuvering capabilities. Ha ha ha, indeed. Do not hold back, Ilya. How could I, Sakazuki? The world's suffering stems from the trivialities of mortal existence. Let go of your earthly attachments. The dragon claw of Ilya gleamed with searing flames and tempestuous lightning. It bore down upon Sakazuki with an unstoppable force reminiscent of a cataclysmic tide. In Sakazuki's grasp, the Izumi Kanasada transformed into a crescent moon, illuminating his hand as he wielded it, casting shadows of the moon behind him. With a resounding clash, the dragon claw collided with the renowned sword, both adversaries locking eyes in a fierce contest of wills. In the next heartbeat, an intense battle erupted, flames erupting in every direction. The dragon claw swayed as if poised to annihilate all existence, while the blade concealed a menacing aura of death. The sheer power of their confrontation stirred waves of smoke, obscuring the scene, where only 2 figures could be discerned, locked in relentless combat. Such terrifying creatures. Their prowess seemed to transcend the boundaries of our very species. How frightening. Is this the essence of formidable strength? The techniques exchanged between them filled me with trepidation. Are we witnessing a battle or a brutal slaughter? Chapter 9. Real combat. Both Ilya and Sakazuki reveled in the intensity of their clash, their strengths evenly matched, allowing them to unleash their full potential without concern for collateral damage. A faint smile crept upon their lips. The wicked shall be pierced by the most scorching spear, descending into the deepest abyss of hell, judgment of sin. A pitch-black spear, conjured by Ilya through incantation, was forged from iron shavings drawn from the depths of the earth. Surrounding the spear were blazing flames and tempestuous lightning, with the dark shaft adorned with faint crimson patterns and tiny blades of wind swirling around its tip. A shadowy dragon claw grasped the spear of judgment, its towering form taut like a drawn bowstring, muscles rippling with raw power, and with a mighty throw, it was launched forth. The dark spear, enveloped in fiery heat and raging lightning, soared like a fleeting meteor towards Sakazuki, with the swirling wind blades heralding its approach. With a resounding creak, Sakazuki's rock-solid muscles tensed. One hand glided over the blade of Izumi no Kami Kanasada, while the other gripped it firmly. Flames erupted along the blade's length, transforming Izumi no Kami Kanesada into a sword of fire. Whirl of flames. The tip of the sword met the spearhead in a fierce confrontation, amidst a tempest of lightning and flames, as the tiny wind blades intensified the conflagration. With a vigorous swing, Sakaski shattered the dark spear into countless fragments, scattering them in all directions. The flames billowed from his strike, licking at Ilya's form. Yet he nonchalantly waved his hand to extinguish the fire. "Sakaski, you truly are remarkable," Ilya remarked, impressed. "Indeed, this is a technique I have long contemplated. Then allow me to witness your other techniques. As you wish." The heavens possess 4 spirits. To the east lies the azure dragon, instilling across the land. Accompanied by a low dragon's roar, a jade-like azure dragon materialized in the eastern sky, its sinuous form coiling and fixating its gaze upon Sakaski. To the west lies the white tiger, a harbinger of death. The thunderous roar of the tiger echoed as a pure white tiger with wings stood majestically in the western skies, its aura of carnage transforming into a crimson mist enveloping it. To the south lies the vermilion bird, igniting the heavens with its flames. A resounding chirp heralded the emergence of a vermilion bird, its scarlet wings piercing through the fiery blaze, adorned with golden patterns and entwined in flames. To the north lies the black tortoise, guardian of the waters. The simultaneous calls of the tortoise and serpent resonated as a marshland appeared in the north, where the dark, moonlit black tortoise presided at its center. For spirits of creation, Sakaski prepared to counter this invocation. With Ilya's command, the 4 divine beasts surged towards Sakaski with astonishing speed. "How could I allow you to surpass me, Ilya?" With flames coursing along the blade, it trembled as if inhaling. While the red-haired Sakaski gripped the sword sheath with one hand, sliding the blade within. He sank slightly, and in an instant, an incredibly radiant arc of light erupted. Suffused with an aura of absolute destruction, purification, the collision of the 4 spirits and the blade's radiance converged into a brilliant flash, which erupted instantaneously, sending shockwaves in every direction. "Is this truly the gap between us?" A bewildered Navy officer from an elite training camp gazed in awe at the spectacle. "The power is terrifying," he muttered. Borsellino leisurely donned his glasses, seemingly shielding his eyes from the blinding light. "This ignites my fighting spirit." Costa clenched his fists, his robust frame trembling with burgeoning desire for battle. "This is the target I aspire to pursue," remarked a Navy officer with glasses, his gaze ablaze with fervor. "How fearsome. Just imagine the terrifying strength of Admiral Zifa," Mike mused, effortlessly withstanding the residual shockwaves. "Quite impressive, those 2 rascals," Zifa commented, arms crossed, nodding slightly with a smile that belied his satisfaction. "Truly monstrous, mastering the Navy's 6 forms in merely 3 months." A nearby Navy colonel could not contain his admiration. "Indeed, a talent of monstrous proportions," echoed another colonel, adorned in a justice coat and sporting a long beard. The 2 combatants laughed heartily, their fierce battle intertwined with boisterous camaraderie, painting a vivid tapestry of their friendship. "Are they truly laughing amidst such a fierce struggle?" A puzzled Navy officer from the training camp observed. "This is the valor of men of the sea," Mike remarked, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his face. "This battle surely brings them joy." A Navy major spoke to another major beside him. "Indeed, their experiences are somewhat similar," the other major replied, aware of Ilya and Sakaski's shared childhood tribulations. "What a tragic past they have," the major lamented, his tone steeped in sorrow. "Ilya, receive this." Sakaski ascended like a comet, radiating boundless light that commanded attention. His body coiled like a spring at its utmost tension, muscles taut as he unleashed a strike that absorbed all illumination. Falling sun. Light and shadow vanished beneath the might of this strike, leaving only the blade, imbued with the intent to annihilate, descending from the heavens to obliterate the earth. "Come forth." "Sakaski, this is my latest technique." Ilya retracted his right fist to his abdomen, holding his breath and lowering his center of gravity. A searing inferno, propelled by a howling gale, coalesced around him into a fire tornado potent enough to obliterate all in its path. The deafening roar of thunder echoed ominously as bolts of lightning converged at his fingertips, the inky black dragon claws adorned with intricate dark blue patterns. With a measured exhale, he vanished from sight, his fist meeting the blade of Sakazuki in a fierce standoff. "I possess a punch capable of shattering mountains, rending the earth, severing seas, and piercing the heavens, vanquishing evil." At that moment, the resounding roar of a dragon echoed forth. A powerful shockwave erupted between Ilya and Sakazuki, radiating outward. The naval recruits in the surrounding training camp struggled against the violent currents of air, flames, and lightning unleashed by their clash. "What chaos!" Zephyr exclaimed, shaking his head as he appeared before the trainees. With a single, forceful punch, he obliterated the tempestuous shockwave, akin to a sandstorm, with an even greater surge of strength. Naval officers, majors, lieutenants, and colonels intervened with blades, fists, and kicks, striving to mitigate the impact of the shockwave on the trainees. Author's note, Chapter 10. The first battle of the two. Ilya and Sakazuki ceased their combat, recognizing that their conflict would only escalate further, a situation intolerable at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. "Let this be the end for today, Sakazuki." Elijah transformed from the imposing and fearsome dragon-like form back to his robust stature of 3.5 meters. "Good." Sakazuki nodded in agreement. This was not an uninhabited island where they could unleash their full potential. This confrontation could only reach this point. The battle served as a demonstration of their innate talents, for only those endowed with sufficient prowess could garner attention, thereby facilitating the realization of their ambitions in the future. The reactions of those around them, coupled with the smile at the corner of Zephy's mouth, indicated his recognition of their abilities. This signified that in the time to come, Zephyr would dedicate more of his efforts to imparting combat skills to them. One must not underestimate these techniques. They were the fruits of a vice admiral's encounters with countless formidable foes, helping them to navigate many treacherous paths. Even though Elijah possessed years of combat experience akin to that of Nidhogg, he would still appear somewhat deficient when faced with various extraordinary powers. It is only after enduring sufficient battles that these skills and experiences could be synthesized, allowing him to fully harness Nidhogg's combat prowess. Sakazuki, on the other hand, required these combat techniques and experiences to facilitate his growth, as he did not possess the millennia of battle experience that an ancient monster would have. Although he had ample talent, those who perished at sea without realizing their monstrous potential were not few in number. "Next group, Erskine against Mike," bellowed a naval lieutenant, brandishing a list. Observing the halted Elijah and Sakazuki, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Given the scale of their recent bout, even if Elijah and Sakazuki had not ceased their skirmish, Zephyr would have intervened to impose a halt. After all, this was merely a test of combat, not a life-and-death struggle akin to the Golden Lion's assault on Marineford. Considerations for the surrounding environment were paramount. This was what pleased Zephyr, for they understood the importance of moderation. He recognized that they were demonstrating their talents and value, thereby securing greater support. Zephyr did not disdain such behavior. At the age of 28, he had ascended from the rank of a mere seaman to that of a vice admiral in a mere decade, largely due to his display of talent which garnered focused cultivation from the Navy alongside his own diligence, thus making him the youngest admiral in history. "Elijah, Sakazuki, your talents are commendable. You may now learn the techniques of armament hockey and observation hockey." "Elijah, you should have awakened your observation hockey by now," Zephyr stated with a tone of assurance. Elijah nodded earnestly, admitting, "Indeed, I never anticipated that I could not conceal this from Teacher Zephyr." Sakazuki gazed at Elijah in astonishment. But upon reflecting on Elijah's experiences, he understood. After all, he too had awakened the Conqueror's hockey. It is not uncommon for individuals to independently awaken observation hockey without formal guidance. While rare, significant stimuli can trigger such awakenings, though mastery remains elusive. "Your armament hockey has awakened, hasn't it, Sakazuki?" Zephyr stated affirmatively while scrutinizing Sakazuki. "Yes," Sakazuki nodded, tacitly acknowledging Zephyr's assertion. Elijah was somewhat taken aback. Truly, he was face to face with the most formidable admiral in naval history. Reflecting on Akainu's monstrous physique, his past experiences, and his unwavering resolve, Elijah understood why Akainu was able to awaken the hockey of armament. This was a price Akainu paid with his very life, perhaps. When compared to the blissful family he could have had, he would have chosen not to awaken this power and instead opt for a life of unbroken happiness with his loved ones. Zephyr nodded, acknowledging that during battle, they sometimes unwittingly employed hockey without realizing it, yet Zephyr was aware of their latent abilities. "Since you have awakened hockey, we shall not begin with the simplest of teachings. Your physicality, will, and martial arts have all reached commendable levels. What you lack now is merely the method to cultivate hockey. Hockey is a force hidden within the human body. You grasp the concepts of observation hockey and armament hockey. Therefore, what you require is a systematic approach to channel and master this power. The specific method is..." With a whoosh, a pitch-black armament hockey shimmered with a hard, steel-like luster, enveloping Elijah's robust arm, which appeared even more imposing under its manifestation. Akainu kept his eyes tightly shut, remaining utterly unfazed by the Major's attacks. which failed to touch him in the slightest, regardless of the Major's relentless efforts. Indeed, you have all adeptly mastered the dual-colored hockey. Now, considering your level of hockey, ordinary training pales in comparison to the benefits derived from combat. Prepare for real-world scenarios and brace yourselves, for you will be facing truly ruthless pirates. Zifa nodded, recognizing that Elijah, Akainu, Costa, and Pizarro were the swiftest learners among all the naval training camps. Furthermore, the dual-colored hockey wielded by Elijah and Akainu proved most effective in battle. Costa, on the other hand, utilized armament hockey to its fullest extent, creating a noticeable gap between himself and both Akainu and Elijah. Zifa was slightly astonished by Costa's mastery of armament hockey. Pizarro possessed exceptional observation hockey, but his armament hockey was somewhat lacking. Due to his devil fruit abilities and physical issues, he had clashed with Admiral Zifa on several occasions. Pizarro believed that with his monstrous physique and fruit powers, he could strike when he wished and depart at will, feeling that no one could impede him. Thus, he regarded his devil fruit abilities as the most crucial element of his combat style, prioritizing them over his physical prowess. In contrast, Zifa, having ascended to the rank of admiral through his robust physique and hockey, naturally deemed physical strength as paramount. While he acknowledged the importance of devil fruits, he insisted that one should split their focus evenly between physical strength and fruit abilities, rather than favoring one over the other. It was clear that Zifa understood the significant advantages a powerful devil fruit could bestow, yet he also recognized the severe vulnerabilities it could introduce, such as the existence of sea prism stone and seawater, which were insurmountable factors. Should one be ensnared by high-purity sea prism stone, their abilities would be severely compromised. After all, without their fruit, they would have to rely solely on their physical strength. The ideological clash between the two sides deepened their discord, as each stubbornly adhered to their respective beliefs. Ilya prepared to seize this opportunity to engage in practical combat and communicate thoroughly with Pagliusolino, aiming to subtly shift Pagliusolino's focus towards physical prowess, thus fulfilling the unfulfilled aspirations of their esteemed teacher, Zephyr. After all, Zephyr had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Ilya, and Pagliusolino was equally a valuable ally in Ilya's plans. However, during their time in the Navy training camp, Pagliusolino had consistently eluded Ilya's intentions in this regard. This time, Ilya needed to ascertain the attitude he would adopt when confronting Pagliusolino. Chapter 11. A clash at sea as dawn broke on the second day. The naval personnel managing the training camp had already begun to sweat profusely on the training grounds, with formidable figures like Sakazuki, Ilya, and Costa exerting themselves. What reason did they have to slack off? None of those who had arrived here were willing to concede defeat. Each was a chosen prodigy from their respective islands, convinced of their own superiority. Apart from the four exceptional individuals, the presence of these anomalies left little hope for victory among the others. With ample time before their departure, they seized the moment to engage in foundational training. The sweat shed and efforts exerted would not betray them. With time, their hard work would surely yield significant rewards. The blazing sun cast its intense rays upon the earth, and at the Marineford harbor, a bustling scene unfolded as naval warships entered and exited. A massive standard naval vessel lingered at the Marineford port, where Admiral Zephyr, clad in his justice coat, awaited early on. Admiral Zephyr refrained from deploying his flagship, for apart from a handful of reckless pirates, most would instinctively flee at the sight of an admiral's ship. Zephyr would personally oversee their practical training, safeguarding them against pirate attacks they could not withstand. Ilya, Sakaski, Porcelino, and Costa ascended aboard the grand naval vessel, each harboring a desire for their own warship. Costa gazed at the imposing battleship with longing in his eyes. If you strive diligently, Costa, you shall possess your own warship upon attaining the rank of Brigadier General. Zephyr encouraged with a hearty laugh. Rest assured, Master Zephyr, it won't be long before that day arrives, Costa replied confidently. Ha ha ha, such ambition. I shall eagerly await that day, Zephyr chuckled in response. Since the tragic demise of Zephyr's family at the hands of pirates, he devoted his entire being to the elite training camp, nurturing each Navy recruit as if they were his own children. Naturally, he offered Costa unwavering support and encouragement in his aspirations, akin to that of a father. Observing the vibrant and spirited sailors standing before him, Zephyr felt a profound sense of pride and solace. You all must comprehend the formidable adversaries we are about to confront. Ruthless pirates who dare to assault naval vessels, and those heinous marauders who pillage towns. They are cunning and treacherous. Do not let them deceive you. Exercise utmost caution regarding those with devil fruit abilities. Only attempt to capture them when you are certain of success. Prioritize your own safety above all else if you're uncertain. Zephyr imparted wisdom without imposing his own beliefs upon this new generation of sailors. He recognized that each Navy member, shaped by their unique experiences and ideologies, would approach the pirates differently. Zephyr earnestly cautioned the recruits, anxious for their well-being amidst the perilous world of piracy. "Fear not, Master Zephyr, for I am quite formidable," a youthful and naive sailor declared. "You need not worry, Master Zephyr. I shall remain vigilant," a refined Navy officer with gold-rimmed glasses assured. "There aren't that many powerful pirates on the Grand Line," Costa boisterously asserted. "Pirates are truly terrifying," poor Celino remarked languidly, his expression devoid of any fear. "All pirates must be eradicated," Sakaski uttered with a somber tone, an aura of menace surrounding him that deterred any from approaching. "Watch closely, Master Zephyr. I will ensure their safety," he added. Ilya smiled gently, yet the glint in his eyes hinted at something ominous. Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky, whimsically altering their shapes. A seagull, unable to withstand the sweltering heat, swooped down to relish the coolness of the sea's surface. Laughter and merriment erupted from a pitch-black pirate ship, where a band of pirates celebrated their bounty with a raucous feast, each one drunkenly linking arms and singing the tune of Bink's sake. Meanwhile, the captain of the ship was absent from the revelry, ensconced in his quarters, caressing an exquisite wooden box, his expression shifting as he pondered deeply. Before he could reach a conclusion, distant cannon fire resonated, causing the captain's quarters to tremble. His countenance shifted dramatically as he stashed the delicate wooden box into a hidden compartment in the floor, then seized a flintlock pistol and a cutlass, rushing towards the door. A throng of pirates gazed at the distant naval warship, their panic palpable. The appearance of the captain was akin to a beacon of hope. "What shall we do, Captain?" A frantic pirate grasped the captain's arm, his voice quavering. "We must flee. We stand no chance." Before the captain could issue a command, another scrawny pirate with a sharp face attempted to bolt. "Captain, whatever you decide, I shall follow," declared a burly pirate wielding a hefty blade, his tone menacing. In an instant, a cacophony of voices clamored, threatening to overwhelm the captain's thoughts. Irritation flickered across the captain's fierce visage as he cast a ruthless gaze over each pirate. Though he uttered no words, the crew fell silent, sensing his formidable presence. Satisfied, the captain nodded slightly. "Everyone to your posts. Those who navigate, take the helm. Those who prepare ammunition, do so. We shall retaliate against their warship, then make our escape." The captain had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with the Navy, aware that a severe blow to his forces would attract countless rival pirates. In the perilous world of piracy, survival was uncertain. One could hardly rely on a band of avaricious and ruthless scoundrels for salvation unless one possessed overwhelming power to compel their allegiance. On the distant warship, several imposing figures stood at the bow, scrutinizing the retreating pirate vessel. Noticing the pirates' intent to flee, a tall, lanky figure spoke languidly, "Let us pursue them, lest they escape." With that, another figure sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to the pirate ship as if walking on air. "Still so eager, Costa," remarked the tall figure. Observing the fervor of his companion, Elijah shook his head and addressed Costa beside him. "Let us proceed. I can hardly contain my eagerness." The golden-haired Costa grinned wickedly, stretching his limbs. In an instant, the two vanished like lightning, following the path of Sakazuki ahead. At this moment, Sakazuki was nearing the pirate ship. The pirates aboard the vessel, upon seeing Sakazuki approach, hurriedly opened fire. One even aimed a dark cannon directly at him. In the next heartbeat, a round cannonball was launched towards Sakazuki. Boom! The smoke and flames enveloped Sakazuki. Chapter 12. The Devil Fruit Dog. He must be dead by now. How would I know? He should be dead. He took so many shots. I have no idea. That naval officer charged at us like a monster from the distant warship. A warship. Someone is coming. Several pirates began to murmur, and one of them glanced at the warship, shouting to draw the attention of his comrades. The sight aboard the naval vessel nearly made their eyes bulge in astonishment. A few Navy soldiers surged forward like cannonballs, and in an instant, the tiny figures in the eyes of the pirates magnified into ominous shadows approaching the pirate ship. "Fire! Launch the cannon!" The pirate captain was not taken aback by the rapidly approaching figures. Instead, he was the first to aim his flintlock at one of the shadows and fired. The remaining pirates, wide-eyed, quickly regained their composure, their faces twisting into bloodthirsty grins. The flintlocks in their hands flickered with flames. Bang! Boom! Bullets and cannonballs surged towards the shadows. Truly, these were fearless pirates. Ilya gazed ahead at the bullets and cannonballs, infused with a surging energy, and sighed. His fiery golden eyes, as radiant as molten lava, fixed intently on the projectiles. The spirit of words, sword mastery, a power among the dragon clan that manipulates metal, was once revered in ancient times as the hallmark of sword immortals. This ability, capable of slaying enemies from afar, birthed the legendary tales of sword immortals severing foes' heads from 1,000 miles away. In an instant, the bullets and cannonballs came to a standstill before Ilya, trembling momentarily before hurtling back at an even greater velocity. The resounding echoes of impact followed. Boom, sputter, crackle. A few unfortunate pirates were struck down, collapsing into pools of blood, while a cannonball detonated beside the pirate captain, the tremendous shockwave crashing into him like a hammer. Sensing the imminent peril, the pirate captain attempted to evade but still lost an arm in the explosion. Truly, pirates are a scourge. Amidst the smoke, Sakazuki's expression was cold, his deep voice resonating ominously. With a thud, he landed on the pirate ship, his blade, Izumi Kanesada, blooming like a flower of death, beautiful yet perilous. The first few pirates to approach him were mercilessly cleaved into pieces. Blood dripped steadily from the blade, pooling onto the deck. With a thud, Sakazuki vanished from sight, only to reappear before the pirate captain, striking downwards. The pirate captain, quick-witted, sensed danger in that fleeting moment and rolled toward his comrades, grasping one to shield himself. Just as he seized the pirate, Sakazuki materialized before him, his chilling blade slicing through the pirate's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. To Sakazuki's surprise, despite the immense disparity in their strengths, the pirate captain had evaded his attacks twice. Now drenched in sweat and panting heavily, the captain, understanding the futility of further evasion, spoke rapidly. "I possess a devil fruit. Spare me, and I shall reveal its location." His heart raced, teetering on the brink of collapse, feeling as if the blade was already at his throat. Yet, through his unique sense of danger, he had narrowly escaped Sakazuki's lethal strikes. Although he had evaded twice, the exertion had drained him, and he recognized he could not avoid a third. The pirate captain hurriedly disclosed his possession of the devil fruit. Realizing that confronting this man with demands would be tantamount to courting death, he chose instead to implore Sakazuki for mercy, hoping to negotiate his way to imprisonment rather than death. After all, he cherished his life, and while imprisonment might lead to demise, the possibility of escape lingered. Death here was absolute. The blade hovered near the pirate captain's neck, its icy edge forcing him to swallow hard. "What devil fruit?" Sakazuki inquired, his gaze piercing, as if silently threatening that silence would lead to his demise. The captain gulped nervously, sensing Sakazuki's impatience, and quickly elaborated. "It is a crimson fruit, adorned with lava-like patterns." "Lava fruit? How fortunate you are," Sakazuki remarked, as Ilya approached him, his imposing stature instilling great dread in the pirate captain. A glance around revealed that no pirate remained standing. They all lay in bloody heaps, leaving only a few Navy personnel busily collecting items aboard the ship. The captain, frightened, swallowed again, realizing these Navy men were unlike any he'd previously encountered. Typically, the Navy he knew lacked such terrifying presence. His instincts barely allowed him to dodge twice. "Not too shabby," Sakazuki said, a flicker of a smile breaking through his otherwise grim demeanor. He had not anticipated acquiring such a formidable devil fruit. Though many tales of individuals claiming devil fruits circulated across the seas, they were far too scarce compared to the vastness of the ocean. Sakazuki had long intended to exchange military resources for a powerful devil fruit, but today fortune favored him, granting him one of the strongest, the natural lava devil fruit. Ilya observed the pirate captain, whose anxious gaze was fixed upon the two of them, awaiting Sakazuki's decision. The captain should have been more self-aware. Revealing the location of the devil fruit would only lead him to imprisonment. Initially taken aback, the pirate captain seemed momentarily stunned, his eyes transfixed on Sakazuki, who, after retracting his attention from Izumi, finally disclosed the whereabouts of the devil fruit. Although Sakazuki harbored intentions to eradicate all pirates, it did not imply that he lacked the capacity for flexibility. If Sakazuki were truly a rigid and unyielding brute, he would not have secured the position of admiral, contending against the likes of Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru. Such a devil fruit is a rare opportunity, and when encountered, one must not let it slip away. All that was required was to send the pirate captain to prison, an outcome that Sakazuki could readily accept. Chapter 13, Magma Fruit in the Captain's Quarters. Sakazuki opened a hidden panel, revealing a compartment concealed beneath it, where a beautifully crafted, antique wooden box lay in serene stillness. Taking a deep breath, Sakaski picked up the exquisite box and opened it, revealing a single, vividly crimson fruit, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing magma, resting motionless within. Indeed, it was the magma fruit. A genuine smile blossomed on Sakaski's face as he beheld the fruit, and without hesitation, he swallowed this devil fruit whole. In an instant, the resolute Sakaski's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily consumed every morsel of the devil fruit, and after accepting the water offered by Ilya, he gulped it down, feeling revitalized. Let us return to the ship and test our newfound abilities. Ilya gazed at Sakazuki, who appeared as if reborn. Indeed, Sakazuki nodded, striding alongside Ilya toward the warship. Observing the last few sailors tidying up the pirate ship's belongings, Sakazuki stood at the bow, clenching his fists. Fiery smoke, accompanied by scalding magma, erupted from his hands. Soon, his right hand transformed into molten rock, its glow pulsating ominously, as if harboring the cataclysmic power to obliterate the world. Great fire. With a powerful swing, a magma-infused fist shot forth, expanding from the size of a fist to that of a small mountain mid-air, instantly penetrating the pirate ship and leaving a gaping crater in the ocean. The ship disintegrated amidst flames, sinking into the dark, silent depths of the sea. The crater on the surface released billowing steam, while the rushing seawater filled the void, producing an even louder roar. The ocean was enveloped in a thick mist, obscuring all vision. Witnessing this spectacle, Sakazuki smiled, his usual ironclad military demeanor giving way to unrestrained joy. He recognized this as his most formidable tool for eradicating pirates in the future. The sheer might was astonishing. Just a single punch wielded such strength. Was this the power bestowed by the devil fruit he had acquired? It truly had become increasingly terrifying. The magma fruit indeed possessed remarkable abilities. What a fortunate young man he was. On board the naval vessel, the sailors gaped in astonishment at Sakazuki's display. Most of the elite training camp sailors were exceptional recruits from the Four Seas and the Grand Line, rarely witnessing such power in action. Moreover, Sakazuki had not possessed a devil fruit prior to this encounter. He must have obtained it aboard the pirate ship, unleashing immense power immediately after acquiring it, an unfathomable feat for the elite sailors to comprehend. The older generation of naval officers, however, remained unfazed. They understood that a powerful individual could easily develop formidable techniques upon obtaining a devil fruit, or even mimic the abilities of previous users. They had witnessed far more terrifying battles alongside Admiral Zephyr in the New World. Enormous islands plummeted from the sky like candy, as if divinely orchestrated, while colossal slashes cleaved the sea in two, leaving lasting scars. The resonating force stirred the ocean's wrath, purging all malevolence. Cannonballs, as large as mountains, surged forth, unleashing cataclysmic shockwaves. To the older officers, the scene before them was trivial. They merely lamented Sakazuki's fortune. His display had already revealed the nature of the devil fruit he wielded, a symbol of unparalleled offensive power. The ease with which Sakazuki had acquired it felt surreal. Yet they accepted it as a testament to the allure of the sea. Admiral Zephyr nodded approvingly at Sakazuki. Among the few he was most pleased with in the elite training camp was Sakazuki, whose every action epitomized the essence of a soldier. This acquisition of the devil fruit was akin to receiving wings. In a matter of years, Sakazuki would possess the strength to be a candidate for promotion to admiral. As Zephyr observed the astonished elite sailors, he contemplated, I must not let you underestimate him. It's time to showcase his abilities. With a powerful leap, his robust physique propelled him into the air, muscles rippling like granite, and he struck the sky with a mighty fist. A thunderous boom resonated, dispersing the surrounding mist with the shockwave, causing the ocean's surface to undulate violently, rocking the warship as if it might splinter apart. With a resounding thud, Zephyr's formidable form landed on the deck, stabilizing the vessel amidst the surging waves. Such power, truly a testament to Admiral Zephyr. The elite sailors marveled at the overwhelming strength of his punch, which far surpassed Sakazuki's own. No matter how many times they witnessed it, the spectacle remained astonishing. Now, let us seek the next pirate crew. Do not envy Sakazuki. Perhaps you will encounter what you desire shortly. Zephyr addressed the elite sailors. Ha ha, I hope for more pirates. Costa exclaimed, tousling his brilliant golden hair with a hearty laugh. This is so exhausting. Pagliasolino lazily leaned against the mast, speaking in a slow drawl. Devil Fruit's Carmen gazed at Sakazuki enviously, sighing. Sakazuki's impressive debut in this combat scenario would invigorate the elite training camp sailors, who eagerly sought out pirates, yearning to acquire their own treasures. After all, dreams must be pursued. However, despite the elimination of numerous pirates, many did not obtain what they sought, which was merely a reflection of reality. Most pirates consumed or sold the devil fruits they acquired, leaving few behind. The magma fruit had been sought after by the pirate captain, who understood that he could not remain a pirate forever. Having just obtained it, he intended to sell it on the next island, disbanding his crew to live a life of luxury on an uncharted isle, escaping the perils of the sea. Alas, the fruit ultimately fell into Sakazuki's hands, yet the pirate captain retained his life. As a naval officer, Sakazuki held true to his principles and spared the pirate captain. For to him, the captain was inconsequential. However, allowing the pirate to go free was out of the question. Sakazuki's principles and boundaries were firmly established. Chapter 14. The Treasure-Cursed Fate. Once again, no devil fruit acquired. A muscular sailor bemoaned, frustration evident in his voice. Give it up. Devil fruits are not easily obtained. A friend of the disgruntled sailor offered consolation. Since Sakazuki had secured the devil fruit in their last encounter, the elite training camp sailors had eagerly anticipated each subsequent mission, hoping to discover devil fruits, famed swords, and other precious items aboard pirate ships. Regrettably, the following expeditions yielded no such treasures, which was a normal occurrence. It was exceedingly rare for someone to acquire a devil fruit on their first combat mission, as Sakazuki had. Speaking of which, the graduation test is approaching. Are you prepared? A refined sailor, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, inquired of his companion. Preparation matters little. The sea is unpredictable. No one knows what awaits them at the next turn. The elegant sailor with a black ponytail shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, the twin sailors chimed in unison. Of all of us, Ilya, Sakazuki, Costa, and Pagliusolino are likely the least concerned. They remarked. Carmen crossed her arms, revealing the contours of her muscles, her expression a blend of reluctance and envy. Those four, their strength likely surpasses that of a colonel. Remarked the slender Navy officer adorned with a naval cap. Indeed, I witnessed Ilya effortlessly defeat a colonel last time, chimed in the refined Navy officer with gold-rimmed glasses. Astonishment evident in his tone. Ah, the colonel. The elegant Navy officer, with his long black hair tied into a ponytail, spoke with a mixture of sentiment, admiration, regret, envy, and reluctance. The remaining Navy officers sighed collectively. Do not underestimate a mere naval colonel. He is a colonel of the naval headquarters. A colonel from the naval headquarters stands 3 ranks above a colonel from the 4 seas. Should a naval headquarters colonel choose to venture to the 4 seas, he could ascend to the rank of rear admiral in an instant. In the 4 seas, a headquarters colonel can reign supreme over hundreds of surrounding islands, enjoying a stable and prosperous life as a local sovereign, provided he does not provoke any formidable adversaries. After all, colonels are the steadfast backbone of the Navy, tasked with guarding the vast maritime expanses, and their ranks are notably sparse. Many may never reach the esteemed rank of naval headquarters colonel, while others are born with destinies that already eclipse such heights. After a prolonged silence, Carmen reluctantly spoke. Perhaps their future lies in becoming naval headquarters admirals. The twin Navy officers, now devoid of their previous joy, murmured glumly, who knows? Yet, given the prowess demonstrated by Ilya, Sakazuki, Costa, and Borisolino over the past year, we cannot help but believe in such possibilities. They could very well be the future of the 4 admirals. Indeed, this shall be the era of our Navy, exclaimed the slender Navy officer, his tone filled with awe. Yes, we are fortunate to witness this unprecedented era of naval greatness, added Mike, his voice a blend of excitement and melancholy. Mike yearned to be among those who could stir the tides of the ocean. Yet he understood that his strength and potential fell short of such ambitions. The twins, one on each side, patted Mike reassuringly. Just take heart. Your potential and strength surpass ours. When compared to those monsters, worrying is unnecessary. The elegant Navy officer with his long black hair tied into a ponytail, his eyes flashing with intrigue, cautiously glanced around and inquired, Have you heard the recent rumors circulating across the seas? The refined Navy officer with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly recalled something and spoke eagerly. What rumors do you refer to? The ponytailed Navy officer nodded, taking a deep breath. The refined officer replied, What are you all discussing? The twin Navy officers tilted their heads, scratching their heads in confusion. It is a mysterious treasure that has recently been whispered about across the seas. For some, its allure surpasses all worldly temptations. Ilya approached to elucidate. Indeed, this treasure is being sold by an immortal being. A notorious pirate attempted to seize the treasure, resulting in the demise of its seller. However, after searching the seller's entire being, the treasure remained unfound. Subsequently, the entity that had been slain by the pirate resurrected and obliterated the pirate along with his crew. The elegant Navy officer, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, continued in Ilya's stead. What exactly is this treasure? What effects does it possess? Who is that individual? Mike inquired impatiently. The treasure's effect is the restoration of youth, along with the acquisition of enhanced talents, allowing for a transformation akin to a rebirth. Additionally, one gains a unique ability, replied the cultured Navy officer, his long black hair styled into a ponytail. That immortal entity is Herzog. A voice of astonishment echoed from the apex of the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Mariehua. Herzog, are you certain? Zero? The curly-haired elder, bearing a prominent scar on his left cheek, leaned forward slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief at this revelation. The towering figure in a white suit, known as Zero, knelt before the elder and nodded, his deep voice resonating from behind his mask. Yes, this information has been verified. It is indeed possible to achieve rejuvenation and gain deeper potential than before, alongside an ability that remains unaffected by seawater and sea prism stone. The elder with flowing white hair and a long beard spoke next. Is it true that Herzog cannot be killed? Zero nodded, his grave voice affirming. Our operatives have witnessed Herzog being killed at least 6 times. Both the Devil Fruit and Observation Hockey confirm that it is the same individual. The elder, holding the original sword Kitetsu, gazed sharply. Do we know his terms for trade? The attention of the other elders sharpened on Zero, awaiting his response. This treasure, capable of restoring youth and bestowing an ability immune to sea prism stone, is of greater utility to the world government than to any other faction. Among all factions, the world government possesses the most top-tier powerhouses. However, as the new generation reaches their zenith, the older generation descends into decline. This imbalance results in the world government lacking overwhelming strength. Should we secure or negotiate a deal, the world government will possess even greater might, allowing for a firmer grasp on the world. Chapter 15. Herzog. We have previously attempted contact with Herzog. He exhibits a degree of goodwill towards the government. His conditions are simple. Herzog requires 3 mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, in exchange for which he promises to restore the youth of 3 individuals, Zero articulated, remaining composed as he knelt amidst the power dynamics. 3 individuals? The golden-haired elder in a black suit remarked, his tone laden with significance. Continue the search for Herzog. Negotiate with him to see if we can exchange for ancient Zoan-type or Paramecia-type devil fruits. Or perhaps we could offer 3 mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, but increase the number of individuals. The elder with a birthmark and a mustache spoke decisively. Understood, Zero replied, bowing to the elders before vanishing from their presence. A prolonged silence enveloped the room. The elder clutching the original Kitetsu finally broke the quiet. Should we await the effects of the treasure, or should we disseminate this information to the already aged legendary pirates, allowing them to scout the waters? The elder with a long beard stroked his facial hair contemplatively. Let the pirates scout, but we must maintain a careful balance, the scarred curly-haired elder interjected, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. According to Herzog, after rejuvenation, the treasure must be utilized once every 20 years. Otherwise, one cannot retain their youth. Conversely, continuous use allows one to remain youthful, with the treasure usable up to 3 times, potentially extending peak condition for up to 60 years. This particular information must be kept discreet from Herzog. The golden-haired elder in black lamented, it is regrettable that this treasure does not significantly enhance top-tier combatants. If only it could further amplify their potential. The elder with a birthmark and mustache replied, be grateful. Restoring youth for 2 decades is already substantial. Perhaps it can aid those who are on the cusp of becoming top-tier combatants. I truly desire that treasure, Deku expressed with palpable longing. Elijah gently patted Emperor Ku's shoulder, offering him solace. Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I shall keep an eye out for you. Let it be, Elijah. It all depends on whether fortune smiles upon me. After all, the ocean is vast, and who knows, I might just find what I seek. Emperor Ku sighed, declining Elijah's kind gesture. Elijah spoke simply, yet this treasure surpassed even the value of the devil fruits, its rarity beyond measure. Even if Elijah were to obtain such a treasure, the Emperor Deku would not consider himself capable of repaying him. Noticing the atmosphere grew somewhat somber, the twin Navy officers in unison inquired, what does Herzog look like? The diminutive Navy officer, adorned with a naval cap, spoke in a hushed tone. Initially, no one knew how Herzog had appeared. He seemingly emerged from the depths of the sea one day without warning. At his first appearance, Herzog wore a no-theater mask that seemed to be affixed to his face, depicting a noble smile, its base a ghastly white, lips as red as blood, and eyes outlined in black, exuding an aura of eerie dread. Clad in a dark suit and wielding a paper umbrella, he presented himself on a pirate ship in the New World as if he were an actor gracing the stage of a no performance. Herzog smiled, causing the mask to contort into an increasingly sinister grin as he addressed the pirate captain. Do you desire a treasure that can wrest time from the grasp of death, granting you youth, strength, and potential? The one-eyed, ferocious pirate captain brandished a long knife at Herzog, scoffing at the absurdity of his sudden appearance and nonsensical words. Who would be foolish enough to sell such a treasure? Be wise in your next life. In an instant, Herzog vanished before the menacing pirate captain, reappearing atop the mast as the sky darkened ominously, a fine rain beginning to fall, heightening the surreal atmosphere. Herzog gazed down at the pirate captain, his golden eyes fixated upon him, the smile fading as he emanated an aura of superiority, even the once terrifying gnome mask now appearing regal. What a pity. You have made a grievous error. In that moment, Herzog obliterated all the pirates, marking his inaugural appearance. Thereafter, Herzog always manifested wearing that noble mask, dressed in a black suit, and carrying a paper umbrella, akin to an actor performing no theater. Above the hive island in the New World, dark clouds loomed heavily as the sky appeared poised to touch the earth, as if a supreme deity were about to reforge the heavens. Thunder reverberated like divine spears, dazzling and resplendent. With each flash, rain cascaded down, initially in large droplets, followed by a torrential downpour that washed over the land. Amidst the tempest, Hive Island thrummed with life, the cacophony of shouts and roars reflecting its chaotic essence. In the midst of the downpour, a figure appeared in the distance, leisurely approaching under a paper umbrella. A flash of lightning illuminated a pair of golden eyes, reptilian slits that gleamed ominously. A drunken pirate, his face flushed and eyes glazed, fixated on the figure with the umbrella, momentarily perplexed before abruptly regaining clarity, scrambling toward the tavern in a panic, his cries echoing, "Captain! First mate! The treasure merchant Herzog has arrived." The entire Hive Island fell silent at this proclamation. In the next instant, hordes of pirates burst forth from their dwellings, brandishing various weapons. Their gazes fixed intently upon Herzog. Desire and greed intermingled in their eyes. They yearned for Herzog's treasure, yet understood the peril of crossing him. The last crew to provoke Herzog had been delivered to the belly of the sea's great beasts. An elderly pirate, his hair as white as snow, locked eyes with Herzog, nodding in recognition before speaking. "Treasure merchant, have you come to sell your wares?" Herzog offered a slight smile to the aged pirate, his pallid visage and blood-red lips rendering his grin all the more unsettling. "Indeed, as a reward for your commendable courage, you shall receive my treasure." With that, Herzog extended a hand, revealing a crystal-clear vial. All eyes converged upon Herzog's outstretched hand, the pirates gazing at it as if it were the most exquisite gem in existence. A few pirates attempted to seize it, only to collapse silently, their necks slumping, a peculiar smile forming on their lips. Chapter 17. Rebirth. The surrounding pirates paled, recoiling from the lifeless bodies of their comrades. Death held no terror for pirates. As men of the sea, they had long accepted their mortality. What was truly frightening was this silent form of death. The unknown was the most sinister, for it concealed the greatest mysteries. The pirates' greed and desire were abruptly doused in cold water. The elderly pirate, trembling with excitement, reached out with his gnarled, chicken-like hand to accept the crystal vial from Herzog. In an astonishing display of vitality, he uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in a single gulp. At that moment, the other pirates felt as though their hearts were bleeding. This treasure, which Herzog sometimes bestowed freely upon others, was often sold at an unbearable price. The old pirate's body flushed a deep crimson, sweat beading upon his skin, only to evaporate in the heat, enveloping him in a steamy mist. All pirates, nobles, gangsters, Navy members, and spies watched in rapt attention. Legends of Herzog's enigmatic treasures circulated across the seas, yet few had witnessed their authenticity, leaving the veracity of such tales in doubt. Now, they could bear witness to the extraordinary spectacle of a man rejuvenating from frailty to youth. Their eyes glued to the transformation, reluctant to look away. As the mist engulfed the aged body, a pained cry erupted, contorting into shapes impossible for a human to achieve. A grotesque dance reminiscent of a sacrificial offering to the devil, imbued with an eerie beauty. Moments later, the elderly pirate collapsed, utterly motionless, his breath and heartbeat extinguished. Could it be a deception? A pirate murmured, "Is this treasure a ruse?" A spy pondered, brow furrowed in contemplation. Has he failed? A noble refused to accept the grim reality. As nobles wielded power and influence, they believed they could acquire anything in the world. Yet, this ethereal essence eluded them. An unbearable truth. They yearned to vent their frustration, yet gazed upon Herzog's cold, lifeless golden eyes in silence. Herzog recited with fervor, as if performing, his arms embracing the heavens. Behold, for this is a breathtaking moment, akin to a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, a leap of life, a miracle of nature. It seemed as though Herzog's voice resonated, and the formerly cold corpse began to thump rhythmically at its chest. Thump, 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 the fierce heartbeat echoed like a war drum, instilling a sense of dread. A sigh escaped from the lifeless body, and a vibrant hand emerged from the dull hair, followed by another hand from the faded white locks. With a powerful tug, a robust and youthful figure emerged from the frail shell. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers erupted in cheers, as the lightning flashing across the sky bore witness to this miraculous event. Beneath the pitch-black sky, cold raindrops fell upon the aging body as a young form broke free, and the previously silent crowd began to celebrate. Their cheers appeared to express gratitude for the pirate's rebirth, as well as awe at the incredulous reality that youth could be reclaimed. The pirate, once ravaged by time, now stood in the rain, reveling in the newfound strength and elasticity of his body, laughing heartily. While all eyes were fixed upon this rejuvenated pirate, Herzog silently vanished from the scene, bowing to them as he disappeared into the downpour. "Seize him!" cried a pirate, rushing towards the newly revitalized figure, eager to claim treasure through him. "We cannot allow him to be captured." Sinister elements within the underworld sought to disrupt the situation. "Inform Admiral Sengoku. We will hold them here." Navy spies began to launch attacks, stalling for time until the Admiral's arrival. At the command of the nobles, their skilled warriors surged forth towards this fortunate, yet unfortunate pirate. This pirate was fortunate to have attracted Herzog's favor and regained his youth, but unfortunately, Herzog did not shield him, leaving him exposed to the predatory eyes of hyenas. Yet, until the final moment, no one could ascertain whether this pirate was indeed fortunate or unfortunate. "Create chaos as best as you can. I shall arrive shortly." A massive warship bore the imposing figure of Admiral Sengoku, draped in a cloak of justice, his broad frame complemented by a braided beard and frog-like spectacles. "Dad, let us go seize that pirate and uncover the secrets he possesses," urged a young man with a pineapple hairstyle, gazing up at the tall, muscular figure with thick golden hair and a crescent moon mustache. "Gulalala, Marco, if you wish to go, then let us set sail," the towering man waved, directing the enormous pirate ship, akin to a whale, towards another destination. "Captain, our target pirate is currently on the island, but we cannot ascertain the arrival of other factions. So we need you to expedite your arrival," a man clad in a black suit reported to the shadowy figure before him. The figure, shrouded in shadow, responded with a light-hearted tone, "Then let us proceed. I shall reunite with many long-lost companions. Your Majesty, we have received word that Herzog's treasure is indeed real. But he has vanished, leaving behind that fortunate pirate on the island." A knight in armor planted his great sword beside him, bowing to relay the news to the king. The king, deep in thought, instructed the knight before him, "Achilles, you shall represent us in this matter." At this moment, on the island of Hishu, gunfire erupted, flames illuminating the cold blades, as blood and corpses silently bore witness to the battle. The pirate, reborn amidst the chaos, ceased his laughter, disdainfully curling his lip at the surrounding turmoil. Clenching his right hand, the earth beneath the rejuvenated pirate cracked open, and searing flames erupted from the fissure, drawing the attention of all present. "How terrifying," one pirate exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his brow at the hellish scene before him. "Is this the power of the treasure?" The nobles, their eyes ablaze with fervor, were undeterred by the unfolding chaos. Rather, they were even more eager to capture the pirate. "If we cannot obtain the treasure, we shall take him as a slave. Surely, the celestial dragons would delight in that." The slaver's eyes glimmered with avarice, drool escaping his lips in a grotesque display. Chapter 18. Norton. The flames danced around the man reborn, submissive like loyal subjects before a king, the fiery tongues bowing in homage. The carnage on Hishu Island no longer captivated the crowd. Instead, the man enveloped by flames became the focal point. "Candle dragon," he murmured softly. The flames on the island dissipated, all converging upon the man surrounded by fire. The cold raindrops fell from the pitch-black sky, yet they could not extinguish the blazing inferno. The rising mist lent a melancholic beauty to the island forged from blood and corpses. The man enveloped in flames was obscured by the roaring fire, his silhouette revealed amidst the inferno, the flames dancing lightly atop him, then expanding outward like waves. Boom, crack, bang. The flames, driven by an unstoppable force, obliterated everything in their path, akin to an enraged monarch demanding obedience. Mountains crumbled into rubble. Houses collapsed into piles of debris. Trees splintered into splinters. And those who stood in the way were reduced to mere puddles of blood. The fierce combatants on the battlefield halted in unison, then, with all their might, fled towards the outskirts of Hshu Island. Those unable to escape, the pirates, spies, and underworld figures, confessed their sins in the roaring flames, turning to black ash, vanishing in the realm where water and fire intertwined. The Candle Dragon's expansion outpaced the fleeing warriors, swiftly catching up to them. One cornered warrior, witnessing this, wore a grim expression and shouted, "Glass, reflective shield." As purple light surged forth, countless shards of glass coiled like serpents above him, reflecting dazzling brilliance in the fire's glow. While the dark, armored Haki fortified the glass with a solid defense, the flames surged forth, the scorching tongues licking at the purple glass defense, yet failing to breach its protective barrier. Observing the glass shield intact, the user of the glass fruit sighed in relief, utterly drained, collapsing like a limp rag doll onto the ground. But then came the ominous sound of cracking. The glass fruit user's eyes widened as he whipped around to face the source of the noise, disbelief flooding his gaze as he shook his head repeatedly, as if wishing to dispel the scene before him. No, this cannot be real. No, it's impossible. The searing flames, imbued with unparalleled might, shattered his painstakingly crafted glass shield. In the final moments of life, the wielder of the glass fruit felt as if the flames before him were mocking him, deriding his overestimation of his own capabilities, as if to say it was all just a jest. With the technique one sword style, all things severed. The pirate gripped the hilt of his long sword tightly, armed with the color of armament Haki that coiled around the blade. The obsidian blade appeared even more formidable against the backdrop of the flames. He stepped forward with his right foot, retreating his left foot a considerable distance, tilting his body to the left, and then exerted a tremendous force with both feet. With a resounding boom, dust scattered as the earth beneath him sank, propelling the pirate forward like a shooting star, generating a fierce shockwave as he charged towards the flames. In that fleeting moment, the overwhelming aura of the flames was momentarily obstructed, dimming the once bright and violent fire, only to blaze forth once more, clashing fiercely against the raging edge of his blade. The space behind him seemed to be severed by his very presence. Before him, the flames were evenly matched against his sword. The pirate, having narrowly escaped death, smiled as he perceived that with just a little more effort, he could cleave the flames and secure his escape. With his hands taut, he channeled all his strength forward, the blade descending to sever the life-threatening inferno and carve out a path to survival. Yet, the next wave of flames surged forth with even greater ferocity, melting the long sword cloaked in armament Haki in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his powerful form was consumed by the searing fire, the flames entwining and devouring his terrified visage, leaving only a wisp of ash as testament to the existence of this swordsman. This is truly fatal. I should not have come here. How infuriating. With a thud, the Mafia transformed into a kangaroo man, each leap fracturing the earth beneath him, dust swirling around as he burst forth from the haze at lightning speed. Boom. Crackle. The sounds of flames obliterating everything behind him sent shivers down the Mafia's spine, and the once exhausted legs surged with renewed strength, accelerating further. My slave. The moment the slave owner uttered "Jew Long in Norton," he began to flee. Fortuitously, he escaped using his acceleration fruit, but the trauma of survival left him weeping inconsolably. The flames spared his life, yet the slave's loss to the inferno caused his heart to bleed. Kneeling on the ground, the slave owner gazed at the charred island and the flames licking at the remnants of walls, extending a hand as if to grasp the slaves he had lost. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. That accursed pirate. I will make you a slave and sell you to the celestial dragons to compensate for my losses, he bellowed internally, his countenance twisted with rage, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. At that moment, the noble could no longer maintain his graceful demeanor. His hat had been lost in the chaos of escape, and he was panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Yet, rather than fear the terrifying scene before him, his desire for treasure only intensified. Is this the power of the treasure? Truly magnificent and mysterious. Bring me the Den Mushi. I must have my family dispatch the most elite forces to capture him. If Herzog cannot be found, then we shall extract the noble powers that do not belong to this filthy pirate using the devil fruit. A lavishly adorned din-din mushi was handed to the noble by his bodyguard. In the heart of Honeycomb Island, darkness reigned. The earth cracked and blistered by the searing flames, while the sands in the center transformed into transparent glass under the intense heat. Surrounding structures lay in ruins. The only sounds remaining were the crackling of the flames within. Bronze was forged into dark blue armor adorned with mysterious patterns, enveloping the reborn pirate. As flames danced around him, accentuating his formidable presence, the pirate soared into the sky, showing no mercy to the remaining survivors, regarding them as mere insects. To him, stepping on them was merely a stroke of luck for those who survived. He would not grant them another chance simply because of their fortunate escape. I am Norton, a being akin to insects. Rejoice, for this is the chance I bestow upon you to survive. Go forth upon the sea, and spread my name. I shall make the ocean tremble at my arrival. Chapter 19. The sea in shock. The following day, the sea trembled as countless individuals gazed incredulously at the newspaper headlines, rubbing their eyes to ensure they were not dreaming. Is this a joke? Gasped a commoner, staring in disbelief at the news. How can this be? Exclaimed a young pirate, eyes wide and gripping the paper tightly, shouting in astonishment. Is the newspaper playing tricks now? Slurred a drunken mountain bandit, lost in his rum. Such absurd news to appear in the paper, and yet it sounds so convincing, chuckled a bounty hunter, holding the paper aloft. In bold letters, the newspaper proclaimed, "Fortunate pirate obtains treasure and is reborn." Accompanying this sensational headline was a photograph of a young, healthy figure emerging from the frail body of an elderly man against a backdrop of dark skies and cold rain. This revelation sparked fervent discussions, with some believing it wholeheartedly while others remained skeptical. Questions lingered regarding the efficacy of Herzog's treasure. Although rumors claimed it had granted rebirth, few had witnessed such miracles. However, the recent events on Honeycomb Island, where Herzog unveiled the treasure to revive an elderly pirate, granting him formidable strength, were witnessed by countless onlookers. Some fortunate survivors even recorded the entire transformation of the elderly pirate into his rejuvenated form. This revelation sent shockwaves through the sea, making Herzog and the treasure the focal point of fervent discussions, overshadowing even tales of great pirates battling and sinking islands, mysterious powers sealing nations, and plagues ravaging lands. The factions with access to the footage were fervently seeking the pirate who called himself Norton. After all, life and death represented the greatest challenges for humanity. In a world dominated by pirates, aside from the legendary ultimate surgery of the surgery fruit and pure gold, no other methods for prolonging life existed. Now, the emergence of a third method for rejuvenation ignited insatiable desires within countless souls. Like the vast and profound sea, seemingly bottomless yet rife with turbulent undercurrents, various forces, navies, world governments, nations, bounty hunters, lone warriors, tribes, the underworld, commoners, and pirates were all frantically seeking Herzog and Norton. Some ambitious individuals sought to recruit this powerful pirate to bolster their own aspirations. Others, slave owners, aimed to capture Norton and sell him to the celestial dragons, who relished rare treasures, believing this singular pirate could yield immense profits. Certain nations sought to extract the power of the treasure from Norton's body to prolong the life of their aging kings. Meanwhile, elderly pirates aimed to locate Herzog through Norton, as Herzog was a solitary figure whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Yet Norton had never concealed his trail. Rebirth? An aged king with murky eyes fixated intently on the din-din mushi, captivated by the scene of Norton's revival. How enviable, wheezed a hunched old man, coughing violently as if to expel his lungs, his gaze unwaveringly locked on the photograph in the newspaper. I need this power, Herzog. Find him. In the darkness, the sovereign of the underground realm remained silent, addressing his motionless subordinates, akin to wooden figures. Herzog was demonstrating the efficacy of the treasure in his possession. The five elders, with their profound gazes fixated on the image of Norton's rebirth, as if they beheld Herzog's ghastly visage, adorned with a noble mask, smiling back at them. Ah! The sea is truly a wondrous expanse, yet fate has not favored this fortunate pirate. A towering figure with resplendent golden hair and a crescent moon mustache, wielding an agenada, marveled from a ship as immense as a whale. Ha ha ha, this lad possesses considerable strength. Invite him to bear my banner. A man with a mane of hair reminiscent of a lion's, thick and golden, laughed boisterously while clutching a cigar aboard a golden lion-esque flying warship. Meanwhile, at the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters, a remarkable treasure indeed. Borisolino reclined on a sun lounger, relishing the sea breeze and gentle sunlight while sipping juice, languidly stating, This treasure is undeniably alluring. Sakazuki, perusing the newspaper, could not help but feel his heart stirred. His potential and talent as an admiral were indisputable. Yet, he too feared that time might elude him in realizing his aspirations, for a 20-year peak can transform many things and many lives. The sea, it seems, has begun to churn with tumultuous waves. Ilya displayed a robust and well-defined upper body, adorned in beach shorts and sporting sunglasses while sipping a drink, exclaiming in wonder, "Indeed, it has come to my attention that numerous retired pirates, underground powerhouses, and lone wolves have emerged in recent days, each stirring chaos in the new world without a hint of consideration." Costa reclined on his chair, basking in the sunlight, his bronze skin contrasting beautifully with the rays, resembling a languid crocodile sunning itself. It seems that everyone in the new world must be quite troubled by this turn of events. In the shadows, a pair of fiery golden eyes, reminiscent of molten lava, gazed upon the bright candle flames on the round table. Their brilliance sparkled like stars, yet concealed a vortex of unfathomable depth. A steady voice unveiled a terrifying truth capable of shocking the seas. The plan was already in motion, the bait had been cast, and now it remained to see how many fish would bite. The forthcoming fish would turn upon one another, engaging in a ruthless struggle for survival, sifting through to identify the strongest among them. All that was required of us was to observe patiently as events unfolded, awaiting the inevitable fermentation of circumstances. Ah, what an eagerly anticipated spectacle it would be, as countless retired pirates, bounty hunters, gangsters, officers, nobles, and officials engaged in fierce combat over the bait we had cast. A figure draped in a cloak, adorned with an iron mask resembling a ghoul, revealed only a pair of radiant golden eyes. With a smile, he articulated words laden with enough significance to astonish the world. "We must express our gratitude to the King of Bronze and Fire for our collaboration. Your performance, Your Highness, is nothing short of extraordinary. The entire world will believe you are the fortunate pirate who first approached me, thus securing the treasure. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that this is merely a grand play staged on Honeycomb Island for the world to behold." Illuminated by the candlelight, Herzog's figure, with a pale noble mask and blood-red lips, cast an eerie silhouette. This was all made possible by Herzog's prior efforts, for which I owe my thanks. I must also extend my gratitude to my father for bestowing upon me the complete rights and powers. You are the supreme, the powerful, the magnificent, my father. His Majesty Nidhogg, now reborn, Norton, adorned in dark blue bronze armor forged from flame-tempered bronze, embellished with mysterious patterns, embodied his new identity. Previously, my strength was insufficient to grant you full rights and powers. How does it feel now to experience them in their entirety? Nidhogg inquired softly, lifting his gaze to Norton. Marvelous. I feel as though I have transformed from a dormant volcano into an active one, ready to erupt and astound the world, Norton replied, clenching his fist to revel in the endless surge of power within him. Excellent. Now we await the victor among these fish to join us and undergo a transformation into dragons. With this declaration, Nidhogg surveyed each member seated at the round table. Candlelight illuminated his visage, a face unmistakably familiar to Sakazuki, Zephyr, and Borsalino, Darren Ilya. However, this countenance bore no trace of the usual gentleness, instead radiating an aura of despair and death. Darren Ilya's hidden identity was the Nidhogg, the black dragon of despair and death from Norse mythology, the creator of the four monarchs and the White Emperor, representing supremacy, grandeur, and strength. He saw no need to disguise himself as he interacted with them. For Norton, Herzog, the Iron Mask Man, and others were his creations, forever loyal and serving as his most potent allies. The amalgamation of Nidhogg, Darren Ilya, and Li Yun's memories birthed Darren Ilya, who began orchestrating his grand design upon awakening. Norton, Herzog, and the Iron Mask Man were integral components of this vast scheme. At this moment, Darren Ilya sensed that the time was ripe, for in this world, he was no longer a weak hatchling, but a formidable black dragon capable of roaring across the globe. The treasure had been purposefully introduced by Darren Ilya, intended to incite conflict akin to placing worms in a jar to determine the strongest among them, a new generation of dragons worthy of standing at his side. Recently, Herzog, you should venture into the new world to attract the attention of those fish, lest they scatter without noticing the bait. Odin, identify individuals with untapped potential and bring them forth to prepare for our next strategic move. Norton, find an island to acclimate to your newfound powers. And once you have fully adapted, set sail to challenge the strong. I eagerly anticipate your emergence in the new world as the king of bronze and fire. Jomungandr. Seek the mythical phoenix fruit, the zoan type known as the golden crow, and the sun fruit. Be cautious not to draw the attention of the world government or other interested parties, and contact us immediately if you encounter difficulties. Go forth. For the glory of the dragon clan shall illuminate the world. In the future, we shall erect colossal bronze pillars and establish grand palaces. From the seas to the new world, from the depths of Fishman Island to the red-soiled continent of Mariawa, where our name shall be exalted. Darren Ilya commenced the allocation of tasks, preparing for the monumental plans ahead. Rest assured, my beloved Majesty, I shall vigilantly oversee these fish. The new world shall not remain overly tranquil. Herzog, donning a pale noble mask and blood-red lips, spoke with a respectful tone. I shall construct my Avalon, my esteemed Majesty. Odin, cloaked and masked, revealed only his radiant golden eyes, spoke calmly. I shall fulfill your mission, O Supreme, O Magnificent, O Mighty Majesty, Jomungandr. Shrouded in a veil of black mist, coldly declared, his golden eyes piercing through the obscurity. Do not worry, my father, your Majesty. Soon you shall hear tales of my renown echoing across the seas. Adorned in a dark blue battle armor, intricately embellished with mysterious bronze patterns flowing like flames. Norton spoke with unwavering confidence. Then let us proceed. I shall await your return with hopeful tidings. Elijah closed his dazzling, magma-like golden eyes, his body concealed in the shadows. Resembling an ancient, unchanging sculpture, Norton, Herzog, Odin, and Ymir had all departed to fulfill their respective missions. The curtain had been drawn back. It was now a matter of who would remain standing in the end. Within the Navy, I had already established myself on an exceptionally high starting point. Upon graduation, I could swiftly ascend the ranks and, with patience, eventually become an admiral. In the realm of pirates, chaos reigned as various factions vied for supremacy. And all that was needed was for my clones to hatch to initiate my plans. The world government was proceeding as orchestrated. Everything would await the passage of time to bear witness. Chapter 21. The graduation trial. The sky was a brilliant blue, akin to a flawless sapphire, and the warm sunlight cascaded down upon the islands, which were now bustling with voices. At the Marineford Naval Port, a group of decisive and elite trainees drew attention. Finally graduated, exclaimed a young Navy officer with a shock of white hair, stretching and sighing in relief. It hasn't been easy. I can finally proclaim my justice. A chubby young man, his face round and cherubic, wiped the sweat from his brow with a confident flourish. The treasure craze has lasted quite a while, perhaps this time. Teacher Zephyr will not take us to the new world, remarked a refined yet stern naval officer, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. That is certainly the case. Recently, the new alliance formed by those old geezers in the new world has stirred quite a commotion. A young woman with long black hair tied in a ponytail exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the last time Herzog was near Kaido's stronghold, his subordinates attempted to thwart the new alliance's search of their territory, but the two leaders of the alliance stormed in. Had Kaido not fled quickly, it would have ended badly for him, recounted the burly empress, with arms crossed, sharing the latest maritime news. Yes, recently the likes of Gold Lion, John, and Red have clashed again. The new world resembles a chaotic battleground, with pirates engaged in frenzied combat, added a lean Navy officer wearing a naval cap. Looks like it's Sakazuki and the others, remarked an astute officer, spotting Sakazuki, Elijah, Costa, and Pagliusolino approaching. The four monsters. The other elite trainees exclaimed in awe. This must be in the Grand Line. Perhaps their target is the supernovas, mused Darren Elijah, observing the comings and goings of naval vessels from the dock. This year's mission lacks challenge, Costa replied, yawning as he listened to Elijah's analysis. Be cautious. Don't capsize in the gutter, after all. One cannot rule out the presence of hidden devil fruits, Sakazuki warned, frowning at Costa's nonchalant demeanor. Rest assured, Sakazuki, when have I ever let my guard down? I merely find it tedious, Costa explained, maintaining eye contact with Sakazuki. Indeed, Sakazuki nodded, understanding Costa's nature, though he was merely offering a word of caution. How terrifying. The supernovas, Pagliusolino stated languidly, his tone dripping with sarcasm that almost invited a punch. Oh, come now, the supernovas are the simplest adversaries for you. As long as you don't encounter someone fast enough to keep up with your speed, they'll only be able to passively endure your attacks, Darren Elijah remarked, smiling at Pagliusolino. Thus, Darren Elijah successfully drew Pagliusolino into their ranks. During their initial training, Elijah had taken the opportunity to engage Pagliusolino in casual conversation while clearing the island of pirates, subtly hinting at the possibility of him joining their cause. Ultimately, Pallisolino, unable to evade the invitation, responded favorably, for his character naturally gravitated towards the side of victory. Admiral Zephyr stood majestically at the Marineford port, declaring, "This year, for supernovas have emerged. They are ruthless and merciless, some even razing cities and slaughtering indiscriminately. As the embodiment of justice, you, the Navy, must eradicate them to prevent further crimes. You will divide into 4 groups, each led by Sakazuki, Pallisolino, Costa, and Elijah. Now, board the ships." One by one, the elite trainees of the Navy ascended the warships with a sense of purpose. Divided into 4 teams, they set out under the leadership of Pallisolino, Sakazuki, Elijah, and Costa to hunt down the pirate supernovas. 4 naval vessels sailed side by side, facing the sunrise as they departed from Marineford port. "Until we meet again, Sakazuki, Costa, Pallisolino," they bid farewell to one another. Ilya, adorned in immaculate Navy attire, directed his gaze towards the 3 naval vessels, where Sakazuki, Pallisolino, and Costa stood prominently at the forefront. "Let us see who can vanquish a supernova in the least amount of time, shall we, gentlemen?" Costa remarked, his naval uniform casually unbuttoned at 2 points, arms crossed, his golden hair gleaming like the sun. "Why not also include who eliminates the most pirates?" Sakazuki interjected, clad in a striking crimson shirt and donning a naval cap, his demeanor icy. "What a bother, may I concede?" Pallisolino adjusted his sunglasses, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. "That won't do, Pallisolino. You possess the swiftest fruit, placing the advantage squarely with you." Ilya rejected Pallisolino's proposal of surrender. "Why capitulate? Let me up the stakes. I possess a box of exclusive cigars from the Kavister Nation, a fine selection that you, Sakazuki, have yet to indulge in. Additionally, I have a bottle of exquisite wine from the Ficulan Islands, aged 3 centuries, which I believe you would find delightful, Ilya. Furthermore, Pallisolino, I recently discovered a delectable variety of bananas on the undergraduate island that you must be eager to sample." Costa generously augmented the wager, infusing the competition with heightened excitement. This truly invigorates the spirit. I cannot afford to let up now. With your remarkable generosity, Costa, I too shall elevate the stakes. I possess a 500-year-old renowned blade, subtle, the treasured sword of Adler, the sovereign of the North Sea. As a collector, I am certain you would appreciate this resplendent weapon. Sakazuki, Pallisolino, I have recently stumbled upon a culinary paradise, featuring white rice, chili, and ginger, delicacies you are fond of, but have undoubtedly never tasted. So what say you, Pallisolino? Are you intrigued? Ilya laughed heartily. If you say so, then it cannot be helped. How I long to indulge, yet it seems so troublesome. We must resolve this swiftly. Pallisolino furrowed his brow, scratching his head in apparent distress and indecision, ultimately opting to conclude the battle expeditiously. Armed with my formidable blade and the defense of Izumi Kainsuke, I departed. After Sakazuki spoke, he commanded the sailors aboard the warship to steer towards the notorious supernova, known for his merciless deeds. For Sakazuki, evil must be eradicated. In the inability to eliminate all malefactors, priority is given to those pirates steeped in sin. We shall meet again, everyone. Costa waved farewell, then set off on another course. You all are remarkably swift. Let us proceed to seek my target. Pallisolino, donning his sunglasses, proclaimed. Such zeal is invigorating. Let us go forth to vanquish the wicked pirates. Elijah spoke with exuberance. Chapter 22, Pursuit. The surface of the deep sea lay tranquil, with the occasional undulating waves causing fish to stretch and prepare to leap above the water. Shadows obscured the graceful forms of the fish as they leapt, startling the fishermen who hurriedly sought refuge in the warm embrace of the ocean. A colossal skull adorned with horns seemed poised to obliterate everything in its path. While the fluttering black pirate flag boldly asserted their identity, this was a pirate ship. Captain, your bounty has risen again. It now surpasses that of the destroyer Congo Heart from the South Seas. No other supernova exceeds your worth, Captain. Your bounty is the highest of this year. A burly man with dark skin, his bare torso marred by scars and bullet holes, held the bounty notice and beamed at the captain, who reclined on a deck chair. Eyes closed, his blood-red short hair framing a fair, handsome face adorned with a gentle smile. Despite the captain's serene appearance, he instilled fear in the hearts of his crew. The blood-haired pirate captain reveled in violence and bloodshed, often annihilating entire villages on remote islands, and at times, in the absence of landfall for extended periods, he would turn his wrath upon his own crew. Thus, aside from a select few who shared his malevolent disposition and redeemed trusted confidants, none dared to defy him. Is that so? Let me see the bounty notice, Rhonda, the blood-haired captain said as he opened his eyes to regard the robust man before him with a gentle smile. 50 million berries, a commendable figure indeed. I like it, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the bounty notice. Upon hearing their captain's words, the crew clamored to flatter him, as if he were destined to challenge admirals and legendary pirates the very next day. The captain is truly formidable, they exclaimed. Ha ha, we are the blood pirate crew. The captain might well become the next Golden Lion. You underestimate the captain. He shall surpass even the likes of the Golden Lion, chimed in a small giant, standing 9 feet tall with a broad grin and a hefty blade in hand. Captain, your prowess is unparalleled. This bounty of 50 million berries will propel you to defeat figures like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and John soon after we enter the New World. Just then, a voice interrupted the crew's adulation, a stranger's voice breaking the moment. There will be no opportunities left. It seems you will have to wait for your next life to even dream of achieving that. The pirates turned to locate the source of this audacious proclamation. Their gaze is narrowing. Who dare speak? Do they wish for death? The crew members glared around, seeking the brave soul who had challenged them. The blood-haired captain furrowed his brow and turned towards the direction of the voice. A Navy ship sped towards them, cutting through the waves like a sword. Dressed in a black suit with a twin flower insignia on his chest, Elijah's voice rang out among the pirates. The blood-haired captain, noting the Navy ship's extraordinary speed, chose not to order a retreat, but instead commanded his crew to prepare for battle. Charge towards the Navy, ready the cannons, and eliminate this band of Navy men. The captain's refusal to retreat stemmed from his recent acquisition of a devil fruit that had significantly augmented his powers, and he intended to test his abilities against the Navy personnel aboard that vessel. Understanding that his pirate ship could not outrun the Navy vessel's remarkable speed, the captain recognized that retreat would likely result in a long-range bombardment leading to their demise. Thus, he opted for a direct confrontation after all. A pirate's life seldom lacks the courage to fight to the bitter end. Such a confident pirate, he mused, but perhaps it is for the best. It spares me the trouble of chasing them down. Elijah gazed at the pirate ship that, instead of fleeing, turned its bow directly towards the naval warship and sighed. Then, with a smile, he said, "Leave Blood Handbuster to me. The rest shall be entrusted to you." Ilya addressed the naval elites gathered behind him in the training camp, and then he was the first to stride forward with a moonwalk towards the pirate ship. Word Spirit, Royal Authority. As Ilya advanced step by step towards the crimson-haired Captain Batat, an immense and intangible pressure descended from the heavens, accompanied by a palpable aura of draconic might that bore down upon him. Captain Batat, secretly summoning his abilities, found himself bent under the weight of this invisible force. Unable to meet Ilya's gaze, compelled to lower his head as if in submission. His visage twisted in agony, drenched in sweat, the flames of unyielding rage within him surged, threatening to erupt with the rhythm of his heart. Elijah planted a foot upon the head of the blood-haired captain, Buster, whose eyes glazed over in a pallid hue, rendering him unconscious as his skull sank into the deck, leaving his fate uncertain. The surrounding pirates, armed and menacing, were utterly immobilized by the overwhelming pressure, forced to lie prostrate upon the ground. Truly, they were feeble brigands. Elijah gazed at the powerless Captain Badat, known as Blood Hand, a pirate of the notorious Supernova, and uttered a sigh of lament. Flames surged from beneath his feet, incinerating the limbs of Captain Batat, who was jolted awake by the excruciating pain. His head and torso writhing on the deck like a squirming insect, desperately seeking relief from the agony. The intense suffering made Captain Badat yearn for instant death. As his blood flowed like ink, and his contorted body acted as a brush, painting a gruesome yet strangely beautiful tableau. "You dare to harm the captain? I shall slay you," exclaimed a simple-minded giant, towering at 9 meters, wielding a massive cleaver with a naive expression. The air screamed in protest as the blade descended. Remarkably, he is not subdued by Elijah's dual dominion of royal authority and dragon might. A Navy officer marveled at the defiant giant. "What a monstrous physique," commented another figure, standing 4 meters tall, muscles bulging, as he observed the giant's unyielding stance under the weight of royal power. "Terrifying indeed. The last time I faced Elijah's royal pressure, I was unable to unleash even half of my strength," another Navy officer interjected, having felt Elijah's authority firsthand. "Never mind. Under Elijah's command, he is merely an ordinary man. Let us seek out a more formidable opponent to engage," one Navy officer remarked, turning away from the scene to hunt for a pirate of greater prowess. "Quite true. Elijah is indeed reliable," another Navy officer mused. Just then, as one Navy officer was about to be struck by a pirate's blade, an immense pressure suddenly surged, causing the pirate to falter and miss the opportunity. The Navy officer recognized that it was Elijah's observation hockey that had interrupted the pirate's attack with royal authority. Chapter 23. Reaping rewards. Quite an impressive physique indeed. Elijah gazed in admiration at the simple-hearted giant, who moved freely under his reign without the slightest discomfort. The ebony arm clashed against the sharp, white blade, yet the arm remained unscathed, producing a sound akin to steel colliding. What is that dark substance on your hand? The amiable giant seemed to regard Elijah as a confidant, directly inquiring without concern that Elijah might withhold an answer. This is the hockey of armament, but alas, you have no opportunity to comprehend it at present. Elijah responded directly to the little giant. Yet his words seemed to carry a deeper meaning that the little giant completely failed to perceive. Whoever said that, if I were to slay you, I would then have the time to learn. I acquire knowledge quite swiftly. The little giant retorted, proudly patting his chest. It appears you possess great confidence. Then let your abilities speak for themselves. Elijah summoned his full might, exerting a royal pressure that caused the very heavens to lament. The deck beneath the small giant creaked ominously, and with a resounding crack, splinters of wood danced in the air alongside the shattered surface. Overwhelmed by an irresistible force, the small giant found himself bleeding profusely, forced down from the deck into the ship's depths, ultimately plunging into the sea, unconscious and drenched in his own blood. The scent of blood wafted through the waters, drawing powerful predators from the depths, signaling to them that a sumptuous feast awaited. Shadows loomed in the ocean, hinting at the approaching hunters eager to partake in the banquet. A massive maw, lined with jagged teeth and resembling an unfathomable black void, descended upon a shark that had been voraciously devouring smaller fish in the vicinity. From the crimson waters emerged a figure cloaked in dark scales, its colossal golden eyes, bright as headlights, fixated on the 9-meter-tall small giant, blood gushing from his wounds. The predator opened its cavernous mouth, swallowing the small giant into an abyss of darkness. As the brilliant golden eyes closed, the agile creature, adorned with obsidian scales, moved with grace, harnessing the currents of the sea, vanishing into the sanguine depths, leaving behind only the stunned fish, now engaging in a frenzied, unrestrained battle. Elijah sensed the ripples beneath the water, a faint smile gracing his face. He nodded at the naval personnel within the elite training camp, acknowledging their potential. Indeed, while the disparity in innate talent was irreparable, they could swiftly evolve into a formidable corps, infusing the Navy's development with fresh vigor. Teacher Zephyr was truly an exceptional individual, capable of unlocking the utmost potential and talent in others. After effortlessly shattering the pirate who had attempted to ambush him amidst the chaos, Elijah no longer lingered on the battlefield. Instead, he ventured into the dimly lit chamber of the pirate ship, enveloped in shadows. Ilya's observation hockey effortlessly enveloped the entire pirate ship, allowing him to perceive the tangible pressure of danger looming over the Navy, as if he were a king commanding authority. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Ilya emerged from the shadows. It was evident that he had not discovered anything of value aboard the pirate vessel. However, he felt no regret. Lacking any auxiliary combat items, he was not a swordsman in need of a so-called legendary blade. Moreover, the weapons forged from his own abilities were undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, any renowned sword. As for the devil fruits, he remained indifferent to their mere presence. Elijah retrieved 3 phone bugs and directed them towards 3 individuals. With a resounding click, one phone bug morphed into a lecherous man adorned with sunglasses. Another transformed into a sinister-looking man, donning a naval cap and clutching a cigar between his teeth. The third phone bug became a man with lustrous golden hair, exuding an air of pride. Moshi Moshi, I have just dealt with this supernova. How are things on your end? Ilya was the first to speak. Fortune has not favored me. I have yet to locate that pirate, merely encountering a few minor scallywags along the way. The phone bug of a man with a lewd expression, donning sunglasses, chimed in, his pouted lips reflecting his frustration. That supernova was sunk by me. Alas, there have been few pirates lately. The phone bug belonging to a man with a fierce gaze, wearing a naval cap and smoking a cigar, expressed his sentiments as if lamenting the absence of culinary delights that day. I am currently pursuing that supernova, playing a game of cat and mouse in hopes of luring out other pirates to turn the tables on me. Quipped the phone bug of a man with resplendent golden hair, his eyes brimming with confidence and lion-like pride. What splendid luck you possess. I find myself envious of you all. Meanwhile, on a naval vessel, Kizaru, reclining in a yellow suit, listened to the voices emanating from the phone bug before him, his lips pouting in a mockingly sardonic manner as he uttered words of envy, dripping with derision. It seems that Sakazuki has emerged victorious. Listening to Sakazuki's tone amidst the tranquil surroundings, Ilya discerned that Sakazuki had already eradicated the pirate supernovas, yet chose to withhold this information from them, sailing the seas in search of the fortunate pirates, ushering them into the embrace of death. Impressive, Sakazuki. Perhaps you should venture to Sweet Island along the third route of the Grand Line, where I recall there to be a considerable number of pirates. Upon hearing Sakazuki's exasperation, Costa relayed the intelligence he had gathered, aiding Sakazuki in his pursuit of the fortunate pirates. Very well, I shall investigate. With that, Sakazuki abruptly terminated the call with the snail. On board a standard Navy warship, Sakazuki, cigar in mouth, spoke decisively. Alter course for Sweet Island along the third route of the Grand Line. I resonated a resounding response that echoed throughout the warship as the helmsman adjusted the wheel, redirecting the vessel towards Sweet Island. As the most venerable force upon the seas, the Navy possesses an unparalleled depth of resources and advantages. Among the 7 routes, the Navy has navigational guides for every significant island, allowing for direct passage. Elijah observed the one-sided battle before him without intervening. This assessment was not solely about him. It was a test for all the naval elite training camp's personnel. Therefore, Elijah chose to ensure that they would incur no fatalities or disabilities, allowing them to continue fighting rather than suppressing the pirates for a swift resolution. In doing so, every member of the naval elite training camp would have the opportunity to showcase their prowess and strive for commendable advancement. Moreover, each rescued naval officer would harbor gratitude towards Elijah, becoming a significant asset in his future endeavors for among the pirates. There exists not only violence but also the complexities of human relationships. Chapter 24, Ideology. You may leave the prisoners aboard the pirate ship, except for those with special abilities. Ilya addressed the Navy personnel who had subdued a portion of the pirates without taking their lives, opting instead for their capture. As they listened to Ilya's words, the sailors exchanged perplexed glances, with one daring to voice the collective curiosity. Ilya, what do you intend to do? To which Ilya replied, I am prepared to combat violence with violence. Ilya gazed unwaveringly at the questioning naval officer, showing no intention of concealing his thoughts, boldly articulating his beliefs. How can this be? We are the just Navy. Since these pirates have been apprehended, they should not be treated in such a manner. They ought to be sent to impel down. Upon hearing this, some dissenting officers comprehended Ilya's intentions and vehemently opposed him. The world government is far too lenient, allowing a group of scoundrels who ought not to exist to breathe the air of the living. This is a desecration and affront to justice. The souls of valiant fallen sailors are weeping in heaven. We cannot forgive evil. That is a matter for the divine. Our duty is to ensure they meet their maker. This is not right. While it is true that the pirates have committed numerous atrocities, we are the righteous Navy, the guardians of maritime order. We must exemplify the principles of naval conduct. According to naval regulations, these incapacitated pirates must be taken to impel down, where they can repent for their transgressions. A naval officer, radiating an aura of righteousness, spoke with resolute determination, his steadfast gaze fixed on Ilya. All the officers were drawn in. Understanding that a clash of ideologies was at hand, one that could not coexist, where only one philosophy could prevail. Ilya's potential to attain the rank of admiral foreshadowed the emergence of a new ideological faction within the Navy, poised to influence a significant number of officers, compelling them to take notice. You are correct. We are the guardians of maritime order. But what, I ask, is the moral line we must uphold? Elijah initially refutes the Navy's perspective, then poses a poignant question before providing an answer. That question is justice. Justice is a concept both grand and diminutive. I have witnessed individuals laboring incognito for decades, driven by their inner sense of justice. I have seen impoverished souls daring to challenge the aristocracy in the name of justice. I have observed the youth choosing to save their nation fueled by their sense of justice. All of these instances embody justice. Justice exists to ensure the peaceful existence of the majority. Our justice should be reserved for those in need of it, for those we must protect, not for the marauding pirates who perpetrate tyranny and chaos upon others. They are the violators of justice. We need not adhere to conventions when dealing with such individuals. Rather, we must be more ferocious, more brutal, and more sanguinary than they are. Through the most ruthless methods and violent means, we must instill profound fear in these maritime miscreants. ensuring that they repent for their transgressions and the depths of despair. It would be more fitting to send them directly to hell for their atonement, subjecting them to all manner of torture so they may experience the anguish they have inflicted upon others, ultimately allowing them to succumb to despair and wails. This is our imperative. To our foes, we should be as frigid as winter. To our people, we should embody the warmth of spring. Remember, our gentleness and order are reserved for those whom justice protects behind us. Ilya's piercing gaze swept across the naval assembly, exuding an overwhelming aura that compelled many sailors to avert their eyes. Only a handful of those who resonated with Ilya's perspective gazed at him fervently, as if they had discovered a guiding light within their hearts. This cannot be right. This is a grave error. We are the Navy, and we ought to uphold our principles without question. Yet, our principles should not be construed in this manner. We must be unhesitating in our battles against pirates. However, when apprehending them, we should adhere to the established protocols, consigning them to impel down, allowing them to atone for their sins through suffering and tribulation in the days to come. Time and hardship should cleanse their transgressions and redeem their souls. While pirates are undeniably guilty, we must not enact indiscriminate punishment. Some may deserve capital punishment, yet others should have the opportunity to atone with their remaining years. A resolute naval officer, brimming with righteousness, steadfastly countered Ilya's assertions. This is the most amusing joke I have encountered. One who has not endured another's suffering should not advise them on virtue. How much agony and despair have pirates inflicted upon countless individuals? How many once happy families have been shattered? How many beautiful and prosperous nations have been reduced to ruins? The harsh realities before you seem inconsequential, as if those pirates, once captured, should escape accountability simply by not being the principal crew members, and that they can atone for their sins in their remaining days. Do the anguished cries of all those from the shattered families go unheard? Should we ignore the lamentations of kings and their subjects from the devastated nations? They will spend their lives trying to dispel the shadows cast by the pirates, perhaps unable to ever escape the darkness. White Dege, in the face of those who have lost all hope of living, merely to witness the demise of the pirates who harmed them. Do you dare to let them know that the pirates who inflicted their suffering will continue to live, albeit in perpetual agony? Ilya coldly laughed, his icy gaze fixed intently upon the naval officer. I dare, he proclaimed. Behind me stands justice, uncomprehended, yet unwavering and unchanging. As victims, I naturally understand their desire for vengeance. I can even comprehend your perspective, Ilya. However, let us not forget that we are the Navy. The Navy is not a brutal monster. It is the guardian of peace and order upon the seas. Executing all pirates might provide a momentary sense of relief through retribution. Yet we must remember that this will only incite the pirates to greater madness. They will retaliate with even more ruthless methods against the populace. And it is the innocent civilians of the sea who will pay the price. Is it truly justice to toy with the safety of the public? Bede's expression was grave, his eyes resolute, and his tone steady as he addressed Ilya, enunciating each word carefully. Such methods will merely address the symptoms, not the root cause. Will the pirates show mercy as a result? No, they are the greediest of scavengers, destroyers of peaceful lives. Compassion and gentleness will not sway the pirates. It is only through iron will and violence that they can be deterred. In the coldest tone, Ilya uttered the most impassioned words. Chapter 24, Reputation. No, this will only result in unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice. While leniency may not sway the pirates, the very existence of impelled down instills sufficient terror within them. Such a punishment is adequate. Bedej countered, disagreeing with Ilya's perspective. In Bedej's view, Ilya's thoughts were excessively radical, leading only to the loss of more precious lives. The current methods employed by Vice Admiral Garp were fitting, and he had consistently aimed to emulate Garp, opposing Ilya's extreme and violent notions. Impel down was too lenient. The lives of pirates should not be so wasted. The world government has shown too much kindness towards the pirates. The future will determine who is right and who is wrong. Let them decide for themselves now. Elijah shook his head, choosing not to continue the argument with Bedej, and instead turned his gaze towards the captured pirates held by the Navy. In Elijah's view, such debates were futile. The opinions and perspectives of others held no sway over him. His earlier contention with Bedej was merely intended to ensure that the world government and the upper echelons of the Navy were aware of his expressed viewpoints and thoughts. Ilya's thoughts will garner him a considerable measure of support within the Navy and the world government. After all, the perspective of an individual endowed with exceptional combat potential and who has matured will undoubtedly draw like-minded individuals to rally behind him. Elijah shall steadfastly pursue his own path, demonstrating his commitment through action, allowing time to reveal what is right and what is wrong, even in the face of error. Elijah shall endeavor to break through the falsehoods in search of the truth. Elijah shall traverse the path he has chosen, unwavering, whether it be strewn with thorns or paved with ease. A naval officer, in a decisive act, cast his captive onto the pirate ship, demonstrating his allegiance to Elijah through action. "No, please. I will reform. Trust me," pleaded the pirate, his pallor evident as he faced the Navy. Once a fearless marauder, prepared for the perils of the sea, he now found himself gripped by despair upon glimpsing hope only to have it snatched away. After confronting death and immortality, he yearned to cling to life, better to endure than to perish. The profound terror of mortality weighed heavily upon him, and the once unflinching pirate began to beg for mercy. As the first individual succumbed to this instinct, countless others followed suit. Some, with expressions of grim satisfaction, hurled pirates onto the vessel, indifferent to their cries for mercy. Others silently stood behind White Dege, their captured pirates in tow, utilizing their presence to protest Elijah's actions, voicing their discontent through sheer inaction. A few remained aloof, detached from the unfolding scene, exhibiting no change in demeanor. However, none chose to intervene. For White Dege's prior attempt had proven futile, and this was a choice made by the naval officers themselves. "Is this how you act? Aren't you the Navy?" A pirate shouted defiantly at the officers. "I possess treasures aplenty. Spare me, and I shall reveal them." Another pirate attempted to bribe the Navy with promises of riches. "Let me go. I have a wife awaiting my return," one implored, seeking to evoke sympathy. "It was my first voyage." Another lamented, proclaiming his innocence. Yet, the Navy officers behind Elijah regarded them with frosty gazes, as though observing the dead, unmoved by the pirate's desperate pleas. White Dege remained silent, his eyes shut tight. A Navy officer contemplated stepping forward, but was met with the resolute gaze of Elijah, whose usual buoyancy was replaced by an unwavering determination. Unable to proceed, he merely shut his eyes and turned away. Mercy is reserved for those safeguarded by the bastion of justice. Death shall accompany those who shatter its sanctity. Ilya spoke these words with a stern expression, his gaze sweeping over each naval officer with an air of coldness and unwavering resolve. After the Navy eradicated the pirates, Ilya left all the captured pirates aboard their ship, arranging their bodies to form a two-colored flower. Subsequently, a kingly pressure descended from the heavens, transforming the human-formed flower into a macabre creation forged of blood and corpses. The brutal scene was too much for some of the more compassionate sailors, who turned away in horror, while others gazed with morbid fascination, appreciating the grotesque beauty of the lifeless figures. "Let us depart," Ilya commanded. As the colossal naval vessel cleaved through the ocean like a divine sword, cutting through the tumultuous waves toward the horizon. Throughout the month, the Navy's actions struck fear into countless hearts, heralding the emergence of the 4 new stars, proclaiming that not only the present, but also the future belonged to the Navy, and that justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Among these 4 enigmatic figures, Ilya remained the most inscrutable. After each pirate extermination, he insisted on annihilating the captives, always arranging the corpses into a blood-red two-colored flower. Initially, upon encountering these drifting pirate ships, people were filled with dread, only to discover that the decks were devoid of life. Upon boarding, they would find the enormous, relief-like two-colored flower that exuded an uncanny allure. Soon, tales of these macabre vessels adorned with the blood and flesh of pirates began circulating throughout the Grand Line. Some claimed that the dead were harvesting pirates, as the two-colored flower symbolized death, a harbinger of the Grim Reaper. Others suggested that the pirates had angered the heavens, and divine retribution in the form of death awaited them. Ultimately, a journalist stumbled upon Ilya, who melded the bodies of the pirates and captives into a singular entity, embodying death in the form of the two-colored flower. This revelation was disseminated through newspapers, explaining the origin of this macabre symbol. Consequently, countless pirates were filled with trepidation at Ilya's ruthless methods, fervently praying to avoid his path, while others sought him out, only to vanish without a trace, leaving behind naught but a ship bearing the emblem of death. Sakazuki showed no mercy towards pirate vessels, his relentless determination to obliterate them, no matter the distance, instilling fear in the hearts of countless pirates. Unlike Ilya, Sakazuki offered no favors to the elite trainees of the Navy. All must perish except for those with devil fruit abilities, and sometimes, even they met a grim fate. Costa often mocked the pirate ships, leading them to believe they were safe enough to strike back, only for them to encounter a deep-sea crocodile that swallowed them whole. Borisellino, on the other hand, would annihilate pirates from afar with a single laser shot, leaving only a few fortunate survivors for the Navy trainees to practice on. Chapter 25. The 4 stars of the Navy. The towering and majestic Marine Ford continued to gaze upon the profound and all-encompassing ocean, as usual. However, today, the Marine Ford port was abuzz with activity. For seemingly ordinary naval vessels amidst the bustling traffic of Navy ships drew everyone's attention due to the 4 figures standing at the forefront. They were the strongest new generation of the Navy, whose actions and prowess compelled even the most defiant pirates to acknowledge their might. Numerous pirates, wishing to challenge them and flaunt their heads as trophies, met their demise, thus enhancing the reputation of these formidable individuals. Here they come, the strongest monsters of our young Navy, remarked one seasoned vice admiral, standing alongside his companions draped in justice coats atop a distant mountain peak. One of them, an elderly vice admiral with silver hair and a kind demeanor, spoke up. Indeed, Sakazuki's actions align perfectly with my tastes. A Marine admiral, exuding a cold and imposing aura even more fearsome than that of pirates, nodded approvingly at Sakazuki. His methods are far too radical. This poses a risk for the Navy. Another vice admiral, sporting a scar that split his face diagonally, stood beside the iron-willed admiral, unfazed by the rank disparity. Surely, Ilya's actions are the most brutal. Tales of the 2-colored flower of death as a harbinger of life as harvest have spread across the seas. The iron-willed admiral remained silent. As a calm vice admiral donned in a light blue suit and justice cloak interjected, Ilya merely embodies his principles. There is no wrongdoing in using violence to counter violence. To subdue the lawless, we must become the most formidable of them. An elderly figure silently observed Ilya aboard the Navy vessel. His presence seemingly at odds with the justice cloak draped behind him. Clad in dark traditional attire, his white hair tightly bound, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a villain despite his refined appearance, and his words implied a scent of blood in the air. Upon hearing the elder speak, the admirals and vice admirals shifted their focus, recognizing that the Navy encompassed more than mere bloodshed. It also involved the intricacies of human relationships. Albeit the elder was undoubtedly a figure of ruthless nature, Borisellino is commendable. He epitomizes the Navy, boomed the giant admiral, his voice resonating like thunder across the mountaintop. Borisellino's devil fruit is indeed remarkable. A vice admiral, exuding an aura of wisdom and possessing an alluring physique, reflected, Sakazuki's magma fruit symbolizes unparalleled offensive power. While Ilya's black dragon fruit can only be described as perfect, Borisellino's glint fruit ensures he always maintains the initiative in battle. Yet, Costa's devil fruit falls slightly short. Throughout their extensive years in the Navy and countless battles against adversaries, they could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary nature of these individuals' devil fruits. Sakazuki's magma fruit, often lauded as the epitome of offensive power, was ironically seized during a real battle aboard a pirate ship. A twist of fate that left many amused yet envious of Sakazuki's fortune. Borisellino's glint fruit, alongside the rumble fruit, remains the sole power that guarantees dominance in combat under any circumstances. No one could impede Borisellino's movements, serving as a remote support, ready to assist any naval base at a moment's notice. The black dragon fruit of Ilya is a novel concept, yet it undeniably lives up to the illustrious reputation of mythical beasts. This formidable devil fruit grants Ilya unparalleled power, enabling him to effortlessly manipulate various elements, bestowing upon him monstrous defensive capabilities and remarkable regenerative abilities. Costa's devil fruit has been developed to an astonishing degree, possessing the remarkable ability to shed its skin, thereby nullifying all damage. These 4 individuals have elicited exclamations of awe even from the seasoned admirals of the Navy, who have witnessed countless prodigies. In the office of Admiral Steelbone Sora, a robust elder with a broad chest, tawny skin, and white hair and beard shaped like a mountain is sighing deeply. He is the formidable fleet admiral, Steelbone Sora, who, even at the age of 80, engaged in a 10-day battle against the peak-level fighter, Ryder. At this moment, Steelbone Sora furrows his brow as he gazes at the documents laid out on his desk. The documents consist of 4 sheets of paper, each inscribed with the names of Borisellino, Sakazuki, Costa, and Ilya. Typically, the records of ordinary Navy personnel would not find their way to the desk of a fleet admiral. Yet, here are 4 individuals still in an elite training camp, causing Steelbone Sora to be torn in his decision-making. Each of these 4 possesses the potential to become the Navy's elite combatants. This is a source of joy for Steelbone Sora, as he envisions a future where, in his retirement, Sengoku assumes the mantle of Fleet Admiral, with Ilya and his companions commanding the seas, elevating the Navy's prestige in order to unprecedented heights. However, with this happiness comes concern. Among them, Ilya, Sakazuki, and Costa exhibit somewhat extreme ideologies. Steelbone Sara is not one to shy away from such variations within the Navy, as it is essential for a fleet admiral to embrace multiple concepts of justice. He understands that they have been harmed by pirates, which has led to their somewhat radical views, though he remains unperturbed, believing that Zifa can guide them toward improvement. Yet, as time passes, the evidence suggests that they have only become more entrenched in their beliefs. Sakazuki's methods are ruthlessly cold, but in comparison to the other two, he appears almost like a well-behaved child. Ilya's tactics are perceived as the most brutal among pirates, while they may accept death. The humiliation of having their corpses turned into two-colored flowers is simply intolerable. The tales of these ghastly floral creations, made from the remains of the fallen, have spread throughout the Grand Line, hinting at the horrific scenes that lie behind them. Costa, on the other hand, delights in severing pirates' limbs and removing their tongues, leaving them on islands ravaged by piracy for the locals to deal with as they see fit. Anyone attempting to intervene finds themselves facing Costa's own hospitality if they have committed a crime worthy of execution. The antics of these troublesome individuals weigh heavily on Steelbone Sora, who can hardly fathom the chaos such ruthless beings would unleash upon the seas. A small comfort lies in the fact that Pallisolino is not of the same ilk. Among this group of ruthless individuals, he stands out as a refreshing anomaly that pleases Steelbone Sora. Chapter 26. The eve of graduation at the port of Marineford, Ilya, Sakazuki, Costa, and Pallisolino approach, each displaying a distinct demeanor, some with smiles, others solemn, some filled with pride, and one exuding a rather dubious charm. Indeed, it is a lively scene. Ilya gazed at the naval officers, who had been fixated on them ever since the four of them appeared, and smiled as he spoke. It was merely a waste of time. Sakazuki regarded this superficial display with disdain, preferring instead to utilize this time to replenish his energy or engage in self-improvement. Let us not speak so dismissively. After all, we have become the four rising stars of the Navy, as they say on the seas. Costa relished this moment in the spotlight, as if he were destined to be the center of attention, gliding through the crowd with the ease of a fish in water. How terrifying. I feel like soaking up some sun, mumbled Borsalino, pouting and speaking in a leisurely manner. Don't even think about it. We have matters to attend to, especially since graduation is just around the corner. Ilya observed the approach of the Brigadier General, whose commanding presence cleaved through the gathered naval officers like a sword. The gazes of Sakazuki, Costa, and Borsalino converged upon this formidable figure striding with purpose. The Brigadier General proclaimed with resounding clarity that the elite training camp's naval cadets would enjoy a 3-day respite, culminating in a graduation ceremony thereafter. Following his announcement, he quietly withdrew amidst the jubilant cheers of the cadets. The impending graduation ceremony promised to be a remarkable event, especially considering these were the naval officers meticulously nurtured by Admiral Zephyr. Anticipation swelled within me. I found myself curious about which vice admirals would grace the occasion. What ranks do you suppose these elite cadets will attain? Perhaps majors. Let us refrain from idle speculation. We shall soon find out. As the Brigadier General's declaration of the upcoming graduation ceremony echoed around them, the surrounding naval officers engaged in lively discussion. This marked the inaugural instance of a Brigadier General publicly announcing the ceremony's date. And the 3-day interval served not only as a period of rest for the elite cadets, but also as an opportunity for some vice admirals to return. This clearly underscored the Navy's significant regard for this cohort of elite training camp cadets. Some speculated about the distinguished figures who might attend, while others pondered the potential ranks of the cadets. Still, others contemplated the deeper implications behind this event. It appears my earlier conjecture bears out. Shall we venture to bask in the sun, sip some drinks, and indulge in a little barbecue? Borsalino shrugged, his sardonic expression and leisurely tone suggesting he had anticipated this outcome. A splendid idea. Let us extend the invitation to all the naval cadets and instructors of the elite training camp to join us. Costa was the first to concur, proposing a gathering during this leisurely time, for such opportunities to convene together in the future may be scarce. I have no objections. Indeed, such moments will be few and far between. The battles against pirates will undoubtedly claim the lives of some cadets, and in the days to come, some may choose to retire, while others may never be seen again. This gathering is a celebration of camaraderie. Very well. Sakazuki succinctly expressed his approval. Let us inquire among everyone. Elijah spoke up, then turned to his classmates behind him. How about we gather together for a barbecue this evening? Ilya extended an invitation to all the naval cadets. Of course, no problem. Mike was the first to respond. Let's prepare the meat, the twin brothers chorused in unison. I will procure the beverages, announced a sharp-looking naval officer with gold-rimmed glasses. I shall prepare the barbecue grill, chimed in a slender naval officer adorned with a naval cap. Then today's barbecue shall take place on the beach adjacent to the training camp, Costa pondered before speaking. All right. Everyone eagerly agreed, some preparing ingredients while others gathered tools. Polyusolino, you are the fastest. Go inform Teacher Zephyr and the absent instructors that we shall seek a venue and procure supplies. Costa expressed his views regarding the gathering. What a hassle. I just want to lie down and bask in the sun, Polyusolino complained. Though his body swiftly transformed into a streak of light as he sped towards the elite training camp office in search of Teacher Zephyr. Drawing from his experience of being reprimanded, Polyusolino was certain that Teacher Zephyr would be in his office at this hour. Since losing his loved ones, Admiral Zephyr had once lost his purpose, ultimately rediscovering it through the encouragement of Steelbone, Wayno, and Carp. Thus, Admiral Zephyr devoted all his energy to nurturing this new generation of naval officers. At that moment, in the naval training camp office, Admiral Zephyr stretched his body, the stiffness in his muscles releasing a satisfying crack. Observing the training plans and graduation pathways prepared for the soon-to-be graduating cadets, Zephyr smiled with contentment. Time indeed flies. He subsequently retrieved a family portrait from his drawer. In this moment, Zephyr shed his defenses, no longer the formidable admiral but rather a man yearning for his happy family. Gazing at the joyful smile of his son and the gentle smile of his wife in the photograph, he felt only bitterness and regret. Teacher Zephyr, are you there? I'm coming in, came the cheeky voice of Polyusolino from outside. Zephyr tucked the photograph away and tidied up the documents on his desk. With a blink, he transformed back into the imposing Admiral Zephyr. Come in, Polyusolino. Finally, it took you ages to open the door. I thought you weren't here, Polyusolino complained as he entered. Addressing Zephyr, is there something you need? Zephyr inquired, looking at this cadet who rarely sought him out. Tonight, we are hosting a barbecue party by the seaside to celebrate the conclusion of our year. Teacher Zephyr, you will join us, won't you? Of course, I shall attend. After all, you are my first batch of students. It's hard to imagine how miserable the subsequent students must be. Polyusolino, it seems you've gone too long without my special training, Zephyr remarked, cracking his knuckles. Teacher Zephyr, I just remembered I still have others to notify. I must go inform them now. With a swift glance, Polyusolino spoke before pushing open the door and vanishing in a flash. Such impatience, perhaps he should change his clothes. Zephyr chuckled, shaking his head as he left the office to head home. Chapter 27, a joyous gathering in the pitch-black night sky. A dazzling array of stars twinkled like flames, illuminating the beach below where joyous laughter resonated. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses echoed as the rich, pure wine slid down the throat. Ah, this sherry is delightful. Its light flavor is as elusive as the sky. Ha ha, on such a day. Why not indulge in some vodka? Trust me, you will fall in love with it. Forget it. I prefer this sake. The fiery taste of spirits is too overwhelming for me. Ha ha ha. The barbecue is ready. Come and eat. First come, first served. Wow, whoever gets it first claims it. Ha ha. Such vitality. Clad in summer beach attire, Zephyr held a glass of sherry, watching the cadets relish the festivities with laughter. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Teacher Zephyr, here. Ilya held out several skewers of barbecue to Teacher Zephyr before taking a seat beside him. Such delightful days are truly a blessing. Ilya gazed at the campfire, chuckling as he watched Costa dance awkwardly towards the reluctant Sikaski. Indeed, Ilya, I have heard of your recent endeavors at sea. As your mentor, all I can offer is my unwavering support. Embrace your journey and hold steadfast to your aspirations. This vast ocean is capable of accommodating any dream or idea. Zephyr, observing the inebriated twin brothers wailing while clutching their goblets, smiled and remarked, I had thought, Professor Zephyr, that you would impart wisdom upon me. Ilya was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. There is no need for that. As someone who has traversed this path, I understand that each individual's experiences shape their ideals differently. How could someone like me, whose life has been somewhat lacking in success, possibly offer you any advice? Zephyr sighed and took a hearty swig of sherry. If the people out at sea were to hear you say that, they would be mortified. A dignified admiral of the Navy, lamenting the failure of his ideals, is certainly not the Zephyr I have come to know. Ilya jokingly addressed Teacher Zephyr, saying, Ha, you even comforted this young lad. Rest assured, your teacher is not so fragile. Zephyr replied with a hearty laugh. That is good to hear. I was beginning to think the formidable teacher Zephyr I knew had vanished. Elijah ostentatiously patted his chest, as if he had just settled his heart back into his belly. Be cautious upon venturing into the ocean. One misstep could lead to a fall. The sea is replete with wondrous powers, diverse species, and treasures, Zephyr earnestly advised Elijah. I understand, Elijah replied. The recently emerged secret treasures are precisely such marvelous artifacts, are they not? Elijah casually mentioned the recently most captivating treasure. Elijah, you are still young. It is not yet the time for you to approach Herzog. He is a vortex capable of devouring everything, Zephyr said, gazing intently at Elijah. Rest assured, teacher Zephyr. I am still young and certainly not at this moment seeking treasures. I shall wait until I am much older to embark on such a quest. Ilya smiled gently and refrained from further questioning. That is good. Recently, the seas have been tumultuous due to this treasure. Captain John leads a treasure-hunting fleet, which is embroiled in chaos with the Flying Lion's aerial fleet and the Revival Society, comprising Hudolf and Solando. The three factions are scouring the new world like a carpet in search of Herzog's whereabouts. Every location where Herzog has ever appeared is subjected to exhaustive searches, as if they would dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover him. Zephyr spoke in a calm tone, recounting the turmoil in the new world. Have they not sought out those fortunate enough to obtain the treasure? Borisolino suddenly appeared beside them, cracking seeds as he inquired. How could they not? However, aside from Norton, those who could be found have already been taken away. Despite the formidable strength of the 3 factions, the others are not to be underestimated. Gangs, underground forces, bounty hunters, lone wolves, and nobles, once inconspicuous forces are now surfacing, eager to capture these individuals. The recent unrest at sea is partly due to their pursuit of those lucky enough to regain their youth through the treasure. Just last week, the kingdom of Samabale was thrown into chaos after news leaked about capturing a fortunate individual who had regained their youth. Numerous infamous pirate crews, a multitude of underground forces, and countless bounty hunters clashed over this rejuvenated soul. Blood stained the vast sea, yet many remained oblivious, relentlessly attempting to intercept ships for a chance to seize the fortunate one. They never anticipated that such recklessness might cost them their lives at sea. The knight commander of the kingdom of Samabale, renowned as the legendary warrior Achilles, defended the vessels single-handedly, repelling all adversaries and deterring countless eager pursuers from the captured individual. Ultimately, it was only after the old king of the kingdom utilized the treasure's effects to regain his vitality that these factions were completely thwarted, turning their attention elsewhere. However, the seas have become even more fervent in their pursuit of these rejuvenated souls, for the old king's actions confirmed that the treasure's effects could be extracted and transferred. Regrettably, they can only be transferred once, and the rejuvenation only restores youth by 15 years. As Zephyr spoke, he felt parched and took a sip of sherry before continuing his tale to the captivated students surrounding him. Norton, on the other hand, is far luckier, possessing immense strength to incinerate all those with ill intentions. No one knows his past. Perhaps he was once obscure, but judging by his current prowess, he may have been formidable in his earlier days. Wasn't Norton once a notorious old pirate? A puzzled Navy officer queried. Who knows? Zephyr responded. The Navy has sifted through past bounties and found none that match. Perhaps Norton was not a pirate in his earlier life, he explained, while a suspicion brewed within him. An obscure old pirate who regained youth and possesses formidable strength seems to suggest a spy. Yet, why would such an individual, after acquiring youth, display a strength that appears deliberately conspicuous? Let us not dwell on it. Perhaps he was simply an old man seeking refuge on Honeycomb Island. Or maybe he adopted a pirate guise to survive there. Ilya presented a highly plausible viewpoint. Indeed, let us continue drinking. Teacher Zephyr, do not linger there. Come join us in dancing. Ha ha, here we go. Sakazuki, cheer up, let loose. Ha ha. Chapter 28. Resplendent grace. 3 fleeting days passed in a blink, during which Ilya and his companions reveled in joyous celebrations, their laughter echoing along the night beach. With graduation marking the end of their camaraderie, everyone would soon venture into the vast, boundless sea, perhaps signaling an eternal farewell. Thus, they indulged in carefree gatherings and hearty laughter. At the elite training camp, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. On the elevated platform, several naval vice admirals sat with arms crossed and legs crossed, resting with closed eyes. Surrounding them were representatives from the world government, journalists, nobles, spies from various factions, and delegates from different nations, all gathered to witness the so-called strongest generation of naval elites. The anticipation was palpable, as many distinguished figures had come, including the Duke from the Kosh Kingdom and notorious vice admirals like the Tyrant, Vice Admiral Smoker, and Vice Admiral Frost. Zephyr stood on the left side of the platform with the elite training camp students, exuding an ironclad presence and strict order that drew the attention of all present, intrigued by the myriad rumors surrounding the naval elite training camp. The formidable Steelbone Kong approached, his expression stoic, his robust physique accentuated by a broad chest, tawny skin, and striking white hair and beard shaped like a mountain. Steelbone Kong had arrived. The invited guests, who rarely encountered such renowned figures from the sea, felt that their attendance was worthwhile. He surveyed the crowd, his fierce gaze taking in the disciplined military decorum of the training camp, nodding in satisfaction. Today marks the graduation ceremony for the first cohort of the naval training camp. On behalf of the Navy, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Vice Admiral Zephyr and all the instructors for their tireless efforts in shaping these students into capable individuals. Steelbone Kong nodded towards Zephyr and the instructors behind him. I trust you are all familiar with the achievements of the elite training camp, and I hope that upon your graduation, you will continue to contribute to the Navy. Steelbone Kong passed the responsibility to Zephyr, as he was the focal point of today's ceremony. Dressed in a rare purple suit complemented by a justice coat adorned with insignia, Zephyr stood proudly on the platform, embodying the unwavering spirit of justice as the infamous vice admiral who refrains from killing. Esteemed graduates, as you embark on your journey to uphold justice, you may encounter various trials and tribulations. Do not forsake your dreams. Strive towards them with determination. I stand with you, eagerly awaiting the day when your names resonate throughout the seas, making me proud. Zephyr pointed to his heart as he addressed the students. May you steadfastly safeguard justice. People may find themselves lost, disappointed, or powerless, yet you must persevere. Justice lies ahead. Now, Ilya, Costa, Sakazuki, and Borisolino, please step forward. Zephyr gazed at the four figures before him, some resolute, others gentle, some cold, and some resigned, and felt an immense pride swell within him. From this day forth, you shall officially become protectors of justice within the Navy. Go forth and embody justice through your actions. Zephyr personally draped the justice coat over Ilya, seeing in him a reflection of his former self. Countless unspoken words condensed into a single sentiment as he patted Ilya's shoulder. Go forth, today belongs to you. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. With a spirited demeanor, Ilya saluted Zephyr and then turned to address everyone. I, Ilya, hereby vow to uphold justice throughout my life, to counter violence with violence, and to compel the wicked pirates to repent for their sins amidst death and lamentation. I shall forever stand as the shield of the world government, safeguarding the peace of the world, all in the name of justice. Elijah, cloaked in the mantle of justice, boldly articulates his ideals to all factions for the first time. World peace? Steelbone silently contemplates, his expression unwavering as he gazes upon Elijah on the podium. The notion of the world government safeguarding global harmony? Someone echoes this sentiment with significant undertones, subsequently turning their gaze towards the Navy and the world government. The shield of the world government. Indeed, indeed, indeed. High-ranking officials from the world government shower accolades upon Elijah on the platform, their faces unexpectedly illuminated by satisfied smiles. It is a rare occurrence for a top-tier combatant, having grown to a considerable degree, to express heartfelt allegiance to the world government in such a public arena. However, the world government would hardly dismiss the overtures of a future potential powerhouse within the Navy without due consideration. Elijah stepped back, and Sakazuki advanced forward. Ilya and Sakazuki exchanged a glance, words unnecessary between them. Everything was conveyed in silence. I, Sakazuki, am resolute in my mission to eradicate all evil, leaving no soil for its existence. There is no room for compromise or mercy in my battle against malevolence. It shall ultimately meet its demise at our hands. Sakazuki's somber tone and icy visage reflected his unwavering determination. Those who join the Navy are heroes, and I, Costa, am honored to fight alongside you all for the cause of justice. Yet, dear comrades, as guardians of the sea, we must unite with steadfast resolve and unparalleled strength to shatter anyone daring to challenge the Navy. I implore you to strive alongside me. An individual's sense of justice may be insignificant, but countless small acts of righteousness can triumph over all. Costa spoke passionately, akin to a proud lion, igniting fervor among the Navy personnel, who lacked formidable power yet were stirred by his words. I believe many, like me and Borisolino, have thrived under the Navy's protection. And as we grow, we shall fight for the weak as our predecessors did. Leaves may wither, but new branches shall flourish even more vibrantly. Paulus, rarely serious, shared these thoughts with earnestness. The world government serves as a shield for global peace, a commendable notion indeed. The first generation wielding the sword of the demon. Clad in a pristine white kimono, the bald Gorosei's stern face bore a hint of a smile. Truly commendable, yet Sengoku is likely to suppress him. The scarred, mustached Gorosei furrowed his brow. Sengoku cannot restrain Ilya for long. After all, Ilya's might will undoubtedly attract the most radical elements within the Navy, won't it? The Gorosei with golden short hair and a prominent neck scar spoke up. Indeed, however, this Costa seeks to consolidate the foundational strength of the Navy, a rather intriguing ambition. The Gorosei with a long white beard's eyes flickered with surprise. Chapter 29, Graduation Arrangements. Until we meet again, my friends. This evening, Ilya and all the trainees at the elite training camp partook in their final revelry, celebrating with a last barbecue gathering. Ilya, you must persevere. Sakaski, I am watching you from the East Sea. Costa, I can no longer seek vengeance. I hope you will vanquish a few more notorious pirates on my behalf. Deku, do not lose heart. A worthy devil fruit can indeed transform your life. Twin brothers, tread carefully on the Grand Line. During this final barbecue, people wholeheartedly extended their blessings to all present. Some, unable to seek revenge, placed their hopes in others. Some offered heartfelt wishes to their classmates, while others bid farewell to one another. Elijah gazed upon the inebriated naval elite, chuckling softly, before lifting his eyes to the vast expanse of space. In this magnificent era, I have finally arrived. The notion of fatalism has never been sufficient to sway my beliefs. I shall shatter all limitations through my own actions. If this world necessitates the burden of a pirate, it is utterly ludicrous. Is there truly a disparity between reality and the realms of comic artistry? Let time itself be the judge. Elijah pondered silently. The following day, he accompanied a naval officer to a singular warship. The demeanor of the sailors aboard this vessel was markedly different from that of traditional naval personnel. Rather than sailors, they resembled thugs. Each of them possessed a robust physique, adorned with fearsome tattoos, smoking cigars, and their eyes radiated a ferocity that suggested they were more akin to pirates than to the noble naval force. Among this band of maritime ruffians, the most striking figure was not the most intimidating sailor, but rather an elegant old gentleman. He donned a flowing black robe that, despite its loose fit, could not conceal his formidable muscles. Draped in a naval coat, his grizzled hair was gathered in a crown, exuding the poise of a gentleman who had stepped forth from a bygone era. Yet, when he spoke, the iron resolve and the scent of blood overshadowed the refinement suggested by his attire. To be candid, I greatly admire your philosophy. Employing violence to counteract villainy is indeed the most effective method to confront rogues. Unfortunately, there are those who do not share my perspective. They believe that imprisoning pirates, allowing them to repent for the remainder of their lives, will somehow atone for their crimes. However, they are mistaken. They fail to comprehend that a pirate is, fundamentally, a pirate. The transgressions committed by these brigands can never be absolved. Indeed, evil is deemed evil precisely because it leaves indelible black marks upon a pristine sheet of paper, marks that, regardless of the passage of time or the cleansing of the years, remain forever unerasable. Elijah gazed upon the venerable elder before him, elegantly attired, yet harboring a heart steeped in the desire for bloodshed. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that I have permitted your presence aboard my vessel. In the time that follows, strive diligently to cultivate your growth. If you wish to fulfill your promises, then manifest your intentions through action and effort. What you aspire to attain shall naturally materialize when we behold what we yearn to see. The iron-willed veteran, clad in a black cloak that could not conceal the sinewy muscles beneath, spoke with profound significance. Just wait and see, General Tyrant. Elijah smiled as he spoke. Next, I shall venture into the new world. You have mastered all that you were meant to learn, and now it is time to integrate that knowledge into your very instincts. This journey will demand you to endure life and death trials. Be prepared, young one. Do not let a moment's carelessness lead you to demise on the path to the summit. The tyrant general, observing Elijah, could not help but interject with a cautionary note. As the leader of the radical faction, he yearned for a formidable commander to rise within the ranks, someone who would carry forth his banner and realize the ideals of their faction, translating years of dreams into tangible actions. Regrettably, he had waited in vain for such a figure to emerge. resigning himself to the thought that he might never encounter one in his lifetime. Fortunately, in the twilight of his years, he found in Elijah a potential successor, a naval officer imbued with the prowess of a top-tier warrior. Elijah was not only his chosen heir, but also a figure recognized by the radical faction. Within this faction, they believed that to eradicate evil, the most formidable of tyrants must arise, employing the most ruthless methods against their foes. Initially, they had placed their hopes in Sakazuki. However, in comparison to Elijah, Sakazuki's ideology diverged from theirs to a certain extent. This was precisely the influence Elijah had exerted on Sakazuki throughout the year. Ilya hopes that Sakazuki will, in the coming years, embody the fierce and uncompromising admiral he remembers from his past. After all, having such a person on Ilya's side would provide him with immense support. Thus, Sakazuki has been influenced by Ilya in a manner reminiscent of Wang Mang. He is relentless in his dealings with pirates, and he has always extended his utmost efforts to assist his fellow comrades in the Navy. If one seeks his aid, he will undoubtedly find a way to provide it. Consequently, Sakazuki's reputation within the Navy is exceedingly commendable. However, his unwavering resolve to eradicate pirates without mercy has garnered him some disfavor among certain pacifist leaders. Rest assured, if I, the Rear Admiral, were to perish on this journey, it would merely signify my limitations. As men of the sea, we must possess the audacity to stake everything for our cause. Elijah gazed towards the distant sea and replied, "Then I shall await the spectacle. A new world awaits our embarkation." With a command from the tyrannical general, they surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, setting sail towards the new realm. This marks a fresh beginning for Elijah, who shall continue to showcase his brilliance in this uncharted territory. The curtains of the world have slowly begun to rise, until the very end, who can confidently declare themselves the ultimate victor. Victory crowns the king, and justice shall undoubtedly prevail. Indeed, only the conqueror embodies righteousness, and it is solely through triumph that one may inscribe the annals of history. In the depths of his mind, Ilya contemplated the vast expanse of ocean before him, where the sky was clear yet devoid of any avian presence. The stillness of the white clouds in the serene sky was unsettling, with not a whisper of wind. This was the dreaded doldrums, a realm that inspired fear in countless hearts. Within the tranquil yet profound depths of the sea lay a shadowy cave, where a massive cocoon pulsated rhythmically. It was an enormous chrysalis, adorned with delicate white threads that enveloped a caterpillar, extending beyond the cave and transforming the area within kilometers into a realm of white. Any creature that ventured too close would be utterly consumed by these silken strands. "Brother, you are finally coming into this world." A youthful woman's voice echoed with eager anticipation from the depths of the cave. Chapter 30. The battle-dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky, casting a heavy shroud over the world and creating an atmosphere of oppression. Thunder and lightning roared as if divine beings were howling amidst the tempest. The furious sea raged like a mad deity unleashing its wrath, with towering waves reaching heights of 100 meters surging in all directions. Amidst this chaos, two ships struggled against the storm. One ship, a pirate vessel, bore a tattered left deck and had lost two of its three masts. It sailed precariously through the howling winds and torrential rains like a fragile barrel on the brink of destruction. A colossal wave, imbued with cataclysmic force, surged toward the beleaguered pirate ship. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the vessel, his formidable physique seemingly harboring boundless strength. With a single punch, he shattered the air, unleashing an immense power that carved a path through the monstrous wave, creating an escape route for the pirate ship. "Hurry, steer the ship, do not linger." The moment he landed on the pirate ship, he shouted in a tone filled with terror. "Understood, Captain. This is already our maximum speed," a crew member replied, busily navigating the ship. "Confounded fool, why is he still pursuing me?" The once formidable pirate captain felt his bravado wane, his voice betraying his fear. "This speed is intolerably slow. If that figure behind us catches up, we are doomed." The captain vented his frustration, eyeing the ship, which had reached the limit of its velocity. With a resolute fist, he struck the surface of the sea, generating deep craters as shockwaves surged toward the pirate ship, propelling it forward at a breathtaking speed. A dull thud echoed from behind. The captain turned to glance back, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How is this possible? This monster has only recently entered the new world. Standing defiantly before the towering wave was a figure clad in a naval coat, golden eyes radiant like the sun, observing the tumultuous waters without a trace of fear. His commanding voice resonated across the sea, reaching even the crew aboard the fleeing pirate ship. The naval crew regarded him with reverence. while the pirates stared at him in terror. The colossal wave, upon hearing his authoritative proclamation, lost its earlier ferocity and began to dissipate before him. This monster, the once proud pirate captain, cursed at the miraculous sight unfolding before him. Major Ilya truly inspires confidence, a naval officer remarked in awe. Unperturbed by the chaos, Ilya stood at the forefront of the naval vessel, gazing at the vanishing pirate ship. Everyone, hold on tightly. I am about to accelerate, he announced. At his words, the naval personnel gripped onto anything nearby to steady themselves in fear. With an extraordinary velocity, the imposing naval ship sliced through the ocean towards the pirate vessel. An overwhelming pressure descended from above, immobilizing the fleeing pirate ship as if it were a condemned criminal awaiting execution. Confounded. Ilya, you are merely toying with me. The distressed pirate captain roared. Why do you pursue me so relentlessly? Of course, you are guilty, Ilya's indifferent voice responded. If you're unaware, allow me to enlighten you about the 4 villages you slaughtered 10 days ago on the Lyre Islands. You wish to torment me for the sake of those weak women? The captain's face was a mask of disbelief. They may be weak to you, but you are no more than an insignificant pest to me. You relish in killing for sport, and now I shall let you experience the consequences of such actions. Ilya's gaze was cold and unyielding, fixated on the captain's incredulous expression. I am aligned with Captain John. Do you dare to treat me thus? With no escape in sight, the captain resorted to threats. They are all mere pirates. Do you truly believe the Navy fears pirates? You too shall be subjected to justice, but you will not witness that moment. Prepare for your journey. Elijah was not inclined to engage in further discourse with the pirate captain. Elijah vanished as if by teleportation, appearing instantaneously before the pirate captain. The overwhelming pressure forced beads of sweat to trickle down the captain's brow, and his muscles quivered, a stark reminder of the lethal threat he faced. Die, Supreme Path Fist. The pirate captain summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing a punch of unparalleled ferocity, so swift that the surrounding figures could scarcely discern its trajectory. An acute sense of suffocation enveloped them, as if the very red earth itself bore down upon them. The deck splintered, torn apart by the violent gust generated by the punch, fragments soaring into the sky. With a resounding crack, Elijah effortlessly caught the fist with a single hand. How is this possible? The pirate captain's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a blow he had meticulously prepared for. His earlier words merely a ruse to buy time for this moment. Yet, he had never anticipated that this meticulously charged strike could be so easily thwarted by Elijah. You are still far too weak. Word spirit, Monarch's flame. The temperature surged, evaporating the damp sea water into mist. As a colossal pillar of searing flame enveloped both the pirate captain and Elijah. As the fiery column dissipated, the captain had already been transformed into a charred statue, while Elijah remained unblemished, his sleeves untouched by soot. The captain is dead. How could this be? Major Elijah is the strongest. Annihilate this group of pirates. Witnessing the demise of their captain, some pirates descended into despair, while others gritted their teeth, fiercely charging at the Navy. The Navy, however, remained unfazed, wielding their swords with renewed vigor. As the smoke billowed, the battle reached its conclusion. Return. With Elijah's command, the warship turned back towards base, leaving behind a solitary pirate vessel, a grotesque flower of flesh and corpses drifting into the distance. Chapter 31. Rising fame. An unscathed Navy ship sailed towards the majestic and serene G8 Navy base. Major Elijah has returned. A child disguised as a Navy soldier shouted excitedly upon seeing the vessel. Is that so? Let me take a look, someone called from within the base. Oh, indeed. Only Major Elijah's ship could return so intact, an admiring old Navy officer remarked, his eyes glimmering with respect. Indeed. Few in our entire Navy can ensure that every warship returns in perfect condition like Major Elijah, said a weathered Navy officer, his face weathered by the sea breeze, eyes deep with the wisdom of age. The world of pirates is a tangible reality, starkly different from the animated portrayals where ships endure cannon fire unscathed. In this real world, a cannonball striking an arm does not merely emit black smoke. It results in gruesome injuries that are difficult to behold. In battles against pirates, the Navy ships inevitably sustain damage from pirate cannon fire. This is precisely why the Navy holds Major Elijah in such high esteem. Although Elijah holds the rank of merely a major, his reputation eclipses that of several brigadiers within the base. This is attributed to his remarkable prowess in naval engagements against pirates, where his vessels emerge unscathed, and his casualty rates remain perpetually minimal while his efficiency soars to unprecedented heights. Within the G8 naval base, the staunchly radical faction admires Elijah's approach, finding satisfaction in his unyielding and iron-fisted style, which resonates with their own convictions. As his black military boots strike the ground, and his white cloak billows gracefully in the air, the striking contrast of black and white becomes profoundly apparent. Elijah, adorned with a gentle smile, gazes out from the office window at the tyrant admiral. The admiral raises his teacup in a gesture towards Elijah, as if to congratulate him on yet another successful pirate elimination, or perhaps to celebrate the safe return of his naval comrades. Quite impressive, you dealt with that brute, Agres. So swiftly, the admiral remarks, clad in a traditional black Chinese robe as he prepares tea for Elijah. You flatter me. Had it not been for Agres's village massacre, I would not have taken notice of him so promptly. Elijah responds humbly, devoid of any arrogance. This is your merit. There is no need for false modesty. In recent months, you have gained a modicum of renown in the New World. Exercise caution, for those lurking in the shadows are likely already fixated on you. The admiral cautions, pouring a cup of tea for Elijah and speaking slowly. The rodents of the dark world survive solely because they dwell in unnoticed corners. Should they dare to venture forth, they will come to understand the true meaning of brutality. Ilya paid no heed to the attention drawn towards him by the denizens of the dark realm. This was a testament to his pride and confidence stemming from his own formidable strength. Just a casual remark. Be cautious as they may resort to some unscrupulous tactics. The king of Lesvet Island is soon to celebrate his birthday, and in 7 days you shall represent our G8 Baha'i naval base to extend our felicitations to him. The tyrant general spoke with an air of nonchalance. The king of Lesvet Island? Understood. Ilya gazed at the tyrannical general with a questioning expression, although the general remained silent. Ilya discerned the answer he sought from the depths of his eyes. This island was an extraordinary one, characterized by only 2 seasons, the sweltering heat of summer and the refreshing coolness of autumn, which alternated every fortnight. This was Lesvet Island, a land renowned for its flowers and blood, its fame echoing across the seas. In just 2 days, it would be the birthday of the king of Lesvet Island. And thus, the entire island was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Amidst this festive occasion, the Minister of Finance, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, stood on the dock, gazing into the distance, anticipating the arrival of a certain individual. How unreasonable! Ilya has yet to arrive. He possesses no sense of time at all, grumbled one disgruntled official, his impatience evident as he stood under the blazing sun, waiting for a junior officer. Patience brings tranquility. Those destined to arrive will do so in due time. The Minister of Finance remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the rotund official, his voice strained as if it were being torn apart. Yet, it is rather disrespectful for a mere naval lieutenant like Ilya to keep us, esteemed officials of the nation, waiting under this relentless sun, the corpulent official retorted, sensing the minister's veiled criticism. If you find it intolerable to wait, you need not remain here. There are plenty willing to do so, the Minister of Finance shot back, his icy gaze fixed upon the high-ranking official. My dissatisfaction lies solely in the fact that a man of your esteemed stature, as the Minister of Finance, must wait under the sun for a naval lieutenant, the official replied, a look of indignation crossing his face, as though he sought to defend the minister. Set aside your petty grievances. As the Imperial Minister of Finance, it is my honor to welcome the future naval admiral, the minister asserted, refusing to be swayed by the high official's status. Over the course of his long tenure, he had long understood that when power reaches a certain threshold, it can compensate for and even surpass discrepancies in rank. Elijah is precisely the individual he believes to be qualified for such a role. In recent months, Elijah's reputation has spread widely across these waters, forged by the countless ghostly pirate ships that roam the seas. Unlike the high-ranking officials who remain ensconced in the kingdom's center, myopic in their views, he understands that the monsters of the ocean do not adhere to reason. Status holds no sway over these formidable creatures. Suddenly, a massive warship emerges in the distance, the very vessel led by Elijah, representing the G8 naval base to commemorate the birthday of King Lesvet. At last it has arrived. Let it not bring shame upon the empire. The band prepares for the occasion. The Minister of Finance gazes upon the grand warship, a faint smile gracing his face. A vibrant red carpet stretches from the deck of the warship to the front of the minister. The band strikes up a melody that signifies the warm welcome of the Lesvet kingdom. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear with us a moment longer. As soon as Ilya disembarked, he was greeted by a group of high-ranking officials awaiting him at the dock. Noticing the weariness etched on their faces, He immediately expressed his apologies. "No need for concern," replied Major Ilya. "I am grateful for your warm welcome to the Kingdom of Levister. I am the Imperial Minister of Finance, Kachway." The minister extended a cordial welcome to Ilya. Chapter 32. The Peculiar Atmosphere of the Kingdom. Greetings, Minister of Finance. I am Ilya. Elijah smiled as he shook hands with the Chancellor of Finance. The reputation of Major Elijah had reached even this old man, who has long resided on the island. Over the past few months, Major Elijah has repeatedly vanquished those wicked pirates, which has left me in awe. Upon meeting him today, it is evident that true heroes emerge in youth. The Chancellor of Finance did not conceal his admiration for Elijah, praising him profusely. "Not at all. I merely fulfilled my duties as a naval officer," Elijah humbly replied. "Unlike you, Chancellor, who has dedicated your entire life to this nation and continues to toil for the welfare of millions of lives on this island, I hold you in the highest regard." Elijah did not allow the Chancellor's flattery to inflate his ego. Instead, he extolled the Chancellor's contributions to the kingdom. "Oh, it is all thanks to the wise leadership of the king and the unwavering support of my fellow ministers. My contributions are but a mere drop in the ocean." The Chancellor then introduced Elijah to the high-ranking officials standing behind him. Each official, regardless of their inner thoughts, wore a smile as they extended a friendly handshake to Elijah, welcoming him warmly. "I am truly grateful to all of you for taking the time to meet with someone as insignificant as myself," Elijah said. His smile as warm as a gentle spring breeze. "Major Elijah, safeguarding peace is what heroes ought to do," they responded. "You underestimate yourself. It is precisely because heroes like you fight bravely at the front that we can enjoy a stable life here at home. This is merely a token of our appreciation for those who protect peace." The officials expressed various flattering sentiments. Some humbly acknowledged Elijah's contributions to the Navy, while others fawned over his hardships, gravitating towards this promising naval star. "Now, let us escort these heroes to the palace, where they can rest well. We shall converse more thoroughly at the banquet," suggested the Chancellor, and no one opposed the idea. A throng of people surrounded Elijah as they made their way to the palace. "This is your room. Are you satisfied, Major Elijah?" inquired a beautiful maid, her gaze brimming with affection. "I am very pleased, thank you," Elijah replied gently, as was his custom. "Then I shall not disturb your rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am always ready to serve you," the maid said bashfully, bowing and gracefully retreating while closing the door behind her. No sooner had the door closed than a rhythmic knocking echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Ilya was greeted by the sight of a solitary figure standing outside, clad in regal attire, exuding an air of pride and confidence. "I apologize for intruding upon your rest, Major Ilya. I am Prince Byronbow," the young prince declared, extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Your Highness, you have certainly not disturbed me. Please, do come in." Although doubt lingered in Ilya's heart, he chose not to reveal it, instead extending a warm invitation to the third prince to enter the room. When a distinguished guest arrives in a nation, it is customary for the king's trusted ministers or the crown prince, the future sovereign, to be the first to pay their respects. Under no circumstances should a prince be the first to meet him alone. With this thought, Ilya smiled inwardly, harboring a few speculations. "How do you find your accommodations, Major Ilya?" The third prince did not get straight to the point. Rather, he inquired about Ilya's living conditions. "Quite satisfactory, Your Highness. I appreciate your concern." Elijah offered no more than a response to the inquiries of the third prince, while he silently anticipated the amusement that this otherwise tedious journey might bring. It was fortunate for Major Elijah that he could find satisfaction in this. Yet not all naval guardians of the sea could enjoy such privileges. The third prince gazed at Elijah with a knowing look. "Indeed, we did not join the Navy for pleasure, but to safeguard the seas and eradicate evil." Elijah smiled at the third prince, already predicting his thoughts. The enjoyment that Major Elijah derived did not contradict his mission of vanquishing wickedness. After all, engaging in fierce battles against pirates at sea warranted moments of leisure upon return, which would ultimately benefit their mental and physical well-being. Observing Elijah's customary expression, the third prince continued, lamenting the numerous expenses the Navy incurred, which left only a fraction of resources available. Elijah responded with a sigh of agreement. "It is of no concern. It is through your protection that the kingdom of Tevis can develop in peace. Therefore, Major Elijah, I am willing to personally donate 20 billion belly." The third prince finally revealed his intent. "I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness, but this matter is rather significant, and I must deliberate further." "Of course, Major Elijah. Take your time to consider. It is getting late, and I shall not disturb your rest." The third prince rose and departed without requiring Elijah to see him out. Inside, Elijah, watching the retreating figure of the third prince, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he murmured, "How intriguing." Outside, a butler clad in a tailcoat and sporting a monocle hastened to greet the third prince upon his appearance. "How fares your highness?" Major Elijah seems somewhat wary of my unexpected generosity. "Nevertheless, it's inconsequential. Elijah will soon understand our motives," the third prince replied confidently, though he had not achieved his goal. His pride and self-assurance remained intact as he addressed the butler. "Your highness, it appears the crown prince has taken note of your movements," the butler remarked, bowing slightly. "If my dear brother is oblivious, then my efforts will have been in vain. My feigned subterfuge, intended to inform him, must not go to waste." The third prince said meaningfully, "Your wisdom is commendable, your highness," the butler praised. "Let us proceed to my mother's quarters." "Yes." The two made their way toward the palace, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. "A contest for the throne?" The astute third prince. "I look forward to witnessing the crown prince's response." Through his observation hockey, Elijah listened to the conversation outside and chuckled, recognizing this as yet another display of the third prince's sincerity. After all, in the tales that have circulated in the New World, no one could be unaware of the significance of observation and armament hockey. Chapter 33. The Banquet Before the Banquet. Elijah did not await the arrival of the crown prince. Perhaps, in the eyes of the prince, the exchanges during the banquet were sufficient, rendering any prior interaction unnecessary, or perhaps he believed his victory was assured. "The banquet is about to commence. Allow me to escort you," the palace maid said respectfully, slightly bowing to Elijah. "Let us proceed. Lead the way." The grand hall shimmered with an opulent golden brilliance, dazzling to behold, adorned with lifelike reliefs and murals upon the surrounding walls. The dome, featuring a humanoid relief representing the kingdom of Leviste, seemed to gaze intently at all present, its lifelike presence captivating the audience. As soon as Elijah entered the venue, he captured the attention of everyone present. "Let us extend a warm welcome to Major Elijah of the Navy." The aged king himself spoke up to express his greetings, disregarding the disparity in status between them, and personally approached Elijah. Applause resonated throughout the room as dignitaries, influential figures, and leaders from various sectors offered their courteous smiles and claps in welcome. The old king, gazing at Elijah with a kind demeanor, remarked, "I am truly honored that our tyrant general has sent the esteemed Major Elijah to celebrate my birthday. You flatter me, your majesty. Under your governance, Leviste Island flourishes. And even I, stationed far at the G8 naval base, have heard whispers of its prosperity," Elijah replied gracefully, expressing admiration for the king. "Haha, you're too kind." The old king humbly responded, though a smile graced his lips, revealing his delight. "Now that the guest of honor has arrived, let our banquet officially commence," proclaimed the old king. With that, he ceded the spotlight to Elijah and moved aside to converse with trusted ministers and old friends. A throng of high-ranking officials and socialites surrounded Elijah, raising their glasses in salute and greeting him warmly. At that moment, the crown prince, with an aura as sharp as a sword, sliced through the crowd, making his way directly to Elijah. The prince's eyes sparkled with pride, his robust physique reflecting discipline, and the smile on his lips conveyed a sense of freedom. This was the future heir of the kingdom, one who was not akin to the future wobble, brutal, reckless, and foolish. Rather, he was a qualified prince, nurtured through the rich traditions and classical education of the kingdom. "Welcome, Major Elijah. I am Mabua," the crown prince declared, raising his glass in a gesture towards Elijah before downing it in one swift motion, his expression revealing a perfectly measured smile that epitomized the elegance of a royal cultivated through the passage of time. "Thank you, your highness," Elijah replied. Ilya raised his wine glass in a gesture towards the crown prince and then drank it in one swift motion. Major Ilya, aside from his training and expeditions to eradicate pirates, does he engage in other interests or activities? Perhaps we might share some common hobbies. The crown prince Maybo inquired of Ilya. "In my leisure time, I find joy in gazing out at the vast sea while practicing calligraphy, for it brings me a sense of tranquility." Ilya conveyed his interest to Crown Prince Maybo. "Oh, then we may be kindred spirits. For I too have a fondness for calligraphy. To me, it is not merely a tool for writing, but a profound historical symbolism. It embodies the principles of simplicity and complexity, softness overcoming hardness, the unity of humanity in nature, and the mastery of technique leading to enlightenment." The eyes of Crown Prince Maybo sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. "Practicing calligraphy, in my view, is a form of cultivation. Elijah and Crown Prince Mabwa engaged in a lively conversation, their interaction radiating warmth. Observing this scene from the sidelines, the third prince felt a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, his impeccable royal upbringing and personal composure prevented him from voicing any dissent, and he continued to engage in amicable discussions with those around him. Meanwhile, a group of noble women gathered around Her Majesty the Queen, whose delicate brows furrowed slightly at the sight of Mabwa and Elijah's cheerful exchange, prompting her to observe them discreetly. The old king silently absorbed the expressions of everyone in the grand hall, yet he chose to remain silent, continuing his jovial conversation with long-lost friends. In the solitude of his chamber, Elijah issued orders with an air of authority. "Come forth, and present to me the profiles of the two princes and the old king." From the shadows emerged a figure, clad in shimmering gray scales and obscured by a skeletal mask that revealed only a pair of striking golden eyes. Kneeling, this individual offered the requested documents. As Elijah perused the information, a smile crept across his face. How intriguing, he mused. It was not the queen's son, the third prince, who was the heir apparent, but rather a prince born of a former concubine of the old king. How curious indeed. Would the third prince acquiesce to this revelation? And what of the old king's wishes? Would they be honored? What actions would the crown prince take in response? Sitting enthroned in the darkness, Elijah chuckled softly as he contemplated the documents. In a typical household, the accumulation of significant wealth often leads to fraternal discord, with brothers turning against one another in fierce competition for inheritance, sometimes culminating in irrevocable estrangement. One can only imagine the strife that the allure of a kingdom might incite between siblings. The crown prince of the kingdom of Kavastar was not born of the queen, despite her treating him as her own. The queen had her own children to consider, and even if she did not prioritize her own interests, the third prince's position would inevitably foster a brutal contest. The victor would claim everything, while the vanquished would be left with nothing. The crown prince had garnered the support of only a portion of officials and military leaders, while the third prince, favored by the old king and bolstered by the queen's endorsement, had amassed a considerable following among the nobility. In this precarious moment, the crown prince ought to be urgently seeking allies among the high-ranking officials and nobles. After all, in such a position, passivity is not an option. Failure would plunge him into an abyss of despair. Yet, the crown prince did not rush to secure the backing of influential figures. Instead, he seemed to bide his time, as if signaling to the queen his willingness to share everything with the third prince. The ambition of an individual cannot be concealed indefinitely. When, O crown prince, will you unveil your true self to the world? The anticipation is palpable. Elijah observed the crown prince's documentation with a bemused smile and remarked, "Your Highness, how will you excel in this brutal contest for the throne? With the influence of the third prince growing ever more formidable, I imagine you must be feeling quite unsettled." At that moment, Elijah comprehended the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the entire kingdom. As the health of the old king waned, so too did his control over the realm and the princes. In this precarious time, would the crown prince continue his long-standing forbearance, or would the third prince strike first? For Elijah, this promised to be an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 35. Uprising time flowed relentlessly like a great river, and soon the day of the old king's birthday arrived. The island of Lesvater was engulfed in a jubilant atmosphere. From the royal city to the villages, celebrations were underway in honor of the old king's birth. Children joyfully raced through the streets with their toys, while adults seized this rare opportunity to relax and spend time with their families on this day of universal festivity. In the royal city, the populace reveled in the jubilant ambience. The old king donned his royal garments and crown, making his way to the square amidst a throng of ministers and princes. Countless citizens of the Lesvater kingdom eagerly awaited his appearance, ready to extend their utmost respect to their sovereign. The old king had ruled over the Lesvater kingdom for a remarkable 50 years, during which many subjects had lived their entire lives under his wise governance. Consequently, the people held a deep affection for him, and he reciprocated this sentiment, choosing to celebrate his birthday as a day of collective joy with his subjects. Standing at the center of the square, the old king gazed benevolently at his people. "Time has flown. In the blink of an eye, I have led this kingdom through 50 years of history. I am grateful to each of you for accompanying me through this lengthy journey. Although I may not have transformed this country into a paradise, I have endeavored to improve your lives." He encouraged everyone to enjoy the day wholeheartedly. The royal band began to perform a specially arranged piece for this occasion, and vibrant dances commenced. Ministers and the old king watched with rapt attention, Some nodded in satisfaction at the splendid performance, while others exchanged knowing smiles. Fully engrossed in the music and dance, suddenly, chaos erupted within the crowd. A cluster of people began to scatter in panic, their terrified shouts shattering the peaceful scene. Observing the turmoil, the captain of the royal guards, unhesitatingly, moved to intervene against a man wielding a knife, who was recklessly pursuing others. The clash of the captain's sword against that of the assailant sent shockwaves through the crowd. As the captain's expression shifted in surprise, he had not anticipated a foe of such caliber. The struggle between the captain and the assailant intensified, neither yielding an inch. "Your Majesty, flee. Protect the king. Subdue the assailant. Maintain order," shouted the guards. The legal minister called for crowd dispersal, while astute ministers, sensing the gravity of the situation, shielded the king to prevent any covert assaults. Some urged the guards to manage the chaos, preventing a stampede, while others insisted on escorting the old king to safety. "Go," the old king decisively commanded, refusing to linger. He understood that remaining would only hinder the efforts of those around him. His departure was crucial for them to fight freely. He was also acutely aware that the orchestrators behind this uprising were not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the sky, its grotesque, grinning face a stark contrast against the night. As this ghastly firework burst, hidden assailants emerged from the crowd, surging towards the old king. The guards rushed to intercept them. Engaging in fierce combat, blood and carnage swiftly transformed the area around the old king into a battlefield, as guards and assailants fought desperately for survival. Elijah remained silent beside the old king, choosing not to intervene. This was primarily due to the explicit regulations set forth by the world government, which dictated that the Navy must not interfere in the internal affairs of sovereign nations. Such insurrections were inherently matters of state that should not involve Elijah. Furthermore, he discerned that this was a battle for the throne. The queen, positioned closely behind the old king, signaled the third prince with her gaze. The third prince immediately stepped forward toward the old king, proclaiming, "Father, allow me to vanquish these audacious intruders." Before the old king could consent, a voice identical to that of the third prince echoed from another direction, "Father, he is an impostor. Stay away from him." Another third prince, adorned in resplendent royal attire, appeared in the distance, loudly declaring his presence. Before the old king could react, the third prince beside him launched a dagger at his heart. However, the dagger was intercepted by a figure emerging from the old king's shadow. "Eliminate him," commanded the old king coldly, displaying no concern for whether this third prince was indeed his cherished son. In the old king's eyes, the moment the prince attempted to assassinate him, he had already sealed his fate. The queen, taken aback, wished to intervene but was too late. The figure from the shadows advanced upon the third prince without hesitation, delivering a hand strike imbued with a potent haki that sliced toward the prince's neck. The assailant, the third prince, discarded his dagger and transformed into a werewolf, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Is it truly impossible?" the werewolf third prince mused with a hint of frustration. "Indeed, it is him, the third prince," exclaimed a startled minister. In his youth, the third prince had been captivated by the devil fruits, prompting the old king to procure for him an ancient wolf fruit. Upon witnessing the werewolf form of the third prince, the minister was convinced of the prince's authenticity. "Then who is the third prince over there?" another official questioned, gazing at the approaching werewolf prince in confusion. "What is happening?" The queen, unable to discern between her two sons who bore the same fruit, expressed disbelief. The old king furrowed his brow at the scene unfolding before him. "General Kawe, subdue him." "Yes, my liege," replied a man clad in formidable iron armor, brandishing a colossal sword as he charged toward the two indistinguishable third princes. "Eldest, assist the shadow in eliminating him," the old king instructed the silent heir beside him. "Understood, Father," Wang Chu responded, muscles taut and brimming with latent power as he surged toward the werewolf third prince engaged with the shadow. Chapter 36. A complex situation with a resounding impact. The heir's fists, enveloped in dark, unyielding haki, struck out violently toward the werewolf prince. Yet, mid-attack, a man in noble attire, sporting a monocle and top hat, intercepted the blow with a single kick. "Stalin, are you betraying the kingdom?" the heir questioned, his tone laced with menace. "How could that be, your highness? We merely seek a vigorous king to lead us toward a brighter, more glorious future," the man replied courteously. "How dare you utter such treasonous words?" scoffed the heir, launching a fierce kick that loomed ominously above the top-hatted man. With a grace reminiscent of a tango dancer, the man evaded the attack effortlessly. The heir's strike struck the granite ground, creating a massive crater and scattering debris in all directions. The man's cane gleamed like a sword, aimed sharply at the air. The air clenched his fists, exuding confidence and strength, and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the man's palm. Meanwhile, the captain of the guards clashed his sword against the blades of the assailants, each strike igniting sparks and flying shrapnel, revealing the lethal intent of both sides. Their duel was a fierce competition of speed and ferocity, causing onlookers to hesitate, fearful of becoming collateral damage like the unfortunate soul before them. "Stand down, Your Highness." The werewolf prince was halted by General Kawe, who brandished his massive sword in front of him. "Please, General Kawe, let me pass. My father is in danger," the werewolf prince implored urgently. The armored general shook his head, his sword unwaveringly directed at the prince. "Your Highness, do you not comprehend? You are the greatest threat here." The werewolf prince hesitated, grappling with the implications of his identical twin, who bore the same devil fruit, attempting to assassinate the old king. Could the old king ever trust him again? Moreover, his own subordinates had joined in this treachery. Even if the old king recognized him as the true third prince, he would not spare him. For to act against the king was a crime that could not be forgiven. Desperation surged within the werewolf prince as he gazed at the chaotic battle among the three combatants. "It is all a scheme orchestrated by my elder brother. He is the one who hired someone to impersonate me, and my subordinates are in league with him," he bellowed, grasping at a lifeline. "I regret to inform you, Your Highness, but you must remain where you are. Do not compel me to act against you." General Kawe's eyes glinted sharply as he addressed the prince, unyielding to his claims. The old king, hearing the princess' accusations, remained impassive, revealing no hint of emotion. In his heart, he had long understood that this was a grand act staged by his two sons, with the elder son's machinations prevailing. It was now a matter of whether the third prince could mount a counteroffensive. The ministers surrounding the old king exchanged furtive glances, silently acknowledging the brutal nature of royal rivalries. The queen, maintaining her composure, cast a discreet glance at the old king, realizing his intentions. With a subtle wave of her hand, the hidden agents in the shadows began to mobilize. This was a final gambit prepared for her son, one she had hoped to avoid until absolutely necessary. However, the heir's aggressive maneuvering left her no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. The hidden agents, observing the queen's signal, melted into the crowd, becoming indistinguishable. The old king shot a piercing look at the queen but refrained from further comment. "Does His Majesty require the assistance of our navy?" Elijah appeared oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him as he inquired of the king. "No need, Major. It is truly embarrassing for such matters to arise at this time. It will soon be resolved." The old king declined Elijah's assistance, clearly aware of the navy's expansionist ambitions and unwilling to provide them with an opportunity to invade their realm. "Should you require aid, Your Majesty, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am here." Elijah offered a calm smile to the old king before refraining from further words. "Very well," the old king replied dismissively. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed as a battalion clad in black armor and wielding sharp swords materialized on the scene. "Levis, crush these traitors," the old king commanded with vigor, addressing the leader at the forefront of the army. In an instant, an arrow whizzed through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the king's heart. The burly military advisor, positioned protectively in front of the king, grasped the arrow tightly in his strong hands. "Levis, will you also betray His Majesty?" he bellowed at the army's leader, fury evident in his voice. "Loyalty is absent. Betrayal cannot exist," retorted Levis coldly, donning a black helmet and a grim mask. "Rebel, Your Majesty, permit me to eliminate him," the military advisor implored, kneeling before the old king. "Go ahead." The old king waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. "I apologize, General Kawe, but I cannot allow you to obstruct me here." Upon witnessing the army's aggression towards the king, the third prince, realizing this was the machination of his mother, spoke to the armored General Kawe, then launched his attack. His taut muscles coiled, and with a sudden force, his sharp claws lunged towards Kawe's chest. The general's massive sword descended with the weight of a mountain, seemingly intending to cleave the third prince in two. The clash of the sword and claws resounded like the ringing of steel, sending debris flying and shrouding the ground in smoke. Without a hint of hesitation, the third prince, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast, lunged at General Kawe with his glistening maw. Yet, the general wielded his sword with an impenetrable defense, effortlessly parrying the third prince's assault. The overwhelming might of the sword compelled the third prince to evade, seeking an opening around General Kawe. Each unavoidable collision sent a jolt through the third prince's claws, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 37. The victor as the citizens of the royal city reveled. Chaos suddenly engulfed the realm. This uprising ignited like a spark, consuming the entire kingdom. The third prince's confidants, upon witnessing the unrest in the royal square, had already commanded their subordinates to prepare. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, armies clad in black armor clashed violently with the royal defense forces. It became evident to the third prince's confidants that this was the influence of the third prince's mother, though surprised by the sudden escalation. They adeptly began their coup d'etat. Having prepared in advance, they caught the royal forces off guard, retreating to the palace where they regained control. Both factions, on what should have been a peaceful day, exchanged furious roars as they battled with swords and daggers. The old king, observing this turmoil from the square, had anticipated such a scene and wearily closed his eyes. The sight of his subjects slaughtering one another over the throne filled him with an unprecedented sense of solitude, prompting him to question whether he had grown old. As he felt the lament of his weary body, he recognized that his youth had long since faded. When he reopened his eyes, the old king transformed once more into the sagacious and wise ruler of the Leicester kingdom. He retrieved a phone bug and began dialing. The line connected with an expectant silence on the other end. "Suppress the rebels." "Yes," came a resolute and unwavering voice in response. The royal army outside the city commenced their advance towards the royal city, preparing to quell the insurrection within. "Mabois, I am weary. Let us end this." The old king addressed the crown prince. The queen remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious. The ministers gazed at the crown prince with trepidation. At that moment, they finally grasped the nature of the uprising. This rebellion was merely a struggle for the throne, as the third prince matured and grew increasingly ambitious. He sought to challenge the crown prince, who preemptively struck. The crown prince kidnapped the third prince and, utilizing an unknown devil fruit, disguised himself as the third prince, intending to have him assassinate the old king amidst the turmoil. Even if the old king were not slain, the subsequent actions would unfold under the guidance of the queen and the true third prince. With the righteous forces rallying under the pretense of avenging their father and eliminating treacherous subjects, the ministers felt a surge of fear towards the crown prince. The meticulously concealed preparations, born of years of plotting, were about to strike with lethal precision. "At your command, my dear father," the crown prince replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He departed the battlefield and, using the phone bug, spoke to his prepared subordinates. "Scam, lead the troops to suppress the rebellion." With a click, he put away the phone bug and, surveying the chaos before him, declared with pride, "I shall not tolerate your continued unrest in my kingdom." Golden, resplendent wings unfurled behind the crown prince, casting an imposing shadow. Suspended in the air, he radiated a soft, golden glow, embodying the form of an angelic beast from the Zoan fruit lineage. Elijah spoke softly, adding the latter half of his thoughts internally. "Is this your source of confidence?" The devil fruit of the founding king, an astute minister, well-versed in history, exclaimed in astonishment. "This signifies that His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, will lead us to unprecedented heights, just as the founding king did." The sycophantic ministers cheered in unison. "What a treacherous little man." The true third prince spoke venomously. Alongside General Kuei, "Divine protection," Wang Chu declared, unfurling his resplendent golden wings that blotted out the sky. Countless beams of pale gold light radiated from those wings, cascading towards individuals below. A terrified civilian, seated on the ground, watched as a blade descended, only to be enveloped by the pale golden light, emerging unscathed. The miraculous scene filled the oblivious onlookers with gratitude, thanking the crown prince for his protection. Judgment of the heavens. The sun blazed brilliantly in the sky, and then all light seemed to coalesce into the hand raised by the crown prince. Pure white flames gathered in his grasp, transforming into a blazing sun. With a gesture, he turned this radiant orb into a flaming bow. Drawing the bowstring towards the heavens in one fluid motion, countless white arrows shot forth like celestial blossoms towards the rebels. A traitor clad in black armor, engaged in battle with the royal guards, vanished without a trace upon being struck by the pure white flame arrows. This scene resembled a divine cleansing of the world's evils. Mabois, the third prince, relying on his innate sharp instincts and awakened observation hockey, narrowly evaded the arrow's strike and shouted furiously, "Surrender, brother." The crown prince replied with a disdainful and haughty tone. "How could I ever surrender? You are merely a wild child, inferior in every aspect." The third prince roared, charging towards the crown prince high in the sky. The crown prince halted General Kuei. who sought to intercept the third prince. Our disparity is insurmountable, as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. The white flames coalesced in the crown prince's hands into a pair of crystalline gauntlets. Fist of the Holy. The crown prince's right hand tensed as he delivered a powerful blow, imbued with unrivaled momentum and conviction, aimed at the third prince. Shadow Claw. Dark purple hockey enveloped the third prince's claws, leaving 5 massive claw marks across the sky, intertwining towards the crown prince, who followed closely behind. Bang! The heavens trembled, and the earth lamented. The clouds above shattered under the shockwaves, while the granite pavement of the square cracked deeply. Boom! A figure plummeted to the ground, creating a cloud of dust and a deep crater, causing the entire square to shudder, leaving the crowd unsteady. Power, talent, knowledge, strategy, means, and fruit. None of these do you surpass me in. What grounds do you have to compete with me? The crown prince stood firm in the sky, emanating a soft golden glow like a radiant sun, disdainfully proclaiming, "Your means are merely the result of years of your own machinations. As for the fruit, you merely had luck on your side. Everyone possesses talent." A roar echoed from the dust, which parted to reveal a massive direwolf, its gaze fixed intently upon the crown prince. Chapter 38. Desolation. In a world where few geniuses grow without fortune, luck is indeed a crucial part of a strong one's arsenal. The crown prince gazed upon the enormous dire wolf, a manifestation of the third prince. True strength relies on absolute power, not on these ephemeral concepts. As long as you have not defeated me, I still have my chances. The third prince, appearing as a mountain-sized dire wolf, huffed defiantly. I offer you one last opportunity. Bask once more in the brilliance of your life. Please me, the crown prince declared loudly, and his vast wings, resembling 2 brilliant celestial blades, descended upon the colossal direwolf. Be careful not to perish, arrogant one. The third prince crouched low, his muscles hardening like stone, and with tremendous force, he launched himself skyward towards the crown prince. The clouds above shattered under the impact, and the scorching sunlight enveloped both man and wolf, as if the world's gaze converged upon this moment. Futile, you cannot defeat me. The crown prince effortlessly countered every attack from the third prince while speaking. What a conceited fool! How had I never seen this before? Annihilate the world. The third prince stood motionless on the ground, his feral eyes locked onto the crown prince. Dense hockey enveloped him entirely, the dark aura reflecting his formidable power. In an instant, he vanished like a shadow, reappearing above the crown prince. The massive wolf claw descended with mountain-like force towards him. Genesis, light. The crown prince, unfazed, smiled and bellowed. His golden wings unfurled, and in an instant, the sky darkened as if cloaked by a shroud. Then, warmth emanated from his position, and in a flash, a radiant light illuminated the world like the first dawn. This light, which brought hope and clarity to the masses, instilled unrelenting dread within the third prince. The luminescence, imbued with the essence to eradicate all evil and darkness, surged towards him. Sizzle. The radiant light began to corrode the third prince's palm like poison. His expression shifted dramatically as he retreated from the blinding glow. Looking down at his hand, he realized that while the protective hockey had shielded him from harm, it had severely depleted his strength. What a tedious battle. Let us conclude this. Elijah observed the clash between brothers with growing impatience. Dragon's might, a divine pressure, imperceptible to all, bore down upon the third prince, causing his massive form to stagger. It is over. With a sigh, a pale golden light streaked across the sky, appearing behind the third prince. The crown prince reverted to his human form, no longer glancing back at the mountain-sized third prince, and strode directly towards the old king. Thud. The colossal form of the third prince collapsed, blood spilling forth as he fell, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of solitude and coldness. He struggled to turn his head towards the crown prince, then to the old king and queen. His eyes sparkled with a desire to convey something, raising his hand to point at them, only to let it fall weakly. The instigator has been vanquished. Cease your resistance, and you may receive leniency. Persisting will only lead to a dead end. A resounding sound echoed throughout the square, drawing the attention of all present. There, the third prince lay unresponsive in a pool of blood, while the heir apparent spoke with an air of triumph. With a decisive crack, the first of the rebels relinquished his weapon, and others soon followed suit. After all, life is precious, and they were merely followers, unlikely to face the death penalty. Have we failed? Queried Kais, clad in black armor and wielding a bow, his tone weary. The traitorous ministers will ultimately meet a dire fate. Levius, you might as well surrender. The Minister of Military Affairs shattered an arrow shot by Livius with a single punch, coaxing him toward capitulation. A minister cannot serve two masters. Since my choice has faltered, let us determine the victor between us. Livius, undeterred, escalated his assault, aiming to eliminate the minister before the heir could intervene. Meanwhile, the faux third prince, transformed into a werewolf, was engaged in a fierce battle with shadows. Claws and blades became their weapons of choice. While the cold glimmer and blood symbolized their honor, the heir soon approached the faux third prince from behind, delivering a fatal blow that ended the prolonged conflict with the shadow. Upon witnessing the faux third prince collapse, the heir commanded that his body be removed from the scene. With the heir and the shadows aiding the royal guards, the enemy forces fell one by one, utterly powerless against such overwhelming strength. Outside the square, a contingent rushed toward the heir, who knelt and bowed his head, reporting, "Your Highness, the rebellion within the royal city has been quelled." Excellent. Continue to maintain order within the city to prevent any remaining factions from causing turmoil, the heir commanded with spirited authority, orchestrating the military's movements with precision. Some high-ranking officials, slow to react, finally grasped that the struggle for the throne had drawn to a close. Observing the old king resting with closed eyes and unwilling to speak, they wisely refrained from further comment. Having arranged everything, the heir approached the old king. "Father, the rebellion has been suppressed. You may resume your birthday celebration." The heir spoke with humility, devoid of any hint of arrogance. "I am weary. Let us return to the palace. You may handle the subsequent matters," replied the old king, regarding his son, still deferential before him, with a sense of unfamiliarity, though it had been anticipated. With a wave of his hand and a sigh, he turned toward the palace. "Your Majesty," the pale-faced queen hastily supported the old king. With the prince now incapacitated, she feared that without the old king's protection, the heir would not hesitate to eradicate any threats completely. "Clear the area and escort all captives back to the dungeons to await their fate," commanded the king, indifferent to the scene around him, directing the high officials who remained in the square. Some of these officials he had already subtly manipulated, while others lingered, unwilling to follow the old king into obscurity. "Congratulations. You have finally achieved your desire," Elijah remarked to the heir, standing beside him. "You should not have intervened," the heir replied, his voice as chilling as a cold wind sweeping across glaciers. "It took too long for the two of you to exchange evidence. Besides, what does it matter if I acted?" Elijah showed no deference to the future king of the Lesvit kingdom, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him, an air of dominance emanating from his presence. Chapter 39. Funding. Humph. The crown prince clenched his fists, panting heavily as he stared fiercely at Elijah, yet ultimately let out a huff of resignation. He understood that he represented not just an individual, but an entire nation. Moreover, should a mere trifling matter lead to conflict, their collaboration could very well end in discord. Once matters were settled, would there be practice? Wang Chu, nonetheless, issued a challenge to Elijah. In this world, only the strong are entitled to make demands and express grievances. It is only through the might of one's fists that the true champions are revealed. The crown prince believed himself to be Elijah's equal in strength, yet the differing identities and concerns of both parties rendered their discourse anything but equitable. However, having now cast aside all lingering worries, he was prepared to engage Elijah in battle, to demonstrate who truly held the upper hand in this negotiation. "I am ready at any time," Elijah declared, waving his hand as he strolled toward the naval quarters. Elijah paid little heed to the thoughts of the crown prince. To him, Wang Chu was merely a replaceable collaborator. The reason for Elijah's cooperation with the crown prince lay in the latter's generosity and decisiveness, which surpassed that of the third prince. Should the crown prince fail to recognize the disparity between them and naively believe that this unequal transaction was merely a result of seeking talented individuals, he would inevitably be compelled to confront the stark reality of their true differences. The crown prince said little, instead making his way toward the palace. He was now the sole victor, and it was his turn to savor the fruits of triumph and divide the spoils of the vanquished. By managing these affairs adeptly, he could engage Elijah in a duel to prove his own strength and seize the initiative in their dealings, rather than remaining in a passive position as he currently was. The reason for Wang Chu's passivity stemmed from the fact that it was the crown prince who had actively sought out Elijah for collaboration, and he must believe that his own abilities were insufficient to be compared with those of Elijah. On a desolate isle, two men, akin to gods and demons, were locked in combat, their every clash resonating with earth-shaking roars, tumultuous waves, and trembling skies. With a thunderous crack, The very ground was cleaved as Elijah's fist repelled an opponent, driving him deep into the soil and leaving 2,000-meter-long scars upon the earth. Such formidable strength was monstrous, truly befitting one of the legendary four deemed the strongest generation of the Navy. The Crown Prince, feeling the anguished cries of his bones, marveled at this display. Initially, Prince Maybo did not perceive himself as significantly weaker than Elijah, for he had been regarded as a monstrous entity since childhood by the people of the Kingdom of Lesvith. His physical recovery and growth rates were unparalleled. Yet, upon encountering Elijah, he recognized that even monsters could be classified by their levels, even someone as formidable as himself, endowed with the powers of a mythical beast and the devil fruit, could not gain the upper hand against Elijah. Indeed, Prince Maybo suspected that Elijah was not exerting his full strength, as evidenced by his relaxed demeanor and the absence of his beastly form. "You flatter me. But does your highness comprehend the chasm that exists between us?" With a warm smile akin to the sunshine, Ilya beamed and spoke cheerfully. In an instant, Pingwachu vanished from sight, leaving behind a land that echoed with continuous wails. The Crown Prince did not respond verbally. Instead, he demonstrated through his actions that he perceived no significant disparity between himself and Ilya. Thus, it seemed that he must adopt a more serious and cautious approach. Ilya retracted the smile from his face, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that bathed the sky in a vivid crimson hue, so potent that even the Crown Prince could detect the scent of blood. The Crown Prince, with furrowed brows, found himself astonished at the sheer number of lives this monster had claimed, yet the proud lion within him felt no fear. In an instant, the once clear sky was engulfed by a tempest, dark clouds shrouding the sun, as if even the celestial body dared not gaze upon Ilya's oppressive presence. On the other side, a radiant sun appeared amidst the tumult, with the Crown Prince standing as an angelic figure reminiscent of biblical depictions. Pure, white holy flames and fierce red fire blazed in the sky, fueled by the raging winds, dancing upon every corner of the island. Yet, for the two combatants engaged in their fierce struggle, this spectacle was merely a backdrop to the battlefield. Neither Ilya nor the Crown Prince paid heed to their surroundings. Their focus was solely on each other. The space around them lamented under the weight of their punches. A deep, resonant sound echoed as each strike transformed the air into a vacuum, shattering rocks and reducing hard iron ore to mere scrap. Initially, the Crown Prince felt an even match. But as Ilya grew increasingly earnest, he sensed his own limitations. Observing the Crown Prince's unwavering determination, Ilya sighed and took a step back. In this brief respite, the Crown Prince absorbed the rejuvenating power of the light, replenishing his strength, ever poised for Ilya's next assault, convinced that Ilya had no intention of conceding. "Indeed, you are a worthy adversary," Ilya remarked. "If you wish to witness my true form, then I shall oblige." Elijah gradually approached the Crown Prince. Each step he took ushering in a cataclysmic transformation. With the first step, his golden eyes glowed with a brilliance surpassing that of the sun. The second step saw Elijah enveloped in a haze of heat, as scales, hard as iron, began to emerge and encase his entire body with a resonant clang. As he took the third step, his form expanded dramatically, two bulges unfurling from his back. With a tearing sound, a pair of demonic wings emerged, stained with blood. By the fourth step, Elijah's hands were covered in black scales, massive claws replacing his fingers, transforming into dragon-like talons reminiscent of a merciless killing machine. Upon reaching the Crown Prince, Elijah was no longer a resolute naval figure, but rather a being that seemed both divine and demonic. His entire body was cloaked in dark scales emanating an aura of despair and slaughter, while his sharp dragon claws gleamed with a chilling luster. The enormous wings sprouting from his back were reminiscent of a demon's appendages. Standing opposite him was the Crown Prince, a figure akin to a deity. His pristine wings radiated an essence of freedom and sanctity, and his resplendent golden hair flowed like the mane of the proudest lion on the savannah. His indifferent, pale golden eyes resembled those of a god observing the mortal realm, and his towering 3-meter frame showcased powerful muscles, adorned in ancient armor imbued with silver patterns. The Crown Prince appeared as an imposing and divine presence. Chapter 40. Fierce battle. Two figures, like gods and demons, clashed fiercely in the skies. The heavens were torn apart under their might. The ocean roiled and surged with colossal waves in response to their overwhelming presence, while the earth cracked beneath their oppressive force, revealing deep fissures. Amidst the tumult, the sound of crashing waves echoed from the sky behind the Crown Prince. There, the heavens were ablaze with pure white flames. transforming into a formidable ocean suspended in the air, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Genesis, the Great Flood, the ocean of sacred white fire, sprawling across the sky, surged toward Elijah with an unstoppable force. A passing seagull, upon touching this divine flame, was instantaneously reduced to black ash, disintegrating into nothingness. Ultimate path, Dragon Fist. Elijah's body was taut like a bowstring, his muscles coiled in a state of desperate tension. The black dragon scales adorning him resonated with a sonorous clang, reminiscent of tempered steel, as he summoned the strength from his feet, channeling it through his spine like a dragon poised for flight, ultimately converging in his fist. With a mighty blow, he unleashed a tremendous punch. In response, a colossal, mythical black creature, the Black Dragon, materialized, confronting the ocean of white flames that surged behind the Crown Prince. The clash between the ocean of white flames and Elijah's death-laden fist appeared languid. It was, in truth, a rapid convergence. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound as the vast expanse of the white flames met the fist, each unwilling to yield. The boundless sea of white flames, oppressive and suffocating, threatened to engulf the mythical creature, which, in a defiant roar, charged into the white torrent. A shock wave emanated from their collision, expanding outward with uniform ferocity, annihilating everything in its path. The towering waves of the ocean were instantaneously shattered by the force, transforming into harmless droplets that cascaded back into the sea. The peaks of the solitary island crumbled under the onslaught, immense boulders tumbling downwards in the wake of the shockwave. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the arena where the two stood. Waves of pressure radiated outward indiscriminately, leveling the island into a flat expanse. The sky above the point of their collision was rent asunder, revealing a colossal skull-like fracture, a scar upon the heavens, while the earth below bore deep, unfathomable gashes. Before the dust could settle, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the debris and unveiling the scene at the center. Both the Crown Prince and Elijah emerged relatively unscathed. Their breath slightly hurried, yet they continued to exchange blows like relentless engines in the sky. The heavens, earth, and ocean all around them became their battleground. In an instant, they fought from the eastern edge of the island to its western shores, then from the sky to the depths below. Magma erupted, the ocean roared, and the earth lamented, all reminiscent of an apocalyptic tableau, wrapped in the powerful aura of armament and lightning. Elijah unleashed a fist that sent the Crown Prince plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Thunderous roars echoed as the Crown Prince attempted to rise. But Elijah swiftly pursued him, delivering one punch after another, offering no chance for resistance. From the moment Elijah transformed into his orc form, the battle fell entirely into his rhythm. The Crown Prince found himself utterly unable to retaliate, exerting every ounce of strength merely to withstand Elijah's relentless onslaught. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. Elijah's orc form was markedly superior to that of the Crown Prince. Desperately, the Crown Prince sought to break free from Elijah's grip and reclaim control of the battle, yet all his efforts were in vain. Helplessly, he watched as Elijah maintained an unyielding dominance over him, a fact that filled the proud Crown Prince with frustration and a desire to spit blood. With a resounding crash, Elijah's full-force blow struck the Crown Prince's cheek, sending him crashing into the earth and causing the entire solitary island to tremble. At that moment, the Crown Prince lay battered and bruised, his once handsome visage marred and tattered. Struggling to rise and continue the fight, he felt every cell in his body protesting, pleading with his mind that he was powerless. After a valiant struggle, he remained on the ground, gasping for breath, gazing at Elijah, who appeared largely unchanged except for some minor rips in his attire. The Crown Prince's sharp eyes revealed a hint of defeat as he bitterly confessed, "I concede. Let the plan proceed as originally intended." Elijah did not extend a hand to assist the Crown Prince, for that would be an affront to a man of such pride. Instead, he stood before him, embodying the essence of a victor, and coldly regarded him as he spoke. "Very well," the Crown Prince, his voice weary, replied. He bore no fear of failure, for he adhered to the belief that true victory lies in perseverance until the end. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered such overwhelming defeat at the hands of someone his age, or even younger. Throughout their encounters over the past few days, he had come to understand that Elijah was not inferior to him in talent, capability, or cunning. However, he had never anticipated that he would suffer such a devastating loss in the most crucial aspect, strength. This realization was a bitter pill for the proud Prince Mabwa to swallow, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Do you wish to become stronger?" Elijah's voice whispered in the Crown Prince's ear, seductive as a devil's lullaby. Instantly, the crown prince snapped back to attention, his keen eyes fixated on Elijah, searching for any sign of vulnerability in his calm demeanor. Do you possess a means to achieve this? Do you yearn for power? Elijah did not respond directly to the crown prince's inquiry. Instead, he fixed his steely gaze upon the prince's eyes. There is no need. After a moment of hesitation, the crown prince ultimately chose to decline. In this world, there exists an abundance of peculiar abilities. Yet he places greater faith in the strength he has cultivated through his own dedicated training rather than the powers bestowed upon him by others. If you require assistance, you may contact this phone bug. Elijah hurled a telephone bug adorned with a dragon insignia towards the crown prince, and without a moment's hesitation, turned on his heel and departed. Elijah revealed that he could assist the crown prince due to his observation of the prince's devil fruit and innate talents. The crown prince, Mabwa, stands out as a paragon across various facets, including intellect, temperament, and capability, making him a formidable presence upon the seas. It is precisely because Mabwa is a sagacious individual that Elijah harbors no fear in disclosing this information. He is acutely aware that such a revelation would inevitably endanger his own life. Moreover, who can truly suppress their inner yearning for power? With a sharp crack, the crown prince gazed at the transponder snail in his hand, refraining from crushing it directly, and instead, almost instinctively, decided to keep it safe. Chapter 41. The onslaught of John standing at the bow of the warship, Elijah fixed his gaze upon the receding dock, his eyes deep and contemplative. The major had just received intelligence from the base indicating that several captains from John's fleet had been sighted in these waters, seemingly in search of something. A mid-height, unremarkable lieutenant addressed Elijah with a salute, his expression grave as he conveyed the message. Intriguing. Let us relay our fleet's navigation route to them. How audacious it is for pirates to actively seek trouble with the Navy. They must be made aware of the harsh realities that lie ahead. Ilya gazed deeply into the vast expanse of the sea, slowly beginning to speak. Ilya understood that the fleet under Captain John had entered this maritime region, indicating that these individuals were in search of him. The last words of the formidable fighter Agres, before his demise, hinted at allegiance to Captain John. It now appeared to be true, and Captain John seemed to value him highly. However, Ilya was entirely indifferent. The strengths of both parties were not comparable. Should they dare to obstruct his path, he would easily sweep them aside. These pirate captains would merely become a chapter in his illustrious history, paving the way for his resplendent career as a general. With a composed demeanor, the lieutenant saluted Ilya and subsequently sent information to the intelligence department, instructing them to leak their course and objectives to the fleet captains. The intelligence personnel aboard the warship promptly transmitted the message via the communicative device to others concealed within the fleet. In the vast expanse of tranquil waters, reminiscent of a desolate sea, several pirate ships congregated, seeking the fleet captains under Captain John's command. A portly man with a red nose and bleary eyes raised a cup, guzzling down its contents before addressing the assembly of fleet captains. So, Trickster, have you located Elias' whereabouts? All present turned their gaze toward the Trickster as the question was posed. Dressed in medieval noble attire, adorned with a magician's hat, and wearing a mask that hinted at a smile, the Trickster surveyed the captains with mirthful eyes before responding courteously. Based on the information I have gathered, the disquieting Ilya, whom Captain John finds exceedingly troublesome, has been located. He is currently en route from the kingdom of Leviste to Kel's Island. Now that we have found him, let us act, exclaimed a pirate captain, whose lion-like visage suggested a barely evolved beast, brimming with impatience. This captain, a member of the fur tribe from the New World, was among the most formidable in the assembly. Do not be hasty, Duke Loku. While Ilya must be eliminated, the approach to doing so is complex. Given his association with that ancient tyrant, interjected a figure with a head of snowy white hair and wings akin to an angel, who signaled to Duke Loku to remain calm before turning back to the Trickster. Indeed, according to my intelligence, the old tyrant intends to groom Ilya as his successor. Thus, should we strike, he is likely to retaliate, the Trickster articulated with a calm demeanor, highlighting the potential peril. As a pirate in this era, one must possess not only strength but also cunning. Otherwise, one might meet an untimely end, oblivious to the cause. After all, a single-minded pirate could have long since perished, unless endowed with exceptional prowess. I propose a clever ruse: spread rumors of treasure in this maritime region, ensuring that all are aware we are pirates sharing this news. However, due to a leak from our ship, we can lure those reckless pirates here. Once they arrive, they will draw fire away from us. allowing us to take advantage of the chaos, suggested a diminutive merman, who stood on his chair, bouncing with enthusiasm. Though seemingly small, none dared to underestimate this merman, known as one of Captain John's most ruthless subordinates. Listening to the merman's proposal, the captains fell into contemplation, weighing the feasibility and execution of the plan. The merman speaks wisely. The old tyrant will not permit those pirates to roam freely in his waters, wreaking havoc and then retreating unscathed. Such an affront would be intolerable. Thus, he will undoubtedly seek to eliminate them. The winged man nodded, affirming the merman's idea. What remains now is to devise a treasure that will entice these pawns while ensuring they are undeterred by the old tyrant's reputation, enabling them to plunder with impunity in his domain, thus provoking his wrath. Duke Loca's lion-like countenance radiated wisdom as he posed the question. "Treasure and devil fruits," exclaimed the portly man, his eyes glazed with excitement. "Isn't the purpose of setting sail the pursuit of wealth and power? Then let us spread the word. A treasure worth kingdoms and a mythical beast-type devil fruit lie hidden in some corner of the G8 base." Thus, the fleet captains under Captain John deliberated on the specifics of their plans in the shadows, their discussions occasionally punctuated by heated arguments. Ultimately, while their mission aimed to eliminate Ilya, they also saw an opportunity to seize riches in this maritime domain. After all, the essence of piracy lies in enjoyment. And when confronted with profit, none would willingly retreat. In the tranquil new world, a current of intrigue began to swell, its target focused on the G8 maritime region. Within a bustling tavern, voices mingled in a cacophony. "Have you heard? Captain John seems to have discovered a great treasure. But to avoid attracting the attention of other notorious pirates, he has dispatched several of his fleet captains to seek it out," whispered one pirate, glancing furtively around. "What? Captain John has found a treasure," exclaimed another pirate, unable to contain his excitement. Instantly, the raucous tavern fell silent, all eyes turning toward the two. "Are you too serious?" inquired a robust man with mechanical arms, his presence intimidating. Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, the pirate stammered, "I heard it from someone else. It seems that several fleet captains under Captain John are searching for something in the domain of that tyrant. Treasure. It must be treasure. Captain John has a penchant for treasure, so he surely sent his fleet captains on a quest." And thus, the hunt for treasure commenced. Chapter 42. The Encirclement. "Do you know the latest news from the seas?" Elijah held the telephone bug, through which emanated an aged yet authoritative voice. "I understood that this was likely the gossip spread by the fleet captains of the several Johns, yet there remained a semblance of truth to it. Therefore, you shall attend to this matter. The waters have recently become infested with an abundance of detritus, and I must endeavor to cleanse these loathsome remnants. Rest assured, I shall attend to this affair with diligence." Snap. Elijah hung up the phone and gazed at the bounty posters spread across his desk, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed these pirates were not merely mindless ruffians. They had cunningly devised a plan to lure fellow marauders to this island with the promise of treasure, thereby distracting the Navy from their other duties. Alas, such schemes ultimately yield naught. No matter how astutely plotted, strength remains the essential foundation. In the shadows, a pair of golden eyes, radiant like the sun, illuminated the space, filling it with an overwhelming aura of power. With a swift motion, a jet-black cannonball hurtled towards a Navy vessel sailing steadily. In response, a bullet, ignited with flames, shot forth to intercept the ominous projectile. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, smoke and fire swirling in the air. Several pirate ships launched their assault from various angles, closing in on the Navy's ship. With thunderous roars, cannonballs erupted from the formidable cannons of the pirate vessels, hurtling towards the Navy ship. "Voice of the Spirit, Lord's Flame." A voice rang out from the Navy vessel as searing flames erupted, forming a barrier that intercepted the oncoming projectiles and dissipated them in midair. Elijah stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching pirate vessels that threatened the naval warship, and bellowed, "Prepare for battle." Pin moved with an ethereal grace towards the oncoming pirate ships. "Are you so eager to meet your demise?" sneered Duke Kuro, standing tall like a lion. He took a deep breath, causing the surrounding pirates to stagger as if a colossal pump was siphoning the very sea around them. Lion's roar. With a thunderous shout, Duke Kuro sent ripples through the air, causing the ocean's surface to heave and unleash monstrous waves. Elijah, enveloped in a dazzling display of blue and violet lightning, stood firm against Duke Kuro's formidable attack, as if a deity of thunder had descended to protect him. Did he effortlessly block Kuro's assault? Mused a winged figure on another ship, taken aback by the spectacle. The figure unfurled their pristine wings, resembling those of an angel, and soared towards Duke Kuro's ship like a piercing arrow. This is no ordinary foe, regardless of their prowess. This sea remains my dominion, declared a diminutive merman with the visage of a child, leaping into the depths, aimed at the warship. As pirates, they would not adhere to the principles of fair one-on-one combat. The merman's sole objective was to obliterate Elijah's warship, confining him in the vast, directionless ocean until he succumbed to exhaustion. Observing the merman's actions, the sorcerer smirked, producing a communication device to relay instructions to the helmsman of the pirate ships. Steer the ships away. We shall call for them once our work is complete. It is now my turn to take center stage. The illusionist began an eccentric dance, vanishing from the deck, leaving only laughter in their wake. Goodness, this is troublesome. Let's finish this swiftly so we can indulge in some drinks, sighed the portly man, his gaze fixated on Elijah, before launching himself towards him like a cannonball. A swarm of ants dares to challenge the heavens. Elijah stood disdainfully on the deck of Duke Kuro's pirate ship, casting a contemptuous glance at the renowned pirates before him. I can hardly tolerate your tone. Would you kindly perish? The illusionist, with a courteous bow, stepped forward and split into 3 phantoms that launched an assault on Elijah. With a firm grip, Duke Kuro unleashed his lion fist technique, his muscles hard as steel, delivering a formidable punch towards Elijah. Featherblade, the avian, suspended in the sky, wielded a slender sword and descended, executing a fierce and dazzling strike aimed at Elijah's vital points. Fat Sphere, a plump figure, his eyes glazed, transformed into a rolling ball of flesh, hurtling towards Elijah with reckless abandon. Thunderous abyss of words. Elijah, embodying a radiant white light, became the epicenter of a relentless storm of lightning that spread outward, creating a thunderous hell that thwarted the advance of multiple assailants. The 2 avatars of the illusionist had already been reduced to mere cards, electrocuted and fallen to the ground. Within the thunderous abyss, a pair of golden eyes, more radiant than the sun, opened wide. Imperial might. Elijah's hands, cloaked in the dark sheen of armament hockey, seized the avian's slender sword, and with a mighty twist, shattered it. Crack. The treasured blade that had accompanied the avian through countless years was broken before his incredulous gaze, succumbing to Elijah's overwhelming strength. Elijah's fist struck the avian creature squarely in the chest, sending it into a state of sheer panic, its body unresponsive as it was propelled towards Duke Kuro. How utterly insipid. If that is the case, allow me to stoke the flames. Word spirit, flame domain. A searing blaze enveloped the fatty sphere conjured by the inebriated glutton's fruit ability, sizzling as if it were being roasted, eliciting a chilling scream from the corpulent figure. Elijah regarded the approaching Duke Kuro with a disdainful gaze, akin to that of a colossal beast from the wilderness. Hark! The resounding roar of a dragon echoed across the vast expanse of the sea. With a sudden force, Elijah's fist collided with Duke Kuro's lion-like strike. A sharp crack reverberated through the air as the sound of bones fracturing emanated from Duke Kuro's hand. Elijah's blow shattered the entirety of his arm, sending him hurtling into the ship's cabin. How tragic, dear friends, but I must take my leave. The sorcerer, sensing the dire turn of events, retreated swiftly to a safe distance as his 2 duplicates vanished. Observing Elijah effortlessly crush several fleet captains without any chance of retaliation, the sorcerer hesitated not in his decision to flee. After all, he bore no fear of Captain Johanna's retribution, for his survival in these waters was not reliant on another's favor, but rather on his own formidable prowess that allowed him to thrive amidst the ocean's vastness. Away we go. How could I allow the scum of the sea to escape my grasp? Evil must be purged. This world has no need for malevolence. Elijah's voice resonated softly from behind the trickster. When? The trickster's body stiffened momentarily, then replied with a chuckle, just a moment ago. Elijah answered slowly, yet his hand moved with astonishing speed towards the sorcerer's head. Chapter 43, A Fierce Battle. The youthful merman darted through the sea with the swiftness of a shark, heading towards the battleship below. The merman paused beneath the vessel, displaying an innocent smile. No more, sailors. The merman sensed an unusual turbulence in the ocean currents. A colossal creature was swimming around him. The occasional glimpses of its body were adorned with formidable scales, radiating the majesty of a ruler of the seas. What could it be? The merman felt a mix of confusion and shock. Prior to the creature's movement, his observation hockey had detected no signs whatsoever. His muscles tensed, his eyes scanning every direction as he relied on his innate ability to perceive the fluctuations of the waters. Suddenly, after a brief silence, a powerful surge of water rushed forth. Merman's empty-handed technique, ocean current wave. The merman turned, gathering the ocean's flow into his hands. launching a fierce attack towards the oncoming tide. Just then, he spotted the creature advancing towards him. It possessed a body as serpentine as a mountain range, its scales glistening ominously, with twin horns atop its head sharper than any blade. Its eyes, ablaze with a golden red brilliance, illuminated the entire underwater realm with a faint golden halo. The creature's gaze was filled with disdain. It did not even attempt to evade the merman's oceanic assault. Instead, it opened its gaping maw to bite down on the merman. On the deck, the situation was decidedly dire. Duke Cullo was gasping for breath, forcefully realigning his broken right hand, aided by the formidable regenerative powers of his fur tribe. Is there no way out? This monster seems to be toying with us. The sorcerer beside him had long since lost his initial grace and composure. His magic hat was discarded, his hair disheveled and in disarray. We underestimated this creature. Why is the merman still not recovered? The avian, gravely injured, was bleeding profusely from internal wounds inflicted by Elijah, and his once pristine wings were shredded, leaving only one intact. He appeared like an angel punished by the divine, exuding an aura of tragic beauty. The avian cast a glance towards the battleship, observing the tranquil sea surface, devoid of any anomalies, and felt a profound sense of despair. The merman was likely doomed. It seemed there was no escape now. Only a desperate fight remained. It was probable that the merman had already met his demise within the jaws of my pet. You need not wait for him any longer. He awaits you on the path ahead. Ilya spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, recounting the most brutal reality faced by the captains of the several fleets. They had long since abandoned any hope of triumphing over Ilya. The chasm between the two sides had instilled a profound sense of despair within them. Now, they awaited the moment when the fishmen would dismantle Ilya's warships, subsequently seizing the opportunity to plunge into the depths of the sea and be rescued by their aquatic allies. However, Ilya's vessels remained unscathed, and the fishmen had vanished without a trace, likely having met their demise. Elijah's words shattered their final illusions. There was no turning back. Everyone must fight with all their might. The hefty man glared at Elijah with fierce intensity, his flesh undulating like a turbulent ocean. Then, his corpulence began to retract inward. The hefty man transformed into a robust and muscular figure. With each breath he took, his rock-solid muscles swelled and contracted, causing the very air around him to quiver. The compression and liberation of fat, how intriguing. To condense all his strength, only to unleash an unimaginable power for a brief period. What a splendid notion. Ilya observed the rotund figure wielding his abilities without intervening, for to him, it was akin to a spectacle. Suddenly, the hefty man stomped down, igniting a conflagration of fat. The wooden boards splintered into fragments as he charged towards Ilya with ferocious intent, his fists enveloped in the formidable aura of armament hockey. A sheen of grease glimmering upon them, igniting into fierce flames due to the friction with the air. Gungnir, a divine artifact forged purely from compressed lightning, materialized in Ilya's grasp. With Gungnir in hand, Ilya aimed for the throat of the corpulent figure. The third form of the holy wings, heaven. A resplendent beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens, descending upon Ilya's right hand. The winged one transformed his entire being into a blade, striking toward Ilya with the ferocity of a sword. This was the winged one's fatal blow. All efforts were but futile struggles. Elijah, embodying the very essence of a war deity, wielded the divine artifact, Gungnir, delivering a decisive strike that drove the ethereal being into the deck. Feathers, stained with crimson, danced through the air in the wake of this blow. Coughing, the ethereal being gazed toward the distant sky, swallowing its final breath with a poignant reluctance for life and a profound fear of death. Clang. Elijah wielded Gungnir with one hand, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, as he struck towards the corpulent adversary's fist, delivering a blow that was a perfect counter. The clash of the hefty fist against Elijah's Gungnir ignited sparks and unleashed streaks of lightning. The rotund figure's sinewy muscles quivered, as his fist descended like a relentless downpour upon Elijah. Undeterred, Elijah thrust Gungnir towards the oncoming fists, and the air was filled with the imagery of a peacock's plume and countless shooting stars. In the form of the moon lion, Duke Kuro's gaze fixated on the luminous moon above, his golden mane gradually transforming to white, morphing into a towering figure that cast a vast shadow. His physique shifting from robust to lean, resembling a lion man. With the Lion King's punch, Duke Kuro charged towards Elijah like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the heavens. Flickers of electricity danced between his hands, illuminating his figure in flashes, while the air thickened with the acrid scent of singed atmosphere, a testament to the electric discharge. You are the omnipotent creator, the divine star, the eternal legend. Your radiance illuminates my path." The trickster, clutching the statue at his chest, fervently prayed, his corporeal form writhing and evolving. Before long, four distinct tricksters emerged upon the deck. One bore a multitude of severed limbs and blood coalescing into a pair of fallen wings. Another held his own head aloft, 6 crimson eyes sprouting from his chest, gazing intently at Elijah. A third trickster's lower body swelled with blood, manifesting 6 robust scarlet claws, while 8 iron-gray arms flexed, producing a thunderous crack that proclaimed their might. The final trickster writhed with tentacles and ominous signs, his visage dominated by a monstrous gaping maw. The 4 tricksters converged upon Elijah from every direction. It is no wonder they are called tricksters. They are indeed bizarre and grotesque. Elijah spoke with a cheerful demeanor, showing no sign of fear in the face of this inexplicable power. Chapter 44. Annihilation. It is rather intriguing that it is not a devil fruit. Elijah gazed at the illusionist and chuckled. This is certainly not a devil fruit. It is the divine power bestowed upon me. Allow me to demonstrate. For illusionists spoke in unison, their deep, piercing voices resonating on the deck, accompanied by an indescribable presence that rendered the scene particularly eerie. This form was indeed unprecedented. Even Duke Kuro, transformed into a moon lion on a full moon night, widened his eyes in awe. Indeed, illusionists typically employ a singular form. This must be his first time revealing other forms before outsiders, remarked the heavily injured feathered man, gasping for breath. "Come quickly to assist," he urged. The portly figure, straining with all his might to exchange blows with Elijah, bellowed as violent shockwaves reverberated through the entire vessel, threatening to splinter it apart. "Let us finish off this navy scum first." The feathered man and Duke Kuro approached Elijah, flanking him from both sides for a coordinated assault. An intriguing power. "I shall not indulge you further," Elijah declared as he delivered a crushing blow to the hefty man, who involuntarily opened his mouth and expelled a torrent of blood, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Duke Kuro with a deafening sound. Elijah swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the head of the feathered creature. With a resounding crack, the creature's neck contorted at a right angle, subsequently spinning through the air like a top under the immense force, before plummeting into the sea, lifeless. Dragon fist, despair. Elijah's feet carved 2 deep craters into the ground as he lunged forward like a raging dragon, unleashing a fist imbued with death and despair towards Duke Kuro and the rotund man. No, the severely injured rotund man could scarcely evade the assault, his eyes widening in a fierce roar. Duke Kuro, relying on the unique talents of his fur-clad kin and his moon lion form, exerted every effort to elude the impending strike. As he watched Elijah's fist recede into the distance, he let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, a fist erupted from his chest, leaving him in shock. Turning to face Elijah, Duke Kuro swung his fist with all his might, intent on leaving a mark on Elijah. With a detached gaze, Elijah seized Duke Kuro's flailing fist with his left hand, twisting it with force, the sharp sound of splintering bone echoing across the sky. Elijah unleashed a powerful punch, causing Duke Kuro's head to burst open like a watermelon. "Why did you not stop me?" Ilya gazed at the trickster and inquired. "Why should I intervene? Everyone is destined to be sacrificed to the divine. They have merely departed a step ahead." The trickster replied with unwavering confidence. "It is your deity that has bestowed upon you this illusion, leading you to believe you possess the courage to overcome me. Yet, before me, you ought to remain humble." Elijah's voice began unremarkably, only to rise with fervor, akin to a declaration. "I shall leave my head for you to repent before the divine." The trickster wove a tapestry of words steeped in sanguine imagery. Death Quartet, for specters, akin to torrents of crimson rivers, surged towards Elijah. The vessel, under the movement of the phantoms, seemed to be cleaved by unseen blades, fracturing into pieces that sank beneath the waves. The once formless air now possessed a master, resonating with a howling sound as the trickster unleashed a furious roar at Elijah. A scarlet mist of blood enveloped the entire ship. A tiresome spectacle. Ilya spoke with an icy gaze and a tone of disdain. "Word spirit, return to the void." In an instant, the tumultuous sea transformed into a serene expanse, only to be violently disrupted as unfathomable whirlpools formed on the surface. From the depths of the ocean, torrents of water erupted, spiraling upward, merging countless gallons with the heavens, accompanied by howling winds and tumultuous lightning, creating a cataclysmic scene. Near one of the whirlpools, a small sea creature was ensnared, and before it could react, it was instantaneously crushed into a pool of blood. The ocean roiled with monstrous waves, its depths shattered by the life force of marine beings, while towering waterspouts stretched skyward, unfurling like sea monsters reveling in their power. This was the apocalyptic vision of divine wrath depicted by poets. A vivid reflection of Satan's descent to annihilate humanity as described in Scripture. Quick, set sail. We're doomed. In the distance, pirate ships and war vessels engaged in battle paused. Struck by terror, desperately attempting to flee. Yet, escaping such divine retribution was far from simple. A pirate ship encircling a naval vessel was swiftly drawn into a massive whirlpool. Torn to shreds. It's over now. Alas, we cannot vanquish more pirates. On the naval ship, the crew, witnessing the chaos, abandoned all hope of escape. Some sat silently on the deck, awaiting the arrival of death. A deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths. Shadows emerged from the ocean, rising to the surface. With a thunderous clash, a colossal sea creature, its body reminiscent of mountains and scales producing a harmonious sound, appeared, fiercely guarding the naval ship. What is this? The crew regarded the creature with bewilderment. Upon noticing the dragon emblem on its forehead, blending seamlessly with its dark scales, one sailor exclaimed with excitement. Could this be Major Ilya's companion? Major Ilya is truly dependable. This is impossible. The other thought. The world is vast. Nothing is beyond possibility, merely your insignificance. On a shattered deck, Ilya grasped the head of the trickster with one hand, squeezing tightly. The trickster, exerting all his strength to break free, ultimately fell limp. With a decisive motion, Ilya removed the necklace statue from the trickster's neck and casually discarded him into the sea, closely examining the peculiar statue. Elijah grasped the soul of the trickster and scrutinized it intently. A mysterious celestial artifact, how intriguing. From the memories of the sorcerer, Elijah learned that this was a statue that had fallen from the heavens. At that time, the trickster was merely a petty pirate, and it was through acquiring this relic and understanding its purpose that he gradually carved out his reputation. Elijah fixed his gaze upon the statue, which depicted a robust lizard adorned with intricate blood-red appendages and a dark, insatiable maw. Initially, he had assumed it to be a manifestation of a devil fruit, only to discover it resembled something from the mythos of Cthulhu. It seems that after achieving my objectives, even more intriguing endeavors await me. Thus, the door fruit of this world should possess the capability to unlock gateways to other realms. Therefore, my future plans necessitate a reconsideration. Elijah held the statue, lost in silent contemplation. Chapter 45, A Resounding Reputation. A merchant ship ventured into this lifeless expanse of ocean. The lookout, as usual, scanned the horizon. But this time his gaze was filled with terror, his lips quivering incessantly, following the direction of his sight. One could see fragments of shattered decks floating upon the azure surface of the sea. A single mast, remarkably intact, bore the tattered flag of Captain John, a notorious figure of the New World, drifting forlornly in the waters. In an unnamed tavern of the New World, a half-clad pirate, with rolled-up trousers and a scarf upon his head, surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed loudly, "Something monumental has occurred." "Are you aware?" "What sort of monumental affair?" replied the tavern owner, wiping a glass cup with a nonchalant tone. "Just yesterday, several of Captain John's flagship captains perished." The glass cup slipped from the tavern owner's hands, shattering upon the floor. Those were the captains of the renowned 17 Fleet under Captain John. Not only do they have the formidable John behind them, but each possesses strength to rival any in their own right. Who could have done this? Captain John will surely seek vengeance. A colossal floating island, shrouded in mist, resembled paradise. There, a golden lion, cigar in mouth, scoffed at the news in his hands. John is regressing, surrounding himself with such ineptitude. It seems he has become a mere shadow of his former self. Boys, you won't let me down, will you? The golden lion leaned forward upon his throne, his piercing gaze surveying every pirate below, an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the inferno enveloping the assembly. Rest assured, Captain, we could never be so inept. Within a dark, sunless ancient castle, a few bats hung upside down, observing the figure seated upon a high throne. Clad in blood-red garments, the figure gazed meaningfully at a newspaper in hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "John, how will you confront this?" On an island perpetually engulfed in thunder, atop its highest peak sat a robust figure, impervious to the lightning that struck him, unscathed. Merely the bones of John lie in the tomb. At the G8 naval base, all eyes were fixed upon Elijah. This was not merely respect for his strength, but admiration for his unwavering resolve in the face of the crew under Captain John. Within the Navy, there existed a faction that looked down upon their more radical counterparts. They struck hard against pirates lacking formidable backing, yet cowered before those supported by immense power. Elijah's choice attests to his strength, revealing him not as a timid naval officer, but as a formidable force. Only a true warrior possesses the audacity to strike against an even greater adversary, which he demonstrated with his initial blow directed at Captain John. The Vice Admiral, draped in his dark robe, sat cross-legged at the table, leisurely brewing tea. The steaming cups before them mirrored the tumultuous situation that the G8 base in this new world was poised to confront. The circumstances churned and boiled like the tea, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Yet, both men remained unfazed by the rising turmoil, engaging in light-hearted banter. "You have certainly made a name for yourself this time," one remarked. "You merely dispatched a few minor pirates. They are far from minor. In the New World, they were powerful enough to dominate their territories. Now, they are but lifeless corpses. You have performed commendably. Promotion to colonel is imminent. Do you intend to govern a region or continue your crusade against pirates?" "Naturally, I shall persist in my campaign against piracy." "Can a vice admiral truly pursue the eradication of pirates?" Elijah emphasized the words pursuit with a notable intonation. This, of course, was entirely permissible. Just like a mafia boss, the general gazed at Elijah with a smile. The general comprehended Elijah's intent. Elijah yearns for rapid advancement within the military. And to achieve that, he must accumulate military merits. Pursuit serves as a means for Elijah to fulfill this necessity. This pursuit extends beyond the confines of a singular maritime region, which is of utmost importance to him. After all, to ascend swiftly, Elijah requires a substantial number of accomplishments to garner the trust of others. These accolades will not simply materialize from thin air. They must be earned through relentless endeavors on the seas, hunting down pirates to secure his merits. Just as generals carve their names into history, the world of pirates remains unchanged. Pirates do not confine themselves to a single oceanic expanse. Thus, one must possess the liberty to navigate freely within these waters to swiftly amass achievements. However, to do so, exceptional strength is paramount, and Elijah possesses just that. In the recent incident involving King Leviste, he must exhibit cunning, strategy, and power to demonstrate his capability to bear the banner of the extreme radicals. Therefore, the Vice Admiral will fully support Elijah, nurturing him to become a prominent figure among the extremists. This is why the Vice Admiral bestows upon Elijah such privileges. After all, extraordinary individuals do not tread ordinary paths. As a being of exceptional prowess, his journey will naturally diverge from the norm. During this time at the G8 base, he is permitted to assemble the team he deems necessary. The Vice Admiral, gazing at Elijah with wise, weathered eyes, speaks earnestly. "Then I shall not be hesitant." Elijah does not refuse. Rather, he graciously accepts. On one hand, he genuinely requires a cadre of formidable warriors to accompany him in his maritime endeavors. It is impractical for one man to face countless foes single-handedly. While an individual may contend with all pirates, it is unnecessary. The vastness of the ocean necessitates the presence of allies to assist Elijah. After all, tasks such as pursuing enemies or gathering intelligence cannot be accomplished solely by him. On the other hand, the Vice Admiral hopes for Elijah to lead his contemporaries among the extreme radicals in mutual growth. In the Navy, solo endeavors are implausible. To realize one's aspirations, one must gather a following, individuals who share the same ideals and objectives, thus uniting like-minded souls. This coalition will serve as Elijah's strongest foundation within the Navy. During the competition for the position of Admiral, this will become his most significant support. Just as Akainu relied on backing from the upper echelons of government, and Akiji drew strength from the lower ranks of the Navy, both possessed their respective allies. Conversely, without support, Kazar's ascent to the Admiral's seat remains unattainable. Naturally, even if Kazar were offered the position, he may not be inclined to accept. "Venture forth into the ocean to pursue your dreams. This old frame, shall shield you from the storms," declares the white-haired Vice Admiral with fervor. "Rest assured, I shall not let you down." Chapter 46. The Great Cocoon. Upon a magnificent vessel resembling a majestic mountain range that bisects the sea, stands a man whose imposing stature seems capable of supporting the very heavens. Cloaked in ancient, dark golden armor, exuding an aura of lethality. The armor is adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of celestial constellations. His visage is concealed behind a bronze mask resembling a specter, and his golden eyes, symbols of authority and dominance, scan the horizon. "How long until we reach the doldrums?" A voice imbued with regal authority inquires. "Your Majesty, we shall arrive in 5 hours," replies Norton, enveloped in dark blue armor. The individual to whom Norton refers as Your Majesty is none other than the supreme, the mighty, the formidable Nidhogg, the dragon of despair and lamentation, This enigmatic figure is undoubtedly the creator of the Dragon King Norton, and likewise, the envisioned leader among the Navy. He is the embodiment of the pirate's deepest hatred, Elijah. Let us hasten. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Elijah's profound gaze pierces the distant expanse, conveying a weighty message to the surface of the sea. A resonant roar echoes, seemingly emanating from the depths of the ocean, deep and distant. A colossal creature rises from the abyss, revealing a back as broad as a towering peak. Its deep, scaly spine absorbs all light, rendering the sun's rays impotent against its surface. Towering bone spines jut upward like sharpened spears, glistening ominously. Leviathan, I implore you to expedite your ascent, Norton chuckles, observing the enormous being. Roar. Leviathan, the magnificent creature, responds with exuberance, bearing the vessel, small in comparison, toward the doldrums. In biblical texts, Leviathan symbolizes malevolence. However, within the realm of dragons, it represents one of the four sovereigns. In this world, Elijah has summoned Leviathan into existence. As the king of oceans and waters, Leviathan is naturally reticent, preferring to glide through the seas rather than assume a human form. Thus, Elijah orchestrates a symbiotic relationship between Leviathan and Norton, one lurking in the depths, the other drawing fire above, ensuring Norton remains free from overwhelming foes, allowing for opportunities to escape. In Elijah's memory, the Dragon King fell because of their individualistic battles. To prevent such a misstep, he resolutely refuses to allow these proud dragon lords to act independently. Elijah gazed contemplatively at the Leviathan, majestic as a sovereign. Swimming in the sea. With my current prowess, I have successfully created the four great monarchs, akin to the manner in which Nidhogg birthed the Dragon Kin. However, the four great monarchs I have fashioned still exhibit certain shortcomings. On one hand, their strength is insufficient, primarily constrained by my own limitations. Only upon achieving peak combat prowess can I rectify these deficiencies and allow the world to witness the true essence of the four great monarchs. Norton has been enhanced under my guidance, and compared to the four great monarchs, his potential and strength have ascended to new heights. It is merely a matter of time until I attain supreme combat strength, thus granting him the power and authority of the Bronze and Fire Monarch Searcher. One of the complete four great monarchs. The hatching of the White Monarch is a pivotal aspect of my grand design. In the windless zone, several figures stood resolutely upon the island, gazing at the distant sea. These are the Dragon Kin conceived by Elijah, as the clandestine foundation of Elijah's creation. They have now converged here, signifying the importance Elijah places on this endeavor. After all, this undertaking represents a crucial segment of Elijah's grand blueprint for world domination. Only upon the completion of this segment can Elijah's magnificent plan truly commence. At last, the divine form of the sovereign is about to descend. Herzog, still adorned with the mask of nobility, spoke with an air of astonishment. Our era is nigh. Odin, mounted upon an eight-legged steed and wielding the fateful spear, proclaimed as if heralding an inevitable destiny. The four seas shall rise with colossal bronze pillars, and a vast bronze palace will be constructed upon the island, solidifying our reign over this epoch. The majesty of the Dragon Kin shall radiate from the crimson earth, illuminating the surroundings like an eternal sun, its glory never to fade. The iron-masked man solemnly declared, his voice deep and resonant. The winds of change have begun to stir. This shall be both the best and the worst of times. Behemoth, with a physique resembling that of a tiger and claws like dragon heads adorned with four horns, his tail as straight as a cedar, and wings sprouting from his back, emitted a voice that thundered through the heavens. The distant boulders trembled under the resonance of his roar, sending clouds of dust into the air. This is Behemoth, the creature symbolizing the 7 deadly sins in the Holy Scriptures. In the mythology of the Dragon Kin, he's a being of Dragon King stature. Behemoth and his brother Leviathan reign over the ocean and the throne of water, wielding supreme power and authority as twins. In this world, Elijah has once again brought them into existence, endowing them with the ferocity of an assault and the wisdom to command the seas. Each possesses half of the power and authority, capable of communicating with the myriad of creatures in the ocean. In this boundless marine realm, their power and authority are essential. The windless zone is now shrouded in swirling clouds and tumultuous waves. Dark clouds loom over this region, and violet lightning flickers within, showcasing the might of nature. Countless delicate white strands surge from the depths of the sea. A massive sea creature, ascending into the air, is ensnared by the emerging white strands, emitting a mournful cry. The sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing fill the air. The enormous sea creature is swiftly severed into large chunks by the white strands, which, stained with blood, consumed the creature's flesh, leaving only remnants of shattered bones, aside from the small island where a few stand. The visible expanse of the windless zone is now enveloped in a dense web of white strands. The once vibrant windless zone is now eerily silent, life extinguished. Suddenly, a thunderous drumming reverberates through the stillness of the windless zone. The rhythmic beats emanate from the deep sea. Upon closer inspection, it is not the sound of drums, but rather the thumping of a heartbeat. The pulsating rhythm resonates with the vigor of war drums, heavy and thunderous. Elemental turbulence swirls in the sky. Lightning cleaves the heavens, and its deafening roar echoes throughout. A fierce gale howls in the windless zone, a melody dedicated to the sovereign. The sea surface churns with monstrous waves, while the deep sea stirs with hidden currents, a jubilant dance of the water spirits celebrating the arrival of the monarch. The seabed quakes, lava surges forth, enveloping the depths in a mist. Within a colossal rift in the deep sea, molten lava flows like lifeblood through a living being. In the searing magma, a massive white cocoon pulsates rhythmically. Chapter 47, The Divine Form Descends. In the profound depths of the ocean, countless white strands weave a net across the expanse. Enormous sea creatures, whales, sharks, and deep-sea fish are ensnared, drained of blood and flesh, leaving only a ground strewn with bones. These myriad strands emerge from the mist-laden magma lake, where molten rock and ocean converge, pulsating like thunder from within a great cocoon. The cocoon's rhythmic contractions intensify, resonating with the urgency of a battle call, heralding a momentous birth. With a crack, countless strands enveloping the white cocoon begin to fray. As the strands that nourish the cocoon start to break, they lose their resilience and vanish from the deep sea. The once all-encompassing white strands cloaking the windless zone begin to dim, shatter, and disappear. The white cocoon has absorbed sufficient nourishment and yearns to break free from its magma confines. The surface of the cocoon displays fissures, cracking like a spider's web. With a sudden tearing sound, two claws, imbued with power and authority, pierce through the white cocoon. From within the cocoon, a magnificent being stretches forth, liberated from the confined space, heralding the unstoppable rise of dragons from the depths of the sea. The sinuous, powerful dragon form breaks free from its constraints amidst the revelry of the sea, the howling of hurricanes, the surging of magma, and the cracking of the earth. A grand existence is born. With dual horns sharp as celestial blades that seem capable of piercing the heavens, and claws that exhibit boundless strength, it appears poised to crush any obstacles in its path. The white scales of its lithe body gleam in the scorching mist and bubbling magma, while its wings unfurl, casting a shadow over the vast chasm of the deep sea. The white divine dragon, nestled in the depths, gazes upward at the faint light of the sky, and with a thunderous roar announcing its majestic arrival, it surges toward the ocean's surface. The ocean is a force that propels this magnificent being, while countless water spirits rally in its presence, charging forth as if a king leading his invincible army. The water spirits form a barrier around the magnificent white dragon, countering the ocean's resistance, propelling it skyward with astonishing speed. At this moment, Ilya gazed intently into the depths of the ocean, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the barriers of space as he fixed his gaze upon the divine dragon ascending towards the surface. Suddenly, a dark spot materialized on the water's surface, expanding steadily under the fervent eyes of the crowd, until it burst forth from the waves with a resounding splash. The magnificent dragon emerged from the water, and in that instant, all dragons felt the world's jubilant cheers in the exuberance of the elements. It was a celebration of the birth of a magnificent creature, a blessing for the arrival of a sovereign. The majestic white dragon stood serenely in the sky, stretching out its grand form. The life-giving sunlight cascaded upon the white dragon, enveloping it in a golden sheen. The dragon appeared even more sacred and imposing. Ignoring the throngs below, it lowered its colossal head, locking eyes with two pairs of molten golden orbs that radiated an intensity akin to flowing magma. Elijah extended his right hand towards the head of the divine dragon, which inclined its head slightly in a gesture of submission and acceptance. In the next moment, both closed their eyes simultaneously. A resounding roar filled the air as searing flames coalesced around them, akin to steadfast generals dutifully guarding their sovereign. A tempestuous wind, reminiscent of literati aiding martial heroes, fanned the flames, intensifying the inferno. The ocean began to stir with frothy white waves, layers of surging tides building from 1 meter to 2, then escalating to 10 and 100 meters, manifesting as colossal waves that crashed and churned. The once tranquil supporting isle trembled, emitting a thunderous sound, as countless clods of earth and debris expanded outward, clinging to the island and extending toward the sea. The solitary isle, initially modest, transformed into a vast landmass amidst the cataclysmic upheaval. As the earth fractured, a monumental peak emerged, lifting Elijah and the magnificent white dragon towards the heavens. Dark clouds enveloped the previously sunlit sky, while violet lightning danced amidst the gloom, and thunder resonated like a symphony. Accompanying this spectacle was the echo of a dragon's roar. Ilya and the white colossal dragon simultaneously opened their eyes. At this moment, the bewilderment that once resided in the eyes of the white colossal dragon had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of wisdom. The most crucial step of the plan had finally succeeded. Elijah gazed upon the magnificent white dragon as it opened its mouth. This resplendent dragon constituted the most pivotal element of Elijah's grand scheme. The birth of the white dragon symbolized the culmination of the final piece of Elijah's intricate puzzle. The plan had finally reached a stage ripe for execution. As the embodiment of Elijah, the majestic dragon served as the quintessential representative during moments when Elijah could not appear or was otherwise occupied. To create an avatar of equal prowess, Elijah had fashioned a cocoon during the era of the Grand Line, placing it within the calm belt, guarded by Behemoth, to absorb sufficient energy for growth and development. After enduring a lengthy wait spanning several years, the moment of fruition had at last arrived. This marked the inception of Elijah's grand design. The white dragon gently swayed, its wings stirring a tempest, and as it flapped, a colossal waterspout formed, propelling towards the distant ocean. With keen eyes, the dragon regarded the multitude before it, who gazed with a complex amalgamation of admiration, longing, and reverence, and spoke slowly, "Esteemed guests, our plan is ready to commence. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The future world shall undoubtedly belong to us." The voice of Behemoth resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. The world's gears began to turn, and this time, it was we who initiated the motion. The Iron Mask proclaimed in a frigid tone the most astonishing declarations. "The radiance of the dragon race shall illuminate humanity. The world will bow in reverence to the divine authority of Your Majesty. I eagerly anticipate the spectacle of dragon roars transforming from one to myriad. A dance of countless dragons." At that moment, Emer envisioned the future scene and spoke with unwavering conviction, as if the future were already etched in stone. "The torrent of the world is unstoppable. All of this is preordained. Your Majesty shall ascend as the sovereign of the world, and we shall follow you." Standing henceforth in the skies above, clad in azure armor, Odin proclaimed with a tone of destiny, akin to a proclamation of fate. "Esteemed comrades, we face no adversaries ahead. Our goal is to claim the throne in the heavens." Elijah and the majestic white dragon spoke simultaneously, their voices resonating with authority and solemnity, echoing through the heavens. Chapter 48, Hrasvulgur. The enormous form of the white dragon, suffused with divine radiance, gradually contracted towards the center. Accompanied by the sounds of muscle friction and the shifting of bones, a figure emerged, with hair cascading down to his shoulders and features sculpted like fine art. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, holding the weight of time within them. His towering stature exuded an air of indifference, shaped by the vicissitudes of life and a detachment from worldly affairs. The magnificent silhouette formed by the white dragon gazed into the boundless sky and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I am Hrasvulgur." In the language of dragons, Hrasvulgur signifies the majestic white dragon, contrasting with the black abyssal dragon Nidhogg, thus making Hrasvulgur the most fitting name for him, as a manifestation of Elijah. Elijah gazed at the doppelganger whose visage was starkly different from his own, and spoke. "The forthcoming endeavor of shaping the kingdom of dragons is entrusted to you, Hrasvulgur. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the name of the kingdom of Nibelungen resonates throughout the new world, becoming a legend known to all." Hrasvulgur nodded in acknowledgement of Elijah's words. "Then it shall be left in your capable hands. The Isle of Lebo, home to the Golden Lion, is an excellent choice. It harbors colossal creatures unseen on other islands, which can be transformed into dragon knights, making it an ideal stronghold for our operations." Elijah presented his thoughts to Hrasvulgur. "I understand. I shall take a look," he replied, expressing a fervent desire to witness the might of the legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion, who is reputed to be the most formidable and ambitious among the 3 legendary pirates that dominate the skies. Hrasvulgur's face was a mask of battle readiness. "Be cautious, for the Golden Lion is a true pirate, not one of those who treat piracy as mere child's play. Do not inadvertently find yourself capsized," Ilya observed Hrasvulgur, whose face was filled with combat fervor and did not deter his thoughts. Instead, he offered a cautionary reminder for Hrasvulgur to tread carefully, lest he stumble. Should he inadvertently fall victim to the Golden Lion and refuse to submit, the Golden Lion would undoubtedly eradicate him, methodically purging him from existence. After all, the Golden Lion is not akin to Roger or Whitebeard. While Whitebeard and Roger might show leniency towards worthy adversaries, such benevolence is utterly foreign to the Golden Lion. He embodies all the quintessential traits of a pirate: cruelty, cunning, dominance, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. To the Golden Lion, those who cannot serve his purpose must be obliterated to prevent them from one day standing against him. Rest assured, I have no intention of recklessly storming the Golden Lion's stronghold. My aim is merely to seize an island, which the Golden Lion has not deemed worthy of inclusion in his sanctum, suggesting he does not hold it in high regard. Moreover, the cataclysmic naval battle that will annihilate the Golden Lion is fast approaching. Even if he were to intervene personally to thwart my conquest of Libor Island due to concerns of honor, post-battle, he would lack the resources to impede my efforts. At that juncture, the wounded Golden Lion would be akin to a delectable cake exuding the aroma of blood in the New World, enticing all to partake. His subordinate pirate crews would likely rebel in succession, establishing their own dominions. Confronted by a horde of wolves, his men would betray him, leaving the Golden Lion with neither the time nor the inclination to address an island he considers insignificant. Harrisvalge meticulously unraveled the potential of this island. Just observe and act accordingly. Elijah is undeniable. The doppelganger cultivated by Ilya is strikingly different from the one he had envisioned. This avatar is formed by embedding a fragment of Ilya's soul into an embryo, allowing it to gradually evolve into a spirit that resonates with the developing entity. However, Ilya has imbued this doppelganger with a slightly altered personality. Unlike his own calm demeanor, Harrisvalge exhibits a more indifferent apathy towards the world. His genuine delight in battle is far more pronounced. Your Majesty, news has emerged regarding the corvid form of the bird fruit and the golden crow form of the demon fruit. Immergard reported to Ilya. Where is it? Ilya's tone was laced with anticipation. In Lore's hands lay a piece of news indicating that Rox had once possessed a devil fruit, its surface entirely crimson, adorned with the intricate patterns of a three-legged bird. Following the battle in the Valley of the Gods, Rox met his demise, and as his most trusted subordinate, Lore came into possession of this devil fruit. However, as Lore grew older, he found himself unwilling to continue drifting aimlessly upon the seas. Thus, he chose not to consume the fruit, but instead vanished from the public eye along with it. Emer presented a bounty notice to Ilya, describing its contents. The notice depicted a man of resolute countenance, his expression grave, vanished from the view of the world. One might ponder, if that is the case, let the world assist us in our search for him. I shall collaborate with Herzog to disseminate the news, proclaiming that whoever finds Lore shall be rewarded with a hidden treasure. Surely, the world yearns for such a treasure. Let us exchange action for desire. I intend to ensure he has nowhere to hide. Ilya whispered softly, akin to a deity who holds dominion over all. Fear not, Your Majesty. It shall not be long before I present the golden crow fruit to you with my own hands. Herzog bowed deeply, his right hand positioned before him in a gesture of respect. His tone betrayed an attitude that regarded Lore as a mere pawn. Such a perception was unsurprising. After all, the allure of a treasure far surpassed the significance of even the most trusted subordinate of Rox. In the journey of life, one may yearn for countless desires in youth. Yet as one ages, faced with the inexorable approach of death and the relentless erosion of time upon the body, few can confront such realities with equanimity. Those retired assassins, once capable of stirring the seas, the elusive pirates, and the solitary wanderers, are all demonstrating through their actions a fervent desire to seize any opportunity that promises a return to youth. Only through possession can one truly comprehend the profound longing that accompanies loss. For these elders, whose hearts have reignited with fervor, Lore symbolizes a chance to reclaim their youth and revel in the allure of vitality once more. In stark contrast, the specter of death no longer serves as an impediment. Having already succumbed to the ravages of time, they await the inevitable embrace of the Grim Reaper. By grasping Lore, they can evade the chilling gaze of mortality, rediscover the fiery essence of the blood coursing through their veins, and feel the steady, powerful rhythm of a heart brimming with boundless energy. Time is the most feared adversary of humankind. For us, time embodies the authority and power that govern the world. Let us wield this dominion over the world, for it shall bow before us. Elijah's figure has vanished from the island, accompanied by a gentle breeze, leaving only echoes in the wind. Chapter 49. Captain John within a colossal palace in the New World. Antique treasures exuding the essence of time and shimmering ornaments are scattered throughout. The atmosphere inside the palace is stifling, with only the rustling sound of Captain John's perusal of Elijah's documents breaking the silence. Seated upon the most prominent and ornate throne, Captain John gazes down at the materials before him, enveloped in silence. A heavy, oppressive air surrounds him, rendering everyone within the palace too fearful to speak, lest they provoke his wrath. As the tension mounts and the air grows thick, Captain John finally breaks the silence, his voice slicing through the oppressive ambience. You claim that a mere naval colonel can vanquish 5 of my 17 fleet captains. Is it that his strength is overwhelming, or that those 5 captains are simply lacking? Slowly lifting his head, his piercing gaze sweeps across the assembly of 12 fleet captains, inquiring with an edge of skepticism. The captains dare not even exhale, acutely aware that their abilities mirror those of the 5 captains they reference. If Captain John were to send them forth, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. A few captains bow their heads in a semblance of respect, yet remain unfazed by Captain John's imposing presence. They are certain that the fault lies in the inadequacies of their peers, who are merely the lesser ranks among the 17 fleet captains. Allow me to confront him. I assure you I can bring back his head, one captain boldly asserts. As the other captains remain silent, a gaunt figure clad in a black overcoat, with blood-red locks and a pallid complexion as if he has not seen the sun in ages, fixes his blood-diamond eyes upon Captain John. Let us set aside your claims for now. The New World is rife with unrest. Kilo, Andrew, Eddie, Reichenbeck, and Kinman grow restless, eager to expand their territories. You must guard Yamani Island. Though Captain John is momentarily swayed by the words of his most esteemed general, the chaos of the New World looms large in his mind, and he ultimately relinquishes the idea of deploying him. After all, the commander of the G8 base is no easy foe to negotiate with. It necessitates Captain John's direct intervention. Should his foremost general engage, it would fail to deter the other pirates lurking in the New World, who possess a reckless audacity that allows them to wager everything on the slimmest chance of victory. Captain John, with his insatiable appetite for treasure, is reluctant to resolve the Elijah situation only to return home and find it plundered, even if he could reclaim his territory. The lost riches would remain irretrievable, a notion intolerable to him. Allow me to go. I guarantee I will bring him back, insists another captain. It has been days since I faced a worthy opponent, with only foolish and weak adversaries crossing my path. My hands ache for a challenge. A robust figure, seated with an imposing stature that rivals the height of the palace itself, gazes at Captain John with a simple-minded grin and a hearty chuckle. Then you shall go. Exercise caution. Do not meet your demise in the depths of folly. Take with you the 5 fleets that wish to join our ranks. Inform them that acquiring Elijah's head will secure their acceptance. Simultaneously, let it be declared in the underworld that any who deliver Elijah's head shall be welcomed among us. I, the old tyrant, shall personally intervene to thwart any naval support, so you need not worry. Captain John, observing the affable yet formidable presence of the mountain-like figure, grins back without hesitation, fully endorsing the proposal. Among his fleet commanders, this stout man ranks among the top 3 in strength, making him Captain John's most suitable choice. In the New World, this individual is known as Mount Fandamantha, a paramecia-type user of the stone fruit. The future subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, Circa, possesses this fruit's powers. But compared to Circa, Fandamantha exhibits far superior mastery. Stones that would crumble under the grasp of lesser beings become the most resilient of objects in his hands. Cloaked in a layer of earthy brown stone armor, he remains impervious to opponents of equal caliber. Captain John's chilling voice reverberates through the grand hall, sending shivers down spines as if kissed by a venomous serpent. In the New World, even figures like Ling Ling, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard must afford me a modicum of respect. How could a mere naval officer dare to challenge me? At this moment, Ilya, accompanied by his fleet, has embarked on a comprehensive search of the waters governed by the G8 base. After all, one must first secure the interior before addressing external threats. Even the most extreme factions find themselves at a loss when confronted by the pirates that stealthily infiltrate these waters. Given the vast expanse of the sea, there are times when even the most fervent radicals are rendered powerless, unable to arrive in a timely manner. The ocean is boundless, and the pirates are omnipresent. Small-time marauders can slip into the waters from a remote corner without anyone being the wiser. Only those pirates with a notable reputation in the New World manage to evade detection. These notorious figures attract the gaze of countless onlookers, and their every action is scrutinized. Vanishing from the public eye proves exceedingly difficult. On a tranquil and serene island, a town once filled with laughter now engulfs in flames. the raucous laughter of pirates, the anguished cries of the people, the burning of homes, and the thunderous roar of cannon fire intertwine to paint a tragic tableau. This is the hell as perceived by those who remain alive. At this moment, Ilya had navigated to this point, his brow furrowing as he beheld the blazing inferno illuminating the night sky on the distant island. The word spirit of the dustless realm. A transparent, dustless realm enveloped the entire warship, and as it spiraled in motion, a tremendous force surged from the ship's rear. Under the protection of the dustless realm, the warship sliced through the barriers of sky and sea with astonishing speed, heading towards the island. I shall proceed ahead. Do hasten your arrival. After speaking to Kaluya, Ilya vanished into thin air before the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, nearly all those who opposed the pirates on the island had been ruthlessly slain. Only a few remained, still bravely resisting the marauders. The remaining pirates reveled in the chaos, indulging in their malevolent glee amidst the flames and the anguished cries of the people. Truly, they were nothing but detritus of the sea. Elijah gazed upon the tragic spectacle unfolding before him, his voice emerging slowly. A formidable aura, akin to an emperor's overwhelming might, emanated from him, spreading across the entire island. Countless pirates, oblivious to the cause, collapsed as if they were mere dumplings falling to the ground, while the townsfolk remained unscathed. As the townspeople stood in bewilderment, a regiment of Navy soldiers, clad in pristine uniforms, marched in perfect unison, swiftly apprehending all the pirates. Chapter 50. The Human Tragedy. All the pirates were escorted to the town square, bound and forced to kneel before the townspeople. Led by the Navy, the residents gathered here, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury as they fixed their gaze upon the defeated pirates. Elijah handed a knife to a child whose eyes brimmed with hatred and fury. Go ahead, he urged. They have ravaged your homeland. How you choose to confront them is a decision that belongs solely to you. Elijah gazed upon the bewildered yet hate-filled faces of the townsfolk, and then he and the sailors stood silently by, observing the restless yet fearful demeanor of the people. The pirate captain, still dazed, sneered as he spoke. Who among you dares to kill me? I am a pirate, and to slay me would make you a murderer. Spare my life, and I shall reveal to you the location of my treasure. Surely, you yearn for wealth to secure your future, and even if not for yourselves, think of those around you. Would you wish for them to start anew with nothing? Killing me will resolve nothing, but releasing me will grant you all my riches. I assure you, it is enough to ensure a life of comfort for each of you. Consider how splendid your lives could be with such fortune. Wives need not fear their husbands vanishing at sea, and fathers could provide their children with a nurturing environment. Everyone could live the life they desire, all for the simple act of sparing us. As the townsfolk panted heavily, their eyes gleaming with greed and desire, the pirate captain chuckled. His voice, like a devil's whisper, seduced the crowd. Yet, a child, filled with hatred and anger, remained unmoved by the captain's words. Clutching the dagger handed to him by Elijah, the boy, fueled by wrath, strode defiantly toward the pirate captain and plunged the blade into his heart without hesitation. Vivid crimson blood flowed down the pristine blade, stark against the child's soot-stained hands. The boy glared at the captain's astonished expression and shouted, "What a joke! Do you think a mere trifle of wealth can buy our forgiveness? That is a delusion. Everything we hold dear has been destroyed by you. How could we ever spare the architect of our suffering?" The once peaceful town now lay in ruins, flames licking at their sheltering homes, as the townsfolk, their eyes ablaze with rage, surged forward with weapons drawn against the pirates. Indeed, you have obliterated everything I held dear. What good is wealth in the face of such devastation? I am not one to forget all for a mere handful of gold. Only by ending your lives can we spare more from enduring the same torment we have faced. The townspeople roared, their voices choked with anguish as they attacked the pirates. Blood flowed through the throng, a harbinger of the beauty that would bloom here once more in the coming year. Elijah and the sailors stood silently, observing the scene before them without any attempt to intervene, as still as stone sculptures, allowing the crowd to vent their fury unabated. After a considerable time, the pirates were unrecognizable, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh mingled with the earth, left behind in that place. Elijah addressed the bewildered townsfolk, declaring that the collapse of the world's order stemmed from these locusts. They had ravaged our once beautiful and peaceful home, obliterating our previously blissful lives. I, Elijah, assure you that throughout my life, I shall steadfastly uphold the justice of the world and eradicate all pirates and malevolence. Amidst the swirling flames and pervasive smoke, Elijah made his solemn promise to the people of the town. The Navy will deliver the essential supplies for your lives. We shall assist you in rebuilding your homes. Do not lose the courage to continue living or the yearning for a brighter future. Strive to live. For one day I shall unveil a world of beauty and tranquility for you. Observing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Elijah methodically issued commands. Ilya, take a squad of sailors to construct shelters and distribute the supplies uniformly among the people. Colette, seek out a water source. I shall procure food. Under Elijah's directives, the once confused townsfolk, having endured suffering, repressed their emotions and commenced the reconstruction of their new homes. Pirates are the bane of productivity and are expert destroyers of it. For a town, the assault by pirates brings an unparalleled blow. The youthful and vigorous are often mercilessly slaughtered, leaving behind only the frail, elderly, and infirm to struggle for survival in this harsh world. Yet, without the young, the elderly, and the sick find it nearly impossible to endure in this brutal existence. After all, most islands in the pirate world remain in an agrarian state. The vigor of youth is crucial for continuity and heritage. Lacking the young, the weak have little hope of surviving against the onslaught of beasts or the calamities of nature and man. This is why Elijah dedicates his time and energy to aid the townsfolk in rebuilding their homes. Although Elijah's timely arrival spared the town from the total devastation faced by other villages ravaged by pirates, countless individuals still mourn the loss of family and home. Thus, Elijah must work alongside the townspeople to reconstruct the chaos wrought by the pirates, rekindling their hopes and aspirations for life. This resonates with Elijah's memories of his own humble beginnings and his connection with the townsfolk. Better to be a dog in a prosperous age than a man in a chaotic one. 2 days later, the beleaguered town had been transformed. Countless homes rose from the ground, and the remnants of destruction had vanished. Surrounding the town stood a towering wall, as formidable as iron, guarding the community. In the fields, new seeds had been sown, and under Elijah's influence, they thrived with vitality, promising a bountiful harvest in due time. The townspeople began to emerge from their mourning. The deceased are gone. The living must carry forth the hopes and blessings of the departed. By the seaside, Elijah and the sailors bid farewell to the villagers. The child who had plunged a knife into the pirate captain's heart stood silently before Elijah. What do you wish to do? I want to become a Navy officer. Becoming a Navy officer is no simple task. One constantly faces the threat of death. I understand, but I seek vengeance. Then follow me. Chapter 51. The White Dragon set sail on a vast island in the New World. Life flourished, and the expansive forests echoed with a cacophony of roars. There were the cries of apex predators, the whimpers of frightened herbivores, and the calls of feral creatures soaring through the sky. While from the depths of the ocean came a haunting call reminiscent of ancient history. The wild roars, the jagged peaks, and the verdant woods painted a savage tableau of life and death in the island's embrace. A small town nestled at the forest's edge, inside a tavern. A handful of pirates adorned with the emblem of the Golden Lion pirates sat drinking. Clang! A pirate slammed his cup onto the table, bellowing, "This life is dreadfully dull. Every day begins with the same monotony. I did not become a pirate to live a life with such an obvious endpoint. I yearn to conquer the seas alongside the admiral." The drunken pirates, their faces flushed, erupted in laughter. "Hachi, you've had too much to drink, with your meager skills. You could hardly contend with the island's overlord, let alone conquer all alongside the Golden Lion. We're fortunate enough as it is. Unlike other pirates who squander their lives in debauchery, fearing they won't see another day. Just think of how carefree we are here. We can do as we please without anyone coveting this island. We became pirates to indulge ourselves, didn't we? This very life is the purpose of my voyage." The inebriated Hachi, red-faced, burped loudly, filled with the sin of alcohol. "You all fail to comprehend my ambitions. I aspire to be one of the 33 captains of the flying pirate fleet under the admiral. Wealth and pleasure are not my ultimate goals." The pirates laughed until tears streamed down their faces, raising their cups to clink with Hachi's. "Ha ha ha. You drink the most yet claim it is not your pursuit. You're truly amusing. Utterly foolish. Could you deliver a message to the Golden Lion?" A stranger's voice emerged from behind the pirates. "Who is it? Which fool speaks? You should address the Admiral or the Golden Lion with respect. Do you wish to be taught a lesson?" The pirates boasted arrogantly. Turning around, they beheld a man with flowing white hair, his features chiseled with precision, eyes bearing a cold disdain, exuding an aura of accumulated wisdom and gravitas. Truly a bunch of oblivious fools. I suppose reason must prevail. Hellisvarg sighed in resignation. Hellisvarg's hands morphed into dragon claws, and with a speed imperceptible to the pirates, he seized 2 of them, colliding their heads together with a resounding crack. Splat! Accompanied by a spray of blood and the sound of shattered bone. The two pirates were discarded like refuse. The remaining pirates snapped back to reality. Kill him. You're dead. Not even Jesus can save you now. To dare disturb the Admiral's territory is to court death. The pirates brandished their weapons and charged at Hellasvarg, their faces twisted in fury. One must possess self-awareness. Foolishness is not a sin, but arrogance is. Hellasvarg charged into the throng of pirates, resembling both a wolf and a flock of sheep. With his bare hands, he seized the blades of two pirates rushing at him, and with a powerful grip, the blades shattered instantaneously before the terrified eyes of the pirates. Like a whirlwind, Hellasvarg's hands flashed through the air, cleaving the two pirates in half at the waist. Their anguished cries reverberated throughout the tavern. He deftly sidestepped a bullet fired by a pirate. Although the bullet posed no threat to him, Hellasvarg was reluctant to be touched by such weaponry. Feeling as insulted as the Bronze and Fire King Norton would be by the affront of swords and knives. With a powerful push, he transformed into a gleaming sword, darting toward the gun-wielding pirate. The onlookers, in their final moments, only glimpsed a blinding white light before plunging into eternal darkness. The pirate, eyes wide with fury, roared as he opened fire, entirely disregarding the presence of others. Truly the nature of pirates, Hellasvarg remarked, an ambiguous mixture of admiration and mockery in his tone. With one hand, he grasped the pirate's head in his dragon-like claw, and before the pirate could plead for mercy, he crushed the skull as if it were a watermelon. In that instant of bloodshed, Hellasvarg vanished from sight. As the mournful wails echoed, all the pirates lay lifeless in pools of blood, leaving only Hachi, staring in disbelief at the carnage before him. "Pirate, can we speak now?" Hellasvarg gently inquired, as he pressed his foot upon the head of the dazed and bloodied Hachi. Feeling the sticky blood and the acrid scent, Hachi, now sober, hastily flattered, "Of course, my lord. Whatever you say, I shall heed. It must be uncomfortable for you to step on my head. Please, step on my face instead." Hellasvarg glanced down at the obsequious pirate and smiled. Then, "Can you contact the Golden Lion?" Hachi hesitated slightly, but upon seeing Hellasvarg's slightly furrowed brow, he quickly spoke up. "My lord, I lack the telephone snail for the Admiral, but I can reach the first mate. These insignificant islands are managed by him. Whatever you desire can surely be arranged." Hellasvarg lifted his foot from Hachi's head and commanded, "Then call him. I have indeed heard of the infamous bloodsteam." Hachi hurriedly rose and fetched a chair for Hellasvarg, wiping it with the cleanest part of his clothing. "My lord, please take a seat. I will contact the first mate right away." Hachi retrieved a telephone snail from his pocket and dialed. Brew brew. As the call connected, a cold, fierce-looking man appeared on the screen. "Speak." The voice from the telephone snail was devoid of warmth. Hellasvarg took the telephone snail. "I am Hellasvarg. I demand the Lebo Island." "Ha ha ha, a nameless pawn. How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" The voice on the other end echoed like a chilling specter from the depths of hell. "This is merely a notification. If you object, come and face me." After hanging up the call, Hellasvarg casually disposed of the sycophantic Hachi standing nearby. Chapter 52. Nibelungen in an island reminiscent of a celestial palace. Sunlight streamed through enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, yet it could not dispel the chilling aura that pervaded the room. The first mate of the Golden Lion pirates, Bloodsteam Nordri, wore a menacing expression, his entire being exuding a palpable tension. A growl of indignation filled the room. How dare they be so audacious? Have these ignorant fools forgotten my name after my prolonged absence from the battlefield? The seas must once again remember the terror I instilled. Hellasvarg, I shall make you wish for death and yet be unable to die. With a thunderous boom, Nordri transformed into a white steam, shattering the glass window as he surged toward Lebo Island. A note was left behind, indicating his whereabouts. Nordri harbored no fear of incurring the wrath of the Golden Lion, for the Golden Lion was a man of vast ambition and power. As long as one possessed sufficient value, the Golden Lion would grant ample freedom and authority. The only demand was unwavering loyalty. This was the reason for the Golden Lion's ever-growing strength and fearsome reputation in recent years, as he had subtly claimed the title of the first pirate crew in the New World. Meanwhile, on Lebo Island, Hellasvarg stretched and yawned, surveying the deserted town, devoid of any surviving members of the Golden Lion pirates that he had slaughtered. Now, I must safeguard my little creatures and await the arrival of the Golden Lion pirates. To prevent any harm to his future subjects in the impending battle, he resolved to establish the Kingdom of Dragons, Nibelungen, transforming into a grand white dragon. He soared into the sky above the island. Click. A journalist, camera in hand, seized the opportunity to capture this moment, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is a major scoop. A newcomer daring to challenge the Golden Lion pirates, and a user of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. This will sell like hotcakes in next week's paper. My position is about to rise." Unbeknownst to the journalist, Herra Lasvolge had already noticed him, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. In the kingdom of dragons, Nibelungen, no one could leave without the master's permission. The journalist, still dreaming of his bright future, had no inkling of the fate that awaited him. Meanwhile, Herra Lasvolge danced majestically in the sky, performing a peculiar yet aesthetically pleasing dance. This was the dance of Shiva, the dance of the mythological destroyer god Shiva, embodying the power to annihilate worlds. Yet, Shiva possessed the duality of destruction and creation. Thus, the dance of Shiva encapsulated both attributes. It could obliterate worlds yet also create them. This dance, renowned for its world-destroying capability, was perfectly suited for the act of creation. The Nibelungen that emerged from it was more clandestine and secure than that conjured by the Dragon Kings. Furthermore, this newly created world surpassed both Norton's White Emperor City and Odin's Avalon in scale, effortlessly encompassing Lebo Island and the surrounding 10 kilometers of ocean. As Herra Lasvolge twirled, the once silent elements in the sky became animated. Countless elements converged, enveloping Herra Lasvolge in a shroud of energy. The clear sky darkened under the weight of thick, ominous clouds. Not only Lebo Island but also the surrounding waters were engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Only a singular white sun remained in the sky, radiating an infinite glow. This is absurd. How is such a monster possible? What does this creature intend to do? He cannot possibly intend to sink this island as a provocation to the Golden Lion, can he? Damn it, we are still on the island. We must flee at once. The townsfolk, seeking refuge, gazed upon the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them, their whispers echoing in the air. As one person uttered the word run, the rest hurriedly dashed toward the shoreline. They had no desire to accompany the Golden Lion to his grave. Their presence in the town was merely due to its reputation as a hub for pirate dealings. It was a disaster. The journalist, who once fantasized about promotions and success, now sat immobilized on the ground, utterly defeated. Dance of Shiva. Accompanied by the ethereal movements of the white sun, a commanding voice resonated through the sky. Countless exotic creatures began to stir restlessly. Some tyrannosaurs roared in fury, while pterosaurs spread their wings toward the radiant sun. Towering gorillas beat their chests in a primal display of strength. In the very next moment, a layer of transparent light radiated from the white sun, enveloping the earth, sea, and sky. The heavens split open around the luminous orb. The dark fissures glimmered ominously beneath the sun's brilliance. In an instant, these abysses expanded rapidly, shrouding the sky as if a colossal maw were devouring the island and the surrounding waters. From a distance, it appeared as though a massive entity had opened its gaping jaws, feasting upon the island and its maritime surroundings. In the next heartbeat, amidst the anguished cries of humanity and the roars of animals, the obsidian chasms consumed all. Yet, as the darkness receded, the island and its waters remained unchanged. Only the beings that had been engulfed vanished without a trace. Within the realm of Nibelungen, countless creatures and people emerged. A light drizzle began to fall from the overcast sky, and as time passed, the gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading like waterfalls. The ground trembled as the island shuddered, first with a slight quiver, then violently shaking. Peaks began to collapse, boulders rolled amidst clouds of dust, and the earth split open, revealing bottomless crevices from which searing magma flowed. The ocean roiled, tiny white droplets rose with the waves, and small swells surged into towering tsunamis that thundered ceaselessly. The magnificent waves reached out to touch the storm clouds above, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Amidst the mournful cries of the animals and the wails of the people, the colossal waves swept over them, causing no harm. They screamed and lamented, feeling an overwhelming heat radiating from within, teetering on the brink of fainting. Yet the energy coursing through them made them acutely aware of their excruciating transformation. "Rejoice, for you shall become the first of the dragonkin in Nibelungen," a majestic voice proclaimed. Chapter 53. The baptism of dragon's blood. The molten lava seemed to breach the bodies of the island's monstrous rulers, igniting flames within them. The beastly overlords, in unbearable agony, could only emit hoarse roars, their once mighty bellows now feeble and filled with sorrow, as the rhythm of their hearts, reminiscent of a mourning bell, gradually slowed. Their once robust muscles withered, losing elasticity and strength. The razor-sharp claws they once took pride in had dulled, struggling to rend the earth. Their once brilliant eyes, filled with majesty and ancient wisdom, now appeared dim, burdened by exhaustion. Their once mighty wings drooped, the bones within them weakened, unable to support their grandeur. The majestic bodies, once adorned with ancient scales, now bore the marks of anguish, as hot crimson mist enveloped their forms. With a final, desperate roar, the beastly overlord seemed to recognize its impending doom, struggling against the blood-red fog that consumed it, only to vanish without a trace within the seething mist. This was the baptism of dragon's blood. To evolve into a dragon, one must endure the purifying trial of the dragon's den, allowing the fiery essence of dragonkind to course through their veins like molten lava. Surviving this ordeal would result in a profound transformation. It was rebirth, a metamorphosis. Those who faltered, lost in the illusion and pain, would inevitably succumb to the searing dragon's blood, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. Let it be known. The method employed by Hrasvulgur was the most brutal and perilous of trials. This method echoed the ruthless tradition of the dragon-slaying Beowulf family, who fed their newborns with the venomous blood of dragons. To withstand this trial meant inheriting immense gifts and extraordinary vitality. To fail meant utter annihilation. In comparison to Beowulf's venomous offerings, Hrasvulgur's approach was even more ruthless. Hrasvulgur had infused the towering waves with boundless dragon's blood. Those who were engulfed by the tumultuous waters emerged unscathed, drenched in the essence of dragons, akin to the original bloodthirsty dragon slayer, Beowulf. This was an unparalleled opportunity, yet also a formidable challenge. However, nothing worthwhile is ever gained without effort. Opportunity and peril coexisted. Should they successfully navigate this trial, every creature and individual would unlock unprecedented potential, longevity, formidable strength, the gift of manipulating the voice of spirits, and remarkable wisdom would all be within their grasp. Hrasvulgur did not conceal this revelation. He shared it openly with every individual and creature, igniting a fervent desire within them. Desire, akin to an abyss, relentlessly pursued all that is beautiful in this world. It was a perilous leap, akin to the carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Becoming a dragon was no simple endeavor. One must possess both a robust physique and unwavering resolve. Hrasvulgur hovered in the skies like a pale sun, coldly observing the suffering souls below. Rejoice, for your fleeting lives have encountered a turning point. Become dragons, and you shall attain eternal existence. Death will no longer be your end, but merely a long slumber. The destiny of the dragon kin, illuminating the world, or remaining as inconsequential dust, lies entirely within your hands. Hrasvulgur whispered softly, his voice resonating in the ears of all beings across the islands. Whether human, Tyrannosaurus, saber-toothed tiger, golden eagle, orangutan, azure dragon, or great white shark, they all comprehended the meaning in an instant. Countless creatures' eyes sparkled with the flames of desire, their brows flowing with unwavering conviction. From the blood-red mist that had engulfed the monstrous overlord, endless flames began to blaze. The inferno consumed the entire form of the beastly sovereign. Hrasvulgur paid no heed to it. In his perception, the beastly overlord was a formidable creature possessing the strength of a naval rear admiral, and it seemed destined to become the first of its kind, which piqued Hrasvulgur's anticipation. Crack! The massive, mountain-like body of the beastly overlord was torn apart by a pair of gleaming, cold claws. A diminutive creature, resembling a mere shadow, struggled free from the colossal remains. The overlord unfurled its scaly wings, brimming with bone spurs, and soared towards the heavens like a shooting star. It reveled in the sky's embrace, savoring the taste of freedom. Its heart pulsed like the resonant bells of dawn and dusk, each beat surging fiery, potent dragon blood throughout its being. The overlord felt an unprecedented surge of power and strength. This was rebirth. Roaring in the sky, the overlord expressed its elation and joy of newfound life. Soon after, it approached the great white sun, gazing at Hrasvulgur with reverence and admiration. Hrasvulgur regarded the beastly overlord with an ancient, regal gaze, his voice commanding and filled with the gravitas of royalty. From this day forth, you shall be known as Beowulf. Beowulf responded, yes, your imperial majesty. Your will shall be my pursuit. I, Beowulf, shall clear all obstacles from your path. Hrasvulgur nodded. I eagerly await the day when your bloodthirsty name echoes across the seas. Beowulf, having lived a long life before his transformation into a dragon, possessed human-like intelligence. Now, having evolved into a dragon, he quickly grasped the ancestral knowledge coursing through his veins and comprehended everything. Below, resounding dragon roars echoed in succession. The figure, towering and robust, covered in pure white dragon scales like ancient timber, surveyed the surroundings with golden eyes. This was the reporter, fortunate to have survived the trials of the path to death and divinity, successfully evolving into a dragon. The reporter gazed at his powerful claws and the hexagonal white scales covering his body, ecstatic beyond measure. Eternal life, the mysteries of the word spirit, and immense power. He possessed it all. The loyalty he offered seemed a trivial price compared to the treasures he had gained. With this thought, the reporter was the first to kneel before Hrasfeld, pledging his loyalty to clear all obstacles for the great white emperor. His resounding voice captured the attention of all on Dragon Island. In the next moment, the Tyrannosaurus, its muscles forged like iron, knelt in allegiance to Hrasfeld, followed by the saber-toothed tiger with wings, the massive golden eagle like a dark cloud, the towering orangutan, and the colossal azure dragon, all offering their loyalty to Hrasfeld. For the great white emperor, we pledge our loyalty. We shall be the sharp blade in your hand, sweeping away all impediments in your sight. Chapter 54. The crimson steam approaches the warm sun, bathed Hrasfeld, allowing him to bask in its love and warmth. Reclining on the highest peak of Libeli Island, Hrasfeld enjoyed his leisure, awaiting the arrival of Nordri, the deputy captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Hrasfeld lifted a nearby flask, taking a sip, contemplating, once I defeat Nordri, the Golden Lion's arrival will be imminent. At that point, there will be no need to engage with this short-lived lion if I cannot best him. I shall simply accept him as my subordinate. After all, the Golden Lion has but a few days left to thrive. If all goes as planned, I shall send him off with grandeur. For the roaring Golden Lion deserves a magnificent farewell. As Hrasfeld pondered these matters, the sky transformed. White clouds gave way to ethereal droplets. In the sunlight, the droplets shimmered with vibrant colors, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of beauty as they gathered. The droplets amassed into rivers, which merged into seas, and the seas expanded into vast oceans. In the eastern sky, a realm of watery wonders emerged. A chilling voice, like the winds of the underworld, echoed, Hrasfeld, are you prepared to face death? Nordri, the crimson steam, has arrived. Hrasfeld gazed at the oceanic expanse before him, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Truly, Nordri was a formidable force, ranking among the elite of the New World, with a remarkable mastery of his fruit's powers. Nordri was a nature-type user of the steam fruit. His strength lay in the droplets of water evaporated from steam. However, today it was evident that he had horizontally developed his abilities, making his mastery of water akin to that of those who wielded water fruits. Observing Nordri's composed demeanor, one could tell this was effortless for him. Even more daunting was Nordri's title, Crimson Steam. The crimson hue arose from the blood of his foes, which stained his mist, earning him this name. It was clear how terrifying Nordri's mastery of his devil fruit was. He was undoubtedly a monstrous entity, much like Katakuri, the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates here's hints, who had reached the pinnacle of observation hockey. Nordri had delved deep into his devil fruit's powers, attaining supreme combat prowess. Alas, this world is unforgiving. Effort determines the baseline, while talent sets the limits. Nordri's voice resounded across the land. Tidal waves of water. The sky shifted from white to azure. The vast ocean, now covering the eastern sky, surged forward with a thunderous roar. Hrasfeld's eyes beheld the sky, now entirely enveloped by the ocean. The mighty sea, roaring like thunder and crashing like landslides, cascaded down upon Hrasfeld. A smile graced Hrasfeld's lips. The thrill of battle was upon him. Dragon's thunderflame, centered around Hrasfeld, a brilliant conflagration crackling with thunder surged forth like the sun at dawn. Its fiery brilliance spreading rapidly, akin to a single spark igniting a vast prairie, enveloping the island as it ascended towards the boundless ocean above. The deep blue flames collided with the pale azure of the ocean, each claiming dominion over earth and sky, while scorching mist billowed at their intersection. This vapor, absorbed by the ocean, pressed down upon the flames with an overwhelming force, seeking to extinguish them entirely. Yet within the thunderous flames there resided not merely fire, but also the fury of lightning itself. Infinite bolts of lightning, drawn into the mist and absorbed by the ocean, caused Nordli to realize he had lost a measure of control over the sea. Though you possess some skill, it does not grant you license for recklessness. Nordli's voice was as frigid as ice, his form transforming into pure white steam, absorbing the mist generated from the clash of the ocean and the searing flames. Advancing toward Hrasfeld. As a pirate, to accuse others of folly is to invite laughter at your own expense, is it not? Hrasfeld, adorned with dragon horns as sharp as celestial blades, his sinewy muscles swelling, began to grow in stature, resembling a small mountain. Scales emerged upon his robust frame, forming in tandem with his breaths, the air he exhaled transforming into searing mist, while his golden eyes, shining like platinum, fixed disdainfully upon Nordli. The steam grew perilous. The mist enveloping Harrisvalg expanded rapidly, the temperature soaring as it hissed against his form, imbued with lethal toxins. In a world rife with illiterates, Nordli was a notable exception. His mastery and depth of understanding regarding the steam fruit were irrefutable proof. While the average individual might assume the steam fruit merely produced water vapor, it encompassed much more, including mercurial vapors. His perilous steam was a product of superheated steam, designed to envelop Harrisvalg with its toxic and corrosive properties, augmented by intense heat and explosive force, affording Nordli a formidable standing. In the world of pirates, wit and cunning are paramount. They are not to be dismissed lightly. The dragon's dominion stands unyielding. Harrisvalg radiated a bronze glow, reminiscent of an immortal statue forged over millennia. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens, as scorching flames and dense, toxic smoke inflicted secondary harm upon Harrisvalg. What value is the opinion of others when one is merely refused? Emerging from the rising flames and thick smoke, Harrisvalg declared, "In life, one may pursue fame or fortune, but I live solely for glory. Whether it be renown or infamy is of little consequence to me. Yet I harbor disdain for the foolish judgments of the ignorant." Nordli, shrouded in toxic steam with only his eyes visible, tensed his muscles, the sinews of his arms swelling as he prepared to strike. His fist, wrapped in armed color and heated, toxic steam, surged toward Harrisvalg's head with a rush of air. The foolishness of mankind is astounding. Why should one be concerned with a reputation that cannot accompany them beyond the grave? Harrisvalg, with fists forged of iron, retaliated with equal fervor. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful kick directed at Nordli. Chapter 55, Infinite Steam Catastrophe. Nordli's fist, encased in white toxic mist and armed color, collided with Harrisvalg's dragon fist. The immense force of the impact left Nordli momentarily astonished. Despite his strength and the impetus provided by the steam, they were evenly matched. Nordli resolved to alter his strategy, opting against direct confrontation with Harrisvalg. As Harrisvalg's leg lashed out with chilling ferocity, Nordli deftly leaned to the left, narrowly evading the crushing blow. To live is to pursue dreams and aspirations. My dream is to live with fervor and intensity. The objectives I have pursued throughout my life cannot be easily dismissed by you. The steam enveloping him flowed around Harrisvalg like a winding river. Steam constriction. The vapor tightened around Harrisvalg with the ferocity of a constrictor snake, seeking to ensnare him. The dragon's dominion is eternal. Harrisvalg's scales gleamed with a golden hue, reminiscent of a sunset's radiant glow. Though the steam serpent sought to suffocate him, Harrisvalg forcefully tore through it, the serpent emitting a mournful cry as it was rent asunder. Meanwhile, Nordli had already launched several steam projectiles hurtling toward Harrisvalg's head. With a sneer of contempt, Harrisvalg offered no defense, boldly extending his arms and raising his head to face the incoming projectiles. The thunderous sound of their approach echoed like a storm, while the explosions resonated like artillery strikes upon the ground. Amidst the acrid smoke and searing flames, Harrisvalg swept aside the dense mist with his broad dragon claws, stepping forth before Nordli. "What an enigma you are," Nordli remarked, his expression darkening as he observed Harrisvalg emerge unscathed. Moments before, Nordli had clearly perceived through his observation hockey that Harrisvalg had not employed armed color. He had merely withstood the attack through sheer physical prowess. In a world where the strong possess the power to reshape the very fabric of existence, only a handful can endure a blow from an equally formidable opponent without any form of defense. In this realm, there exists a singular being of unparalleled physical might. A familiar figure to Captain Nordli, Charlotte Lin, the most formidable woman in the New World, who had decimated half of a giant village by the age of 5. "I am a monster, what are you? In the eyes of the world, we are all monsters. Yet, I am the stronger creature, a beast capable of shaking the world." As the searing mist enveloped Harrisvalg, his muscles tensed, arms rippling with dark energy. With a powerful punch that cleaved through the air, he aimed for Nordli's heart. However, this forceful strike failed to connect, as Nordli, utilizing his observation hockey, evaded the blow with a deft maneuver. "TCH, how prideful you are, even as a monster. You shall perish today. The honor of the Golden Lion pirates cannot be tarnished." Corrosive steam world. The white steam transformed into a silvery mist, radiating from Nordli as it spread across the island. As the vapor expanded, Nordli vanished from Harrisvalg's sight. Stones, metals, wood, and bones touched by the silver mist disintegrated into dark dust, carried away by the gentle breeze. The dragon's might can move mountains and rivers. With muscles as formidable as small peaks, Harrisvalg expanded once more, his 10-meter-tall frame imposing like a demigod, with rock-solid muscles clearly defined. A slight exertion from him caused the air to wail in his grasp. The highly corrosive steam had no effect on Harrisvalg. With a powerful sweep of his dragon claws, a massive gale emanated from him, spreading outward. However, the corrosive steam of Nordli was not so easily dismissed. Even if it could not corrode the enemy's body, it could still deplete their haki, the armament color. In this steamy realm, the air inhaled was venomous, leaving no one capable of fighting him under such conditions. Victory could only be claimed through absolute strength or the destructive power of a devil fruit. Regrettably for Nordli, today he faced Harrisvalg, a clone cultivated by Ilya for over a decade. While his physique may not rival that of Big Mom, he was undeniably more powerful than Kaido at the same age. Moreover, the air stored within the dragon race was sufficient to allow Harrisvalg to fight without needing to breathe. The two most troublesome aspects of this corrosive steam world were effectively countered by Harrisvalg. Your efforts are in vain. Your steam realm is utterly useless to me. Do you think I am unaware of the venom that permeates the air? Such poison has no effect on me. Show me your true abilities. Harrisvalg did not wait for Nordli to realize the truth. He declared it outright. Harrisvalg aimed to instill despair in Nordli through sheer power. Arrogance. Nordli, observing Harrisvalg's unflinching demeanor, did not take him at face value, but instead launched an attack like a specter through the silvery steam. Above Harrisvalg, Nordli unleashed a powerful whip-like kick, akin to a battle axe cleaving the heavens. Harrisvalg raised a hand to shield his head while grasping for Nordli's wrist, intent on preventing him from vanishing once more into the steam. As Nordli felt Harrisvalg's grasp, he scoffed coldly, steam hissing beneath his feet as he propelled his formidable dragon claws toward Harrisvalg's vital areas, his head, heart, and throat. Harrisvalg grinned widely, his robust dragon claws coalescing into fists, striking Nordli with the precision of a needle against a blade. In midair, countless fists appeared like meteors, the sound of their collisions echoing ominously. As Nordli witnessed Harrisvalg's unwavering response, he began to believe his words. Underestimating me will cost you your life. The great god of freedom. A colossal steam giant enveloped Nordli, swinging its massive fists to repel Harrisvalg. A smile crept across Nordli's face. Infinite steam catastrophe. The temperature within the corrosive steam world began to rise. Chapter 56. Eternal victory. The thunderous roars upon the island persisted for 9 days without abating. The peaks of Libo Island lay in ruins. The once vibrant forest reduced to charred stumps. In the heavens, two figures, divine and demonic, battled fiercely, their every motion causing the air to lament, wielding flames and steam as their weapons. In the skies, Harrisvalg evaded a punch from Nordli, countering with a retaliatory strike imbued with tremendous force. Nordli's fists, encased in steam-formed gauntlets and enveloped in dark haki, surged toward Harrisvalg. Behind Harrisvalg, a dragon tail, bristling with fearsome bone spikes, swept towards Nordli with blinding speed. Although Nordli was struck by the tail, he remained unscathed. He transformed into steam, enveloping Harrisvalg, the temperature escalating to the brink of explosion. Nordli did not expect the steam catastrophe to vanquish Harrisvalg. Countless previous encounters had proven futile. As anticipated, the next moment saw dark golden dragon claws slicing through the mist, descending upon Nordli like a predator upon prey, their power overwhelming. Nordli, like a rabbit fleeing an eagle, kicked forcefully at Harrisvalg. Harrisvalg was struck in the chest, propelled backward. Before Nordli could catch his breath, Harrisvalg surged forward once more. As a race born for battle, dragons possessed a bloodline steeped in combat. Minor injuries did not deter them. Thus, Harrisvalg pressed the assault against Nordli, unleashing a torrent of fists like rain, leaving Nordli with no space to evade. The once proud Nordli, now grim-faced, mirrored the ferocity of Harrisvalg, launching countless punches of his own. Fists collided in the air, but with each clash, Nordli began to feel the strain of his efforts. Suddenly, Harrisvalg appeared behind Nordli, delivering a crushing blow. Sensing the attack too late, Nordli attempted to evade, but his sluggish body could only shield its chest with his hands, enduring the impact. With a sickening crack, Nordli's bones shattered under the weight of Harrisvalg's punch, causing him to involuntarily spit blood. As he crashed to the ground, the impact fractured the earth, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the surface. Before Nordli could rise, Harrisvalg loomed before him, dark golden claws radiating an indomitable aura. Steam catastrophe. Blood trickled from the corner of Nordli's mouth as he glared furiously at Harrisvalg. The dark golden claws, enveloped in haki, descended upon him. Nordli's final desperate counterattack was rendered a mere fantasy. Harrisvalk's cold gaze, filled with merciless reality, pierced through to Nordli. You have lost. TCH, accept your defeat. Take my life if you must. Gasping for breath, Nordli faced Harrisvalk, his chest thrust out, unafraid of death. Your life is yours to keep. Harrisvalk cast Nordli aside, choosing not to take his life. I owe you a life. Should you need anything, seek me out. This island is yours. Nordli, after a moment of silence, summoned a communication snail and then dissipated into pure white steam in the sky. With a reputation established, what remained was to build my kingdom and await the arrival of the Golden Lion. I have long coveted the strong world island of the Golden Lion. As Nordri disappeared into the sky, a meaningful smile graced his lips. His arrival had been anticipated by Harrisvalk. Within the Golden Lion pirates, Nordri held a position second only to the captain himself. The Golden Lion was responsible for gathering the strong, while Nordri managed their territories. Thus, defeating Nordri and sparing his life would likely lead him to perceive the act of mercy as a grand gesture, prompting him to willingly offer his island. Fortunately, Harrisvalk had surmised correctly. Nordri was not a fool devoid of intellect. He did not rely on the Golden Lion's reputation to threaten him while his life was in others' hands. The Golden Lion would not object to such actions, for Nordri had been his trusted commander since their departure from the shore. In the matter of islands versus commanders, the Golden Lion could discern the weight of each. However, what lay ahead was the formidable Golden Lion himself. On a colossal sky island, Nordri staggered and fell, bloodied and pale. Fetch the ship's doctor. Lord Nordri is gravely injured. The pirates around him clamored for assistance. Here he comes. Clear the way. A burly ship's doctor, equipped with a medical kit, pushed through the throng and began to treat Nordri on the spot. Thankfully, there were no critical injuries, only exhaustion and a few broken bones. Once the doctor had completed his treatment, he instructed the pirates to carry Nordri back to his quarters. In Nordri's room, gentle sunlight flooded the space but failed to dissipate the pervasive chill. Clad in wooden clogs and a golden kimono, with a cigar dangling from his lips and a mane of striking golden hair resembling a lion's mane, the Golden Lion gazed darkly at the unconscious Nordri. How peculiar that a nameless individual could cause such harm to my first mate, he remarked, his voice cold enough to send shivers through those present. Captain, there is no need for anger. Harrisvalk defeated me through sheer skill. You can win him over with your charm and strength. He will be a significant ally in your quest for world domination. As for failure, merely surviving is a victory in itself. Nordri, still in a state of unconsciousness, weakly conveyed as he regained consciousness and beheld the captain's grim expression. Rest assured, I shall pay him a personal visit. Should he refuse, I will return with his head. The Golden Lion retorted defiantly, turning to exit the room. Nordri said nothing further, but a sense of relief washed over him as he watched the captain's retreating figure. He understood that the Golden Lion grasped his intent. Such a man, even if not an ally, must not fall into the hands of their enemies. As for the notion of Harrisvalk sparing his life, Nordri had long since dismissed it, for he was, after all, a pirate. Even if the Golden Lion succeeded in winning over Harrisvalk, Nordri would not be surprised. After all, to dominate the world, one must possess both a heart large enough to embrace all and the thunderous might of lightning to enforce their will. Chapter 57. The mountain Ilya gazed at the headline emblazoned upon the newspaper, his expression softening into a smile. The publication recounted the tale of a mysterious powerhouse locked in a fierce 9-day and night struggle with the blood-red steam Nordri of the Golden Lion pirate crew. With neither side emerging victorious, the seeds have been sown. Now, it is simply a matter of awaiting the time of harvest. Most of the preparatory work has been accomplished, and all that remains is to allow time to settle and await the opportune moment. It is now time for me to take action. I shall set a modest goal, to attain the rank of Rear Admiral within 5 years. Elijah made his way towards the deck. Set sail, and after thoroughly scanning the G8 base, follow me into battle. The sailors busied themselves with remarkable swiftness. On a silent merchant vessel, a colossal figure sat cross-legged on the deck, tearing into a chunk of sea king meat with his left hand, while his right hand perused Elijah's intelligence. Breaking into a hearty smile. Hurry up, lads. Our target is drawing near. At long last. They had identified their quarry, a naval colonel who had caused them to linger in this place for far too long. Let the Navy feel our might. The boisterous voices of the pirates echoed, yet the enormous figure showed no inclination to intervene. He had unwavering confidence in his strength. The silent merchant ship vanished like a ghost vessel, leaving only ripples in the water that surged with the ocean's waves. Notably, The direction in which the merchant ship disappeared was precisely that of Elijah's course. A magnificent massed warship sailed across the boundless sea. Aside from the essential operations, all the sailors were diligently undergoing Elijah's royal training for their internal fortitude. At that moment, Elijah, seated at the bow, opened his eyes, his observation hockey sweeping across the entire sea, yet he detected no signs of activity. At this moment, Ilya furrowed his brow in perplexity. What was that strange sensation of being watched just now? He remained vigilant, attentive to his surroundings. The sailors, armed and tense, scanned their surroundings with sharp eyes. They had found it. Elijah vanished from his original position as if by teleportation, instantly reappearing in the air not far from the warship, delivering a powerful fist downward. His formidable strike was intercepted by a colossal hand. A figure, as robust as a mountain peak, emerged. Beneath this imposing figure lay a merchant vessel, from which an array of fierce pirates revealed themselves. The pirates roared as they charged, weapons in hand, towards the nearby warship. The pirates aboard the warship, equally defiant, rushed to meet their adversaries. Both sides instinctively steered clear of Elijah and the muscular figure's path. Truly, a great catch has arrived, Mount Fundament. Elijah gazed at the robust figure with a smile, pondering how to swiftly amass military resources when unexpectedly, assistance arrived at just the right moment. I am a fish, he mused, and that too is a sea king. Fundamantha patted the hard armor atop his head, revealing a simple yet sincere grin, though his words were far from amusing. The sound resonated with a harmonious clang. Ilya's entire body was taut with sinew, muscles coiled, as he unleashed a punch imbued with boundless strength towards Fundamantha. His arms' muscles rippling and veins surging. In response, Fundamantha, resembling a colossal giant, brought his massive fist crashing down upon Ilya. The two titanic blows collided with ferocity. Yet it was Ilya who remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of the onslaught. Fundamantha's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an unfathomable force, akin to an abyssal ocean, surge through him, propelling him away in an instant. The resounding crash reverberated, drawing the attention of both pirates and Navy personnel towards Fundamantha's plight. The pirates, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that the man known as the Mountain was bested in his area of expertise by a mere naval captain. Meanwhile, the Navy, exhilarated, demonstrated their superiority, overwhelming the pirates with an extraordinary display of strength, exceeding their already formidable prowess. Your strength is indeed formidable, Fundamantha remarked, his voice echoing from within the confines of his obsidian armor amidst the ruins. Ilya gazed at the faint white marks on his hand, a sense of understanding dawning upon him. Just moments ago, when he had struck Fundamantha, he had sensed something unusual in the texture. Now, it became evident that the sensation experienced during that encounter was undoubtedly the result of an armor formed by the powers of a fruit. The stone fruit? Elijah inquired. Indeed, this is the armor formed by the awakening of my fruit ability, which compresses endless stones. Fundamantha, with an earnest expression, replied. What an honest pirate he is. Yet it is the dead pirate who truly embodies the essence of piracy. Ilya gazed at Fundamantha, who answered his questions with a chilling demeanor. A pristine mist enveloped Ilya, his muscles swelling, as two prominent bulges formed along his spine. Moments later, immaculate bone wings broke free from their confines, revealing themselves to the air. In an instant, countless veins wrapped around the stark white wings, while dark scales adorned their surface. The tips of his serpentine dragon horns appeared to bleed, and the formidable dragon tail lashed, splitting the air with a thunderous crack. The figure, reminiscent of a myth, met Fundamantha's gaze, who had previously looked up in awe. Silently, the dark dragon claws reached for Fundamantha's head. As the wings unfurled, a tempest arose, propelling Ilya at an astonishing speed, causing him to vanish from Fundamantha's sight in an instant. This is troubling. Fundamantha warily scanned his surroundings. Though his expression remained unchanged, a heaviness settled in his heart. As a power-oriented fighter, he was least adept at confronting speedsters, especially one whose strength and physique rivaled his own. The dark dragon claws seized Fundamantha's head from the side, and with a powerful sweep of wings, the two were whisked toward a distant, desolate island. You have cleared the pirates awaiting me here, Ilya declared, his dragon claws firmly gripping Fundamantha's head, enveloped in an aura of formidable hockey. Enduring Fundamantha's attempts to strike him while refusing to relinquish his hold. Do you still care for those feeble Navy soldiers? How utterly laughable. Fundamantha mocked, straining against the grip. The moment he felt the dragon claws seize his head and lift him skyward, he comprehended Ilya's intentions. He aimed to draw their battleground away from the Navy. Even if Ilya could suppress Findamantha, it could not guarantee the safety of every sailor. After all, not every Navy soldier could survive in their tumultuous arena. To me, as a pirate, you appear no different from the rest, weak and vulnerable. Elijah coldly retorted, gripping the head of Findamantha tightly, pressing it downwards towards the ground. With the feet facing the sky, a raging inferno blazed around them, yet it did not hinder their fierce struggle. For Findamantha, the ground was a sanctuary, softer than the sea, and thus it harbored no fear. Elijah's formidable physique rendered him impervious to all fears. Chapter 58, The Awakening of the Fruits. In the midst of a rapid descent, Findamantha's right hand swung fiercely, aiming a powerful punch at Elijah's head. The sound echoed like a clash of metal. Elijah lunged with the serpentine dragon horn aimed at the right hand of Findamantha. The fierce collision between the horn and the fist resonated with a sound reminiscent of clashing swords. The two men fixed each other with fierce gazes, the intent to kill palpable in the air. The divine dragon swished its tail. The menacing dragon tail behind Ilya howled as it propelled a chilling aura of lethality towards the spine of Findamantha, aiming to shatter it in a single, decisive blow, leaving Findamantha utterly defenseless. The rock-armored giant spikes formed sharp protrusions along Findamantha's back, encased in its formidable, hardened muscles. The tips of these stone spikes, adorned with a dark, armed color of hockey, glimmered with a sharpness under the sunlight. With a thunderous clash, the sharp stone spikes met the heavy dragon tail. Even enveloped in the armed color of hockey, the spikes could not escape the fate of destruction. The razor-sharp spikes were utterly obliterated by the relentless swing of the dragon tail. Subsequently, the fearsome dragon tail struck fiercely against the spine of Findamantha. However, the layer of armor upon Findamantha, resembling obsidian, absorbed the impact of the dragon tail without sustaining any damage. Struck with tremendous force, Findamantha did not utter even a muffled groan. The two combatants, locked in their fierce struggle, had descended perilously close to the ground. Elijah exerted tremendous force with his right hand, pressing the struggling Findamantha's head firmly into the ground. Words of power, eternal frost. A droplet of water formed upon the earth. Instantly, the droplet melted into the ground, rendering it thoroughly soaked, and from this point, pure white frost emanated forth. Boundless ice rapidly spread across the surface, freezing the ground in every direction. The waves surrounding the island froze in an instant, capturing the splashes and droplets in vivid clarity. The entire island was abruptly transmuted from a landscape of sand and stone into a realm of ice. In the next moment, Elijah forcefully slammed Findamantha's head down against the ground. The side of Findamantha's face struck the earth, shattering the frost-laden soil, akin to ancient Arctic ice. Findamantha retaliated with a powerful kick. Elijah was forcefully kicked in the chest, stumbling backward repeatedly. Findamantha emerged from the permafrost, twisting its neck with a crisp crackle of bones as it gazed at Elijah. Quite impressive, indeed. One might mistakenly believe you had consumed the frozen fruit. Ilya regarded Findamantha with a cold smile. Is that the armor formed by the awakening of the fruit? It was as thick as a tortoise's shell. Findamantha spat to the left, charging toward Ilya with the ferocity of a wild bear. This is my masterpiece. The stone fruit's awakened rock radiance armor. The gleaming obsidian armor adorning Findamantha began to transform with his swift strides. Sharp stone spikes emerged from his elbows, enveloped in the hue of hockey, while the dark armor on his hands enveloped his fingers, culminating in razor-sharp gauntlets that shielded his arms. The once paper-thin chest plate grew heavy and formidable, and a helmet appeared on his head, complete with ocular protection that concealed his eyes. Before Ilya stood a veritable machine of slaughter. Every inch of his being was crafted for the sole purpose of annihilation. This was the awakening of Findamantha's fruit. The armor, compressed from an entire island, had transformed Findamantha into a harbinger of death. Such armor is a formidable challenge even for opponents like Captain John, who are slightly stronger than him. It is the strongest reliance of the so-called mountains. My rock radiance armor is forged from the very essence of an island. If you dare, come and test your mettle. Ilya's golden eyes remained fixed upon Findamantha, devoid of any discernible emotion. The so-called defense exists solely to be shattered. Much like the fate that is destined to be trampled underfoot, ebon flames silently surged upon the dark claws of the dragon. With these shadowy flames, the claws lunged towards Findamantha. The spell of the abyssal prison. The dark flames enveloping the claws collided with Findamantha, striking with the force of a fist half the size of Ilya himself. In an instant, the abyssal prison, akin to arcane runes, spread across Findamantha's entire form. Crackle, crackle. The searing prison blazed upon Fundamenta like an everlasting sun. Gurgle, gurgle. The radiant armor upon Fundamenta absorbed the burning prison as if it were a living entity quenching its thirst. Before long, the abyssal prison vanished entirely. Indeed, such trivial tricks proved to be futile. The battle could only rely upon the swords and blades in hand to sever the absurd hopes of the treacherous. Elijah gazed at the extinguished black prison with a sense of contemplation. Subsequently, his eyes sharpened, embodying the decisive gaze of a sovereign, as he directed his judgment towards the treacherous Fundamenta. How laughable it was that the Navy still regarded itself as the embodiment of justice, punishing evil. With a countenance full of disdain, Fundamenta launched an assault against Elijah. Elijah narrowly evaded the formidable punch of Fundamenta. Unfortunately, the earth was not so fortunate to escape. Fundamanta's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a bottomless pit in its wake. Elijah's right leg swept through the air with the grace of a dragon's tail, radiating an unstoppable momentum as it struck towards Fundamenta like a star shimmering with brilliance. Must one still ponder the undeniable truth that the Navy embodies justice while pirates represent malevolence? Fundamenta crossed his arms defensively, his towering figure stumbling backward as he retreated a few steps. It truly fills me with revulsion. Clenching his fists, Fundamenta leaped skyward like a battering ram assaulting a city gate, akin to Thor wielding his colossal hammer to vanquish frost giants. His massive form obscuring the heavens as his muscular fists descended with ferocity. The air lamented and fled in all directions, before Fundamenta even touched the ground. The earth began to fracture around Elijah, as if responding to his presence. Ilya gazed upon the Fundamenta in the sky, opting not to evade but to launch an immediate assault. Elijah murmured, "The strongest moments are also the weakest moments." Elijah drew his right hand to his waist, his legs sinking as he gathered his momentum, embodying a harmonious union with the cosmos. Then, as Elijah unleashed his right fist, an overwhelming force erupted like a tornado. The winds roared, flames howled, the earth shattered, and the ocean surged. This punch resembled the furious clash of Gong Gong against Buzhou Mountain, akin to the Titan's wrathful roar towards the heavens, and evoked the image of the celestial emperor, seated high in the sky, reaching out with a colossal hand to obliterate all. Elijah and Fundamenta stood resolutely like a steadfast anchor amidst the chaos. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from their epicenter. In an instant, the pristine white clouds in the sky were dispersed, leaving a clear, azure expanse. The entire island trembled at the moment of their clash. The terrifying force between them flattened the ocean's surface under an unending barrage of shockwaves. Chapter 59. Dragon's Breath. My radiant armor is unbreakable. Await your fate as I sever your head to present to the captain. Fundamenta sneered at Elijah with a malevolent grin. Truly, with a modicum of strength, one becomes oblivious to the vastness of the world. Since you desire an early demise, I shall oblige you. Elijah gazed at Fundamenta with an expression of indifference. Merely boasting, he thought. Being a naval officer is no simple task. Fundamenta, with a physique reminiscent of a towering mountain, advanced with heavy strides, akin to a formidable vehicle poised to reduce everything in its path to mere dust. The earth began to fracture, stones cascaded from the peaks, and Elijah felt as though the very fabric of the world was trembling. Elijah exhaled deeply, his imposing and weighty aura sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest. Under the formidable presence of his conqueror's haki, the skies became a refuge as all took shelter within the clouds. The thunder resonated like the drums of authority, while the wind and rain crafted a symphony of accompaniment. The armament haki adorned his body, which bore the insignia of despair and death, with a glimmer of radiance. In the next moment, the formidable figure of Elijah witnessed the convergence of the conqueror's haki and armament haki, as the majestic might of the dragon asserted dominion over its subjects, allowing the two forms of haki to meld into one. The dark red of the conqueror's haki intertwined with the pitch black of the armament haki, while the golden red dragon's might resembled the central axis and Tai Chi, transforming decay into the miraculous, thus achieving a profound synthesis of both haki. A novel creation, imbued with a hint of black, enveloped Elijah, transmuting him into a divine entity. This was the dragon aura. It represented Elijah's unique power, akin to the amalgamation of Barrett and Zoro's conqueror's haki and armament haki, giving rise to an ethereal essence. The dragon aura was the force forged from the harmonious union of his armament haki, conqueror's haki, and the might of the dragon. Elijah's golden vertical pupils fixated on Fundamenta as he raised his dragon claw and swung it toward him. In an instant, The dragon claw streaked across the sky like a meteor, dazzling like a star, making it nearly impossible to behold. With a resounding clang, Fandamanta's expression shifted dramatically. He felt his rock radiance armor struggling to withstand Elijah's dragon claw, continually being damaged in the process. "My armor!" Fandamanta roared. A faint purple hue of armed hockey enveloped the rock radiance armor in a desperate defense against Elijah's assault. As Elijah exerted more strength, Fandamanta's complexion altered slightly, and he swiftly retreated, leveraging Elijah's force. Like a mountain crumbling under immense pressure, Fandamanta was repelled by Elijah's strike. A glance at the white mark on his chest left Fandamanta visibly distressed. What he had initially perceived as a simple task of eliminating Elijah now appeared to be a formidable challenge. He realized he might very well meet his downfall here. Taking a deep breath, Fandamanta regarded Elijah with a grave expression. "Titan," he declared, activating the power of his fruit. The ground began to tremble violently, as if devils were emerging from the earth below. The intense vibrations caught the attention of the pirates and navy engaged in distant combat. On the isolated island amidst the ocean, the ground fractured, and a head resembling Fandamanta's emerged from the depths. Soon, two arms, towering higher than the mountains on the island, pressed down upon the ground, lifting the colossal form from the earth. With a thunderous roar, the Titan unleashed a bellowing cry, the fierce vibrations sweeping through the air like a tempest. Hollow grandeur. Elijah paid little heed to the Titan. In his eyes, this colossal being bore no significance, merely capable of slaughtering those of a lesser caliber. When it came to opponents of equal prowess, it proved to be of little efficacy. Undoubtedly, for those who excel solely in physical combat, the Titan could wield considerable power, for not everyone possesses the devil fruit that enables wide-reaching attacks. In contrast to such broad offensives, physical combatants are more adept at close-quarter skirmishes. For instance, it would be exceedingly difficult for Sanji to triumph over Fandamanta, even if the latter's strength did not surpass his own, as Fandamanta could rely on his devil fruit abilities to ensnare him. This is the extraordinary effect bestowed by the devil fruits. Alas, this holds no significance for Elijah. After all, he is of the dragon clan, capable of mastering the 5 elemental forces: earth, fire, wind, water, and spirit. Whether in close combat or ranged assault, his prowess is unparalleled. Let your demise unfold in the despair of realizing the disparity in our strengths. Ilya's entire body began to swell with muscle, enormous dragon wings unfurling as sharp bone spines glimmered with a chilling light. His limbs transformed into robust and powerful dragon claws, gripping the air with a mournful wail. As his imposing and brawny form took shape, rivaling the size of a mountain, in the sky, a black dragon emerged, comparable to the Titan giants, unleashing a furious roar upon the world. This is Ilya. This is Nidhogg, the dragon that embodies despair and death. Ilya, with his dragon eyes gleaming like headlights, fixated on the Titan as he charged forward, wings unfurling. Instantly, the island transformed into a scene reminiscent of mythological tales. The colossal black dragon and the mountainous Titan engaged in a fierce battle, their clash resonating throughout the isle. Elijah utterly crushed the Titan giant, transforming his entire being into the most lethal weapon as he advanced against the colossal foe. The Titan, composed of Fandamanta, faced relentless defeat. Was this a jest? The Fandamanta within the Titan recoiled in horror at the sight of Elijah's immense stature. Compared to the natural types, the strength of the superhuman types is enigmatic, while the animal types offer a more straightforward assessment of power. The transformation of an animal-type user into their beast form serves as the most reliable gauge of their prowess. A formidable animal-type user, when morphed into their beast form, is overwhelmingly colossal. For instance, Kaido's Azure Dragon, born from his Azure Dragon fruit, is akin to the size of a city. At this moment, Ilya's dragon form dwarfed that of an ordinary Zoan fruit user, showcasing an unparalleled scale. This stark contrast was the reason behind Fandamanta's grim expression. It seemed prudent for him to seek an opportunity to escape. Fandamanta mused inwardly, yet his actions grew increasingly ruthless. After all, the Titan giant was merely composed of stone, and this island was replete with it. Thus, Fandamanta harbored no fear of exhausting himself against Ilya. As long as Ilya remained oblivious to his intentions, the island trembled between the two colossal beings, resembling a quaking maiden subjected to their relentless onslaught. Each clash between Ilya and Fandamanta sent seismic tremors reverberating through the ground. "Perish, Titan Fist!" Fandamanta roared as his Titan giant's arm, enveloped in the formidable haki, surged toward Ilya with a powerful strike. Elijah, undeterred, unleashed a powerful strike with his robust, clawed hand, enveloped in a vibrant hue of armed color. Contrary to Elijah's expectations of resistance, the colossal titan was obliterated in an instant. Ilya's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 60. The Escape. In an instant, Ilya sensed something amiss. Given the prowess of Fundamenta, it was utterly inconceivable that Ilya could overpower him. The disparity between them had not yet reached that magnitude. It is akin to a world champion boxer facing an ordinary individual, while the latter may exchange a few blows with the champion. It does not imply he could ever secure victory. In the realm of pirates, even with vast differences in strength, encounters can still occur, albeit with predetermined outcomes. This explains why Marco could engage evenly with the water monkey and Crocodile could contend equally with anyone. Such instances are merely the result of exceptional circumstances and do not signify that the combatants possess comparable strength. Were they to engage in a life-and-death struggle, they might initially trade a few blows, yet the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be the one of supreme power. The dynamic between Ilya and Fundamenta exemplifies this very scenario. Indeed, Ilya's strength surpasses that of Fundamenta. However, the formidable techniques unleashed by Fundamenta's awakened fruit suggest that Ilya cannot possibly dominate this attack, as he has yet to attain the pinnacle of combat prowess. The notion that Fundamenta's awakened titan could be easily vanquished is undoubtedly questionable. Ilya utilized his observation haki to scour the entirety of the island in search of the presence of Fundamenta. Do you wish to depart? Ilya gazed coldly at a section of the island. Sharp dragon claws descended like mountain peaks, poised to obliterate that part of the island, when suddenly, a colossal stone hand emerged without warning. How troublesome! Fundamenta's figure revealed itself beneath the stone hand, expressing his astonishment. He had evaded capture using this tactic. With his seemingly simple visage, beneath the hands of countless pursuers, little did he expect to be forced out before even departing the island this time. Fundamenta's muscles tensed. His robust physique propelled against the earth, causing the ground to shatter and leaving a gaping chasm in its wake. With his muscles taut and a powerful punch akin to Mount Tai crashing down, he struck towards Ilya's massive dragon claw. Elijah did not unleash his full strength while executing the dragon claw, remaining vigilant against Fundamenta's feigned attack, intending to use his own power to escape. However, to his astonishment, this time Fundamenta's punch was not devoid of force. Rather, it struck with the terrifying might of a flood breaking through the Yellow River's banks. A deluge cascading with unrelenting power. The blow collided with Elijah's dragon claw, producing a cataclysmic force that sent the colossal Elijah soaring as if he were a mere mountain tossed by the wind. Elijah's colossal dragon form crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Amidst the debris and swirling dust, Ilya emerged unscathed, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar towards the heavens. Elijah's golden eyes, gleaming like precious gold, scanned the island with the formidable observation haki, akin to a radar sweeping the entire terrain. I have found you. Do not even think of escaping. A searing breath of dragon fire erupted from Elijah's mouth, radiant as the sun, casting forth destruction and calamity towards a specific point on the island. With a thunderous roar, the intense flames exploded, and the scorching heat along with the dense clouds of smoke did little to obscure Ilya's vision. In the aftermath of the dragon's breath, the once solid rock had transformed into molten lava, amidst which stood a half-collapsed tunnel, seemingly mocking Ilya. This was the very tunnel that Fundamenta had excavated using the powers of the stone fruit, taking advantage of Ilya's distraction during their earlier confrontation. That desperate act had merely served to conceal the existence of this escape route. Fundamenta understood that the only chance for his escape from Ilya lay in this singular passage. Even with aerial combat skills, he was vastly outmatched by Ilya. Jumping into the sea would be an act of folly. Kaido's ability to leap into the abyss did not imply that all could follow suit. Thus, Fundamenta had resorted to burrowing a tunnel with his stone fruit to flee. Ilya employed his observation haki to survey the entirety of the island, yet he found no trace of Fundamenta. Elusive as an eel. He mused that fortune may not favor him so readily next time. Ilya gritted his teeth, opting not to pursue. The strength of Fundamenta was not to be underestimated. And moreover, this tunnel undoubtedly led to the sea. Once one entered the tunnel, it was akin to stepping into Fundamenta's territory, rendering capture nearly impossible. Even if he managed to chase Fundamenta, should he inadvertently reveal his own ability to withstand seawater during the skirmish, not only would he fail to capture Fundamenta, but he would also suffer significant losses. This marked the first occasion since joining the Navy that a pirate had eluded him. Previously, Those pirates who dared to flee or retaliate would invariably fall to Ilya's prowess. Yet this time he had allowed Findamantha to escape. This humiliation served as a lesson for Ilya, instilling in him the realization that this world was not devoid of clever individuals. Pirates were not necessarily the type to fight to the death. It was common for them to retreat at the first sign of danger, especially with the existence of the enigmatic devil fruits. Who could fathom the abilities that a devil fruit might bestow to aid in an escape? It seemed imperative to develop a specialized ability to prevent such escapes in the future. Elijah soared towards the warship like a storm cloud darkening the heavens. At that moment, the warship and the pirate vessel were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Fight for justice. Eliminate them, came the cries. Ah, spare me, echoed the laughter. This is the splendid tapestry of my life. The pirates and the sailors roared and charged at one another. They forged a gruesome millstone of flesh and blood, with each turn claiming the lives of countless pirates and sailors. The entire battlefield fell under the sudden shroud of an ominous shadow. Without warning, an invisible yet formidable pressure descended from the sky, akin to a king's wrath, mercilessly pinning the pirates to the deck, rendering them immobile. The fortunate ones found themselves crushed against the ground, while the unfortunate faced a more brutal fate, impaled by the weapons scattered on the deck, awaiting their demise amidst agonizing cries. As the sailors looked up, they beheld a magnificent black dragon, as if conjured from myth, soaring above with golden eyes, bright as car headlights, fixed upon them. Clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, search for supplies. Bargnuda, follow me, resonated a thunderous voice from the dragon. Yes, Colonel Elijah, replied Bargnuda, cloaked in a navy coat, his muscular frame resembling granite, albeit somewhat disheveled. At this juncture, the sailors commenced their search for supplies, delivering merciless strikes to the pirates while rescuing the injured. Elijah and Bargnuda stood at the bow of the naval warship, gazing out at the azure expanse of the sea. Have you made your decision? Elijah inquired. I have made up my mind. Continuing in this manner will not enhance my strength to vanquish more pirates. Bargnuda's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Then do not harbor regrets. Proceed, and at the next island, I shall grant you the power to cleanse the seas. Chapter 61. Naval base on a nameless island during the night. The Navy personnel were encamped, seeking rest. The fierce battles of the day had left countless sailors utterly exhausted, and the roars of wild beasts and hisses of venomous snakes in the night were insufficient to shake their resolve for rest. At this moment, the entire camp resonated with the thunderous sounds of snoring. In the pitch-black camp, several figures stealthily emerged, taking advantage of the enveloping darkness. Be cautious, do not rouse them, whispered a man whose muscles were as hard as granite, turning to address the figures beside him. The others remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Silently, the group exited the camp and soon determined their direction, heading toward the opposite end of the island. Once they were sufficiently distant from the camp, they hastened their pace. The moonlight illuminated their faces, revealing their identities unmistakably. It was indeed Bargnuda and his companions. At the other end of the island, Elijah had been waiting patiently. As Bargnuda and his group arrived, Elijah turned to them, fixing his gaze upon them. Finally, he inquired, Are you certain you are prepared? Elijah is offering them a final opportunity. Should they express reluctance or regret, he will erase their memories as if nothing had ever transpired. If any feelings of remorse or unwillingness arise during the merging with dragon's blood, it will inevitably lead to fatal consequences. Thus, Elijah opts to pose one last inquiry, allowing them to make their ultimate decision. After all, the transformation through the fusion of dragon's blood is not a trivial matter. It demands unwavering conviction and a robust physique for successful metamorphosis. A wavering will is prone to failure. Once the process of merging with dragon's blood commences, it is a matter of life or death, unless one is willing to embrace the role of a reaper, fully prepared for the sacrifice. To seek power without paying a price is folly. As members of the Navy, they require formidable strength to restore order to this chaotic world. Bargnuda remarked with a sinister grin, declaring that he would forsake everything if necessary. The Navy, wielding their long blades, bore solemn expressions. This turbulent era was indeed dire. Matters that one generation could resolve should not be prolonged into two. A Navy officer, exuding grace akin to a nobleman, cheerfully suggested, Indeed. Let us forge a beautiful world for our children. Colonel, we are all prepared. Please proceed. At that moment, Rixkus, with a cold demeanor, spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. Ha ha ha, Rixkus, I never anticipated you harbored such grand aspirations, exclaimed a stout Navy officer with disbelief, attempting to enliven the otherwise somber atmosphere. I have always possessed great ideas, Rixkus replied, smiling as he contemplated something. Elijah cast a profound gaze upon each sailor, although he had revealed his capabilities to forge his own cadre within the Navy. Witnessing their fearless expressions and unreserved trust stirred an indescribable sentiment within him. However, he swiftly severed the tumultuous emotions in his heart, recognizing that to bring an end to this era of upheaval, one must not harbor mercy. Everything would become a stake upon the gambling table. To conclude this epic, one must wield authority and strength. Since you are prepared, I shall commence. Do take care not to meet your demise. Elijah took a deep breath and then spoke in a low voice. Ilya closed his eyes, and a radiant golden light streamed from the corners of his eyelids. As Ilya opened his gilded eyes, the individuals around him felt as though they were immersed in an endless sea of magma. The Emperor of Word Spirits. This title not only belonged to Ilya, but also embodied a force capable of bestowing upon ordinary individuals the power to transcend their limitations and be reborn. This divine energy, akin to the bloodline of the dragon, resembled a sovereign seated upon his throne, generously rewarding his loyal subjects with tokens of appreciation. The solemn chant of Sun Ao resonated through the air, as an arcane power cascaded like the yellow river plunging into the ocean, or like the nascent sun rising from the sea's surface, enveloping the bodies of the individuals. Their forms began to sprout azure-hued dragon scales, muscles swelling with vigor, while dark blue veins writhed beneath the surface like serpents. The searing dragon blood surged within them, igniting their internal organs as their limbs transformed beyond recognition, replaced by reptilian appendages. Blood, mingled with sweat, flowed from the delicate membranes of their ethereal wings. This was a moment of profound evolution. In the realm of dragons, he was known by various titles. In ancient times, he was referred to as the path of deification. In classical Japanese legends, it was the road to Yomi. In the ancient text of China, it represented ascension to immortality. The individuals writhed upon the ground, emitting roars as they contorted their bodies into grotesque postures amidst the blood-soaked soil. This agony and hallucination were the byproducts of their transformation through dragon blood. The searing dragon blood had initially ravaged their vocal cords and vital organs, yet its formidable regenerative power continuously mended their wounds, even before their injuries had fully healed. The scorching blood would once again devastate their internal organs, while its remarkable restorative abilities gradually reconstructed their forms. This was the essence of relentless forging. The dragon blood sought to reshape their bodies into vessels capable of allowing its potent essence to flow freely, for their original frames were as feeble as infants, inadequate for the tumultuous surge of dragon blood. Thus, in a cycle of destruction and creation, their bodies were remolded. Through ultimate annihilation and formidable restoration, their physical forms underwent metamorphosis, enabling them to withstand the intense, fiery, and powerful dragon blood. The golden eyes of the individuals began to radiate with a brilliant luminescence. Yet, as time passed, the once dazzling brilliance of their golden eyes dimmed to the flicker of a dying candle. Their bodies, reminiscent of enchanted beings, now lay motionless upon the bloodied earth, resembling lifeless fish, with only the gentle rise and fall of their chests indicating that they still drew breath. Do not betray my expectations. Ilya gazed intently at the few individuals, his voice barely above a whisper. Elijah personally intoned a lineage bestowed by the Emperor, one that was truly extraordinary, in contrast to the A-ranked and S-ranked among the dragon lineage. The bloodline that Elijah imparted was sufficient for them to attain the status of royalty among hybrids, and it was not akin to the likes of the tortoise source, but rather that of the maiden source. The most arduous initial trial had already been surmounted. Now was the moment to test their fortitude. As long as their resolve was sufficiently formidable, they would successfully undergo metamorphosis. Chapter 62. The divine adversary. The obsidian sky obscured the radiant moonlight, and on the cliffs at the opposite end of the island, Elijah stood with his back turned, gazing at the tumultuous sea in the distance. How does it feel? At this moment, the Riskus behind Ilya has successfully transformed, akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate or a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, bidding farewell to the past entirely. The individuals beside Baganuta are still in the midst of their own metamorphosis. It is indeed remarkable. My body brims with immense power, and I can sense that there remains significant room for advancement. Chrisley, exhilarated by the ceaseless flow of strength within, realizes that he can continue to strive for his aspirations. Ilya continued to gaze at the distant sea. All of this stems from you, Colonel. Thank you for granting me a new lease on life. Colonel, why do you always find solace in the ocean? Chrisley pondered, filled with questions as he observed Ilya's silhouette. I do not merely behold the sea. I perceive the entirety of an era. At that moment, Ilya turned to face Krisley. To Ilya, the tumultuous waves mirrored the upheavals of this turbulent age. Each time he witnessed the deceptive calm on the surface while sensing the churning currents beneath, it was as if he glimpsed the surging tides of history. The torrents of time do not pause for anyone. Only by becoming a formidable bulwark against the approaching deluge can one realize their aspirations. An era, you say? Krisley echoed the term with a hint of perplexity. Indeed, the ocean resembles this revolutionary epoch. Though the surface appears tranquil, beneath lies a maelstrom, poised to unleash a cataclysmic tide that could engulf everything: world governments, navies, mafias, pirates, and nations alike. None shall escape. They must actively or passively seek their place amidst the oncoming waves of existence. Ilya did not conceal his thoughts from Krisley. Those who had undergone the baptism of dragon blood had utterly become his most loyal subordinates. Is this truly so perilous? The world government has dominated the seas for 8 centuries. Krisley, filled with confusion and terror, seemed unable to believe it. The formidable power of the world government, perched high above, was certainly beyond overthrow. Yet what if their adversaries, having amassed strength for 800 years, were to rise up once more? Ilya smiled meaningfully. 800 years ago, the enemy was D. Suddenly, Krisley recalled the D clan, renowned as the natural enemy of the gods. It can now be asserted that the world government governs the world, while the celestial dragons rule over the world government. The only possible rivals to the celestial dragons are the D clan, long regarded as the natural enemy of the gods. After all, no individual or group would recklessly proclaim themselves as the natural enemy of the gods without fearing for their lives. Such a declaration would be tantamount to seeking death. Just look at how the world government eradicates those who dare to defy them. Today, if you declare yourself the natural enemy of the gods, by tomorrow your head could be mounted on a wall. In this day and age, even offending a single celestial dragon could lead to retribution from a marine admiral, let alone daring to affront this exalted collective. Thus, the reputation of being the natural enemy of the gods must originate from 8 centuries past. As this realization struck him, Krisley felt a chill run down his spine, staring in shock at Ilya, as if trying to discern the truth from the depths of his oceanic eyes. Indeed, his strength is formidable, having undergone the metamorphosis of dragoness blood. Elijah gazed at the naval officers beside Chris, each one having recently endured the excruciating agony of a dragon's blood transformation, now staring at him with wide, incredulous eyes, a smile gracing their lips. It was indeed hard to believe. Bagnuta felt a dryness in his throat. The incredulity was palpable. One might be curious about the reaction of the world government. In truth, the world government had long been aware of these developments. 8 centuries of dominion ensured that nothing escaped their scrutiny. A government that has monopolized the world's primary resources for 800 years harbors no fear of anything. Elijah gazed towards the direction of the red earth, his sight seemingly transcending the barriers of time and space, fixating upon the colossal entity that has loomed over the world for 8 centuries. 800 years of history have enveloped this monolithic world government in shadows, obscuring its true nature. Yet, every aspiring individual understands that the Navy constitutes merely a fraction of the world government's formidable might. The absolute force that has repressed the world for 8 centuries is certainly not confined to the Navy. After all, the Navy and pirates have been entangled in a ceaseless struggle through the ages, yet they have never once undermined the dominion of the world government. Ilya turned around, scrutinizing the fiery eyes of each naval officer, his voice laced with temptation and encouragement. This is an opportunity for us. Only amidst chaos can we thoroughly cleanse the world. The current state of the world is utterly dire. It can only be purged through blood and fire, allowing us to recreate a beautiful realm. Chris and the others seemed to envision a cataclysmic war and an endless sea of flames. Yet, amidst this inferno and boundless conflict, a figure emerged to reshape the world into something splendid, a world devoid of pirates ravaging cities, free from the oppression of the Guizhou people, and liberated from the wanton cruelty of the celestial dragons. In this idyllic realm, people would thrive joyfully in every corner of the world. Colonel, tell us what to do. Bagnuta gasped, invigorated by Ilya's vision of a glorious future. Indeed, Colonel, please instruct us. I fear no peril for the sake of a beautiful world. The armed Navy officers felt their hearts beat anew. After the pirates had obliterated everything he cherished, his sole desire had been to eradicate all pirates, but now he had a far grander ambition. In the future, someone would ignite the first spark of this era. What we must do is continually amass strength, weaken all resistance, and be prepared to swiftly reassert control when the world descends into utter chaos. We require personal strength. And equally, we need like-minded allies. In the times to come, we must relentlessly enhance our own capabilities and expand our ranks. Gentle measures will not quell the upheaval of this age. Only iron will and corpses can prevent greater insurrections amidst the tumult. Let us strive, my comrades. It is only through thunderous and formidable means that we can forcibly halt the tumult of this era. This age does not require gentle naval officers like Karp, Akiji, or Zephyr. It demands radical figures like Akainu and Karubi. Fear resides within every heart. Only through iron will and the specter of death can we instill dread in the hearts of others, ensuring they dare not transgress the established boundaries, confining their actions within acceptable limits. Rest assured, Colonel, your blade's direction is our guiding beacon. Chapter 63, AKA's Island. AKA's Island is a serene yet formidable land. It is said that the legendary demon sword, the seven-star sword, rivals even the supreme great blade of the 12 crafts, and it lies within this very island. The inhabitants abide by the will of their ancestors, never venturing to the sea, dedicating their lives to guarding this demon sword. For generations, they have preserved the secrets of the seven-star sword, preventing it from falling into the ocean and wreaking havoc upon the seas. Today, a mysterious figure sets foot upon this land, seeking the long-guarded demon sword of AKA's Island, not inferior to the supreme great blade of the 12 crafts. This demon sword has remained shrouded in dust for far too long. Perhaps it is time for me to seize it. The enigmatic figure strides toward the village on the island. Halt! Who goes there? A group of burly men, armed and with sharp gazes, fix their eyes upon the mysterious figure. Might I inquire if you know the whereabouts of the seven-star sword? The stranger politely inquires, standing firm. We know nothing of any seven-star sword. You must have come to the wrong place. One of the imposing men replies, his expression shifting slightly. One of them gestures, and a figure races towards the village gate. The mysterious figure observes their subtle actions without intervening. Very well, I apologize for the intrusion, the stranger replies sincerely. Not at all. Our village is known for its hospitality. As a guest, why not stay the night with us? The leader of the burly men, sensing urgency as the mysterious figure prepares to leave, speaks earnestly. Then I shall impose upon you, the stranger responds, pausing for a moment before agreeing. Seeing the sincerity in their faces, no trouble at all, the men force smiles, striving to appear welcoming. As night falls, the village center is aglow with burning wood in the bonfire, casting a reddish hue across the sky. Villagers gather, singing and dancing, their laughter echoing throughout the night. A sumptuous array of delicacies is laid out before the mysterious figure, who sits beside the amiable village elder and the imposing men he first encountered. Hades, could you share where you heard the rumors about the elusive seven-star sword? The elder, seemingly jovial yet with keen eyes, casually inquires. Oh, I came across some legends on the island, and out of curiosity, I followed the tales, visiting every island said to harbor the seven-star sword. Alas, I have found no trace. It seems the rumors are but fabrications. The stranger, Hades, replies nonchalantly, finishing with a sigh, feigning disappointment at not finding the sword. Unbeknownst to him, the elder and the burly men exchange glances laden with meaning. Ha ha ha. Hades, your travels devoid of discovery only confirm it to be mere legend, not reality. A bald man chuckles. Indeed, Hades, after visiting so many islands, you might as well pen your adventures. Perhaps one day, you will become a remarkable author. The leader encourages. Ha ha ha, is that so? Hades scratches his head, feeling slightly bashful. Yes, Hades, regale us with tales of the islands you've visited. I've lingered on this island for so long without exploring others. One burly man gazes eagerly at Hades. Very well, let me tell you about. Hades animatedly recounts his travel stories, captivating all with his riveting narrative. The villagers encircle him, enthralled by his tales. In the end, I arrived at an island where the inhabitants appeared simple, yet it was a facade. This was merely a ruse to disarm the vigilance of newcomers. Once the visitors let their guard down, they would be poisoned and killed. This was their method to protect the mysterious object, the seven-star sword they have guarded for generations. Hades's face flickers in the firelight, obscuring his true expression. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and the villagers' expressions darken. When did you uncover this? The elder inquires, his demeanor now grim. From the very beginning, I knew the seven-star sword was on the island. I merely wish to toy with you and see what measures you would take. Hades' tone shifts to one of flippancy, starkly contrasting his previous demeanor. Is that so? It appears we have been reduced to mere jesters for your amusement, the elder seethes, his earlier geniality evaporating. No, I have always respected life. How could I regard you as jesters unless you are unworthy of the title of human? Hades shakes his head, hastily denying the accusation, only to smile as he utters his cruel words. Unworthy of humanity? The old village chief appeared in no haste to eliminate Hades, but rather continued to inquire. Indeed, the sanguinary aura surrounding you is inescapable. No matter how hard you strive to feign benevolence, such efforts are utterly futile. Even in a village blessed with ample resources, one would not convene an assembly of this magnitude. The exorbitant expenses are beyond the means of any ordinary settlement. Not a soul in your village engages in livestock farming, yet the banquet table is replete with copious amounts of beef and lamb. Do not dare suggest these were procured from the islands. The implications are evident without further elucidation. Hades' meticulous observations left the old chief astounded, each utterance causing his countenance to twitch involuntarily. The denizens of this village on AKA's island do not thrive through their own industriousness. Rather, they amass wealth and sustenance through acts of plunder and murder. They typically raid neighboring villages, enriching their lives with the fruits of their nefarious endeavors. Visitors who inadvertently wander into their village may harbor doubts, yet under their warm hospitality, all misgivings swiftly dissipate, allowing them to indulge in unrestrained enjoyment. Even within other villages, their influence prevails, ensuring that no misfortune ever befalls the island under their dominion. However, today, Hades not only evaded their trap, but also perceived the truth with remarkable clarity. It is indeed improbable for an ordinary village to boast a cadre of burly sentinels. Even should there be guards, they would number but one or two. Thank you for your warning. We shall amend our ways henceforth, the old chief remarked as he regained his composure, regarding Hades as one might regard a deceased individual. Chapter 64. The Enchantment of the Seven-Star Sword. All present gazed at Hades with the vacant stares reserved for the dead, immobile, as if awaiting his demise. Are you anticipating the effects of the poison to manifest? Hades' piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, bore down on the old chief. You have realized too late. The venom has infiltrated your very organs. The old chief unabashedly exuded a hint of pride. Despite Hades' astuteness in uncovering numerous issues within the village, the chief remained convinced of his superiority. The food consumed by Hades was laced with lethal toxins. They themselves were unaffected, having ingested the poison from the outset. Now, even should Hades possess the power to reverse his fate, it is far too late. The old chief's conversation had merely served to buy time, allowing the virus to proliferate within him. After all, why sully one's hands when one can orchestrate another's demise from the shadows? Only through caution and prudence can one navigate the treacherous tides of this era. Alas, you shall not endure. Poison holds no sway over me, being less palatable than confections. Hades mocked brazenly. Seize him and slay him. The old chief's gaze was as cold and lethal as a serpent's, signaling the eager, hulking brutes beside him to charge forth. Regardless of the veracity of Hades' claims, a trial would reveal the truth. The old chief's weathered eyes remained fixed on Hades, searching for a flicker of inconsistency. The towering brutes drew their concealed weapons from beneath the table, striking with ferocity. The gleaming blades glinted like pure moonlight slicing through the heavens, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. The villagers, armed and resolute, looked upon the brutes with a glimmer of hope as they swung their weapons. The clash of metal echoed, yet despair engulfed the onlookers as Hades remained unscathed. How can this be? Exclaimed the leader of the brutes, incredulity written across his face. He could not fathom how Hades, a mere mortal, could withstand their onslaught without so much as a scratch. In his world, every creature, no matter how formidable, would bleed and perish when struck. The leader's emotions oscillated between shock, disbelief, terror, and an overwhelming dread that constricted his heart like an invisible vice. How pitiful it is to be so narrow-minded. Having never beheld the vast expanse of the sky, Hades thought, observing the leader's astonishment with a gaze filled with pity for the ignorant. Everyone attack him, came the ancient voice of the old chief. Unbeknownst to him, he had positioned himself at the periphery of the crowd, wielding his staff as a weapon, unwavering in his resolve. Indeed, the old chief, though equally astounded, did not falter. Instead, he consolidated his forces to overwhelm Hades with sheer numbers. This was a battle of survival, and one could not relent simply due to an opponent's might. The previously jovial villagers, now galvanized by the chief's command, silently drew their weapons, converging upon Hades. Must the minions not possess the awareness befitting their status? Hades mused, pressing a hand to his head, feigning a slight discomfort. His eyes narrowed as an intangible pressure cascaded upon those nearby, causing their faces to flush, as though they were trapped beneath the ocean, breathless and immobile. With a thud, the first villager clutched his throat, veins bulging, and fell lifeless to the ground. One by one, the villagers succumbed to despair and asphyxiation, leaving behind a profound sense of regret and fear. To the old chief's perspective, Hades resembled a harbinger of death, extracting life from those who met his gaze, each succumbing to an inexplicable terror. Monster, perish! The old chief trembled, yet in that moment, he summoned a vigor rivaling youth. Swiftly drawing a blade from his staff and striking at Hades, Hades remained motionless, absorbing the blow with his corporeal form, before seizing the old chief with a grip akin to iron, rendering the chief's struggles futile as he writhed like a fish desperate for freedom. Alas, the chasm between our powers is insurmountable. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the seven-star sword, Hades remarked impatiently, weary of this cat-and-mouse game. Exuding an aura of chilling authority, he stood as a sovereign from the underworld, embodying ruthlessness, indifference, and divinity. You are delusional. You outsiders shall never lay claim to the seven-star sword. The old chief, undeterred by Hades' transformation, faced the specter of death without fear. For as one nearing life's conclusion, he did not shy from his fate. With a crack, Hades mercilessly crushed the old chief's spine, and with a forceful tug, extracted a soul suffused with a misty white light from the chief's crown, revealing the old chief in his ethereal form. Memory extraction initiated. The endless fragmented memories within the soul of the old village chief surged like a torrent into Hades' mind, yet they were entirely partitioned, unable to influence him in the slightest. He resembled a fish swimming in the vast ocean of memories, searching eagerly for his desired bait. And there it was. A faint smile graced Hades' lips as he unearthed a secret buried deep within the old chief's recollections. In a dark, foreboding cavern lay an altar of dark crimson, adorned with mysterious patterns, as if the hue were the residue of flowing blood. A majestic, ancient sword was embedded within the altar, capturing Hades' attention. As he stepped into the cave, fixating on the seven-star sword, a seductive voice echoed in his mind. Seize me, and you shall obtain everything the world has to offer. Come now, draw me forth, and you shall possess the world. Wealth, status, fame, all shall be yours. Listening intently to the voice, Hades, with an inscrutable demeanor, followed its guidance and withdrew the seven-star sword. A deep green, emblematic of death and desolation, coiled around him, subtly enhancing his power while an intent emerged, seeking to dominate his body. Relishing the sword's magic, Hades chuckled, observing the will within the sword attempting to seize control over him. Frowning slightly, he tightened his grip on the seven-star sword. Silence. Chapter 65. Struggle. The seven-star sword trembled violently in Hades' grasp, resisting his command. Centuries of solitude had driven the sword to the brink of madness, yearning for blood and liberation. In the face of imminent freedom, the sword would not yield easily. Hades' hand, like a vast canopy, enveloped the quivering blade. And as his strength intensified, the sword's thrashing diminished to feeble struggles, culminating in a mournful wail. Legend has it that the seven-star sword, comparable to the supreme dagger of the 12 crafts, yielded obediently to Hades, as if it were a docile lamb. The voice in his mind vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. You are but a weapon. As such, you should not aspire to control your master. Should you wish to dominate your wielder rather than serve as a tool for slaughter, your fate shall be destruction. After all, a weapon is ultimately just that, a weapon. If it falters, one may simply acquire another. Hades coldly addressed the seven-star sword, which trembled like a frightened fawn, utterly devoid of its previous arrogance. The sword, possessing the power to control others, bore its own consciousness, thus it did not wish to fade into oblivion. Having languished upon the altar for far too long, it had forgotten the taste of blood. Thus, upon encountering a foe capable of subduing it, the sword was willing to become an ally. From this day forth, you shall serve as my sword, Hades, as we carve a path through the world for the government. Satisfied with the sword's submission, Hades nodded, adding meaningfully, though the weapon may be fierce, it matters not. After all, any weapon capable of taking life is a fine weapon. The sword was indeed a paragon of ferocity. A weapon lacking in menace was beneath Hades' regard. Only the weak would deem an unmanageable blade as a demon's sword in the hands of the strong. A sword is merely a sword, devoid of distinction. However, for safety's sake, it required some modification. Alchemy, fire of alchemy. Hades enveloped the seven-star sword in a grayish light, which stirred unease within the sword. It sought to resist, but was held firmly in Hades' grasp, unable to escape as the gray light coursed into its blade. Upon entering, the sword's once ethereal surface, reminiscent of amber and life, became adorned with fine gray patterns, imbuing it with an aura of brutality and slaughter. The sword sensed an invisible force attempting to reshape its essence, emitting cries of despair that failed to sway Hades. Undeterred, he continued to forge the sword's will. Ultimately, under the crucible of alchemy, a new spirit emerged from within the seven-star sword, supplanting its original intent and becoming its new will. As this new spirit materialized, Hades felt the sword's dependence, and a slight softening graced his previously icy demeanor. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Sword of Death. The sword responded joyfully, emitting a series of bright, ringing notes. Hades strode towards the island's edge, where a massive vessel loomed against the horizon, its sails proudly bearing the insignia of the world government. Upon his arrival, several figures clad in black suits and adorned with pristine white masks appeared before him. An impressive weapon, remarked the leader, a man donning a white tiger mask. Casting a glance at the sword in Hades' hand, his admiration evident. This is all thanks to you, my lord. It is under your wise leadership that I was able to acquire this weapon, Hades replied, shedding his earlier arrogance in favor of genuine praise for the masked figure. Let us express gratitude to the government. It is the government that provides all necessary resources, fruits, weapons, Hades declared, his entire being radiating a luminescent aura, causing those around him to squint slightly. The man in the white tiger mask observed Hades with a slight smirk, silently sighing as he glanced at his fellow CP0 members. Observe what it means to be true CP0, learn from this. The surrounding CP0 operatives, sensing the leader's gaze, regarded Hades with expressions of awe. Why do you stand out so among us? We are all CP0. Let us depart. Traces of the Lunaria clan have recently been discovered in the New World. We must investigate. Understood. The grand design was set, awaiting the opportune moment. On a military vessel, Ilya, with eyes closed, sensed Hades' movements, her gaze shimmering with brilliance. Indeed, within the world government, Hades was also Ilya's avatar. Just as the black dragon Nidhogg represents the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit in the dragon realm, Ilya had created two avatars in this world to prevent unforeseen demise and ensure the smooth execution of her plans. Thus, embodying the Holy Spirit was the resplendent white dragon, Harisvalg, and representing the Holy Son was the shadowy dragon of death, Hades. After a prolonged gestation, Ilya's avatar, Harisvalg, is destined to establish their dragon kingdom in the New World as per their grand design. The dragon kingdom, Nibelungen, stands as a pivotal element for the future. After all, the vastness of the world necessitates considerable strength for dominion. This kingdom serves as the foundational base, meticulously prepared to confront the challenges ahead. Therefore, it is imperative to bolster robust power, for only with formidable might can one secure a place in the New World. Ilya was reluctant to allow a subpar doppelganger to reveal the secrets of the dragon race in the New World. Thus, he hatched a magnificent white dragon, imbued with formidable power from birth. Only in this manner could he ensure that the secrets remained concealed from outsiders. The world government would never permit a formidable individual to infiltrate its innermost ranks. Therefore, only those endowed with boundless potential, like Ilya, could serve as spies within CP0 to uncover the true nature of the world government. Without a doubt, Hades, who had been nurtured by the world government from a young age as the strongest shield, could eventually gain entry into its core. No one would suspect that Hades, cultivated by the world government, would end up as a spy. This was Ilya's safeguard. The world was a chessboard, with all beings as mere pawns. And the stakes were the world itself, as he engaged in a grand game. Chapter 66. The Schemes of the World Government on the Island of Lebo. Harisvalg stood atop the highest point, gazing at the horizon where a crimson sun emerged from the sea. A tiny black dot appeared within the sun, rapidly enlarging, exuding an unbeatable aura as it approached Harisvalg. Before the figure arrived, Harisvalg could feel a pair of lion-like eyes, brimming with an overwhelming presence, fixated upon him. As he observed the swiftly approaching silhouette, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Was this the peak of the Golden Lion? One could hardly fathom the terror of the Golden Lion in his prime without having faced him directly. It was akin to standing alone on the plains before a ravenous lion or confronting a blue whale in the depths of the ocean. It was an uncontrollable heart palpitation, an insurmountable despair. The Golden Lion exuded an air of arrogance from every pore, yet beneath that pride lay a unique charm, fueled by an indomitable ambition. The biting cold wind around him transformed into the gentlest of sheep, each movement revealing boundless strength and dominion. At last, the Golden Lion had arrived. Harrisvalg felt as if he were a tightly wound machine, ready to spring into action, hot mist surging through his veins, enveloping his figure in a dreamlike haze. Ha ha ha. Is it you, boy, who wounded my most cherished subordinate? Well then, withstand a blow from me, and you'll have the right to speak, declared the Golden Lion, his gaze fixed firmly on Harrisvalg, denying him the opportunity to respond as he brandished two renowned blades. The Golden Lion's blade, Sakura Jukumo, danced like an illusion in the sky, casting numerous afterimages. Sword energy, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting the earth, poured down like a torrential rain. Truly, such tyranny was remarkable. The sword energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards Harrisvalg, who felt its sharpness even at such close proximity. Rather than hastily blocking, he allowed himself a moment of complaint. In the next instant, the heavens reverberated with a dragon's roar, and the Golden Lion beheld a colossal white dragon, darkening the sky. In that fleeting moment, the once dominant sword energy vanished without a trace. An impressive technique. What do you call that, boy? The Golden Lion, instead of striking again, inquired with a hint of curiosity. In his eyes, only those who could withstand his blade were worthy of conversing with him. Those who could not would simply return to the sea. Had Harrisvalg failed to parry the Golden Lion's lethal strike due to his protracted battle, the Golden Lion would have deemed him unworthy of standing before him and would have delivered a fatal blow, presenting his head as a fine gift to Nordri. Fortunately, Harrisvalg had successfully withstood that life-and-death strike, thus earning his place to converse with the Golden Lion. In the Golden Lion's gaze, there existed only two types of individuals, those worthy of his attention and those undeserving. Such extreme dominance was revered in the world of pirates. Captain, this is called listening to the dragon's roar. Harrisvalg, too, refrained from attacking, knowing he had gained the privilege to converse with the Golden Lion. The previous strike had merely been the Golden Lion venting his fury over Nordri's injury. A name most audacious. Harrisvalg, you have the right to board my ship. I shall overlook your past transgressions. Come, be my right-hand man, and together we shall dominate the world. The Golden Lion, enveloped in a radiant sunlight, extended his right hand toward Harrisvalg. As you wish, Captain. Without a moment's hesitation, Harrisvalg accepted. The Golden Lion was not as lenient as Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard had ruthlessly severed Crocodile's arm when he refused to acknowledge him as a son, leaving him with no foothold in the new world. Should one dare to reject the Golden Lion, Harrisvalg believed he would surely bleed on the spot unless he abandoned Lebo Island. Yet, Harrisvalg harbored no intentions of rejecting the Golden Lion. With Harrisvalg joining the Golden Lion pirates, a triad was established, Harrisvalg as the pirate faction, Ilya as the navy faction, and Hades as the world government faction. From that moment, Ilya's dragon-slaying scheme was fully realized. Ha ha ha. You shall be glad for your decision, Harrisvalg. The Golden Lion felt himself drawing ever closer to the goal of world domination. As he observed the laughing Golden Lion, Harrisvalg contemplated his meticulously laid plans, and a phrase echoed in his mind. Beware the madman sharpening his knife. The imperial star wavers, and the comet rises. A multitude of thoughts surged within Harrisvalg, while the Golden Lion merely sensed a chill creep up his spine, glancing at the respectful Harrisvalg without much thought. Assuming someone intended to plot against him, Harrisvalg conceived a plan centered around the Golden Lion. Reflecting on the tranquility that had persisted for over 2 decades following the chaotic struggle for the Four Emperors' throne, the pirate world felt eerily calm. After seizing the Four Emperors' throne, Kaido and Big Mom had pursued their ambitions, one nurturing power and progeny, while the other amassed strength in Wano to reshape the world into one of peace and freedom. Whitebeard and his sons reveled aboard the Moby Dick, cherishing familial bonds without aspirations for world domination, content to remain in their own little corner as long as others did not intrude. Shanks, the red-haired, stood as a benevolent guide, maintaining stability among pirates while awaiting the arrival of the one Roger had anticipated, ensuring that internal strife did not deplete their strength. A chilling realization dawned upon Harrisvalg as he pondered these matters, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. He envisioned the five elders on the Red Line, mocking and observing the pirate collective. The choices of the four emperors extended beyond mere pirate conflicts. They were also choices dictated by the world government. This was the scheme orchestrated by the world government. The world government seeks to exhaust them in the most effortless manner, utilizing the passage of time to silence the pirates and achieve optimal results with minimal exertion. To this end, the world government has erected four formidable mountains, compelling any aspiring pirate king to confront the four emperors, who serve as formidable obstacles on the path to becoming the pirate king, thereby inciting internal strife. Each of the four emperors can be regarded as a quiet force, unlikely to instigate chaos, even should chaos arise. It can be curtailed by the intervention of Shanks and the Navy. This allows for a stable watch over the world from the Red Land, free from the upheaval that Roger's great pirate era might bring to the foundations of the world government. However, in the plan of Hrasvolk, a quieter accumulation of power is not required. Instead, what is needed are ambitious pirates engaging in relentless battles within the confines of the New World, vying for the singular title of the Goo King. Chapter 67. Shocking news to the world. The following day, the New World trembles. The colossal headline in the newspaper captures everyone's attention. Golden Lion gains new allies. The article elaborates on the remarkable addition of Hrasvolk to the Flying Sky Pirates, who battled the Golden Lion's first mate, Bloodsteam Nordley, for 9 days and nights. Hrasvolk has risen to fame, being hailed as a monstrous entity. And at merely 24 years of age, he has engaged in fierce combat with Nordley, who has fought alongside the Golden Lion for over 20 years. His potential for the future is undeniable. This individual is destined to inherit the Golden Lion's legacy once he grows old. The world government, Marine Headquarters, Elbaf. The Golden Man Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, the Hell's Killers, and numerous other factions have their eyes fixed on this man, whose emergence has sent shockwaves throughout the world. In an instant, the reputation of the Golden Lion's Flying Sky Pirates is solidified, establishing them as the foremost pirate crew in the New World. Even the Roger Pirates, known for their formidable members, the Golden Man Pirates, reputed for their immense destructive power, and the Big Mom Pirates, the strongest family crew, pale in comparison. After all, the quality of the crew in the Golden Lion's Flying Sky Pirates is exceptionally high. Those invited by the Golden Lion can withstand his unyielding blade. In terms of crew strength, they were already on par with the elite Roger Pirates, and now with Hrasvolk, who is poised to become the Golden Lion's right-hand man. Their power is sufficient to completely overshadow the Roger Pirates. In terms of territory, the Golden Lion roars across the seas, commanding 1/8 of the New World's land. With such formidable strength, acquiring further power is as simple as reaching into a pocket. Naturally, the Golden Lion ascends to become the premier pirate crew in the New World and indeed the entire world. The world government's corners are imbued with the marks of time, where the most powerful figureheads, the five elders, either sit or stand. Their expressions varied as they absorbed the news of the Golden Lion's Flying Sky Pirates. This Golden Lion is unlikely to remain tranquil for long. One of the elders, clad in a kimono and wielding a blade, squints at the brash bounty poster of the Golden Lion, who is laughing boisterously. No matter how much he jumps around, it will amount to nothing, comments the elder with a mustache, his confidence unwavering. Then let Sengoku keep an eye on him. Zifa has been acting strangely, and Garp is too lackadaisical, suggests the elder with a long beard, stroking his facial hair. Indeed, in comparison to this aging Golden Lion, we must be more concerned about Hrasvolk. His youth symbolizes boundless potential, and he may pose a greater threat than the Golden Lion in the future, assents the blonde elder, placing Hrasvolk's bounty notice on the table. Years of governance and insight into human nature have led him to regard Hrasvolk with the same level of concern as the Golden Lion. Let CP5 monitor him. If his actions become too perilous, we shall have CP0 eliminate him, proposes the scarred elder, deliberately omitting any mention of the Navy. Though the Navy is a subordinate force of the world government, it possesses a degree of autonomy, and should the Navy grow too fond of Hrasvolk, it could undermine their plans. Thus, to ensure absolute security, they resolve that if a significant threat arises, CP0 shall take action. In their discussions, the Golden Lion and Hrasvolk are not regarded as pressing threats, a testament to the world government's confidence built over 8 centuries of rule. They harbor no fear of any adversary. Indeed, we may engage with the new marine supernovas. They may differ from Zifa and Garp, the elder with the long beard smiles, steering the conversation towards Ilya and Sakazuki. Send someone to make contact. I. In the Marine headquarters office, Steelbone Kong sets down the documents. Closing his eyes to massage his temples, he turns to Sengoku, who is intensely scrutinizing the materials. Sengoku, what are your thoughts? Sengoku pushes up his black-rimmed glasses, his sharp gaze discerning opportunities within the chaos. Commander, this presents an excellent opportunity to weaken the Golden Lion. Steelbone Kong nods, gesturing for Sengoku to elaborate. Commander, the New World is currently a battleground of power, where no one will submit to another. In such times, the strongest will be the primary target, for no one wishes to see another rocks emerge above them. Sengoku begins, recognizing the emerging crisis, while others assume the Golden Lion will rise unchallenged. Indeed, your perspective is commendable, yet there is one detail you may have overlooked: the Golden Lion's devil fruit powers and his character. Steelbone Kong interjects. His abilities grant him an innate advantage, and he will never relinquish this chance. He will seek to preemptively absorb other pirate crews, creating a snowball effect. Steelbone Kong acknowledges Sengoku's insight while pointing out a slight oversight. The New World is akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. A more brutal slaughter is imminent. Sengoku, you will head to Base C1 and keep a watch on the Golden Lion. Act decisively if necessary. Understood. Sengoku comprehends Steelbone Kong's intent. While combating pirates is the Navy's duty, orchestrating their demise with maximum efficacy is an art. Steelbone Kong teaches the balance of striking the strongest adversaries effectively. On board the O.L. Jackson, a sophisticated figure with golden hair and gold-rimmed glasses, Rayleigh, furrows his brow while reading the newspaper. This is not good. What's wrong? Let me see. Roger exclaims, appearing like a ghost from behind, curious and childlike as he snatches the newspaper from Rayleigh's hands. Wow, this person is incredible. What a pity he was snatched away by the Golden Lion. Otherwise, I would have sought him as my crew member, Roger exclaims, his voice filled with excitement. Fool, that is not the point. Rayleigh retorts, weary, covering his face with his hand. Let us not worry about that. Come, let us drink, Rayleigh. Roger cheerfully handed a cup of wine to Rayleigh, pulling him to join in the revelry, as the ship resonated with laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, robust and commanding, downed his drink while casting a glance at the troubled face of Marco, eliciting a chuckle from him. Gulalala, worry not, Marco, for I am Whitebeard. Observing Marco's distress, Jozu, Vista, and Sachi chimed in. Do not fret, Marco, father is the strongest. The Golden Lion pales in comparison to him. Ha ha ha, let us drink, Marco. Chapter 68. The Flying Sky Pirate Crew. Amidst the swirling mists, the majestic island suspended in the sky revealed its contours. Bathed in the golden sunlight that adorned it with a resplendent hue, symbolizing that the glory of the Golden Lion would eternally reign high in the heavens. Immortal as the sun, the island showcased a stunning amalgamation of Gothic castles, Chinese garden landscapes, Japanese-style lofts, the halls of the Long-Arm tribe, and the palaces of the Giant tribe, all intertwined with futuristic cyberpunk aesthetics, creating a unique charm. The Golden Lion's ship was a tapestry of countless races and architectural styles, a sight scarcely witnessed elsewhere. Only the Golden Lion, with his commanding presence and ability, could foster harmonious coexistence among diverse groups on this island. Neither Whitebeard, Kaido, nor Roger could rival him. The myriad of extraordinary races, captivating structures, and astounding powers were vividly on display, epitomizing the allure of the pirate world. A truly unforgettable scene, Admiral Hlasvalg sincerely remarked. Ha ha ha, young one, consider yourself fortunate. Your journey alongside the Golden Lion will lead you to unimaginable experiences, such as the charm of the sea. The Golden Lion was in high spirits. He found joy not in self-praise, but rather in the adulation of others. It was the recognition of his achievements and successes that truly delighted him. His pride lay in the establishment of the Golden Lion pirate crew. The whispers of the world's foremost pirate crew resonated across the seas, intoxicating like a cup of poison, leaving the Golden Lion aware of its toxicity, yet reluctant to discard such a fine brew. The strength of his influence only fueled his ambition, and the flames of desire blazed within him as he gazed upon the sky city before him. Indeed, Admiral, you shall undoubtedly become the king of the world, Hlasvalg suddenly proclaimed, igniting the fire of ambition in the Golden Lion. King of the world? King of the world. King of the world. The Golden Lion echoed Hlasvalg's words, suddenly grasping the direction in which he must strive. Ha ha ha, indeed. I shall become the king of the world. With an air of dominance, the Golden Lion declared his ambition to conquer the world, his conqueror's haki radiating around him. "Come, young one, let us meet our future companions," he said, nodding in satisfaction at the alertness of his pirate crew, now aware of his haki. Before leading the way towards the island. In the resplendent palace, every detail exuded the Golden Lion's grandeur and might. Seated upon his throne, he surveyed his crew. A multitude of fierce figures, each displaying a myriad of expressions as they fixated on Hlasvalg, who stood quietly in a corner. "Lads, you should all know him. This is Hlasvalg, who shall be the vice-captain of the Flying Sky pirate crew. What do you think?" The Golden Lion's casual announcement resonated like thunder in their hearts. While they anticipated the admiral would bestow a significant position upon Hlasvalg, none expected him to elevate him to such heights, creating an additional vice-captain role. As previously there had only been Nordari. All eyes turned to Nordari, standing at the forefront of the hall. To their surprise, he was the first to voice his agreement. "We naturally adhere to the Admiral's wishes." The ailing Nordari's response was soon echoed by a chorus of agreement. As the Golden Lion's steadfast ally for over 20 years, he understood his intentions without hesitation, showing no resentment towards Hlasvalg, who had once bested him. The Golden Lion was immensely pleased, recognizing Nordari's loyalty. Amidst the affirmations, dissenting voices stood out distinctly. "Admiral, I naturally concur with your opinion. Yet this position is unsuitable for Hlasvalg. He is still too young." A defiant man with a rebellious demeanor glared at Hlasvalg, undeterred by the Admiral's proposal. As dissenters rallied behind him, another voice chimed in. "This brat has only been at sea for a few days. My brother has sailed for years without a scratch. It should be my brother who takes this position. Admiral, we understand your perspective, but it seems too unfair for Brother Fino," another added, "a mere child. Yet he wishes to ascend above me." The crowd remained unyielding, undeterred by Hlasvalg's initial triumph. "Interesting, Fino disputes him," a long-armed tribe member observed from the pillars, amused by the unfolding drama. "Of course, who would endorse a newcomer? Especially one so proud as Fino," another hissed, a member of the Snakehead tribe. The Golden Lion paid little heed to the opposing voices, recognizing them merely as opinions. Instead, he focused on a silent figure, arms crossed, eyes closed, showcasing a robust physique. Fino, known as the man who never suffered injury, the third in command of the Golden Lion pirate crew, the counterpart to Jabba of the Roger Pirates. "Fino, what is your take?" The Golden Lion inquired with keen interest. Fino opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of the Golden Lion with unwavering resolve. "Admiral, I oppose this." "Ha ha ha, how delightful. Hlasvalg, do you have anything to say?" The Golden Lion turned his attention to Hlasvalg, who had remained silent, observing the room. "Admiral, amongst pirates, there are rules. The strong rise, while the weak fall," Hlasvalg declared, his words disdainfully dismissing the dissenters, inciting their ire. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, the rules are that simple." The Golden Lion observed the two individuals below with a glimmer of curiosity, pondering the balance of their strengths. After all, determining the victor among the formidable forces within the apex of power was no simple feat. Chapter 69, Expansion of War. The clanging of metal and the thundering of hooves erupted from Fino's lips. He was unfazed by the stalemate between Hlasvalg and Nordari. His devil fruit bestowed upon him the confidence to confront any formidable adversary. "Ha ha ha. Internal strife is detrimental to morale. Let us seize the unclaimed islands of the New World and plant my banner." The Golden Lion did not incite a clash between the two, but instead deftly shifted the pressure outward. In his eyes, the outcome of their confrontation paled in comparison to the allure of expanding his territory and strengthening his pirate crew. As various factions recognized that the Golden Lion pirates, while seemingly formidable, harbored endless crises behind their facade, the Golden Lion himself discerned the hidden perils lurking beneath the surface of their apparent glory. Thus, he deliberately proposed this scheme to ignite the competitive spirit of both parties, urging Fino and Hlasvalg to extend the dominion of the Golden Lion pirates. Internal conflict would only lead to mutual weakening. It was only by redirecting their strife outward that they could grow stronger. "I have no objections to the Admiral's plan," Fino declared in agreement, fully aware of the Golden Lion's intentions. Yet, the notion was indeed commendable. After all, they were all members of the Golden Lion pirates. And with the crew's expansion, their individual power would inevitably increase. Certainly, Hlasvalg eagerly anticipated the daily expansion of the pirate crew. Each ensuing battle among pirates would diminish countless lives, and the tranquility he desired was far from his intention. To him, the current pirate skirmishes lacked sufficient ferocity. The rivers of blood were insufficient. You are shedding too little blood. Allow me to assist you, he mused. Ha ha ha. Off you go, my minions. Spread my banner across every corner of the new world. My ambition is to become the king of the world. The golden lion exuded confidence, his golden locks billowing in the wind. Below, countless pirates wailed in despair, as if a demonic ruler from the depths of hell led his minions to unleash chaos upon the world. The previously lukewarm skirmishes of the New World erupted into brutality following the arrival of the Golden Lion pirates. Fino and Harrisvalk, like sharpened blades, began their expansion in opposite directions, leaving a trail of pirate crews buried beneath the sea, their banners left unplanted. In a lawless island, revelry and bloodshed continued unabated. Oblivious to the impending crisis, Harrisvalk, accompanied by the Golden Lion pirates Fearsome Wolf Kasna and Devilish Vine Nair, set foot on the island. What a delectable scent! Kasna inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the mingling aromas of blood, perfume, and rust. I still cannot fathom your peculiar tastes, Kasna. Mind your manners in front of the Admiral, Nair admonished. Casting a disapproving glance at Kasna, who reluctantly reined in his expression, though he could not resist the occasional sniff. No worries. Everyone has their own preferences. I quite admire Kasna's tastes. So, are there any stragglers at sea? Harrisvalk remained unfazed by Kasna's eccentricities. Few who embraced piracy could be considered conventional. And as long as their interests did not contravene humanity, he could accept them. They have destroyed all vessels anchored in the shallow waters of the island. It is unlikely that all aboard perished with their ships, Harrisvalk queried, concerned about any potential leaks of information. None, my lord. Everyone is on the island, Kasna responded confidently, showcasing his exceptional sense of smell. Very well. Nair, seal off the island and await my return, Harrisvalk commanded, nodding at Kasna, then ventured deeper into the island alone. Understood. Vine prison, Nair commanded, as countless vines with sharp thorns entwined at the shore, forming a barrier that severed escape routes and obstructed life itself. The fearsome wolf Kasna possessed the ancient wolf fruit, granting him extraordinary olfactory abilities. He could distinctly identify each individual's unique scent and discern their moral character, making evasion impossible within a specific maritime region. The devilish vine Nair wielded the supernatural vine fruit, transforming it into a lethal instrument of entrapment and destruction. Countless vines that could neither be severed nor incinerated tormented Nair's enemies, rendering them helpless. Together, a tracker and a captor formed a perfect duo. The rationale behind Harrisvalk's choice of companions. The island instantly transformed into a battleground, where only the victor could emerge alive. For those on the island, the likelihood of survival was virtually non-existent. Not to mention, encountering someone capable of defeating Harrisvalk was exceedingly rare. Even those who could hold their own against him were few and far between across the vast sea. From this moment forth, the fate of the island's denizens was sealed. Extinction was their only choice. As the revelers finally sensed an anomaly, they gazed toward the shore and beheld the towering black vines encircling the island, forming a prison. What audacity! The Golden Lion himself has not claimed this island. Who dares to be so bold? Perhaps it was an inexperienced newcomer who needed to be taught a lesson. Trouble is brewing. We can no longer communicate. The expressions of those on the island shifted drastically. Some remained indifferent, dismissing the threat posed by an unknown individual, while others turned pale. Realizing the blockade of signals in the impending calamity, confusion reigned among the rest, who remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Do not struggle. Defeat me and you shall regain your freedom. Lose, and your lives shall remain here. Harrisvalk emerged from the forest, his gaze gleaming with bloodlust, a smile curving his lips in delight. The desire for carnage swelled within him, and rather than suppressing it, he stoked the flames of his yearning. Chapter 70. Destruction on the Island. The gathered crowd listened intently to Harrisvalk's words, their somber gazes fixed upon him, desperately seeking evidence that this was merely a jest. However, the murderous smile upon Harrisvalk's face indicated that this was no joke, it was a grim reality. The crowd fell silent for a fleeting moment before laughter erupted among them. The audacity of a fledgling daring to challenge us. If he wishes for death, so be it. The Golden Lion has yet to plant his flag upon this isle. What right does he have? Let me tear him apart. I can hardly wait to witness his terrified visage. They jeered, emboldened by their numbers. How arrogant. Do not presume that joining the Golden Lion pirates grants you impunity. They dismissed Harrisvalk, indulging in their brazen mockery. To them, even the mightiest could be vanquished by blade and bullet. It was of no consequence. They believed that even if the Golden Lion himself were to arrive, he would first have to prove himself in battle. Harrisvalge found no desire to engage in further discourse. The pirates exhibited the typical bravado of their ilk, fearless and reckless. Engaging with such insignificant insects was a waste of his time. They were not worth the effort. He had merely offered them a chance to speak out of a momentary good humor. As an elder with a body like a dragon and hair as white as a specter bellowed threats of dismemberment, a colossal hand descended upon his face. With a surge of force, the elder was spun violently in the air, only to be forcefully pressed into the ground, blood seeping into the earth, staining the brown soil a deep crimson. At this moment, Harrisvalge withdrew his hand, casually wiping the blood away, his cold, merciless gaze fixed upon the still-dazed crowd. Who granted you the audacity to chatter before me? Only then did the spectators comprehend the gravity of the situation, their hearts ablaze with an inferno of rage. Shame from their earlier contempt mingling with the terror of what they had just witnessed, igniting a fierce, rebellious fury within them. Kill him. How dare he belittle us? Run. This monster is insurmountable. Fire. Blast him to oblivion. Aim for him. Shatter his limbs. In a cacophony of shouts, they brandished their weapons toward Harrisvalge, countless flintlocks gleaming ominously, ready to unleash a torrent of bullets accompanied by the crackling of gunfire. On the town walls, several monstrous cannons were trained on Harrisvalge, roaring to life as they released massive projectiles that soared toward him. Witnessing the dark bullets and enormous cannonballs converge upon every possible escape route, the faces of the crowd twisted into bloodthirsty grins. Then, a radiant light shone forth, illuminating the surroundings, as a blazing sun coalesced from the endless brilliance. The brilliance of the sun was unmistakable, visible to Kasna and Nair at the island's edge. What an awe-inspiring display of power, Nair mused, observing Harrisvalge conjuring this sun with ease, a stark contrast to his own struggles to envelop an island. The evident disparity in their abilities struck Nair with an acute awareness of the insurmountable chasm of innate talent that separated them. This gulf was unbridgeable, determined by nature itself, an advantage not compensated by any devil fruit or rigorous training. In the heart of the island, the searing sun incinerated all combustible matter, reducing bullets and cannonballs to ash before they could reach Harrisvalge, despite their desperate attempts to resist using their abilities in hockey. The inevitable approach of death loomed over them like a predestined fate, birth inevitably leading to demise. The fiery sun transitioned from its initial orange glow to a blood-red hue, expanding rapidly until it enveloped everything nearby. The struggling crowd was engulfed in a thunderous roar, consumed by flames, their forms reduced to ashes spiraling into the sky. The island groaned under the strain, cracking as its peaks shattered and plummeted to the earth. Vast plains were marred by deep chasms, while lakes were reduced to mere streams, merging with the fractures in the land. Nair's vine prison shattered under the relentless force, yet it persisted, drawing upon the innate resilience of plant life to grow, intertwine, heal, and reconstitute itself. Where the sun of flames erupted, the ground lay charred and blackened, the earth beneath becoming crystalline under the intense heat, transforming the once flat land into profound ravines, as subterranean waters surged forth, cooling into ethereal droplets that danced in the air. Amidst the raging inferno, a figure seized another by the throat, indifferent to their futile struggles. "Let me go?" the captive gasped, summoning what little strength remained in their battered form to strike at their captor. Yet, the explosive chaos had rendered them too injured to succeed. With a decisive twist, the captor shattered the frail bones, the struggling figure falling limp, like a fish exposed to the sun, devoid of strength. With a forceful toss, the lifeless body was cast aside, consumed by the flames. "What a terrifying power," Kasna remarked, gazing at the sight of the once thriving town, now unrecognizable. As he inhaled the thin scent of blood, the pungent aroma of rust, and the acrid smoke that filled the air. "Let us depart for the next island. Inform them to take possession of this one, and let them cleanse it of all living beings." Emerging from the flames, Harrisvalge walked with a steady gait, his unrestrained arrogance and pride evident in every step. He no longer needed to disguise his true nature as he had in the Navy. Now, among his fellow pirates, he could act upon his whims. "Yes, my lord, I assure you not a single creature shall remain. This will be a brand new island." Chapter 71. Expansion of the New World. Before the inhabitants of the New World could fully comprehend the unfolding events, the Golden Lion pirates swiftly devoured a multitude of nearby islands, rapidly augmenting their formidable power. The Golden Lion pirates, long under scrutiny, have suddenly captured the attention of every pirate crew across the New World, the surrounding pirates exhibiting an unspoken unity, band together to resist the incursion of the Golden Lion pirates. However, the formidable quartet led by Golden Lion, Nordley, Fino, and Harrisvalk proves insurmountable for these pirate factions, who find themselves defeated by their overwhelming might. Among the 4 directions of invasion by the Flying Sky Pirates, the most captivating is the northern region, dominated by Harrisvalk. The islands under Harrisvalk's control are ruthlessly purged of any pirate presence, with not a single living creature allowed to remain. Pirates who refuse to submit to the Admiral's authority are deemed unworthy of the title of true pirates, their heinous actions requiring atonement through their insignificant lives. This proclamation, uttered by Harrisvalk, incited a tremendous uproar among survivors. Upon hearing these words, Golden Lion refrained from elaborate commentary, merely expressing his support through a phone call to Harrisvalk. Ha ha ha, wreak havoc to your heart's content. Worry not. I am the Golden Lion. Such bloodthirsty tactics and a voracious appetite for slaughter left countless individuals astounded. The indiscriminate carnage instilled tremors of fear across numerous islands in the northern territory of the Golden Lion pirates. Yet, the pirates of the Golden Lion crew shouted in exhilaration. While others regarded them as true harbingers of death, to them, he was the finest fleet captain. Indeed, Harrisvalk had ascended to the role of fleet captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, with his rank to be determined by the merits of this expansion. Harrisvalk, indifferent to treasures, generously shares all spoils with his crew, earning him the title of the best captain. However, all members of the fleet are bound by strict regulations regarding their conduct. Any act of indiscriminate oppression against civilians is met with immediate execution, carried out by Harrisvalk himself, who hangs the offenders from the highest point of the ship. As he puts it, the Admiral is destined to become the king of the world, and these individuals will one day be our subjects. Therefore, we must treat them with gentleness. The enemies differ. They are adversaries on the Admiral's path to kingship, and thus, they must repent through death. Such rhetoric greatly pleases the Golden Lion, who, in an unusual display of humility, lowers his head to regard the resilient masses, akin to wild grass. Following Harrisvalk's lead, those who dare to resist will face dire consequences. The Golden Lion recognizes the significance of the populace, although they appear as mere weeds in his grasp. They are also his subjects. After all, the journey to becoming the king of the world is a protracted endeavor, and these people will serve as his finest allies. Much like the world government, which continually draws strength from the islands under its dominion to grow immensely. If the world government can achieve such feats, then so too can the Golden Lion. The once chaotic and anarchic dominion of the Golden Lion has now established new rules, which symbolize hope and illumination for the people. The new world, imbued with an eerie atmosphere, has been set ablaze. The entire new world resembles a frenzied dance of chaos, with countless pirates, nations, navies, nobles, criminals, and Ronin engaging in relentless battles for myriad reasons. Not a single corner of the new world remains tranquil. The realm has transformed into a battlefield of flesh and blood, where lives are consumed as fuel. Fallen pirates and rising stars of piracy have driven the masses to abandon their dwindling reason, daring to venture into any part of the new world. Even the G8 base, regarded as more terrifying than a den of demons by pirates, is now inundated with swarms of marauders. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder reverberates before the pirates aboard their ships can comprehend the situation. They are reduced to ashes beneath a colossal lightning bolt. In the distance, aboard a naval vessel, Ilya retracts his hand, refraining from transforming the pirates into a blood-red spectacle, as the relentless influx of marauding pirates forces him to adopt the most straightforward and direct means to eradicate them. Onward, to the next location. The warship steers towards another area in need of assistance. Ilya stood at the bow of the ship, his face shrouded in shadow, revealing only a pair of obsidian eyes, deep and consuming like black holes, gazing out upon the vast, encompassing sea. The desires of the Golden Lion had been ignited, and in this new world, unrest would persist until a victor emerged. Only when the Golden Lion was thwarted or defeated would its relentless expansion cease. His ambitions would inevitably provoke the already reckless pirates, who, in the absence of a decisive outcome, could not afford to consider anything else. A mere spark was all that was needed to prolong this upheaval. This was the opportune moment. If I could eliminate more pirates during this period, I could ascend step by step according to my meticulously laid plans. Awaiting the grand unveiling of a new era, ready to seize the opportunity to become an admiral. As for the pacifist Akiji, the holy land of Mariewa, A bare-chested figure exuded masculinity, his movements evoking the image of a roaring tiger in the wilderness. His sinewy muscles seemed as though sculpted by the hands of the greatest artist. The CPO, donning a pristine white mask, regarded the four individuals before him with frigid eyes, his voice resonating with the strength of clashing swords. Ming, you will monitor the Golden Lion pirates. If Jarisval poses a threat to the world government, eliminate him. Yan, keep an eye on the movements of the Whitebeard pirates. Guang, the G-Man pirates are your responsibility. You, watch the Roger pirates closely. Do not allow them to disrupt this promising situation. Yes, the four masked figures, embodying the desolation of the deceased, made no further delay. After receiving their orders from the CPO, they proceeded toward their respective targets. Ming, also known as Hades, pondered the information he had just acquired in the world government's plans. His mind racing. The world government desired to prolong the chaos, aiming to weaken the overall strength of the pirates, thereby allowing his true self to catch the attention of the Gorosei. As for the Golden Lion pirates, he would let them expand their influence, casually depleting a few captains along the way, for they were merely a collection of beings wasting the air they breathed. Hades paid no heed to the strength of the Golden Lion pirates, casually deciding the fates of their captains. Chapter 72. The wandering souls. An island that once thrived with human activity now lay in eerie silence. The once prosperous city was marred by the remnants of battle. Smoke lingered. Blood stained the walls, bullets were embedded in the earth, and flames left their marks upon the ruins, while crumbling structures whispered tales of the city's final splendor. Atop the highest point of a church within this city, a figure sat, casually discarding a corpse. The body fell under the force of gravity, not landing upon the ground but upon a mountain of corpses. Dark purple lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating the dim heavens. This mountain was constructed of countless lifeless bodies. A silhouette emerged, revealed by the flashes of lightning. Tall and robust, with eyes reminiscent of a demon, he wore a new military uniform derived from the old era, adorned with the insignia of the Gort's military on his left arm, and the number 09 marked his days as a scout. Douglas Barrett, the scion of devils. Having departed from the Roger pirates upon learning of Roger's terminal illness, Barrett now found himself alone in the waters of Kalinbaku. Truly, a tiresome and feeble existence. Wouldn't you agree, Navy? Barrett's voice broke the silence, his demonic gaze lazily fixed upon the distant sky. The sound of footsteps echoed softly, rhythmically treading upon the world's tempo, inviting one to listen closely. The steady steps betrayed the composure of the approaching figure. He radiated brilliance like the sun, yet possessed an unfathomable depth akin to an eternal black hole, inducing a shiver in those who beheld him. It was as if one stood before a lion, well-fed and leisurely strolling at the apex of the food chain, knowing full well it might not pose a threat, yet still feeling an innate terror, a terror ingrained in the very essence of their being. However, Barrett felt no such anomaly. Are you not human? Each individual has traversed the path of weakness. Only by enduring insignificance can one truly comprehend strength. Elijah paused, gazing into Barrett's eyes, which glimmered with a cold light. It was different. Ferocious beasts always tread alone, while cattle and sheep gather in herds, a testament to their timidity. Barrett broke into a grin. No matter how powerful a beast may be, it can only wail beneath the blades of humanity. The gathering of humans is not born of weakness, but rather a collective stride toward a brighter tomorrow. Elijah exerted force beneath his feet, causing the earth to fracture, leaving behind a colossal pit, vanishing like a flash of light. In the next moment, a fist appeared at Barrett's right side, swinging towards him with boundless power. Boom. A beast can leverage its strength to upheave the seas and dictate the world's course. Can cattle and sheep do the same? Amidst the thunderous clash of fist against cheek, Barrett was sent spiraling away, the sound echoing from afar. Amidst the swirling dust, Barrett emanated a dark purple glow, as stones, iron, and wood were ensnared by this eerie luminescence, hurtling towards him at great speed. An endless mass of soil coalesced into a gigantic form, with sturdy stones forming the skeletal structure and sharp iron crafting the fist of this giant. The immense body towered beneath the clouds, its feet firmly planted on the ground. Each breath stirring tempestuous winds, each gesture summoning storms and lightning, as if the very heavens bowed to the might of this titan. In its colossal bullet form, the giant's voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the skies, while the dark clouds surrounding it quaked in fear, reluctant to approach this embodiment of power. This was the revered deity of the agrarian era. The giant lifted its foot and brought it down with a tremendous force, and in Elijah's eyes, the sky was blotted out, with the entirety of his vision consumed by the giant's foot, vast and immeasurable. What a magnificent spectacle indeed. Elijah raised his head to gaze upon this giant, more awe-inspiring than the sun and moon above, and could not help but express his sentiments. Yet, why do you believe that among cattle and sheep there does not exist a force capable of overturning the world? Moreover, we have always been the masters of this realm. Elijah's form expanded relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, his once diminutive stature beneath the giant transformed to the size of a house. In the next moment, a colossal black dragon, its wings expansive enough to obscure the heavens, sent the giant sprawling. With wings unfurled, it circled majestically in the sky, gazing down upon the giant below. This ocean had forever been a battleground. How could one be deemed a master without vanquishing all foes? The boundless seas bore witness to the ancient elephant that had roamed for 8 centuries, and the immense sea creatures that thrived in the windless zones. All of this attested to the truth that with sufficient power, one individual could indeed triumph over all. Humanity claimed dominion over the world. Yet no single being could represent humankind. A thunderous roar erupted from the giant's mouth as its massive fist sliced through the air, transcending sound. Flames danced upon the fist, igniting it with a radiant glow. Every individual holds the right to represent humanity, for humanity itself is a collective of individuals. The black dragon roared, spewing forth magma hotter than flames, its blood-red brilliance staining the sky a resplendent crimson. The torrent of blood-red magma clashed against the indomitable iron fist. The sheer force compelled all in the vicinity to flee in haste. The air, the raging winds, even the shockwaves. The violent shockwave mingled with fragments of magma and iron, scattered outward. A small shard of iron fell to the earth, crashing into the sea and creating a vast chasm as torrents of seawater surged in to mend the wound, only to be transformed into rising vapors by the searing heat. The crimson magma that fell upon the ground turned it into a hell of molten rock, with the acrid scent of boiling sulfur continually wafting through the air, while dense volcanic ash spread toward the heavens. The invisible shockwave took form in the wind, tearing apart the overcast sky and revealing a bright expanse above, contrasting starkly with the surrounding dimness. In this apocalyptic scene, 2 tireless monsters clashed relentlessly, the earth beneath them shattering like mere toys. The fissures that split the ground were unfathomably deep, revealing the surging magma below. To them, the ocean appeared as a mere lake, each impact sending tremors through the waters, creating countless waterspouts that reached skyward. The colossal waves surged violently, threatening to engulf the world. Storms were the giant's allies, and thunder served as the weapon entwined with the black dragon's claws. Their confrontation was an epic saga, grand and magnificent. Chapter 73. The Black Dragon and the Giant. The radiant white light pierced the gloomy sky, followed by countless beams illuminating the black dragon's form, as if a white sun had emerged in the heavens. Within this celestial orb, the silhouette of the black dragon materialized, reminiscent of ancient deities returning to the world, or perhaps the descent of Satan from the depths of hell, embodying despair and death. Its scales, adorned with mysterious patterns, pulsated with the energy of thunder. The powers once attributed to the god of thunder were now wielded by Elijah, a manifestation of overwhelming might. The azure thunder governed all. The minuscule bolts of lightning surged dramatically, each one resembling a pillar of the heavens, exuding an unmatched aura akin to Zeus hurling his penetrating thunder spears from the peaks of Olympus. The air crackled with the scent of singed ozone, a testament to the electric forces tearing through it. The thunder spear traversed the sky with the speed of a shooting star, advancing towards the grand head of the giant. How delightful this is! This is the carnage I desire. The thunder's roar could not overshadow Barrett's exhilarated voice. The ultimate cannon. The giant's fist was enveloped in a layer of dark, armored hue, propelled by storms and shockwaves, striking towards the all-piercing thunder spear with boundless power. A duel of titans. The clouds ceased their movement, the winds stilled, the ocean calmed, the magma quieted, and the mountains stood firm, all submitted to the absolute might of these two, unwilling to interrupt their fierce confrontation. A blinding light enveloped the entire island, while powerful shockwaves churned the sea into turmoil, howling winds, swirling clouds, erupting magma, and collapsing peaks. The violent aftershocks whipped across the ocean, raising colossal waves that towered higher than the skies, crashing down with immense force, rendering the port at the island's edge a ruin. The land transformed into a marshy expanse. Yet, to the 2 colossal beings, this was merely a trifling ripple, incapable of hindering their battle. The tumultuous aftermath could not obstruct their clash. The sharp, massive claws, the shadow-casting wings, the fearsome tail, the glistening fangs, the unyielding fists, the powerful knees, and the forceful elbows of both the giant and the black dragon transmuted into instruments of destruction. They became machines of slaughter, utilizing every part of their bodies to inflict lethal damage upon one another. The giant's iron fist, driven by howling winds, descended violently upon the black dragon's head. The dragon, eyes fierce, disregarded the impending strike, aiming its horn towards the giant's fist, while its claws crackled with electric energy, surging with intense heat and penetrating force towards the giant's heart. For Elijah sensed that Barrett was positioned there. The giant sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly claw, and with tremendous force, swung his left arm towards the dragon's back. The dragon's immense wings crossed in defense against the devastating blow, its body sinking into the earth beneath the impact. Dust swirled around, and rivers of magma erupted, unable to deter Barrett's relentless onslaught. He offered Elijah no chance to retaliate, continuously unleashing his heavy punches, his voice reverberating like thunder through the skies. Strong beings often find themselves in solitude. Have you yet to realize this? Your so-called companions, your allies, are powerless to assist you in this battle. You must rely solely on yourself to confront me. The darkened sky draped itself in a shroud of blackness, enveloping the world in an impenetrable darkness. Behind Elijah, a massive black sun emerged, obscuring all light and vision, rendering the eternal sun above utterly insignificant in comparison to its brilliance. The giant's fist struggled against the black sun's grasp, pulling his entire form towards the shadowed orb. He hurled a boulder, as immense as a mountain, yet it was swiftly drawn towards the black sun's core, disintegrating into dust in an instant. Consumed by the aura of dark power, word spirit, black sun, how could I, bearing the hopes of many, fight alone? Before me lies sin, behind me lies peace. I fight here, fueled by the beliefs of countless souls yearning for tranquility, guarding the flickering lights of home. The black dragon's voice soared, resonating like a hymn. The giant writhed in desperation, yet was ensnared by this formidable force. Barrett gritted his teeth, veins bulging upon his neck. The colossal rock bomb. Barrett did not engage in a futile struggle against the giant. Rather, he escaped, his feet propelling him swiftly into the distance. Under Barrett's command, the giant ceased its resistance, advancing rapidly towards the black sun. In the air, the giant coalesced into a colossal stone capable of obscuring the heavens. At the moment it approached the black sun, it erupted violently. Just before contact, an invisible shield enveloped the stone, compressing the explosive force within. The tremendous explosion did not inflict the slightest harm upon Ilya. Instead, the black sun crushed the stone into a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, Ilya, with the black sun above and magma beneath, his eyes resembling the sun and moon, appeared even more formidable and majestic. Such grandiloquent words. Meanwhile, Barrett, distant and observing the outcome, crouched low, his hands touching the ground. The magma, soil, metal, water, trees, and the intangible winds of the sky, along with the flowing seas, were all summoned around him through the power of the fusion fruit. The soil became his body, steel transformed into bones, flowing water became his blood, magma shaped into muscle, trees morphed into the hilt of a blade. The fierce winds formed the edge, and the seawater shaped the blade itself. A powerful giant, with one foot planted firmly on the earth and the other beneath the sun and moon, wielding a long knife, emerged on the island, gazing intently at the black dragon, the ultimate shell form. The giant advanced towards the black dragon, initially walking, then gradually increasing his speed. The immense bulk of the giant did not impede his velocity. Instead, it propelled him forward. Ultimately, the giant broke into a run. Like Quafu chasing the sun, he swung the long knife above his head, leaping towards the black dragon with a mighty cleave. The thunder in the sky showcased the giant's agile form. It was mythic, it was epic. Elijah stood undaunted, gazing at the towering figure of the giant, his golden dragon eyes shimmering with exhilaration. The searing dragon blood within him surged with fervor, igniting a thrill at the prospect of facing a formidable foe. The black dragon unfurled its wings and roared, charging towards the giant with unrestrained fervor. Chapter 74. Embracing one's power. I acknowledge you, Elijah. You were never meant to be a mere sheep among the flock. You are destined to be a monster that roars across the world, much like myself. Even if you conceal your bloodthirsty desires and gather your allies, it cannot obscure the undeniable truth of your monstrous nature. Amidst the imposing giant, shrouded in deep blue and enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, the exhilarated voice of Barrett resonated. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike powerful enough to shatter the earth, reverse the tides of the ocean. Countless fists blazed across the sky, descending like meteors, their resplendent exteriors concealing a lethal intent. As Ilya exhaled flames, the massive form resembling a mountain concealed powerful muscles beneath its scales, taut like a coiled engine ready to spring forth. With a majestic spread of its wings, the colossal figure transformed into a streak of black light that soared across the sky. The dark brilliance clashed with countless shooting stars, devouring the surrounding light like a black hole, as the glimmering meteors, unable to unleash their radiance, were completely obliterated beneath the engulfing darkness. One's standing should not be dictated by physique, status, or lineage, but rather defined by one's inner self and actions. Emerging from chaos, I comprehend the invaluable nature of peace. Only through turmoil does one yearn for tranquility. As a creature thriving in chaos, our paths diverge. The black dragon unfurled its wings, casting a shadow over the heavens, spewing forth molten lava that obscured half the sky like an ocean. The boiling sea of magma surged toward the giant, intent on enveloping it in a hellish torrent. The giant's sword sliced through the air silently, akin to a newborn sun bringing light to the world, cleaving the realms of light and darkness. With ease reminiscent of Moses parting the sea, the giant severed the seemingly endless sea of magma, standing resolutely in its center and advancing toward the black dragon. As the molten flow parted in submission, chaos, peace, Barrett seemed to hear the grandest of jokes, dismissing it with disdain. Is there truly a distinction between peace and chaos in this world? Every day we traverse the fine line between turmoil and tranquility. Rare stability is peace. While daily skirmishes embody chaos, this world oscillates perpetually between the two. The deep blue aura of dominance surrounding the giant intensified, and Barrett simmered silently like a volcano on the brink of eruption. The radiant glow of armed hockey coursed through his fingers, as the sturdy metal and heavy earth compressed into an unyielding force. His clenched fist surged upward toward the dragon's head. The black dragon roared, engaging the giant in fierce combat, spewing lava and entwined with lightning, heralding a tempestuous assault. In the faucet sea of the New World, on the island of Bamaya, the Golden Lion pirates were invading. Originally, the island was occupied by the formidable Gene-Man pirates, the largest force in the New World. Among them stood the notorious captain known as Violent Bear, Sidenheart, one of 50 captains of the Gene-Man pirates. At this moment, 2 of the 33 captains from the Golden Lion pirates had arrived, fearsome Clown Defuno and the puppet master, Phil. On the war-torn island of Bamaya, Sidenheart, a man with the stature of a bear and the ferocity of an ancient species, glowered at Phil and Defuno in the distance, his brow furrowed with simmering rage. How dare you set foot on my island, a mere clown and a puppet master? Suddenly, his bear-like form expanded, fur sprouting to envelop him, fingers thickening and muscles bulging. In an instant, he transformed from a formidable man into a bear of house-sized proportions. Sidenheart, moving with an agility that belied his bulk, appeared before the two, his immense frame casting a shadow over them, as his colossal paws swung fiercely, slicing through the air with 5 silver streaks. Phil and Defuno, unfazed by the attack, leaped back in anticipation. The silver streaks did not touch them, but instead tore through the ground beneath their feet. A foolish bear, I declare this place mine. As for you, perish. Defuno, with blood-red lips and piercing purple eyes, fixed a menacing gaze upon Sidenheart, spreading his arms wide as numerous bizarre faces materialized behind him, each adorned with strange expressions. Defuno wielded the powers of the Fear fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, just as Sidenheart was thrown into turmoil by the eerie laughter. A jester emerged from behind, brandishing a short blade with a grin. As Sidenheart attempted to move, he realized he could not, and could only envelop his back in armed hockey. Freeze in place. Phil's voice echoed in Sidenheart's ear. Yet, the force of the blows sent Sidenheart hurtling away. Despite Sidenheart's formidable strength, neither Phil nor Defuno was lacking in power. Thus, combined, they left Sidenheart, aflame with fury and yearning for vengeance, helpless. Hades, adorned with a mask depicting infernal designs and seated upon a throne of corpses and blood, observed Sidenheart struggle against Phil and Defuno with satisfaction. Impressive strength. Losing these 2 captains will surely sting even the Golden Lion. These 2 were precisely the targets Hades sought to eliminate, their prowess ranking among the upper echelon of the 33 captains of the Golden Lion pirates. Losing such significant figures would be a considerable blow. even for a force as grand as theirs, bolstered by the likes of Harrisvalg within their ranks. However, such losses would not cripple the Golden Lion pirates fundamentally, after all. In the grand scheme, the Golden Lion still played a crucial role, and excessively weakening his power would impede future plans. At present, Hades needed the overall strength of the Golden Lion pirates to surpass that of other pirate crews, yet this balance required meticulous management. Allowing the Golden Lion pirates to develop comprehensively was out of the question, as both the Golden Lion and the Flying Sky Pirates were merely pieces in his game, and enhancing their strength could disrupt the entire strategy. To prevent such possibilities, it was essential to surgically dismantle the relatively unimportant segments of the Flying Sky Pirates. Unbeknownst to Defuno and Phil, engaged in fierce battle with Sidenheart, their fates had already been sealed. Chapter 75. Astonishing. Well, what happened to your earlier bravado? Your attacks are feeble. Counterattack and let us witness the strength of the Gene-Man Pirate's violent bear Sidenheart. Phil's voice buzzed incessantly in Sidenheart's ear like an irritating fly. Though he wished to ignore it, he found it impossible. The piercing tone only stoked the flames of his fury. Observing Sidenheart's eyes blazing with rage and his labored breaths, Phil's smile grew ever more radiant. This was the power of his fruit, transforming fear into anger through words. In the extremities of fear, a multitude of emotions could arise, and Phil exploited this terror to provoke Sidenheart's inner wrath. As long as Sidenheart lost his rationality in his fury, he would be at their mercy. After all, a creature devoid of wisdom is merely a beast. And when faced with a beast, there are ample means to handle it. Humans triumph over all creatures through their innate intelligence. Sidenheart had yet to realize the disarray of his emotions. Under the relentless onslaught from Phil and Defuno, merely evading their attacks consumed all his strength, leaving no room for contemplation about his state of mind. With a resounding crash, Sidenheart exerted every ounce of his energy to avoid the void-like assault orchestrated by Defuno. Before he could catch even a moment's respite, a jester approached him, a gleeful smile plastered across his face, brandishing a dagger, despite Sidenheart's desperate attempts to dodge. His delayed response resulted in a long gash across his abdomen. The jester's dagger, infused with sea prism stone, diminished Sidenheart's regenerative powers despite his awakened devil fruit abilities. Blood erupted forth, staining his midsection, and with each drop that spilled, Sidenheart felt his vitality wane, yet he was powerless to change his fate. Ha ha ha. What a troublesome fellow, he gasped, cherishing this hard-won moment of rest while tenderly touching the wound on his abdomen. But before long, 3 jesters encircled him from all directions. Sidenheart swung his bear-like paws, clashing against the jester's dagger with a metallic clang. After repelling one jester, 2 others approached from either side, their crimson lips curving into sinister smiles as they brandished their silent daggers through the air. I must eliminate Defuno first, otherwise I shall be worn down, he mused. His gaze sharpening, the dark aura of his haki enveloping his hands. With arms raised before him and body leaning forward, he charged at Defuno with the ferocity of a battering ram. Sidenheart understood that if this continued, he would only be exhausted. He needed to dispatch Defuno, who relentlessly constrained his abilities to turn the tide of this battle. The jester, having just been knocked back, swung his dagger in a futile attempt to block Sidenheart. But faced with the latter's charge, he was sent flying without resistance. Deprivation of the 5 senses. Defuno remarked, observing Sidenheart's fierce intent to obliterate him with an unperturbed demeanor. In an instant, darkness engulfed Sidenheart's vision, the vibrant world slipping away in the blink of an eye. He found himself utterly alone, devoid of sound, sight, scent, taste, or even the rhythm of his heartbeat. This was Defuno's awakened devil fruit ability, deprivation of the 5 senses. It stripped away the fundamental sensory experiences that accompany human existence from birth to death, ushering one into an abyss of eternal nothingness. This awakening empowered Defuno to effortlessly vanquish anyone whose haki was weaker or whose physical prowess was inferior to his own within a certain range. The only means to escape this sensory deprivation lay in maintaining a significant distance from Defuno, utilizing formidable haki to withstand it directly, or relying on a superior observation haki to locate Defuno and engage him in combat. This represented the pinnacle of manipulation, controlling the very senses of a human being. Observing Sidenheart flailing about like a headless fly, Hades grasped the profound potential of this devil fruit. It was an extraordinarily powerful entity. When confronted with individuals of lesser strength, this fruit became the ultimate weapon for group combat. Even against those of equal might, it provided a strategic advantage, as one's senses are essential for daily life. While haki could substitute for senses, The sudden loss of sensory perception would inevitably lead to disorientation, unless one were as ruthless as Fujitora. It could be said that placed in the hands of a sufficiently gifted individual, this fruit could forge a being of emperor-level strength. How intriguing, Hades mused, his dark gaze fixated upon Defuno. Initially selecting a fleet captain at random, he found unexpected delight in this outcome. Such fortuitous circumstances were rare. A devil fruit of this caliber was a treasure to be seized. It seemed prudent to prepare a natural environment devoid of all else, coupled with an array of fruits. To experiment with that notion. As the fierce battle unfolded before him, Hades smiled and vanished into the shadows. This conflict would persist for some time, providing him ample opportunity to make necessary preparations. 3 days swiftly passed, and the battles on the island had largely concluded. Save for the ongoing confrontation between Sidenheart and Defuno against Phil. Straining every sinew to evade the jester's shadowy blades, Sidenheart's left arm hung limply at his side, utterly exhausted. And his body bore countless wounds, even the awakened regenerative abilities of his Zoan fruit proving insufficient to heal his injuries. Stop your futile struggles. Surrender and join the Flying Sky Pirates. The captain will surely value you, Defuno finally spoke. Having been impressed by Sidenheart's willpower to endure 3 days and nights deprived of his senses, relying solely on his strength and resolve, he restored Sidenheart's hearing. Genuinely awed by the tenacity displayed, Defuno did not wish to see Sidenheart sacrifice himself needlessly and sought to persuade him to join their ranks. Indeed, even as an enemy, I cannot help but admire you. Join us. Phil concurred, acknowledging the respect one could have for such a formidable adversary. Chapter 76, Conviction Cough. What nonsense. As a pirate, I possess a conviction worth fighting for with my life. To abandon Captain Jinan is tantamount to asking me to die. Sidenheart roared, wiping the blood from his lips, as the cacophony of sounds flooded his ears, causing him discomfort. After a moment of shaking his head, he finally acclimated to the return of his hearing. Listening to Defuno and Phil's words, Sidenheart's spirit ignited, and he bellowed defiantly. Defuno and Phil sensed the depth of Sidenheart's conviction. It eclipsed even life itself, embodying the very meaning of his existence. At this moment, no further words were necessary. Any attempts to sway him would only serve as an affront to his resolve. As adversaries, their only duty was to honor him in his final journey, then perish, Phil declared, summoning dark red mist that enveloped his hands, exuding an aura of danger and mystery. Even without his senses, Sidenheart felt a sense of dread emanating from this power, an essence capable of threatening his very life. This was Phil's awakened ability, instilling a primal fear of death. Those afflicted by this power instinctively recoiled from him. To be touched by it meant awaiting the grim Reaper's arrival, as if ensnared by the gaze of death itself. In the blink of an eye, Phil vanished, reappearing before Sidenheart, the dark red mist enveloping his face as it pressed forward. The air itself seemed to flee from the ominous mist, engulfing the surroundings in silence. Bear's impact. Sidenheart felt an overwhelming sense of threat wash over him, as every cell in his body emitted a warning, instilling a deep-seated fear of the impending attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully propelled himself into the earth, evading to the left like a cannonball. As he landed, his legs sank into the ground, and his waist propelled his upper body into a swift rotation, delivering a fierce elbow strike. Phil, caught off guard by inertia, exposed his back, yet instead of panic, he wore a sardonic smile. Sidenheart's elbow crashed into Phil's back as if striking rubber, absorbing all the force without yielding. In an instant, Phil's body coiled like a serpent, turning to face Sidenheart, his hands reaching for Sidenheart's heart. Fear manifested in the form of grotesque clowns, each brandishing a weapon and lunging at Sidenheart from every direction. All avenues of retreat were severed by these clowns, no matter which way he turned. Sidenheart was compelled to confront their assaults. Choosing to defend against one attack meant succumbing to another. It was an insurmountable challenge. Unless he could vanquish all 5 clowns in a single moment or withstand their onslaught entirely. Frustration welled within him, as Sidenheart sensed the clowns closing in for a counterattack. The voice of Defuno pierced through the chaos. Deprive of hearing. Confound the senses. This was the last sound Sidenheart heard before he was thrust back into a stifling void. Abandoned by the world, utterly alone. The disarray of his senses clouded his judgment, momentarily freezing his body. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the 5 clowns carved deep gashes into him with their knives, their vicious strikes rendering his flesh pale and exposing bone. Fortunately, Sidenheart's robust physique prevented him from being cleaved in two by their ferocity. Enduring excruciating pain, Sidenheart unleashed a powerful punch, sending the nearest clown flying. With a determined stomp on the ground, he broke free from the encirclement. Yet, Phil and Duffno wasted no time, resembling the most patient predators on the savannah, meticulously draining Sidenheart's stamina, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. The relentless assaults from the 5 clowns and Phil continued, and Sidenheart's regenerative abilities began to falter under the strain, leaving him to expend every ounce of strength against their onslaught. Phil and Duffno remained unhurried, knowing that a wounded beast is the most perilous, opting instead to wear him down gradually, avoiding unnecessary risks. Blood seeped from Sidenheart's wounds, mingling with sweat as he gasped for breath, desperately seeking to regain his strength. However, the relentless barrage from his foes offered no respite. They were acutely aware that the hallmark of a Zoan fruit user is their remarkable recovery, and only an unbroken stream of attacks could swiftly deplete his vitality. The continuous wear on Sidenheart's body began to sway, while Phil and Duffno's eyes glimmered with anticipation, maintaining their steady rhythm of assault. They could not afford to rush in. Uncertain whether Sidenheart was merely feigning weakness, should he be acting, he might take them down with him, an unacceptable loss. The 5 grotesque clowns swung their knives, aiming to sever Sidenheart's arms, for to be struck would mean the loss of all resistance and the finality of death. In a moment of desperation, Sidenheart evaded the most lethal blow with an uncharacteristic swiftness, accepting the unavoidable damage at minimal cost. Air manipulation, body binding. The air constricted around him as if solid, rendering Sidenheart's body unresponsive to his commands. He struggled like an insect trapped in amber, unable to escape Duffno's grasp. In the next heartbeat, 2 hands wreathed in dark red mist pierced through Sidenheart's heart, reducing it to a mangled mess. His eyes widened in disbelief, yet he lacked the strength to resist, his head bowing in surrender. The solitary warrior, Sidenheart of the Golden Man Pirates, perished after 4 days and nights of relentless combat. As they witnessed Sidenheart's demise, Phil and Duffno finally exhaled in relief, their tense minds relaxing after the prolonged battle. Observing the scene, Hades knew it was his turn to enter the fray. It is my time to shine. Chapter 77. The acquisition of power. As Phil and Duffno breathed a sigh of relief over Sidenheart's lifeless form, Hades silently appeared behind them, seizing their heads and propelling them into the sky. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second, leaving the surrounding pirates in a state of frantic confusion. Searching for the vanished duo. Now soaring through the air, Phil and Duffno were engulfed in seething rage, having been blindsided after a long day of hunting. This assailant had evidently waited for the opportune moment, fortunate not to have intervened while they were engaged with Sidenheart, for the outcome could have been catastrophic. The notion that they could be easily captured, reduced to helpless prey, was a fanciful delusion. Confound the senses. Duffno's voice dripped with cold fury, attempting to disrupt Hades' perception to create an opening for Phil to strike. Instill terror. Phil's eyes glowed with a dark purple hue, unleashing an invisible wave towards Hades' head. Behave yourself. Hades' golden dragon-like eyes flared open, a palpable aura of Conqueror's Haki and Draconic might bearing down upon them. The two felt as though mountains were pressing upon them, rendering it difficult to breathe and clouding their minds. This was no ordinary manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Both Phil and Duffno shared the realization in an instant. Their attacks landed upon Hades without causing him the slightest tremor. A sardonic smile played upon Hades' lips. He regarded their attempts with indifference. Under optimal conditions, they might have inflicted some damage, but in their current state, they posed no threat whatsoever. Duffno's abilities were somewhat effective, yet Phil's fear-based powers were nothing short of a jest to Hades. As a scion of the dragon lineage, the concept of fear had never been part of his existence. Bloodlust, rage, and arrogance were the traits etched into his very genes. Fear was an exercise in futility. Phil swung the dagger in his hand towards Hades' wrist, simultaneously delivering a sudden elbow strike backward. Duverno manipulated the clouds and air above to intercept Hades while attempting to control Hades' limbs, resisting Hades' desire to turn him into a mere puppet. Hades did not release his grip. Instead of enveloping his wrist with armament Haki, he allowed Phil's dagger to fall. The blade struck Hades' wrist, scattering countless sparks, yet when the sparks settled, the wrist bore not a scratch. All of Duverno's attacks proved futile, as the clouds and air meant to hinder Hades shattered upon colliding with his formidable physique, accomplishing nothing in the way of obstruction. Duverno, striving to manipulate Hades' limbs, felt as though he were attempting to command the ocean itself, only able to sense his own impotence in the face of such vastness. How could this be? Phil's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Even the likes of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Gold Roger could not withstand such a powerful blow without the protection of armament hockey. Diverno, witnessing the same spectacle, felt his pupils constrict, reflecting the shock coursing through him. Such a being was simply beyond comprehension.